Chapter 1 Garbage Star Number 12 is a desolate planet in the Falstar region. As its name suggests, it serves as a repository for refuse. With the relentless advancement of science and the advent of the grand aerospace age, human life has undergone a fundamental transformation. The once pressing issues of energy and ecology have eased somewhat, alleviated by the rapid expansion of humanity. The discovery of new planets and the maturation of interstellar development technologies have rendered life increasingly brisk and humane. However, this progress has been accompanied by a swift proliferation of various types of waste. The cost of recycling this refuse is prohibitively high, yet if left unattended, it would severely degrade the living environment, leading to widespread discontent among local inhabitants. Consequently, nations have resorted to transporting vast quantities of waste to these garbage stars. These celestial bodies are either devoid of mining value or exhausted and rendered useless. Uninhabited, they have become ideal dumping grounds for refuse. Beneath a gray, overcast sky, mountains of discarded materials rise endlessly, silent as the void, devoid of any vitality. Cold metallic remnants exude a characteristic chill, yet dust obscures their former brilliance. Only the occasional glint of uncorroded metal serves as a reminder of their past splendor. This lifeless garbage star is widely presumed to be devoid of human presence, for the harsh conditions lacking water, food, and all essentials for human survival render it inhospitable. Here, only one thing abounds: waste. But is this garbage star truly as barren as it appears? Ye Chong glanced at the antiquated clock mounted on the wall. It was a relic he salvaged 3 years ago from the foot of a nearby garbage mound, 10 kilometers away to AT that time. The touch-sensitive sensor was malfunctioning, and Ye Chong had spent a week repairing it, replacing an even older pendulum clock that had once adorned the wall. At foul time 3:42, Ye Chong knew that in 13 minutes, the external temperature would reach its most favorable level for venturing outside, a condition that would persist until 6:17. At other times, the outside world would either be scorching hot like a furnace or bitterly cold as in the depths of winter. If all went according to plan, last night would have been the scheduled time for the garbage ships to unload their cargo. Ye Chong contemplated going out today to see if he could scavenge some new treasures. His supplies at home were adequate for now. He still had a substantial portion of the last catch of the voracious mice, enough to last 3 days without concern for food shortages. Furthermore, he had an equivalent amount of organic liquid sustenance, though its taste paled in comparison to fresh meat, resembling nothing more than tasteless mush. It had been ages since he had indulged in that. At foul time 3:55, almost simultaneously, Ye Chong surged out of his home like an arrow released from a bow. Time was of the essence for him. The location of the unmanned garbage ships unloading was half an hour's journey from his abode, meaning he would spend an hour on the road, leaving him with less than an hour and a half to scavenge. Ye Chong moved with the agility of a wild beast, weaving deftly through the chaotic heaps of refuse. Unhindered and swift, he knew the terrain of this area like the back of his hand, confident that even with his eyes closed, he would not stray off course. The wind rushed past his ears, and Ye Chong relished the exhilarating sensation of speed. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that survival on a garbage star necessitated constant vigilance against the myriad of mutated creatures that might appear at any moment. While the garbage star was inhospitable to humans, for mutated beings, it was undoubtedly paradise. The harsh environment had minimal impact on these resilient creatures. The abundant refuse provided ample sustenance. Creatures like the voracious mice found nearly everything edible, causing their populations to swell at an astonishing rate. Unlike other undeveloped virgin planets, this place did not attract adventurers. No hunter would willingly set foot in such a location, even for a moment. Without hunters, the mutated beings were devoid of their greatest adversaries. Ye Chong's home was nestled within a garbage mound, with a narrow fissure less than 4 meters wide leading outside. Jagged metallic protrusions occasionally jutted out, rendering the path perilous. Ye Chong maintained his speed, his legs powered by explosive strength, each stride covering great distances. His movements resembled those of a primate, exhibiting a remarkable agility. Yet, there were no others in this garbage star to witness this astonishing display. It was a spectacle meant solely for him. With a sudden burst of energy, Ye Chong leaped into the air, grasping a titanium rod suspended above him. As his upward momentum waned, he executed a series of flips before landing deftly on the surface of the garbage mound. Instead of continuing his sprint, Ye Chong rubbed his right index finger against a small, unassuming black metal device worn on his left middle finger and called out, "Winnie." A grayish-blue mech materialized before him. Habitually, Ye Chong muttered to himself, "If only I could find a brain control receiver, this time voice control is utterly inadequate." With that, he nimbly climbed into the cockpit. Winnie, like most humanoid mechs, stood about 10 meters tall, with a robust frame and thick limbs that made it resemble a hunk of iron. Its bare head appeared somewhat comical. Over time, its surface had dulled, but the irregularly arranged sharp spines on its rounded shoulders and knees hinted at a fierce nature. Winnie bore numerous scars, including claw marks and bite marks, yet it was evidently well maintained, its surface spotless, a testament to Ye Chong's care. Without Winnie, Ye Chong might not have survived to this day. At least, he was certain that without piloting the mech, he would stand no chance against more than 2 voracious mice, and they never ventured out in fewer than 5. In the garbage star, weakness meant imminent death. The natural law of survival of the fittest was starkly evident. Speaking of this, mech inevitably brings to mind a certain individual, Ye Chong's godfather. He knew only that his godfather was named Gao Chong and little else. According to his godfather, he was the sole inhabitant of the garbage star until one day he stumbled upon Ye Chong, whose name was inscribed in his very being. As for how his godfather arrived on this garbage star, or what his life was before, he never spoke of it. This mech was salvaged by his godfather. Originally a standard civilian mech, it had undergone extensive modifications at the hands of Ye Chong's godfather and was now unrecognizable. His godfather claimed that in the outside world, mechs were nearly ubiquitous, but due to their high recycling rates, finding even one on a garbage star was exceedingly rare. Unless one was exceptionally lucky, under his godfather's influence, Ye Chong developed a keen interest in mechs, and his godfather generously shared his knowledge, often engaging in passionate discussions around their old, decrepit computer. The mech was named Winnie, a classic model known for its engine. Unlike his godfather, who relished the thrill of modification, Ye Chong seemed to possess an innate intuition and sensitivity when it came to piloting mechs. Thus, Winnie had always been under Ye Chong's command. His godfather had remarked that Ye Chong might one day become an exceptional hunter. After a harrowing encounter with 5 voracious mice, from which he narrowly escaped, Ye Chong began to consciously hone his combat skills. Ever since he first savored the taste of fresh mouse meat, he had lost all interest in the organic liquid sustenance produced by food machines, through prolonged combat experience. Ye Chong is no longer the same person he was in the past. That on the garbage star, apart from a few formidable creatures that instill fear in him, the other beings pose no significant threat. However, these creatures, if he were to let his guard down, could easily lead to his demise. Regrettably, Winnie is quite antiquated. Even with modifications, the lack of quality components and essential tools has limited Winnie's capabilities to their utmost. The most critical flaw lies in Winnie's outdated optical brain. Although his father excels in mechanical prowess, he is utterly inept when it comes to optical technology. He once remarked that the engine is the heart of any mecha, while the optical brain represents its soul. Currently, Ye Chong feels somewhat constrained while operating the mecha. The only relatively advanced feature Winnie possesses is its electronic eye. When Ye Chong discovered it and brought it to his godfather, even his godfather could not identify its model, merely speculating it to be a recent release, considering he had been stranded on the garbage star for decades and could only imagine the advancements made outside. Thanks to this advanced electronic eye, Ye Chong has narrowly escaped danger multiple times. Despite Winnie's age, until he finds a new mecha, Winnie remains his sole option. Ye Chong cautiously adjusted Winnie's speed to 80% of its maximum, ensuring a balance between high velocity and the ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. The journey was perilous yet uneventful, and Ye Chong successfully arrived at his destination. The endless expanse of refuse stretched before him, but several larger areas appeared to be relatively new. This was his target. Scanning initiated. Winnie's voice, slow and somewhat weary, prompted Ye Chong to glance around with alertness that he knew that once Winnie began the holographic scan with its electronic eye, all other activities would cease, likely due to the optical brain's limitations. Thus, Ye Chong remained vigilant as he surveyed potential areas where mutated creatures might lurk. He muttered to himself, "Come on, old fellow, show me something exciting. I haven't seen anything new in ages. Let's go, let's go." In this desolate garbage star, where he was utterly alone, speaking to himself had become a habit, lest he forget how to converse. Ye Chong's demeanor was calm, yet the tension in his body revealed he was on high alert. Scan complete. This announcement was music to Ye Chong's ears, prompting a long exhale of relief. Switch to alert mode. Ye Chong commanded Weenie, then meticulously examined the scanning output from the optical brain. Several bright red spots stood out prominently on the scan. Ye Chong could not contain his excitement. It seemed he would not return empty-handed this time. Amidst the piles of refuse, Ye Chong spat out the sand that had inadvertently fallen into his mouth through the Mech's crevices. Damn it, not a single useful item. Am I really this unlucky? He lamented, the earlier thrill evaporating. After searching numerous locations, he found nothing of value, leaving only one final, albeit smaller, target. Although its size raised doubts about its utility, adhering to the principle of better to err on the side of caution, Ye Chong plunged into the mountainous garbage. Reclining in his seat, he chewed on some freshly roasted rat meat, while toying with his sole discovery of the day. It appeared to be a metallic pendant, exuding a dark metallic sheen, roughly the size of 3 fingernails, circular in shape, with curved blades around its perimeter. The surface bore an array of peculiar patterns, seemingly chaotic yet hinting at a hidden order. Regrettably, a significant portion was missing, and several blades bore signs of damage, indicating it was a defective item. What is this? Ye Chong wondered aloud, intrigued by the strange material. His thumb lightly grazed the curved blade, leaving a faint scratch that elicited a small drop of blood. How sharp! Ye Chong exclaimed in surprise. Could this be intended as a concealed weapon? He observed the droplet of blood clinging to the blade. Then, an uncanny occurrence unfolded. The blade swiftly absorbed the blood droplet, as if it were a sponge. Blood-sucking metal? Ye Chong was taken aback. It was indeed metal, as he had clearly touched it moments before. He was certain that this was no mere illusion. The bizarre spectacle showed no signs of abating. The pendant, now devoid of blood, emitted a low hum, and the surrounding blades retracted into its core, while the surface patterns began to shift as if animated by some arcane force. The pendant seemed to awaken, with his drop of blood acting as a catalyst. That Ye Chong's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Dual proton verification complete. Brainwave match confirmed. Brainwave locked. Ye Chong jolted upright, shouting, "Who's there? Show yourself." His keen eyes narrowed as he cautiously scanned his surroundings, his hand stealthily reaching for the dagger strapped to his leg. "Are you certain?" The voice replied, tinged with uncertainty. Chapter 2. Are you sure? The voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Of course. Come out and say that. Ye Chong's expression reflected a degree of impatience. Yet the seriousness in his eyes contradicted his demeanor. His body was slightly bent, resembling a bow drawn taut, ready to deliver a fatal blow to any adversary. "Well, here I am." The voice remained flat, devoid of any inflection. No sooner had the words escaped than the room was plunged into darkness. Before Ye Chong could react, a tremendous crash resounded, and he was engulfed by a torrent of debris, akin to a raging wave. The garbage star was as tranquil as ever. After a considerable pause, near the pulse signal relay station, a dark hand emerged from the refuse, followed by a filthy figure crawling out from the heap. Cough, cough. What a terrible turn of events, Ye Chong muttered, cursing as he brushed the dirt and sand that had invaded his clothing. Even now, he was baffled by the unfolding situation. Could this truly be the fabled self-destructive assault? Observing the disarray before him, the path leading home had vanished entirely, with nothing but refuse in sight. Ye Chong's heart sank. How long would it take to clear a passage? He grumbled to himself. If I find you, just you wait. His anger flared like a roaring inferno, relentless in its intensity. Glaring at the instigator of this calamity, Ye Chong found himself at a loss for words. The labor of clearing a path consumed 3 arduous days, and the toil left him seething with rage against the perpetrator, which reached an unprecedented peak. Yet, when he finally confronted the source of his ire, he found himself incapable of summoning any fury. The magnificent and powerful metallic shell was adorned with a pristine blue and white laser coating. Despite the surrounding filth, the surface of the armor bore no trace of grime. Upon discovering it, the figure stood quietly, steadfast as a mountain, seemingly impervious to the tumult of the world around it. At first glance, Ye Chong recognized he had stumbled upon a treasure. If his initial reaction was one of joy, the second brought him a profound understanding of the bittersweet nature of existence. A massive gash extended from the left shoulder down to the waist, exposing a portion of the engine to the air, and the entire left arm was missing. It resembled a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, cruelly torn asunder. This was a humanoid light armor, approximately 12 meters in height, resplendent in blue and white, with a slender form that starkly contrasted the robust and heavy-set Winnie. The armor shimmered with an otherworldly metallic sheen, its protective plates on the chest resembling well-defined muscles, yet without a hint of bulk. The cold visage bore sharp, chiseled lines, and the azure electronic eyes pulsed rhythmically, evoking a sense of eerie beauty. Ye Chong stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the mangled armor that had breached his home. At that moment, his mind was wholly consumed by the allure of this broken, yet captivating piece of technology, as if it possessed an enchanting power that ensnared his every thought. Beep. Self-check complete. Engine status, 86 intact. Left arm status, 0. Cockpit status, 97. Remaining components intact. A neutral voice interrupted Ye Chong's reverie. Wow, a self-checking armor, he exclaimed, his mouth agape, revealing a glimmering droplet of liquid. The damaged armor suddenly spoke. Hello. A talking piece of armor left Ye Chong momentarily bewildered, prompting an instinctive response. Hello. The armor replied, I am Mu Shang. You may call me Mu. Ye Chong, still recovering from the shock, managed. Oh, I'm Ye Chong. You can call me Ye Z. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Ye Chong jumped up as if his behind were on fire, pointing at the damaged armor, stammering. Why you? You can talk? Mu Shang elegantly nodded. In a manner of speaking, your assertion is not incorrect. Ye Chong, incredulous, repeated, a talking armor? Indeed. With Mu Shang's presence, Ye Chong's living space had expanded threefold. He learned that the trinket he had picked up that day was Mu Shang's spatial button. However, Mu seemed to prefer being outside rather than in the subspace. Ye Chong welcomed the companionship, as loneliness was the most unbearable plight for a 16-year-old. Exhausted, Ye Chong plopped down onto the ground, having finally finished his labor, though he felt utterly drained. Mu Shang imitated his posture and landed beside him, creating a cloud of dust. Ye Chong, caught off guard, was sent rolling into the corner. When he lifted his angered face, he discovered that Mu Shang had created a large dent in the ground, gazing at him with an expression of innocent curiosity. The two figures, one large and one small, sat under the light. Curiosity piqued. Ye Chong inquired, Mu, how did you end up like this? Mu Shang responded, data corrupted, unable to ascertain. Ye Chong took a sip of water and chuckled. It must be that you were outmatched and got beaten up. Mu Shang replied, insufficient data, unable to make a judgment. Ye Chong's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a frown. Please, can you show some personality? Enough with the data talk. Mu Shang tilted its large head in confusion. Personality? What is that? Ye Chong scratched his head, momentarily stumped. Well, that question is rather complex. Let's change the subject. Mu, are you male or female? Ye Chong sat dazed within Mu Shang's cockpit, eyes wide with disbelief, enamored as he touched every surface, marveling. Mu, you must be the most formidable armor out there. Mu replied calmly, based on database information, that assertion is incorrect. Probability of ranking within the top 500 is 26. Between 500 and 600 is 63, and beyond 600 is 11. Ye Chong exclaimed in surprise, 500? There are that many powerful armors. He paused, then added, but still, 500 is quite impressive. It's certainly better than Winnie. Ye Chong, oblivious to the implications of Mu Shang's severe injuries still placing it in the top 500, harbored dreams of one day possessing an armor more advanced than Winnie, envisioning himself challenging the most fearsome mutated beasts on the garbage star. The taste of iron python lizard's meat intrigued him, and he instinctively licked his lips. Soon the garbage star will be mine to rule. Mu Shang interrupted Ye Chong's daydream. Winnie's capabilities cannot be quantified. Ye Chong's expression fell. I know that. Then, with hopeful anticipation, he asked, Mu, can you command this armor? Affirmative. Ye Chong's heart sank, realizing he would still have to pilot Winnie. Yet, a strange thought crossed his mind. Then what do you need the cockpit for? Mu Shang remained silent for a few moments before responding, data corrupted, unable to retrieve. Do you remember who created you? Ye Chong inquired with curiosity. Data corrupted, unable to retrieve. Just as Ye Chong, starved for companionship, was about to continue his questions, a faint alarm sounded. Mu Shang announced, energy insufficient. Upon glancing at the energy display within the cockpit, he noticed it was nearly depleted. The garbage star, positioned at an optimal distance from a star, provided an almost inexhaustible supply of light energy, and Ye Chong had never once worried about energy shortages. However, when he took out all the backup energy sources, he realized that they barely reached even 1/10 of the energy indicator on Mu Shang's device, leaving Ye Chong utterly dumbfounded. And when Mu Shang directly connected the solar panel to itself, Ye Chong was rendered speechless. fervently praying that the energy source being utilized at home would last until Mu Shang had fully recharged. Mu Shang silently replenished energy, while Ye Chong, finding the situation rather dull, succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, rubbing his bleary eyes, Ye Chong suddenly noticed that Mu Shang seemed to have changed somewhat. The mechanical surface appeared to emanate a subtle sheen, adding an air of mystery to Mu Shang. Ye Chong exclaimed, "Mu, you've become more beautiful all of a sudden." Mu Shang clearly understood what Ye Chong meant by beauty and explained, "This is the photon activation effect, which occurs due to ample energy causing a metallic surface to develop a lively luster. Its fundamental principle is." Ye Chong, drooping his eyelids, yawned intermittently. Mu Shang seemed to revel in its role as a teacher, elaborating enthusiastically. The other knowledge involved is actually quite simple and can be summarized into the following aspects. Ye Chong lowered his head, resembling an old monk in deep meditation, and if one looked closely, they would see a droplet of water had trickled down onto his leg, dampening a large patch of his trousers. Unperturbed, Mu Shang continued, "Therefore, from this, we can conclude that the strength of the light armor." A voice, neither too loud nor too soft, interrupted Mu Shang. It turned in anger towards the source of the sound, only to find Ye Chong snoring rhythmically, the sound rising and falling like waves. As his shoulders heaved up and down in sync with the snores, Mu Shang was instantly petrified. Chapter 3. A corner of the garbage mountain. Two armored suits lay in ambush behind the refuse, while a mere 100 meters away, 5 scavenger rats rummaged through the debris in search of sustenance. Ever vigilant of their surroundings, Ye Chong meticulously surveyed the terrain before conferring briefly with Mu Shang. With utmost caution, Ye Chong piloted his machine, Winnie, inching closer to the 5 scavenger rats while adroitly utilizing the various obstacles along the way for concealment. Coming to a halt just 20 meters from the rats, he exhaled in relief, having thus far avoided any blunders. Just as he prepared to move again, a gust of wind surged from behind him towards the rats. Ye Chong's heart sank in alarm. He suddenly accelerated to maximum speed, charging towards the rodents. Winnie propelled forward like a cannonball, but alas, it was too late. The keenly perceptive rats sensed the impending danger the moment the wind stirred and scattered in all directions. Ye Chong maintained his composure, skillfully maneuvering Winnie to lock onto one of the fleeing rodents. Should they burrow into the refuse, the chances of capturing them would diminish drastically. Ignoring the other 4, he steadfastly pursued the targeted scavenger rat. The wind howled past his ears, and Ye Chong's blood seemed to boil, igniting a fervor within him. The world around him began to slow, his mind heightened to an exhilarating state, and his breaths grew rapid, each inhalation demanding his utmost strength. His chest expanded and contracted violently with the rhythm of his breathing, each exhale igniting a fiery sensation within his nostrils, as if he were exhaling flames rather than air. As the distance to the scavenger rat diminished, Ye Chong's hands remained steady, though he began to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, Winnie launched a dagger with precision, embedding it deeply less than 3 meters ahead of the fleeing rat. In its frantic escape, the rat was on a collision course with the blade, and bloodshed seemed inevitable. Yet, in a remarkable display, the rat twisted its body, its robust forelimbs pressing against the dull blade, propelling itself deftly away, unscathed and utterly astonishing. In that moment, the rat's eyes gleamed with a flicker of relief at having narrowly escaped. However, before it could fully savor its fortune, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Carrying an undercurrent of terror, the air rushed between the formidable spikes adorning Winnie's knee joint, producing a chilling resonance. A direct hit from Ye Chong's knee would guarantee a fatal outcome. Creatures that survive on the garbage planet are seldom benevolent, even in this dire predicament. The scavenger rat refused to resign itself to fate. It arched its body like a bow, momentarily hesitating in midair. Just as Winnie's knee was about to make contact, it thrust its forelegs against the spikes, utilizing the force to launch itself at Winnie's neck with the swiftness of an arrow. With a soft thud, its forepaws were instantly pierced, the sharp spikes tearing through its soft abdomen, leaving deep gashes on its hind legs. On the garbage planet, such grievous wounds render survival nearly impossible for any creature. Yet, survival was no longer its concern. Its sole objective was to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy before meeting its end, however insignificant that strike might be. The rat's steadfast resolve ignited a spark within its soul, a fierce determination surging forth as it unleashed every ounce of its life force. It was convinced that this strike would be the sharpest of its existence. Closer, ever closer, the enemy's neck came into focus, and the rats surged with excitement. Just a second. No, half a second would suffice. In that fleeting moment, it could execute the most glorious strike of its life. Its eyes burned with fervor, a conflagration of vitality. Suddenly, the fire within those eyes extinguished. A blade, rising silently from below, cleaved the rat in two without any resistance. In an instant, blood and entrails rained down like a deluge, kicking up a cloud of dust upon the rust-colored earth. At last, Ye Chong's mind regained its composure. He looked up to see Mu Shang observing him from a distance. A 7-meter-long titanium rod bore another scavenger rat, and Mu Shang's battle had proved far simpler. Ye Chong positioned himself perfectly as a rat fled in panic, caught completely off guard by Mu Shang's almost instantaneous strike. Ye Chong waved to Mu Shang from afar, greeting him cheerfully, "Hey." He then collected the rat's severed remains from the ground, beaming with pride as he boasted, "What do you think? My skills are quite impressive, aren't they?" Mu Shang's response was flat and devoid of enthusiasm, utterly lacking. Ye Chong, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Utterly lacking? Surely you must be mistaken." His indignation was palpable at such a harsh critique of his most confident abilities. Without a hint of restraint, Mu Shang continued, "Aside from combat skills that might barely qualify as average, your piloting, shooting, and tactical acumen are all exceedingly rudimentary. Real-world experience is impossible to assess due to insufficient data." "No way." Ye Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Shang shrugged, his expression comically exaggerated. "Of course, the probability of a misjudgment is merely 0.3. Ye Chong, refusing to concede, retorted, "You must be envious of me, deliberately attempting to undermine my confidence." Mu Shang replied coolly, "Such a possibility does not exist. It must be my aging suit." Ye Chong laughed. "Otherwise, I'll take a turn piloting yours someday." After a brief pause, Mu Shang's voice took on an odd tone. "How did you know there would be one passing through my position among the 31 gaps?" "Huh. Impressive, right?" "It's intuition," Ye Chong declared proudly. "Intuition?" Mu Shang's electronic eye suddenly brightened. "Insufficient data. Calculation not possible." Ye Chong scoffed. "Calculation? If it could be calculated, would it still be called intuition?" Mu Shang replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a low-probability event." "What? You mean I got lucky?" "I'll tell you." Ye Chong shouted in frustration. Two figures stretched long beneath the glowing star, nearing the horizon. While the towering spire of the pulse relay station above Ye Chong's home became increasingly visible, serving as a constant beacon guiding him back to his sanctuary. Chapter 4. Ye Chong chewed on roasted rat meat, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate schematic of the engine within Mu Shang. It had taken considerable effort for Ye Chong to persuade Mu Shang to share this with him. The design was overwhelmingly complex and ingenious, leaving Ye Chong in awe. Having been steeped in mechanical knowledge since childhood, thanks to his father's influence, Ye Chong prided himself on being an expert. Yet, the schematic before him was dizzying, compelling him to calculate its workings painstakingly. The more he delved into it, the more he admired the brilliance of the engine's designer. After studying the schematic for a while, Ye Chong felt a strain in his eyes and turned his gaze away, glancing at the motionless Mu Shang beside him. He remarked, "Mu, there's no point in trying. Infiltrating this pulse relay station is no simple feat. My father attempted it numerous times without success." Mu Shang remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard Ye Chong's words. Ye Chong's tendency to talk to himself resurfaced, and he continued, "Mu, I'm not criticizing you, but attempts at the impossible are futile. Instead of wasting time, why not guide me? I've been staring at this wretched diagram for ages, and it's giving me a headache." Nevertheless, the designer is truly a genius. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Suddenly, Mu Shang spoke, "Infiltration successful." Ye Chong's eyes remained glued to the schematic as he instinctively replied, "What? Successful? Since when did you start joking around, Mu?" "Huh, good one, good one. But really, if it wasn't successful, it's understandable. After all, this is an endeavor doomed to fail, so no one would mock you." Mu Shang ignored Ye Chong and continued, "This week's news from the Faral Star system, the burgeoning space flora, Tanfu, began relocating new residents this past Monday. The first batch of inhabitants will enjoy the following preferential policies." Ye Chong's gaze momentarily froze, his hands stiffened. He suddenly looked up, incredulous. You really succeeded?" Mu Shang replied calmly, "Without a doubt." Ye Chong cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" Mu Shang affirmed, "I am certain." Ha. I can finally learn about the outside world. I can finally discover what lies beyond." Ye Chong exclaimed joyfully, leaping to his feet. In his exuberance, he collided forcefully with the ceiling. Unfazed by the impact, He raced around the room, expressing his excitement. Observing Ye Chong's fervor, Mu Shang's typically cold demeanor softened momentarily, though it quickly reverted to its usual stoic expression. Ye Chong carefully settled into the cockpit within Mu Shang, donned his combat helmet, and reclined in the plush seat. Yet, a tumult of emotions churned within him: excitement, eagerness, curiosity, and a tinge of fear regarding this unfamiliar environment, intertwined, rendering him restless. Mu Shang's voice broke through his thoughts. "Yi Zi, are you ready?" Upon hearing Mu Shang's voice, Ye Chong felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. He took a deep breath and replied steadily, "I am ready." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the world around him transformed dramatically. As Ye Chong shook his slightly dizzy head, Mu Shang's voice echoed in his mind. First-time users of the virtual network often experience slight dizziness. This is a normal reaction and poses no harm to the body. With a newfound clarity, Ye Chong began to observe his surroundings. Before him unfolded a tapestry of lights, a dazzling array of colors that danced and morphed like living entities, continuously generating new hues. The overwhelming visual spectacle left Ye Chong in a state of shock, having grown up in the drab, monochromatic world of the junk planet. He had never imagined that colors could be so vibrant and rich. Ye Chong stood there, entranced, gazing at the mesmerizing display. A passerby, upon witnessing Ye Chong's dazed expression, muttered, "Idiot." The insult jolted Ye Chong from his reverie, and he felt a bitter pang. Those who lived in comfort could scarcely comprehend the struggles he faced. Fortunately, Ye Chong was not one to wallow in self-pity. After a brief moment of disappointment, he regained his composure. As if sensing his thoughts, Mu Shang, who had been silent until now, spoke again. "Yi Zi, you may now step beyond the light curtain." Following Mu Shang's guidance, Ye Chong emerged from the shimmering barrier into a vast plaza, filled with an array of machines whose names he did not know. At the center stood a massive electronic screen broadcasting various news updates. This central square serves as the news district. I, too, am visiting for the first time. Feel free to explore, and should you encounter any difficulties, simply call out to me in your mind. I will receive your brainwave signals. Very well, that is all. Mu Shang's voice abruptly ceased, leaving an echoing silence in its wake. Ye Chong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, yet his curiosity swiftly replaced any lingering worries. He began to explore the plaza, his instincts honed by over a decade of survival on the junk planet keeping him vigilant in this unfamiliar environment. He maintained a distance of about 2 meters from others, his optimal range for potential confrontation, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances. Navigating through the chaotic debris of the junk planet had trained him to move fluidly, resembling a fish swimming through a sea of leisurely, half-awake creatures. In contrast to the relaxed pace of those around him, Ye Chong appeared frantic, though it was merely a reflection of the urgency he had learned to embody, where every second counted and could mean the difference between survival and demise. He moved through the crowd like a predatory fish amidst slow-moving companions, an incongruous figure amid their tranquility. His father had often said that beyond the junk planet, life was peaceful and serene, devoid of the countless dangers that could snatch away life at any moment. Free from the daily storms and unburdened by the need to scavenge for food, people donned bright clothing, feasted on delectable fare, and lived leisurely lives, attending school or work, surrounded by companions and an array of vibrant armors. Ye Chong had once wistfully asked his father if such a place was paradise, to which his father had replied it was not. Ye Chong had been puzzled. If such a place was not paradise, then what could be? Countless times, he had envisioned the world outside in his mind, a realm steeped in mystery and brimming with dreams. Now, he was finally on the brink of experiencing the world he had longed for. Yet, Ye Chong felt an indescribable sensation within him. He wandered aimlessly, unsure of where he truly was. He stood there, gazing blankly at the ceiling, unable to recall how he had returned. A sense of inexplicable emotion lingered in his heart, leaving him unable to articulate why. Everything that transpired today would require time for him to digest. Mu Shang remained silent, his inscrutable mind likely engaged in complex calculations. The ceiling above was unchanged, and the night continued its quiet vigil. Chapter 5. Since then, Ye Chong began to truly engage with the mysterious and enchanting world outside. This realm seemed to possess everything one could imagine, and he quickly developed a fondness for this virtual, yet palpably existent universe. He transitioned from being timid to feeling completely at ease within it. Mu Shang, on the other hand, remained elusive, often disappearing as soon as they entered the virtual network. Ye Chong's favorite place was a bustling district known as Gatista, where a plethora of various light armors were available for purchase, alongside an assortment of peculiar accessories. Most importantly, it served as a gathering spot for many enthusiasts of light armor, who convened daily for discussions and exchanges, primarily consisting of armor engineers and seasoned individuals. The district's administrator had even established a medium-sized database for light armor, which had once filled Ye Chong with delight. He cherished the rich academic atmosphere there, and the locals appreciated the inquisitive and earnest nature of this boy, extending him considerable kindness. Under the guidance of these experts, Ye Chong realized how outdated his knowledge was. However, this was hardly surprising, as everything he knew had been imparted by his father, who had been out of touch with the outside world for decades. It was only natural that knowledge from decades ago would seem antiquated. Fortunately, Ye Chong's solid foundation allowed him to learn efficiently, absorbing knowledge rapidly, which earned him the admiration of the older gentleman. Upon returning home today, Ye Chong eagerly entered Mu Shang's cockpit and donned his combat helmet. Although he adored this virtual realm, he was not obsessed. He understood that, for him, the garbage star was his true world. Should he become engrossed, he could easily lose his life on this treacherous garbage star. Each time he ventured out, he remained vigilant, fully focused and alert. As soon as he accessed the virtual network, he headed straight for the Gatista district. However, before he could catch his breath, Mu Shang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ye Zi, I have a place to show you. Ye Chong felt a sense of curiosity. Mu had been elusive lately, frequently disappearing without a trace. What place? He inquired. You'll find out if you follow me, Mu Shang replied. Following Mu Shang's directions, Ye Chong wound through streets until he arrived before a large building, bustling with activity. Mu, what is this place? Ye Chong asked with intrigue. This is the consciousness training base for warriors. It offers foundational training in all subjects for warriors, as well as space for sparring. Your skills have all been self-taught, and there are many areas that lack reason. I stumbled upon this place recently and assessed the training content. While I believe 763 of it could be improved, training here would greatly enhance your abilities. Ye Chong pondered, what is consciousness training? Its full name is neuroconsciousness reflex training. It enables your nervous system to memorize specific operations. Of course, to perform actions in reality that meet standards, extensive real-world training is necessary to align your body with memory standards. However, effective consciousness training can significantly shorten the training duration, Mu Shang explained. Ye Chong nodded, somewhat understanding. Oh, I see. Regardless, if Mu Shang says it's beneficial, it must be, he reassured himself. This consciousness training base was established by the Warrior Association of the Farlstar system, forming part of the infrastructure. Upon entering the hall, Ye Chong found numerous columns neatly arranged, with flashes of light occurring around them as individuals appeared and disappeared. Ye Chong was no longer the naive novice he once was. He approached a column with composure, gently tapping it with his finger, causing a semi-transparent screen to materialize before him. This screen comprises 3 sections: basic training area, comprehensive training area, and battle area. As it is your first visit, let us start with the battle area, Mu Shang suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen transformed, displaying the waiting combatants in each room along with the number of spectators. Ye Chong casually selected a room with participants. In an instant, he found himself within the chamber, confronted by a black light armor. He instantly recognized it as the Blackbird model, commonly favored by beginners for its ease of operation, straightforward handling, and affordability, making it the choice of many novices. However, its performance was commensurate with its beginner status, equipped only with a magnetic blade, a titanium shield, and 2 alloy daggers. The heat guns mounted on its arms were virtually ineffective, given Ye Chong's lack of shooting skills. The Blackbird's design resembled a large blackbird, with retractable wings akin to graceful appendages, enabling smoother flight within the atmosphere. Beneath its wings were 2 rows of auxiliary engines, albeit with limited efficacy. The 2 mechanical arms beneath its belly could wield the magnetic blade and alloy daggers. The heat guns were located at the bird's head, with its elongated neck allowing for versatile shooting angles. However, given the heat gun's power and Ye Chong's shooting technique, this advantage was largely inconsequential. Yet, even this seemingly mundane low-tier armor exhilarated Ye Chong. In comparison to Winnie, its performance was vastly superior. He eagerly climbed into the cockpit. As he finally glimpsed his opponent's armor, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. If his armor was akin to an unremarkable little bird, the opponent's was a magnificent phoenix, resplendent and majestic. Its sleek and elegant lines resembled a work of art, adorned with vibrant wings and tail feathers that radiated beauty. The fiery red armor exuded a passionate aura, and even in stillness, it emanated an unmatchable grace and pride. Its name, too, was reflective of its form, Shadow Phoenix. Swift as a shadow, regal as a phoenix. The Shadow Phoenix, too, was a model Ye Chong had become intimately familiar with during his time in Gatista. And in comparison to the Blackbird, they were not even in the same league. The Shadow Phoenix, too, was a quintessential long-range attack armor, characterized by its speed and advanced shooting system. Its stunning and vibrant design made it particularly popular among women. However, Ye Chong viewed those ostentatious wings as superfluous, and such an eye-catching exterior only served to constantly remind foes of his presence. Without time for further contemplation, Ye Chong received the signal to commence. Chapter 6. At almost the same moment, two armored suits moved, and a blinding light illuminated Ye Chong's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his titanium shield to protect himself and rolled to the side. When he scrambled back to his feet, he realized that he had not evaded the shot. The titanium shield had offered little protection and had been pierced, leaving a painful graze along his left rib. His opponent appeared momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by the failure to eliminate Ye Chong with that shot. Observing the ineffectiveness of his shield, Ye Chong discarded it and sprinted away, skillfully using obstacles to obscure his opponent's line of sight. However, the adversary was evidently a seasoned fighter, displaying no signs of panic. The capabilities of the Shadow Phoenix, too, were fully unleashed, and Ye Chong was inevitably struck by a second bullet. After being defeated numerous times, a fierce determination ignited within Ye Chong. With fiery eyes, he repeatedly challenged his opponent to face him anew. Following yet another defeat, Mu Shang's languid voice broke the silence. There are 62 methods to evade gunfire. Would you like me to teach you one? Ye Chong, incensed, shouted back, "Damn you, Mu. You must be doing this on purpose. Have you just been watching me die time and again? You are utterly inconsiderate." Mu Shang replied calmly. According to psychological theory, individuals tend to have profound memories of painful failures, fluctuating between a 90 to 96 recall rate, with the probability of using those memories as motivation ranging from 52 to 63. I trust you now possess a deep recollection of your experiences. Ye Chong, nearly beside himself with anger, leapt from his suit to confront Mu Shang. You are ruthless? Ignoring him, Mu Shang summoned a brief video clip, the origin of which remained a mystery. Ye Chong swallowed his words and focused intently on the footage. The clip was short, lasting less than 10 seconds. And he had no time to ponder. He widened his eyes, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Mu Shang merely instructed, "Watch closely." The video featured a Blackbird armored suit, moving with astonishing agility, advancing in a chaotic wave-like manner that seemed as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any sense of sluggishness, making it impossible to predict its next position. For the first time, Ye Chong understood that such mastery of technique was attainable. His blood began to boil with excitement. Sun Shuling could not help but admire the opponent named YC before her, despite the evident disparity in their levels. Even so, YC displayed remarkable resilience, rising repeatedly after each defeat, a quality not everyone possessed. The ease of her victories brought Sun Shuling no joy. YC was undeniably a novice. As evidenced by the type of armor he used, the Blackbird was a symbol of beginners. Defeating a novice held no merit for her, having undergone rigorous training from a young age and received guidance from experts. Yet curiously, whenever YC extended a challenge, she found herself inexplicably accepting. To an outsider, this may have seemed a meaningless and tedious endeavor. Such courageous individuals certainly deserved support. Sun Shuling reassured herself with kindness in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, an insatiable curiosity stirred deep within her soul. What kind of person was YC, after all? In a distant location far from the junk star. Sun Shuling bit her small lip, her delicate brows furrowed as a pensive expression graced her sweet face. This time, YC did not immediately request a rematch, instead standing still. Was he about to give up? Sun Shuling sighed, thinking it was perhaps time to concede. Given the Blackbird's capabilities, evading her Shadow Phoenix's attacks was impossible. Perhaps she should advise him to focus on mastering the basics first. Just as she prepared to speak, a challenge from YC suddenly appeared before her. Still not willing to give up? It was futile. He should acknowledge the gap between them. Sun Shuling thought, but her hands seemed to move quicker than her mind. And before she realized it, she had accepted YC's challenge. Well then, let us have another round. Sun Shuling chuckled to herself, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ye Chong fixed his gaze intently on the ground between his black bird and shadow phoenix, replaying the earlier footage in his mind. His slightly forward-leaning posture betrayed his tension. Mu Shang, seemingly unconcerned, spoke slowly. The full name of this evasive maneuver is chaotic wave jump. The essence lies in the word chaotic. He fell silent abruptly, unwilling to divulge any further information. Ye Chong's frustration boiled over, yet he could do nothing against Mu Shang's reticence. He racked his brain, trying to decipher the true meaning of chaotic. Chaotic, chaotic. Ye Chong muttered repeatedly. However, time was of the essence, and before he could grasp the true nature of chaos, his opponent accepted his challenge. Ye Chong had no choice but to cast aside all distractions. There was no time to ponder the intricacies of chaos. All he could focus on was that footage, the wave-like trajectory devoid of any hint of smoke or fire. Having utilized the Blackbird so many times, Ye Chong had gained profound personal insight into its performance, far beyond mere theoretical understanding. This realization further underscored the difficulty of executing that wave-like maneuver with the Blackbird. The onboard computer was ill-equipped for such complex calculations. Thus, he had to rely entirely on his own capabilities. The one silver lining was that manual control had always been his forte, honed through practice with Winnie, whose computer system was even less capable than the Blackbird's. Ye Chong began taking deep, deliberate breaths, each inhale akin to drawing air through a bellows, heavy and elongated. In a flash, Ye Chong's hands moved. The Blackbird shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, but this arrow did not travel in a straight line. It advanced in a graceful arc. At that very moment, a deep crater was blasted into the ground where Ye Chong had just stood. With no time to spare, Ye Chong focused solely on the ground between them, his blood racing as if plunged into molten iron, his mind ablaze with heat, yet eerily blank. His hands performed an astonishing array of maneuvers at lightning speed, never pausing for breath. The Blackbird maintained its maximum velocity. Ye Chong's hands quickened, gradually producing delicate afterimages that seemed as ethereal as gossamer. Immersed in concentration, he was oblivious to these details. Sun Shuling, as ever, took aim and fired, missing once again. No matter, previously YC had managed to evade a few shots, but ultimately he could only meet one fate, defeat. Gradually, Sun Shuling sensed something was amiss. Chapter 7 Sun Shuling contemplated pulling the trigger several times, yet an unsettling feeling nagged at her, as if something was amiss. The firearm she had always trusted seemed to have inexplicably faltered, with each shot failing to hit its mark. Observant as ever, Sun Shuling quickly noted that YC's approach appeared rather peculiar, resembling a curved step, albeit with subtle differences. How naive to think she could be evaded by such a maneuver. A flicker of irritation crossed her mind. Countering the curved step was not particularly challenging. Everyone had their unique habits. With careful observation, patterns emerged, and after battling YC numerous times, she had long since discerned his tendencies. Moreover, the variations in the curved step were limited, and she was well acquainted with them. As she mentally counted the different iterations of the curved step, her gaze remained fixated on YC, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to fire. Now, without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger. Astonishingly, she missed. YC seemed to possess a preternatural awareness, effortlessly dodging her shot with a swift pivot. Was it mere luck, or something more? Sun Shuling's mind became a cacophony of confusion as YC closed the distance. A wave of panic washed over her, prompting her to fire wildly at Ye Chong, her hands seemingly acting of their own volition. Perhaps fate smiled upon her, for one bullet struck YC's left shoulder, causing him to veer off course. By this point, Ye Chong was drenched in sweat, his hands growing increasingly heavy and unresponsive, even exhibiting signs of cramping. He bit down on his lower lip, blood oozing, yet he remained oblivious to his own condition. Suddenly, his exosuit vibrated violently. Ye Chong realized his Blackbird had been hit. With no time to assess the damage, his hands continued their relentless motion. Before Sun Shuling could revel in her unexpected hit on YC, she recognized the opportunity presented by his altered trajectory. How could she let this golden chance slip away? Just as she prepared to deliver a fatal blow, she was struck by the painful realization that her shot had rendered YC's movements even more erratic and unpredictable. Anxiety gripped her heart, and her aim began to falter. Ye Chong, observing his opponent grow larger and clearer, felt an exhilarating rush. Unbeknownst to him, the burden of his hands had lightened, their speed increasing ever so slightly. Closer, closer, even nearer. With a booming shout that resonated like thunder, Ye Chong charged forward. His opponent appeared frozen in fear, caught in a trap? A conspiracy? He did not dwell on it. The magnetic sword was already in his grasp, and his left hand stealthily reached for the alloy dagger secured to his left knee. He was certain that if he could close the distance, victory would be his. The magnetic sword hummed as it sliced through the air, its brilliance flashing as he encountered no resistance, effortlessly severing his opponent's throat. The ease with which he succeeded momentarily stunned him. Just as with a human, damage to the throat of an exosuit proved equally fatal. How could his adversary commit such a grave and fundamental error? With no time for contemplation, Ye Chong, having spent years in the forsaken garbage star, showed no mercy. The alloy dagger struck with lethal precision, piercing the area just above the cockpit of the Shadow Phoenix exosuit. Simultaneously, the sound of victory resonated within the room. Sun Xuelin lay dazed on the floating chair, her network helmet hovering silently before her. The bizarre and erratic movements, the ruthless and direct assault, the unwavering courage lingered in her mind. Noticing Sun Xuelin's distracted demeanor at the dining table, Sun Ninghai exchanged a concerned glance with his wife. Seeing her slight shake of the head, he inquired, "Linner, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Startled, Sun Xuelin shook herself from her reverie, internally chastising her distraction. Forcing a smile, she replied, "It's nothing, just encountered a rather peculiar opponent today." Intrigued, Sun Ninghai pressed, "Oh, a peculiar opponent? In what way?" As a highly skilled master, he had personally trained Sun Xuelin in all her techniques. Realizing her father's expertise, she recounted her experience, detailing Weissi's repeated defeats and relentless determination. Sun Ninghai nodded appreciatively. Indeed, Weissi is truly a courageous individual. As Sun Xuelin recounted the final encounter, where Weissi's movements bore a striking resemblance to the elusive curved step, Sun Ninghai's expression grew serious. He began to probe her for finer details, and under his guidance, Sun Xuelin recalled many overlooked nuances from their encounter. "If your description is accurate," Sun Ninghai stated gravely, "Weissi may be employing chaotic wave jumping. This maneuver is typically reserved for advanced masters, as it requires not only exceptional manual dexterity, but also a high-grade exosuit. Only advanced exosuits equipped with sophisticated light brains can handle the complex calculations involved." Sun Xuelin, puzzled, interjected, "But he was using a blackbird. That is precisely what astonishes me." Sun Ninghai continued, "The blackbird should not be capable of such maneuvers, as even if his manual skills were adequate, the blackbird's light brain would not suffice. This implies he has modified the blackbird and equipped it with a powerful light brain." Sun Xuelin scoffed, "But he seemed like a novice." Sun Ninghai chuckled, "What of it? Novices can modify exosuits too. It's also possible a mentor or elder facilitated the modifications to suit his fighting style. Nonetheless, YC is quite impressive for mastering such a challenging technique." Sun Xuelin remained unconvinced, but why didn't he use this technique from the start? Why wait until he had lost so many times? Sun Ninghai faltered, That question. Well, Snow, let's eat first. The food is getting cold." Sun Ninghai's wife watched with amusement as her husband awkwardly shoveled food into his mouth. Although her father had some valid points, Sun Xuelin felt an instinctive doubt about his conclusions, unable to articulate her reasoning, merely sensing an unsettling intuition. Yet, just as Sun Ninghai had never considered that someone might rely solely on manual dexterity without light brain assistance, Sun Xuelin could not fathom the possibility of such a feat. Frustrated, she slapped her head, aching from overthinking. "Forget it. Next time I encounter him, I can just ask." Chapter 8. Ye Chong's current predicament was far from favorable. Upon emerging from the cockpit, he felt as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water, his entire being drenched. The after effects were not limited to this. Despite gazing at his seemingly unblemished hands, an overwhelming sense of despair gripped him. Pain. A pain that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. Waves of spasms assaulted his mind, and even with Ye Chong's remarkable endurance, he could not suppress the sharp intakes of breath that left his face pale from the agony. Strangely, however, his hands showed no signs of swelling or cramping. They appeared entirely intact, not even a single hair out of place. After examining Ye Chong, Mu Shang spoke with an impassive demeanor. "The after effects of overexertion of consciousness have caused your central nervous system to exceed the threshold of control over your hands, resulting in this pain. Fortunately, there is no substantial harm to your body. With adequate rest, recovery is assured." Ye Chong, gasping through the pain, retorted sarcastically, "Rest? How can I rest when it hurts this much? I fear I might wake up in agony, even in my dreams." Mu Shang replied, "I possess a method to alleviate your suffering. Ye Chong's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? After enduring this relentless torment? The thought of relief was like a long-awaited rain in a drought. Mu Shang elaborated. This method requires neither medication nor injections. It is safe, effective, and produces immediate results. With his eyes gleaming brighter, Ye Chong interrupted. Then please, commence without delay. Mu Shang paused, gazing down at Ye Chong. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this method? For reasons unknown, Ye Chong felt a chill creep down his neck as he looked at Mu Shang. But the intensifying pain compelled him to make a decisive choice. I am certain. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, striking the artery at the side of Ye Chong's neck. Darkness enveloped him, and just before losing consciousness, a singular thought occupied his mind. Indeed, the pain had vanished. Mu Shang's calm voice echoed in the room. Procedure complete. Upon awakening, Ye Chong distinctly felt the transformation in his body, particularly in his hands. It was as though his body lagged behind his thoughts, creating a peculiar sense of dissonance. His body no longer responded as obediently as before. Mu Shang explained. This discrepancy arises from the misalignment between your consciousness and physical form. Your awareness has advanced, breaking through previous limitations, yet your body remains unchanged, unable to match the pace of your heightened consciousness. Thus, it may seem as though your physical abilities have dulled. In truth, your awareness has simply accelerated. Following Mu Shang's advice, Ye Chong refrained from accessing the virtual network for several days, opting instead to exercise at home, particularly focusing on his hands. On a square board measuring 1.5 meters, Ye Chong concentrated intently on controlling 6 steel balls, his hands deftly maneuvering them back and forth, fingers weaving a net that enveloped the spheres. The steel balls zipped around within his grasp, colliding unpredictably. As their speed intensified, beads of sweat began to form on Ye Chong's forehead, and his hands quickened in response. Gradually, the misty aura surrounding the steel balls began to materialize. Finally, with a series of sharp, crisp sounds, Ye Chong lost control of the steel balls, resulting in a complete collapse of his efforts. Breathless, he could hardly muster the energy to retrieve the scattered steel balls. The endeavor had proven utterly exhausting. Mu Shang offered his assessment. While it may not be entirely satisfactory, it is still a commendable achievement for you. Relieved to be free from the monotonous steel ball training, Ye Chong harbored suspicions that the exercise had been a means of torturing him. Nevertheless, he held a profound respect for Mu Shang. His hands now felt as if they had returned to their former dexterity and even surpassed it. Returning to the aging Winnie, Ye Chong felt an exhilarating sense of nostalgia. It had been some time since he had last operated the light armor, and the sight of the worn-down Winnie evoked fond memories. During these days of focused training, Mu Shang had taken on the hunting tasks, capturing prey that bore no signs of injury other than a single puncture wound at the neck. Ye Chong could not help but marvel at Mu Shang's prowess. He truly was formidable. As Ye Chong piloted Winnie at high speeds, weaving past heaps of refuse, Mu Shang trailed leisurely behind him. Elated by the newfound swiftness and agility of his hands, Ye Chong suddenly recalled the chaotic waveform leaps that Mu Shang had taught him, igniting a playful spirit within him. With a sudden surge of energy, he pushed Winnie to its maximum speed, executing a dazzling array of maneuvers, performing an impromptu display of chaotic waveform jumping. Under Ye Chong's guidance, the aging Winnie jolted and swerved, tracing arcs of varying sizes and shapes. In a moment of exuberance, Ye Chong attempted a short-distance series of rapid waveform jumps. In the blink of an eye, Winnie surged forward in a flurry of rapid, small arcs, and Ye Chong seemed determined to make the arcs even smaller. Just as he reveled in his success, a loud crack reverberated. Winnie could not withstand the strain, and its body fractured cleanly in two. Ye Chong was taken aback, and before he could call for Mu Shang's assistance, the upper half of Winnie plummeted like a meteor into the nearby refuse pile. As the debris cascaded down, Ye Chong was engulfed by the avalanche, plunging him into darkness. When Ye Chong, more accurately, the upper half of Winnie, was finally extracted from the depths of refuse by Mu Shang, he noticed a hint of mockery on Mu Shang's otherwise impassive face, which left him feeling profoundly irked. As Ye Chong sat within the cockpit of Winnie, being carried back home by Mu Shang, his irritation reached its zenith. Yet, despite his displeasure, he acknowledged that without Winnie, he would be bereft of his light armor. Mu Shang had never permitted Ye Chong to pilot him, and even when Ye Chong had the chance to operate Mu Shang, he felt a sense of inadequacy. Akin to wielding a grand weapon before a master warrior, the disparity in their strengths was too great. The absence of light armor was an insufferable reality for Ye Chong. Despite Winnie's age, it remained an irreplaceable aspect of his existence until a suitable alternative could be found. In desperation, Ye Chong pleaded with Mu Shang to help him recover the lower half of Winnie. Reflecting on the consequences of his impulsive actions, Ye Chong felt a chill settle in his heart. Winnie had been an old model of light armor, serving far beyond its intended lifespan. It was a miracle that it had lasted this long. Now, having sustained such a grievous injury, one that would be fatal for most light armors, its chances of repair were almost non-existent, especially in a place devoid of anything but refuse. Mu Shang did not hesitate to douse Ye Chong's hopes with cold water. Ye Zi, I must impart a harsh reality. The probability of Winnie's repair is less than 1. Thus, striving for such a minuscule chance is not aligned with the principles of value theory. Ye Chong felt tears welling up, yet he was powerless to alter his fate. In a fit of frustration, he dove into Mu Shang's cockpit, immersing himself in the virtual network. Mu Shang, undeterred by Ye Chong's emotions, followed closely behind. According to statistics, you have yet to undergo training in 86 foundational subjects. Here is the syllabus. A lengthy list materialized before Ye Chong, but he ignored it and continued forward. Mu Shang fell silent for a moment before uttering, Ye Zi, if the day comes when your skills surpass mine, I shall permit you to pilot me. Ye Chong faltered for a brief moment before silently walking away. Chapter 9. Winnie had been accompanying him for 8 years, serving as his most formidable guardian throughout this time. Despite its age, Winnie resembled a gentle elder, silently aiding him and bearing burdens without complaint. A sensation seemed to block Ye Chong's heart, reminiscent of a feeling he had only experienced when his father passed away. Was this sorrow? Ye Chong quietly pondered. He wondered how his father fared in another world. Resting his chin on his hand, he lost himself in thought. He sought a secluded place and spent an entire day in solitude. Upon arriving at the consciousness training base, he summoned Mu Shang and calmly said, Mu, I would like to see the subject list. Sun Shuling felt a sense of agitation. For days, she had tirelessly searched, exploring nearly every room in the combat zone, yet she had not encountered the elusive YC again. Each fruitless attempt left her disheartened, but she resolutely encouraged herself to face failure repeatedly, just as YC did. Once again, her search yielded no results. Sun Shuling felt utterly dejected and decided to seek out her cousin Xiao. She should be in the basic training area now. Xiao, her cousin, was the daughter of her second aunt, and they had been close since childhood. Recently, Xiao had struggled to pass the mecha piloting assessments, prompting her second aunt to seek the guidance of Sun Shuling's father, Sun Haining. However, as her father was often preoccupied, the task of instruction frequently fell to Sun Shuling. The basic training area was nearly deserted. The effectiveness of consciousness training was not as pronounced for fundamental skills, with actual practice yielding quicker progress, resulting in fewer visitors. Additionally, most individuals had already learned these foundational skills at a young age, further reducing attendance. Sun Shuling listlessly browsed the rooms of the basic training area until she quickly located Xiao's room. She entered without hesitation. Inside was a vast open space, systematically arranged with various obstacles. Xiao was laboriously navigating through them, her movements slow. Not wanting to disturb her diligence, Sun Shuling chose to observe from the stands. Suddenly, she noticed another figure. A dark silhouette was weaving through the obstacles with astonishing speed. With such proficiency, did this individual still require training? Sun Shuling felt a flicker of confusion and leaned in for a closer look. In an instant, she felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. It was YC. Unquestionably, it was him. She felt an exhilarating rush, nearly leaping in joy. Yes, it was indeed him. The scar on the left shoulder of his blackbird was the very one she had inadvertently inflicted that day, along with the abrasion on his left side. She had not misidentified him. Was this the manifestation of perseverance bearing fruit? Sun Shuling murmured to herself. Ye Chong scrutinized the statistical data on the blackbird, his brow furrowing slightly. He was still just shy of the mark. It was merely a fraction away from meeting Mu's standards. Yet that small margin had eluded him countless times. Ye, with your level of comprehension and foundation, completing the basic training should be a relatively simple task, perhaps even effortless. However, if you are merely content with such a standard, you will forever be unable to pilot me. Most individuals underestimated the significance of foundational training. Yet they were gravely mistaken. Mu Shang's words carried an air of lofty superiority, igniting a surge of inspiration within Ye Chong that he could scarcely contain. I have calculated that 328 of advanced maneuvers are derived from these so-called basic actions. Thus, the essence of all warrior techniques lies within the foundational movements. Ye Chong contemplated this deeply. Mu Shang then produced a detailed parameter sheet. Yi, this is the training requirement I have set based on the performance of your blackbird. You shall adhere to these specifications moving forward. Mu Shang's electronic eye gleamed brightly. Yi, remember, never believe in the existence of limits. Ye Chong gladly accepted Mu's counsel, eager to explore any method that would enhance his abilities after surviving on the garbage planet for so long. Yet, he underestimated Mu's intensity. It was only later during training that Ye Chong realized that these parameters were indeed the limits that the blackbird could attain. After relentless effort that nearly brought him to the brink of exhaustion, Ye Chong finally completed one of the tasks. The joy he felt was overwhelming. Mu Shang, with a kind demeanor, remarked, "Well done, Yi, but you must improve your speed. To enhance your motivation, it seems necessary to establish a reward and punishment system. Henceforth, if you fail to complete a task within a week, you will subsist on organic mush for the following week." Under Mu's watchful gaze, Ye Chong felt utterly powerless. He had no choice but to rely on Mu for sustenance. To avoid the organic mush he had always detested, Ye Chong exerted himself to meet Mu's demands. Today marked the final day of the week. If he failed to accomplish his goals, he would be condemned to a week of bland organic mush. Just the thought of it made him feel nauseous. What was the issue? Ye Chong understood Mu well, since he had proposed these parameters. They were indeed attainable by the blackbird. But why was he just a hair's breadth away? Ye Chong pondered deeply. In the midst of training, Ashio spotted her cousin in the stands and joyfully piloted her blackbird towards Sun Shuling. However, her lack of skill led to a mishap. In a moment of carelessness, the blackbird collided with a metal pipe suspended in midair. Ashio gasped, her voice echoing through the room, startling Sun Shuling, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of YC. She turned just in time to see Ashio's mecha plummeting toward the ground. Sun Shuling's heart raced. Ashio was timid and frail, having always kept her distance from mechas. If she were to be frightened now, it could lead to serious illness or even instill a lasting fear of piloting in her heart. In an instant, Sun Shuling summoned her own mecha, Shadow Phoenix, and cranked up the speed to its maximum, racing toward Ashio in hopes of catching her before impact. However, the myriad of peculiar obstacles in the air significantly slowed her progress. As Ashio drew closer to the ground, Sun Shuling's desperation grew. Tears nearly welled in her eyes as she realized the distance between them was still considerable. The commotion also roused Ye Chong, who had been lost in thought nearby, just in time to witness another blackbird plummeting toward the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, his hands moving swiftly as his blackbird surged forward like a gust of wind toward its counterpart. Perhaps, subconsciously, this was the reason for Ye Chong's instinctive response. In his heart, having only Mu for companionship, he longed more than anyone else for the presence of a kindred spirit. Ye Chong had no time to contemplate further. The chaotic obstacles around him felt reminiscent of the disordered hunting grounds of his past. The techniques he had practiced for a week flooded his mind. With newfound clarity, Ye Chong instinctively maneuvered with precision, his hands moving deliberately and at a pace that was surprisingly slower than usual. His blackbird glided seamlessly through the tangled array of obstacles, unimpeded and fluid, as if it were a wisp of smoke. When the other blackbird was 3 meters from the ground, Ye Chong's blackbird caught it securely, then gradually decelerated, gliding for a moment before landing smoothly. Ye Chong calmly stated, "All is well," as he gently set the blackbird down. 2 seconds later, a Shadow Phoenix 2 approached the blackbird. Presumably a companion of the individual in question, thought Ye Chong with a tinge of envy. Suddenly, Ye Chong felt a sense of familiarity with this Shadow Phoenix. It dawned on him that this was the very mech he had piloted during his initial encounter in this place. As the Shadow Phoenix cast its gaze upon him, Ye Chong offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Habitually, his eyes darted towards the holographic interface, only to be momentarily stunned. Chapter 10, An Unexpected Breakthrough. Stunned, Ye Chong was momentarily disoriented, struggling to comprehend how he had met the demanding criteria. He initiated several training runs with the blackbird, each time achieving the required standard. Perplexed, Ye Chong was unable to deduce the underlying cause. However, he was not particularly concerned with dissecting the reasons, content as long as his abilities had improved. More importantly, he would be spared the ordeal of consuming organic gruel the following week. Without further delay, Ye Chong exited the virtual network, eager to resume his steel pellet training, which had been reinstated by Mu following Winnie's injury. This training regimen had imparted a valuable lesson to Ye Chong. Velocity is not the sole determinant of success. Sun Xuelin gently consoled her pale-faced cousin, Ashio, inwardly grateful to YC for catching her. She shuddered to think of the potential consequences had he not intervened. However, the fact that he had been farther away than she had been, yet had reacted with greater speed, instilled a sense of trepidation in Sun Xuelin, which was quickly superseded by intense curiosity. How had his skills improved so rapidly? Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? With apprehensive eyes, Ashio's serene face was ashen. Her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slender frame trembled slightly, resembling a delicate flower bud struggling against the harsh winter winds, evoking feelings of compassion in those who beheld her. Sun Xuelin tenderly smoothed Ashio's hair. Overwhelmed, Ashio buried herself in Sun Xuelin's embrace, sobbing softly. Sun Xuelin gently stroked Ashio's shoulders, embodying the role of a caring older sister. Although only a few weeks separated them in age, Ashio's timid nature had caused her to follow Sun Xuelin since childhood. Sun Xuelin, with her strong-willed personality and her father's guidance, had always been fiercely protective of her younger cousin. 2 years prior, Ashio's family had relocated, separating the two cousins. Nevertheless, Ashio remained deeply reliant on her older cousin. "Don't cry, Ashio," Sun Xuelin soothed. "Let's go home, shall we?" Ashio nodded meekly. Sun Xuelin embraced the tearful Ashio as they exited the room, casting a final glance back. Did he recognize me? Was that a nod? Sun Xuelin's heart was inexplicably troubled. The following day, Ye Chong embarked on a new training regimen in a different chamber. As it was his first day, his movements were clumsy. However, he remained completely absorbed in his training, oblivious to his surroundings. Ye Chong failed to notice the two uninvited guests who had entered the room and had been observing him for an extended period. Sun Xuelin's jaw dropped in astonishment as she stared at the awkward figure on the training field. Could this truly be the same YC who had instilled fear in her the previous day? Witnessing him diligently performing exercises that she had mastered in her youth, his clumsy movements reminiscent of a novice, Sun Xuelin's astonishment was boundless. Has he never undergone basic training? She wondered. If he has, why is he here? And why are his movements so awkward? If he hasn't, how did he complete the complex, unordered wave jump? Was it merely luck? One thing Sun Xuelin was certain of, this was an enigmatic individual. Ashio gazed intently at the blackbird, her luminous eyes concealing her thoughts. The two remained engrossed in the figure on the field. After a while, Sun Xuelin snapped out of her reverie, noticing that Ashio was still standing motionless. "Ashio, what are you doing here?" she asked. "Aren't you training today?" she teased. "Are you too frightened after yesterday's incident?" Ashio flushed crimson and stammered, "Oh, I'm about to start." She clumsily piloted the blackbird downwards. As Ashio's blackbird wobbled precariously in the air, Sun Xuelin held her breath in apprehension, offering words of encouragement. "Don't be afraid, Ashio. I'm here watching." Upon entering the training field, Ashio looked around in confusion. "Ashio, what's wrong?" Sun Xuelin inquired. Ashio replied in a tearful voice, "Xuelin, I seem to have forgotten everything I learned yesterday." Sun Xuelin sighed in exasperation, placing her hand on her forehead, as if on the verge of fainting. Oblivious to the presence of the two observers, Ye Chong was preoccupied with his quest for sustenance. Had Sun Xuelin and Ashio approached closer, they would have overheard him muttering, "I want meat. I want meat." Ye Chong knew that Mu Shang's demands were exceedingly stringent, pushing the blackbird to its limits. Ye Chong tirelessly repeated the monotonous training exercises, losing all track of time. It was only when Mu Shang informed him that his time was up that he realized his stomach was growling ferociously. Ye Chong promptly withdrew from the simulation. Sun Xuelin and Ashio stared in astonishment at the spot where he had vanished. From that day forward, two figures could be seen observing Ye Chong's training from afar. Ye Chong was aware of their presence. Maintaining constant vigilance had become ingrained in his survival instincts. However, the two armored vehicles merely observed him silently, never interfering with his training. Consequently, Ye Chong ignored them. He found it perplexing that they were not bored by his training, which was neither profound nor stimulating. "This is none of my concern," Ye Chong reminded himself. "If I don't give it my all, I'll be condemned to eating that tasteless organic gruel." Ye Chong continued his training as usual, and Sun Xuelin and Ashio continued their observation. The two parties maintained an unspoken agreement, never engaging in conversation, occasionally exchanging nods. Ye Chong had made significant progress in his physical training, now enduring steel pellet training for an hour and a half with 10 pellets. His physical fitness had also reached a new level. He had a profound understanding of his improved abilities. His maximum running speed had increased 5-fold, his strength 7-fold, and his hand speed 11-fold. However, his weight had not increased significantly, which puzzled even Mu Shang. Ye Chong was now capable of hunting low-level mutated creatures without the aid of an armored vehicle, demonstrating his remarkable physical prowess. In his right hand, Ye Chong held a razor-thin blade. In his left, he held a fragrant roasted rat leg. With a flick of his wrist, he shaved off a translucent slice of meat. As soon as the slice was separated from the leg, it curled into a roll. Ye Chong deftly flicked the roll into his mouth with the tip of his blade. His hands moved faster and faster, and the meat rolls flew into his mouth like bullets from a machine gun. Ye Chong wore an expression of pure delight. Ye Chong had discovered that slicing the meat extremely thinly preserved the rich flavor of the roast meat and allowed it to melt in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The thinner the slice, the better the flavor. The rat leg diminished rapidly. Before long, only a clean bone remained. Ye Chong sighed contentedly, tossing the bone aside and stretching. Mu, I completed all of my basic training yesterday. What's next? Though the hardships of recent days have proven somewhat monotonous, Ye Chong has begun to acclimate to them. Compared to the aimless existence he once led, this life undoubtedly feels more fulfilling. However, with the sudden absence of a goal, he finds himself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, he recalls Ing Feng and He Miao, who have always observed his training from the sidelines. They have scarcely exchanged a word, merely offering the occasional nod. He wonders if he will ever see them again and unexpectedly feels a pang of nostalgia for these two enigmatic, yet familiar companions. He contemplates informing them of his decision to cease visiting the training room, but quickly dismisses the thought. Friends? Perhaps it is merely a figment of his own imagination. He and they inhabit entirely different worlds. Leaving may indeed be a prudent choice. If he could escape this wretched planet, perhaps they could all become friends. Lost in his musings, he is abruptly interrupted by Mu Shang's calm voice. Engage in real combat, accumulate practical experience, and then learn advanced techniques. Ye Chong's eyes sparkle with newfound enthusiasm. Real combat? How splendid. That is precisely what I adore. Continuous training has been utterly tedious. The weight of his earlier emotions dissipates, replaced by a surge of anticipation at the prospect of finally having the opportunity to showcase his skills. Chapter 11. Ye Chong stared intently at the luminous mech before him, his mind racing. The 10-meter-tall humanoid mech gleamed like liquid mercury under the soft light of the room, with its silver-white arm shield reflecting a gentle radiance. The right hand brandished a fiery blade, its crimson light condensing into a tangible form. The silver-gray main body of the mech exuded an air of elegance and luxury, reminiscent of a nobleman, while the golden adornment on its forehead dazzled the eyes, evoking admiration. Clearly, this was a modified mech, equipped with a dual-layer uranium shield. Though the shield could only be considered of moderate quality, it was certainly not something that his Blackbird's magnetic blade could penetrate. The fiery blade in its right hand was likewise average, yet it could undoubtedly cleave the Blackbird in two with just 3 strikes. If aimed at a vital spot, even a slight scratch could spell doom for him. The mech's main body was of the Tianhe model, which not only provided commendable defensive capabilities, but also offered a favorable weight distribution, alleviating undue strain on the engine. Moreover, it housed multiple concealed firing bays for various long-range weapons. A skilled opponent. Ye Chong felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the adversary before him was formidable. If he were to evaluate this mech, one word resonated in his mind: balance. On the surface, each component could be deemed merely average, yet if its operator were a well-rounded combatant, the mech's prowess would indeed be terrifying. If Ye Chong was not mistaken, its engine was either a Parlem or an Arrowfish 4. For only these two types could fully unleash the potential of its components, capable of both offense and defense, as well as engaging in close-quarters combat. This adversary was a challenging foe, and Ye Chong found himself in a state of consternation, not expecting to encounter such a fierce competitor in his initial battle. Nevertheless, despite this realization, he felt no trace of fear or other negative emotions. Having lived on the garbage star, he understood that often, one cannot choose their opponents. His mind was solely focused on devising a strategy to defeat this foe. A hot shotgun? It would likely result in mere sparks upon impact, leaving the opponent unscathed. An alloy dagger? Heaven forbid, the blade would surely dull upon striking the mech, rendering it ineffective. Thankfully, the magnetic blade could leave some marks, albeit it would take 3 precise cuts to breach the armor of the Tianhe mech's main body. 3 strikes to the same spot. This was exceedingly difficult, and Ye Chong instinctively shook his head. What about its weaknesses? Ye Chong pondered intently. A master of the hunt, he knew that every enemy has a vulnerability. Identifying and exploiting that weakness could yield remarkable results, a time-honored strategy for overcoming the strong with the weak. The throat? Indeed. Nearly all humanoid mechs have their vital points located there. Due to the dense array of light points, even minor damage could lead to a malfunction in control. Additionally, the thick armor around the throat significantly hinders maneuverability, forcing most mechs, barring heavy firepower types, to leave this critical area in a precarious state. However, it was worth noting that nearly every mech owner is acutely aware of this and takes meticulous care to protect it. Ye Chong dismissed this notion. The cockpit? That was out of the question. No one would disregard their own life. Furthermore, unlike the throat, the cockpit of a humanoid mech is situated in the chest, where the armor is undoubtedly the thickest, considering the magnetic blade in his hand. Even striking the same spot multiple times would require over a dozen blows to penetrate the cockpit. If he attempted to engage in such close combat, he would likely be torn apart by the opponent's fiery blade before he could land a single hit. What then? Ye Chong racked his brain for a solution. But time was of the essence, and with a soft beep, the battle commenced. Ye Chong cast aside distracting thoughts and prepared himself for the confrontation. Jebin sat calmly inside his mech, Apollo. With a prominent nose and a smile that captivated countless women, his naturally wavy golden hair resembled that of a fairy tale prince, exuding nobility and elegance in every gesture. His chestnut eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery as he regarded the blackbird before him. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness, Jebin exclaimed, his disdain palpable. Daring to challenge my Apollo with that blackbird? It seems I must impart a lesson today. Resolute in his intent to teach Ye Chong a lesson, Jebin advanced towards the blackbird, neglecting even to activate his shooting system or dual-layer uranium shield. The blackbird remained motionless, seemingly resigned to its fate, awaiting the final blow. Oh, what an unfortunate fellow. Encountering me is your greatest misfortune, Jebin mused, his lips curling in a sinister smile. After days of frustration, he finally had the opportunity to vent his anger. This plaything could not be dispatched so easily. Jebin's mind harbored wicked thoughts. The distance between them rapidly diminished. With a slight grunt, Jebin's fiery blade quivered, poised to strike the blackbird. He could almost envision his adversary's panic-stricken expression, helpless and flustered. With a swift motion, Jebin's blade severed the blackbird's wing, and the game of cat and mouse was set to begin. A smug grin spread across Jebin's handsome, yet malevolent face. The game had merely commenced. Was he not using his shooting system? Ye Chong pondered, perplexed. Logically, engaging his blackbird with gunfire would be the swiftest and safest approach. Why was his opponent opting for a more challenging method? The slow approach only added to Ye Chong's confusion. Even in close combat, not utilizing a speed advantage seemed foolish. As Jebin's blade aimed at his left wing, Ye Chong was further bewildered. Instead of targeting a vital area, he was striking at an inconsequential part of the mech. Moreover, he was not even employing his dual-layer uranium shield, leaving himself exposed. To Ye Chong, the attack appeared flashy yet devoid of substance. The fiery blade produced a flurry of sparks, but lacked any real force, with its angle wildly askew. Ye Chong could hardly believe that such a skilled mech modder could make such numerous and foolish mistakes. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, an opportunity lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. The blackbird surged to its maximum speed in an instant. Ye Chong executed a quick sidestep, easily evading the reach of Jebin's fiery blade. He slashed upwards with the magnetic blade, leaving a 5-centimeter deep but nearly 1-meter long gash on the opponent's mech. Akin to a mouth opened in silent mockery. Before Jebin could react, the blackbird's wing collided heavily with his chest. The two mechs, moving at high speed, crashed into each other with a thunderous boom, sending both tumbling away in ungainly postures. For Ye Chong, this level of impact was child's play. During basic training, he had learned how to respond in such situations, and having completed even the most rigorous drills set by Mu Shang, he had already calculated his next move the moment impact occurred. His hands moved with astonishing speed, executing complex maneuvers. The auxiliary engines beneath the blackbird's ribs pulsated like musical notes, deftly adjusting angles. In just a fraction of a second, all 12 auxiliary engine nozzles were recalibrated. Suddenly, the 12 nozzles roared to life. The blackbird, hovering merely 20 centimeters above the ground, momentarily paused, and its mechanical arms' fingers spread wide. Just before crashing to the ground, it thrust upward, while the wings adjusted their horizontal angle, allowing the blackbird to soar like a majestic bird skimming the water's surface, taking flight with a swift leap. The blackbird traced a graceful arc, its apex being the still resonant Apollo. Despite being merely an entry-level exosuit, The Blackbird's maximum velocity was formidable. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to Jebin's Apollo. Dazed and disoriented, Jebin's mind was a blank slate, utterly unresponsive. As his exosuit spiraled out of control, the faint outline of the throat expanded in Ye Chong's vision, his eyes akin to a serpent fixated on Apollo's vulnerable spot, not daring to waver in concentration. Now was the moment. With a thunderous shout, Ye Chong unleashed the magnetic blade, propelled by his full force, striking Apollo's throat with the swiftness of lightning, reminiscent of ancient knights thrusting their lances into the necks of their foes during a full charge. The impact of the full-speed assault exceeded Ye Chong's wildest imagination, as Apollo was sent flying like a rag doll, its neck as thick as a pillar, barely clinging on by a thread, the interior and the light pathways in disarray. Almost instinctively, Ye Chong had triumphed in a contest that seemed almost devoid of hope. Ye Chong emerged victorious. Chapter 12. The opponent requested a rematch, but Ye Chong paid him no heed. In his view, such a multitude of elementary blunders was sufficient to warrant several defeats. What he sought were masters, not fools. For only skilled adversaries could hone his techniques and elevate his prowess. Suddenly, Mu Shang emerged. Well, your performance was commendable, though the opponent was rather weak. Ye Chong nodded. Noncommittally. Mu Shang inquired, however, it seems that the Blackbird no longer meets your requirements. Would you be interested in a change? Ye Chong's eyes brightened. A new light armor? What model? Mu Shang asked. What did you think of that person's armor just now? Ye Chong replied, impressive. It is remarkably balanced, and the modifications are highly rational. Mu Shang continued, with each victory, you earn points, which can be exchanged for various light armors or components at the maintenance area in the combat zone. Modifying your armor here is permitted as well. However, I do not advise you to use modified armor just yet, even though you possess some skill in this area. My suggestion is to familiarize yourself with the various standard armors before indulging in modifications. Before Mu Shang had finished speaking, Ye Chong eagerly entered the maintenance area. The spacious hall was filled with an array of light armors, and Ye Chong, like a ravenous wolf encountering delectable prey, eagerly roamed among them. Touching this one and inspecting that one, his expression brimming with excitement. Each armor was clearly priced in points, and it was only then that Ye Chong remembered to check his own point balance. He hurriedly rummaged through his information panel, finally discovering that he had 1,000 points. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Qinglang model had two variants, each costing only 300 points. It appeared that he had quite a few points after all. Ye Chong mused joyfully. He resolved to heed Mu Shang's advice, for his words were seldom without merit. Reluctantly glancing at the other armors, he decisively chose a Qinglang model. The Qinglang armor resembled a wolf, poised on all fours, with a light beam activation handle in its mouth, capable of emitting half-meter-long lasers from either end. The Qinglang type was a quintessential ground combat armor. It lacked the wings of the Blackbird and could not fly within the atmosphere, nor did its engine perform particularly well in space. However, on land, its formidable explosive power and agile maneuverability rendered it exceedingly popular. The Qinglang came in two models, 1 and 2. Model I was designed for melee combat, while Model 2 was tailored for ranged attacks, equipped with a high-energy particle cannon instead of the light beam activation handle, and featured 3 particle guns. A missed shot meant an immediate retreat, making it an excellent choice for land skirmishes. Compared to the Blackbird, the Qinglang offered significant enhancements in various aspects. Mu Shang appeared suddenly before Ye Chong, casting a glance at him and the crouching Qinglang behind him, and offered a candid assessment. The communication of beasts. Ye Chong shot him a furious glare. How dare you compare me to a beast? Mu Shang languidly replied, Are you not one? Ye Chong retorted, Certainly not. Mu Shang asked, Then what are you? Ye Chong boldly declared, I am the Beast King. Mu Shang seemed struck, collapsing to the ground, stars swirling around his head, muttering incoherently, Indeed, you are full of beastly nature. Ye Chong stood proudly, hands on his hips, with the background music playing the roars of countless beasts. Suddenly, the music shifted to the piercing cries of beasts mating, causing Ye Chong's hair to stand on end, and he immediately raised his hands and surrendered to Mu Shang. Mu Shang chuckled, elongating his tone, The Beast King, indeed. Ye Chong grimaced, looking like a wilted eggplant. Mu Shang tossed Ye Chong a list, which he hurriedly caught. This is a roster of all registered names with a win rate of over 90 who have practiced here in the last 3 months. Challenge them one by one. And oh, don't forget to start from the last one. Sun Xuelin and Ashio stood before the empty training ground, frozen in shock. Ashio muttered, Xuelin. He is gone. Inside the cockpit of the Blackbird, tears silently streamed down the delicate face. Sun Xuelin fumed. That guy is too much. After knowing him for so long, he leaves without a word. It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. If I see him again, I will give him a good beating. She completely forgot that she had once been defeated by Ye Chong. Sun Xuelin grabbed Ashio's hand. Let us go look for him in the combat zone. They searched room by room in the combat zone, but failed to catch sight of the familiar Blackbird or the once familiar, yet now strange YC. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chong had already changed into a different armor and had just departed for the Gadista district. Hey, little Y, what have you been up to these days? It's been a while since you last came. An elderly man greeted Ye Chong on the street. Ye Chong slightly bowed. Hello, Grandpa Su. How have you been? My training has been quite intense lately, so I've come less often. Ye Chong held a deep respect for this elderly gentleman, who was an engineer and had offered him much guidance. He had greatly benefited from his wisdom. Grandpa Su chuckled. What could be wrong with this old man? Little Y, you are as polite as ever. Such a good child. The other old men will surely be delighted to see you. Well, I want to keep you. I must be off. Little Y, enjoy yourself. Ye Chong smiled shyly, responding, Yes, take care, Grandpa Su. Ye Chong was headed to a discussion room called Aurora in the Gadista district, renowned for its esteemed reputation. Most members here were retired senior light armor engineers or mechanics, possessing profound knowledge of light armor. The collective prowess of these experts was formidable. Many companies sought their assistance when faced with problems. Their notorious eccentricities were as well known as the Aurora itself. Each member was exceptionally skilled and experienced, enjoying substantial pensions that ensured they wanted for nothing. Thus, when seeking their help, monetary offerings proved utterly ineffective. If they took a liking to you, they would go to great lengths to assist you, while if they were displeased, even mountains of gold would fail to sway them. This often left many companies accustomed to negotiating with money feeling quite frustrated. However, the need for assistance compelled these once lofty figures to lower their standards, all while harboring dark curses in their hearts for these old geezers, yet wearing smiles to appease them. Alas, these elders were not easily swayed, leaving those eager to take advantage of them feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 13. Ye Chong is the only member of the Aurora team who is under 50 years of age. His entry into Aurora was entirely serendipitous. As a novice in the virtual network, Ye Chong stumbled into the Aurora discussion room, bewildered and uncertain. However, the older members paid him no heed. Some were engrossed in discussions, while others were deeply focused on their studies. Driven by curiosity, Ye Chong approached a particularly animated group, only to discover they were debating the design of the light armor engine's piping. Captivated, he listened intently, becoming increasingly engrossed in the conversation. Two elderly gentlemen proposed divergent plans, each fervently defending their own. Suddenly, Ye Chong recalled an engine diagram he had recently viewed and, without thinking, he blurted out a fresh perspective. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on this unexpected young voice. Ye Chong, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat. From that moment on, he forged connections with these seasoned experts. One elder, in a whimsical moment, insisted Ye Chong join Aurora. Surprisingly, many supported the idea without allowing him to voice his thoughts, swiftly incorporating him into their ranks. Thus, Ye Chong, in a haze of confusion, found himself a member of the esteemed Aurora, a position that seemed unattainable to many. Internally, he was deeply unsettled. He had previously believed he had mastered a good portion of his father's skills and felt somewhat confident in mechanical modifications. Yet, he soon realized that anyone here could easily eclipse his knowledge, which was a source of frustration for him. Unwilling to lag behind, Ye Chong embarked on a rigorous journey of learning. The simplest of inquiries, after being expanded upon by these veterans, transformed into challenges of staggering complexity. Fortunately, Ye Chong possessed a solid foundation. He absorbed knowledge with the fervor of a vortex, rapidly assimilating everything around him. Before long, his exceptional talent, remarkable learning ability, and robust groundwork caught the attention of the elders. These wise men, having achieved great success in their fields and enjoying high esteem, faced the unfortunate reality of having few successors. Finding a good disciple was even more challenging than finding a worthy mentor. The elders grew increasingly fond of Ye Chong, who seemed like a prized gem among them. They dedicated themselves to his education, amplifying the depth of their discussions exponentially. Nevertheless, Ye Chong remained diligent and unashamed to ask questions, further endearing him to the elders. Ye Chong became the sole apprentice in Aurora, and a public one at that. Upon entering the discussion room, the elders would immediately gather around him. Ah, Is that not little Y? We haven't seen you in days. Have you grasped the equation I taught you last time? No? That's all right. We can illustrate it from another angle, for instance. Before he could finish, another elder interjected, You old fool, why do you pester little Y with questions? If he ends up confused, I'll have words with you. Then, turning to Ye Chong with a warm demeanor, he said, Come here, little Y. Let me see if you've grown taller. Oh, not taller? That's fine. The body is merely a vessel. What truly matters is knowledge and character. Here, I have some insights I've gathered over the years. Feel free to peruse them. Wonderful. Old Du, I can't believe you thought of this. I must organize my notes upon returning. The elder named Du beamed with satisfaction, reveling in the attention. Meanwhile, Ye Chong stood amidst the elders, holding an information chip that old Du had just handed him, feeling like a bewildered goose amidst their enthusiasm. In a lavishly adorned room, a handsome man named Jebin had a face twisted in fury, as if he had transformed from an elegant nobleman into a fearsome demon. Damn it, who would have thought I'd stumble today? The thought of my proud demeanor being perceived as nothing more than a clown's act sends my anger surging. The frustration of recent misfortunes reached its zenith, and without restraint, Jebin hurled his virtual network connector onto the intricately patterned carpet, shattering it into countless pieces. The mere thought of that cunning YC made his blood boil with rage. He cursed the wretched YC repeatedly in his mind. This cannot go unpunished. I shall not let this slide. Jebin's inner voice roared. My noble spirit shall not be trampled by such a base individual. He must pay dearly. Yes, I will kill him. With reason slipping away, Jebin's once charming eyes burned with a crimson fury as he envisioned his foe begging for mercy beneath his sword, unleashing a maniacal laugh that echoed through the room. Minutes later, having regained his composure, Jebin restored his usual noble demeanor. He picked up the communicator on the table and commanded, Steward Chiu, come here at once. A sharp, well-groomed man named Lu Nian stood respectfully before him. This was the steward of the Jebin family. With gritted teeth, Jebin enunciated each word, Steward Chiu. Find out everything about a registered individual named YC at the Master S Consciousness Training Base. I want all his information. Remember, all of it. A flicker of malice crossed Steward Chiu's downcast eyes as he contemplated the situation. He surmised that YC had likely offended the young master, who he knew was not only incompetent, but also petty and vindictive. Those who crossed him rarely ended well. Many had faced ruin and despair. With a resigned sigh, Steward Chiu thought to himself, who will be unfortunate this time? However, he maintained an air of utmost respect, unwilling to offend the spoiled heir. He understood that his own position was precarious and that he could not afford to be dismissed, especially at such a delicate juncture. Dealing with someone like Jebin was relatively simple. One merely needed to flatter him to keep him pacified, unlike the eldest son, whose inscrutable gaze felt capable of piercing through one's very soul. A shiver ran down Steward Chiu's spine at the thought of the eldest son's penetrating stare. Pleased with Steward Chiu's reaction, Jebin found a sense of superiority in his demeanor. He waved dismissively, signaling for the steward to leave. Just you wait, YC. You'll soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Raising a crystal goblet, he savored a sip of 300-year-old natural red wine, raising the glass to his eyes. His expression inscrutable. The gentle light danced within the rich crimson liquid, exuding a fatal allure reminiscent of blood. Chapter 14. The Master Soldier, a professional title for those adept at controlling light armor. It has been mentioned previously. By the way, the title cannot be changed within 2 months of the new book's release. The angel cautiously navigated through a series of seemingly chaotic traps and electronic-triggered mines scattered about. What of the Master Soldier Association? He had effortlessly infiltrated its depths, as if entering a realm devoid of guardians. A hint of pride swelled within him. In contemporary times, the role of the light brain within the light armor had grown increasingly significant, arguably becoming the most critical component. Although the Master Soldier Association ostensibly relied on the might of its soldiers, it had also amassed a considerable number of talents associated with them, including numerous leaders from the Grey Domain. To breach the well-guarded interior of the association, even one as formidable as he could not help but feel a touch of arrogance. However, he dared not indulge in hubris. Danger lurked at every corner, and any careless disturbance of the protective Grey Domain leaders could prove exceedingly troublesome. This was indeed a grand transaction. If successful, the commission would allow him to indulge for an extended period. The angel was also aware that several Grey Domain leaders were concurrently accepting commissions, further igniting his competitive spirit. He could not afford to lag behind. Before him lay a door radiating with iridescent hues, swirling in a mesmerizing dance of colors, almost beckoning him to perceive it as a portal to an ethereal realm. The angel steadied his mind, cultivating a sense of vigilance. After years of becoming a gray domain leader, he had learned a crucial lesson. The more enchanting an object appeared, the more likely it concealed a lethal threat. He crouched slightly, his right hand touching the ground, and closed his eyes. An almost imperceptible wave radiated from him, expanding outward. Swiftly, the surrounding conditions were relayed to his mind without omission. This was one of the angel's two signature skills, ripples. Each gray domain leader possessed their unique prowess, a testament to their accomplishments and expertise. Ripples was the angel's exclusive technique. It not only allowed for accurate and rapid reconnaissance of the surroundings, but also evaded detection by various sensitive traps. Even against opponents who were gray domain leaders themselves, it maintained a high degree of stealth and deception. This elevated his already commendable trap-setting skills, rendering him exceptionally suited for thievery. Others believed his trap algorithms to be extraordinary, unaware that it was merely an illusion crafted by his talent. Speaking of ripples, one must also mention the angel's other signature skill, Bone Maggot, an allusion to the maggot that clings to bones. Bone Maggot possesses no offensive capability. However, once it latches onto a target, akin to a parasite, it never relinquishes its grip. The concealment afforded by Bone Maggot was unparalleled, and the angel had never failed in its application, achieving remarkable tracking results. His reputation was largely built upon these two exceptional skills. With focused determination, the angel meticulously processed the information conveyed by ripples. 1 layer, 2 layers. He silently counted in his mind, 8 layers. Astonishing. There were indeed 8 layers of password locks. A stirring unease crept into the angel's heart. Something felt amiss. Lacking absolute certainty, he refrained from making any rash movements, instead standing still and thoroughly recalling every detail. Something was wrong. He finally discerned the source of his disquiet. The myriad traps he had circumvented on this journey would have been insurmountable without the assistance of ripples. Thus, the prowess of the gray domain leaders within the Master Soldier Association was evidently formidable. It made no sense that the deeper he ventured, the easier it became. Although 8 password locks posed a challenge, for a gray domain leader capable of infiltrating this far, it was inconceivable that 8 locks could effectively impede his progress. The angel's thoughts raced. The opposition must possess additional means. Yes, there had to be other concealed threats. The angel closed his eyes once more, activating ripples again, centering his focus while his mind raced to analyze the returning information. A full 30 minutes elapsed before he opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. What an astonishing algorithm. Although there were 8 locks, they ingeniously intertwined to form a peculiar, secondary lock, meaning that this door effectively held 9 locks. Any conventional approach would surely trigger traps. Impressive. This was the first time encountering such a sophisticated lock configuration, and he nearly fell victim to it. Fortunately, he had remained cautious. Although the lock was intricate, he had detected its subtleties and felt a confident grasp on the situation. Just as the angel prepared to step forward, a fleeting, slender green shadow darted into his vision, causing his heart to leap. What was that? Startled, the angel halted his advance. The tightly shut door continued to emit a vibrant, multicolored glow, illuminating the vicinity in a kaleidoscope of hues. Was that fleeting green line merely a figment of his imagination? The angel could not ascertain with certainty. Yet after prolonged scrutiny, attempting to locate the elusive green light, he found the door's brilliance encompassed nearly every color, nearly blinding him. Yet he discovered nothing. Could it truly have been an illusion? The angel's heart trembled with uncertainty. If only the door did not emit light, he could discern everything clearly. A thought struck him. Why did this door radiate light? Was it possible? Was it possible it sought to conceal something? The more he pondered, the more sense it made, compelling him to refrain from hasty actions, instead proceeding with utmost caution. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. The angel, nearly blinded by the spectacle, finally detected the almost imperceptible green shadow, a thread-like green light, cleverly hidden within the door's luminescence. It had evaded his ripples, marking the first time he encountered a trap with such high concealment. He marveled at its ingenuity. However, now that he had uncovered it, the angel gazed at the door that resembled a portal to paradise, perceiving it as a beautiful maiden, inviting him into her enchanting embrace. "Butler Chio," he addressed, "I have made some progress on the matter you previously inquired about." Jebin exclaimed with joy. "Really? Where is he from? What is his true name?" "Huh. He may escape the monk, but he cannot flee the temple. He then added with a fierce tone, You have crossed me, and I will ensure your demise is anything but peaceful. Butler Chiu hesitated, caught between words. Seeing Butler Chiu's faltering demeanor, Jebin frowned in displeasure. Stop stammering. Speak plainly. Does he possess some formidable background? Butler Chiu lowered his gaze and replied, That is not the case. It is simply that. Simply that. Jebin, growing impatient, urged, What do you mean simply? Speak your mind. A sheen of sweat formed on Butler Chiu's brow as he continued. Since you tasked me with this matter, I feared inquiries would arise. I enlisted several skilled gray domain leaders. Although the training base's defenses were robust, they managed to uncover vulnerabilities and breach the information cache. However, there are some peculiarities. Peculiarities? Jebin questioned, perplexed. Butler Chiu's anxiety intensified. He understood that Jebin was unpredictable and could turn hostile at any moment. The family's current situation was precarious, and he had been cautious and vigilant. If he were to make a blunder now, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Should this matter not be handled properly, Jebin's wrath would undoubtedly befall him. And if fortune did not favor him, he might face expulsion from the Luo family. The naturally cautious Butler Chiu felt increasingly apprehensive. His forehead glistened with perspiration as he continued. Yes, within the information cache, we meticulously scanned all barcodes, yet we could not locate the YC you mentioned, nor even any similar names. Jebin was taken aback. Not even one. It is impossible. I am absolutely certain of what I saw. I did not make a mistake. Steward Chiu, with an air of subtlety, offered a complimentary remark. Of course, I believe in the discerning eyes of the second young master, with such keen perception. How could one be mistaken? Observing a flicker of satisfaction in Jebin's demeanor, he continued, Yet, this is indeed peculiar. Why is it that there is no information about him in the information box? Accessing the virtual network necessitates identity verification. Without it, one cannot enter the virtual realm. Jebin was equally perplexed by this outcome. Indeed, how can this be possible? Steward Chiu mused. Could it be that this YC is also a leader of the gray domain? A spark of realization ignited in Jebin's mind. Aligning his thoughts with those of Steward Chiu, precisely, yes. It must be so. Only a leader of the gray domain could orchestrate such a situation. A leader of the gray domain is one who transcends the constraints of the virtual network through the prowess of their optical brain. Possessing profound skill and innate talent in this area, and they wield capabilities far beyond the ordinary in the virtual world. Steward Chiu remarked, Thus, I contemplated that a leader of the gray domain must be met with another leader of the gray domain. I have entrusted several individuals connected to the Luo family to investigate his background. Jebin, filled with urgency, inquired, Have you uncovered any details about him? Steward Chiu's expression grew even more enigmatic. Chapter 15, The angel found himself in a quandary. He had to admit that his previous assignment had been executed splendidly. Among the 5 leaders of the gray domain, he alone had successfully completed the mission, while the others faltered at the final door. The memory of that cunning trap filled him with pride, a faint smile gracing his lips. To be frank, this task held a certain level of difficulty. Yet the angel was irresistibly drawn to its lucrative reward. With such a substantial remuneration, and having conducted several transactions with the Luo family that had proven trustworthy, it was evident that this assignment was particularly well suited to him. The individual the Luo family sought to investigate was evidently of significant stature, perhaps a high-ranking practitioner they wished to recruit. The angel contemplated numerous possibilities, yet the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The information box contained not a single trace of this YC, and had he not copied portions of other individuals' data, the Luo family might have doubted his entry altogether. Upon discovering the absence of YC's information, unease began to gnaw at the angel's heart. Could it be that the target was also a leader of the gray domain? This notion lingered in his mind since he had found no details about YC. Although leaders of the gray domain appeared no different from ordinary individuals in reality, once they entered the virtual network, they became perceived as anomalies. The rules governing the virtual realm could not confine their existence. Here, they wielded formidable power, capable of nearly anything in the eyes of the common folk. Yet, was it truly so? The angel could not help but smirk at such notions. The world of the gray domain leaders was rife with unwritten rules, imposing significant constraints on the vast majority of them. For someone like him, who adhered to the principles of neutrality and freedom, the restrictions were even more pronounced. Accepting assignments linked to other leaders was among the taboos he revered. There was no absolute hierarchy of strength among the leaders of the gray domain. Each chose different fields, making comparisons futile. Even within the same field, a novice's innovative algorithm could potentially inflict devastating harm on a seasoned leader. After all, creativity was an elusive concept. The angel was reluctant to engage in combat among the leaders of the gray domain. Currently, all interactions within the virtual network were facilitated by electromagnetic stimulation of the brain's nerves, aligning brainwave fluctuations with the networks. While connection devices were notoriously difficult to breach, they were not infallibly secure. The angel had witnessed a fierce confrontation between two formidable leaders, culminating in the total neural failure of one. Fortunately, those who could breach the final barrier were indeed rare, distinguished among the elite of the gray domain. Most of these individuals held their identities in high regard, refraining from reckless behavior, and their mutual constraints were greater than those of ordinary leaders, thus maintaining order within the virtual realm. One should never provoke a leader of the gray domain lightly, even if they appeared weaker. The idea of moving freely within a training base without registration, utilizing its facilities, hardly suggested a weak leader, if indeed the individual was one. The thought that his actions might incite the ire of a possibly high-ranking, formidable leader sent a chill through the angel's core. Yet, the matter did not seem to conclude there. The Luo family sought him out once more, presenting another assignment to uncover the true identity of YC. Any information, including address and name. This task adhered to the Luo family's long-standing practice of being unafraid to spend lavishly, offering an exorbitant reward. Eager for the angel's assistance, the Luo family approached him, buoyed by his impeccable track record. From many perspectives, the angel seemed to have no reason to decline this contract. The Luo family was his major patron, with whom he shared a cordial relationship, and this assignment, like the last, was ideally suited to his skills, with compensation at an unprecedented high. Nevertheless, the angel hesitated. What if the target truly was a superlative leader of the gray domain? The angel was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he excelled at tracking traps, direct confrontation was decidedly not his forte. Should the opponent be a leader of the gray domain, retaliation would loom large in his considerations. If the previous encounter had merely ruffled feathers, this assignment would undoubtedly constitute a grievous transgression. The greatest fear among leaders of the gray domain was the exposure of their true identities, a dread that haunted them all. In reality, leaders of the gray domain were no different from ordinary individuals, lacking the means to protect themselves. If their true identities were uncovered, it would signify the potential loss of their freedom and very lives. The angel dared not accept this assignment lightly. His mind remained clear, unclouded by the allure of the Luo family's generous remuneration. He understood that accepting this task would plunge him into an unrelenting predicament with a superlative leader of the gray domain, possibly even inviting the ire of other leaders. Considering the nature of his undertaking was one of the greatest taboos in the field. Yet, the temptation of the exorbitant reward continued to assail him, teasing his heart with the promise of a decade without financial worry. The angel felt he had a 70% chance of remaining undetected in his actions. After all, the bone worm had never let him down. This assignment was indeed a headache. The angel rubbed his temples in anguish, torn between pushing the matter aside, unable to part with the astronomical reward, and accepting it, while worry gnawed at him, fearing he might accumulate wealth without the life to enjoy it. In a moment of insight, the astute angel decided it prudent to meet this YC first, to gauge the opponent's strength before making a final decision. Following the information provided by the Luo family, he arrived at the practitioner consciousness training base, entering as a visitor. Soon, he located his target, YC. YC appeared to have just concluded a match, striding out in luminous armor. The angel found himself instinctively moving closer to discern the true nature of this YC. Amid the bustling crowd, YC was hardly conspicuous. Suddenly, the angel's keen eyes narrowed, and his heart raced. Gray domain leaders. The individuals brushing past YC were indeed leaders of the gray domain. A flurry of thoughts raced through the angel's mind. Other leaders must have accepted this assignment. The Luo family's practice was to seek multiple candidates for particularly challenging tasks. The air exuded by this group confirmed their status as leaders of the gray domain. They must intend to interfere here. The angel resolved to remain vigilant, eager to probe the nature of this YC. Focusing his mind, he became acutely aware of every detail around him, each nuance vividly reflected in his consciousness. Excellent. Indeed, they were masters. Their timing for action was impeccable, their movements exceedingly stealthy. The angel could not suppress his admiration. These leaders of the gray domain were undeniably skilled, their teamwork seamless and astonishing. Yet, The scene that unfolded next nearly caused the angel's blood to freeze in his veins, marking an indelible nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Chapter 16. Ye Chong emerged from the combat zone, still reflecting on the formidable opponent he had just faced. The list that Mu had provided contained no soft targets. Each adversary was as unyielding as stone or iron, determined to inflict damage even in defeat. Lost in his thoughts of the recent fierce battle, Ye Chong was oblivious to his surroundings until Mu Shang's voice reverberated in his mind. Ye, be cautious. Startled, Ye Chong responded, what is the matter, Mu? He casually glanced around. There are 4 gray domain leaders surrounding you, Mu Shang warned. One more lurks in the corner, but I cannot ascertain if they are allied. A holographic image of the entire hall materialized before Ye Chong, with the 4 figures and the hidden angel clearly marked by Mu Shang. What are gray domain leaders? Ye Chong inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot explain it now. We will discuss it later. I cannot determine their intentions, Mu Shang replied. The 4 figures subtly encircled Ye Chong, leaving him unsure whether their movements were deliberate or coincidental. Stepping sideways with his right foot, Ye Chong noticed they mirrored his movement, maintaining their encirclement. Annoyance welled within him, and he was about to take action when Mu Shang interjected, Ye, you are under attack. Will you retaliate? Though he could not see Mu Shang, Ye Chong rolled his eyes in sarcasm. Of course, I will retaliate. Why wouldn't I? Even the most desperate creatures will bite back before succumbing. Are we to wait for our demise? Understood, Mu Shang replied calmly. The angel's eyes widened, determined not to miss a single detail. Ripples danced in a unique rhythm, and he was confident that nothing could escape his keen perception, not even the clock in the hall, which registered precisely 9:15 and 32 seconds in his mind. Though it seemed YC made no move, the seasoned angel realized that the gray domain leaders had likely deployed tracking worms onto him. In mere seconds, these worms would integrate into YC, rendering them impossible to remove and compromising all of YC's information. The best defense against tracking worms was to avoid contact altogether once ensnared. The consequences would be dire. Was YC merely an ordinary person? The thought of the exorbitant reward promised by the Luo family filled the angel with regret. As he watched from a distance, he lamented the missed opportunity. His own bone maggots were far superior to their tracking worms. Just as the angel berated himself for being overly cautious, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a resounding buzz echoed in the angel's mind, akin to a heavy hammer striking his heart. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself voiceless. An invisible pressure bore down from all directions, rendering him immobile as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, his mind still lucid. He maintained his previous stance, eyes fixed on YC. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Like a 3-dimensional hologram, time suspended in an eerie stillness. The angel was struck with unparalleled terror, desperately trying to force even the faintest sound from his throat. Yet it was as silent as a vacuum, terrifyingly quiet. Fear blossomed in the angel's eyes, like a dark vine nourished by a growth stimulant, enveloping all in its path. YC remained motionless, his gaze cold and penetrating. The chill in the angel's heart was more frigid than the deepest ice. He is watching me. Yes, he is undoubtedly watching me. Oh dear, this is the end. YC's gaze sliced through the angel's fragile defenses like a sharp ice blade, carrying an unrelenting chill that extinguished any flicker of hope within him. In despair, the angel wished to close his eyes, but before he could, the scene shifted once more. A black hole expanded from YC's center, slowly yet inexorably consuming everything in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the darkness mercilessly engulfed the angel. As the world faded to black, he lost consciousness. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, until the angel suddenly awoke. Why suddenly? It felt as though he had merely lost focus and drifted into a brief, unsettling dream. Was that horrific scene merely a figment of his imagination? Doubt clouded his mind as he glanced at the clock in the hall, which now read 9:15 and 35 seconds. Only 3 seconds had passed. He raised his eyes to the spot where YC had stood moments ago, only to find it empty. How could he vanish so quickly? It was uncanny. Turning to leave, the angel's gaze fell upon the 4 gray domain leaders, who stood eerily still like statues. A wave of suspicion washed over him, and he halted, sending ripples of his own energy toward them, yet found nothing amiss. Minutes trickled by, and the 4 remained motionless, their faces devoid of vitality. The angel's heart raced, and his mind spiraled into chaos. He had witnessed this phenomenon before, once in the aftermath of a battle between 2 super gray domain leaders, where the defeated leader's expression mirrored that of these 4. A shudder coursed through the angel as an overwhelming chill crept up his spine. He struggled to swallow. His throat parched like a desiccated desert, involuntarily trembling. So it was. The earlier scene was not a dream. The expanding black hole, the unending cold, the eerie silence, all flooded back to him, sending his heart into a frenzy. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a piercing scream and immediately disconnected. Mu, what exactly are gray domain leaders? I have never heard of them before, Ye Chong asked, curiosity ignited. Mu Shang explained. Gray domain leaders are individuals proficient in the use of light brains within the virtual network, possessing unique abilities. They navigate the blurred lines between good and evil, hence the name gray domain, with domain referring to their areas of expertise. Upon hearing light brain, Ye Chong lost interest. I see. I have little fascination with light brains. By the way, what became of them? They suffered complete neural failure, Mu Shang replied calmly. Complete neural failure? What does that mean? Ye Chong asked, puzzled. Mu Shang's tone remained unflappable. There are two possibilities, death or becoming a vegetative state. Ye Chong raised an eyebrow. Ah, splendid. That ensures they cannot retaliate. Growing up on Garbage Star, I feared that if I showed mercy to my enemies, I would end up as nothing more than bones. Countless trials between life and death have made me quite indifferent to mortality. A sudden memory struck him, and he inquired, but weren't there 5 of them? What happened to the last one? Chapter 17. The shadow of morning in due course, you shall come to understand. For Ye Chong, this incident was merely a trivial interlude in the grand tapestry of life, making not a single ripple. He was utterly enamored with his current existence, which brimmed with fulfillment and intrigue. It felt as though he was born for combat, relishing the thrill of piloting various mechs and engaging in battles with diverse opponents. Such exhilaration was his greatest delight. After tiring from his skirmishes, he would stroll through the Gatista district, spending time with the elderly, and upon exiting the virtual network, he would engage in an array of innovative training regimens, a stark contrast to the days spent languishing in profound ennui. Now, Ye Chong reveled in the vibrancy of his life. The list provided by Mu had been nearly completed by Ye Chong. Oblivious to his growing reputation, Ye Chong had always been reticent in conversation. The enigmatic YC, an indefatigable warrior seemingly emerging from the ether, had become a hot topic within the martial training base of the Falstar system. His rise to prominence began during a bout against the Thorn Shield, ranked 82nd on the strength leaderboard of the base. The Thorn Shield, piloting the formidable Hedgehog Mech, showcased a unique fighting style and boasted a substantial following, attracting numerous spectators to each of his matches. The match concluded with Ye Chong's triumph. Had he merely won, it would have garnered respect, but little astonishment. For even the top-ranked light child experienced losses throughout the year, making a defeat for the 82nd-ranked Thorn Shield rather commonplace. However, what astonished the onlookers was that Ye Chong piloted a rather rudimentary mech, the Rachel. Commonly referred to as the Soldier, the Rachel was a low-tier, humanoid mech, bulky and boasting exceptional defense, yet sacrificing speed and maneuverability. The prevalent tactics of high-speed ranged combat rendered such mechs obsolete, resulting in a scarcity of Rachel pilots. When Ye Chong entered the arena aboard the Rachel, he was met with derisive jeers from the crowd. It was crucial to note that the Thorn Shield's Hedgehog was a high-tier mech, and all within the top 200 of the leaderboard wielded advanced machines. Yet, for Ye Chong, who was blissfully unaware of such intricacies, the Rachel held a special place in his heart. It was not only his first humanoid mech at the training base, but despite its heft, it bore a resemblance to the aging Winnie, possessing a swifter pace. With that in mind, what was there to criticize? The match appeared to be a foregone conclusion, akin to a fully armed soldier facing an ill-equipped farmer. And the audience collectively anticipated a one-sided contest. Yet, the intensity of the battle and its ultimate outcome left them utterly dumbfounded. The Rachel, surprisingly, initiated an attack. Did it fancy its own demise? Truly, a novice of the highest order. The crowd scoffed. However, the subsequent scene silenced all skepticism. The cumbersome Rachel exhibited an unexpected agility, swirling around the Hedgehog with remarkable finesse, each strike forcing the Thorn Shield into a state of disarray, yet he failed to land even a mere touch on the Rachel. Who, then, was the true master of the high-tier mech? Could it be that this Rachel was a modified model, boasting an upgraded engine? Yet, even if it were, the Thorn Shield's utter inability to retaliate was simply preposterous. The reality was that Ye Chong's Rachel maintained dominance over the Hedgehog. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Thorn Shield displayed exceptional defensive prowess, employing a traditional sword and shield combination that allowed for formidable defense. His techniques of blocking, deflecting, grappling, crashing, and colliding were executed with an impressive variety, with flashes of sword light from his shield resembling thorns, threatening to inflict grievous wounds upon any careless attacker. Ye Chong afforded the thorn shield no opportunity, exhibiting a calm and methodical approach throughout the bout. This match, which left spectators in disbelief, prompted many to activate their holographic recording functions to capture the event. Almost instantly post-battle, the footage surged to the forefront of discussion forums, attaining unprecedented popularity in a brief span. Upon closer examination, nearly everyone was captivated by YC's extraordinary skills. It became apparent that YC's Rachel was not a modified mech. As concluded through collective analysis, YC maintained the Rachel's peak speed while executing astute maneuvers. His positioning was so precise that he often found himself in optimal locations just as the Thorn Shield launched his attacks, creating an illusion that YC's Rachel was swifter than the Hedgehog. The Rachel's bulkiness appeared to serve as an asset for YC. Analysis of the holographic footage revealed that each of YC's strikes aligned perfectly with the Rachel's momentum, indicating that each attack was imbued with the mech's maximum kinetic energy. The Rachel functioned akin to a heavy hammer, with its blade resembling a nail, perpetually swung in a menacing dance. In both melee and ranged combat, the pivotal element remained the mastery of speed. Controlling a mech at high velocities posed significant challenges, even with a robust AI system. Typically, once a mech exceeds 70% of its top speed, the difficulty of control escalates exponentially. To execute such agile maneuvers at maximum velocity evoked profound admiration from all who witnessed the holographic recordings. If the aforementioned discoveries merely incited astonishment, the following revelation instilled a sense of dread. A meticulous observer compiled statistics revealing that within a mere 3 seconds, over a distance of 100 meters, YC executed 8 sudden low-angle turns. The revelation elicited gasps from the audience. Low-angle turns are among the most practical, yet challenging maneuvers for speed-oriented mechs. While nearly all warriors can perform them, asserting their difficulty is no exaggeration. The physical strain imposed on a pilot's body during high-speed low-angle turns increases dramatically with speed and frequency. 8 consecutive low-angle turns in 3 seconds. Good heavens! Could it be that a mutated ape piloted the mech? Was there an error in the data? Impossible. The simulation mirrored reality. If he could not achieve such feats in real life, he could not replicate them in the simulation either, as the system would declare him a failure. Could human capabilities truly extend to such extremes? A growing interest in the enigmatic YC began to take root among many. However, the subsequent matches would subject the hearts of all spectators to unprecedented trials. Chapter 18. This afternoon, there was a power outage, but thankfully, normalcy was restored by 4 o'clock. YC resembles an inexhaustible treasure trove, perpetually offering unexpected delights. Each of Thomas's spins and arcing steps, though foundational techniques, are executed by YC with an indescribable elegance and fluidity, showcasing formidable power. His existence shatters the traditional notion that victory hinges solely on the use of advanced armor, dismantling the superstition surrounding high-level skills, and reinvigorating the appreciation for fundamental techniques. Some enthusiasts have even compiled a collection of all the basic skills YC has utilized in every available holographic recording, creating a textbook of foundational techniques. YC is a man of few words, engaging in daily challenges with 3 opponents before vanishing without a trace. No one knows his identity or has even the slightest information about him. He remains an enigmatic figure, captivating countless fans of the light armor with his allure. Unlike the majority, YC does not confine himself to a single type of armor. Instead, he frequently alternates between standard models. The users of standardized armor far outnumber those who opt for customized modifications, as the latter often cannot afford the exorbitant costs associated with upgrading. While standard armor has its clear disadvantages compared to modified versions, in YC's hands, it is revitalized, each ounce of combat power utilized to its fullest potential, repeatedly achieving victory against stronger foes. With each new armor he dons, YC's combat style undergoes a remarkable transformation. His unfettered tactics leave observers perpetually guessing his next move, positioning him as an unparalleled master of combat, where even the most mundane elements can become lethal weapons in his grasp. The top-ranked Son of Light once confided to a friend, expressing uncertainty about defeating YC, even when piloting an armor of the same caliber. In the virtual realm, YC's holographic recordings are perpetually in high demand. Despite the turmoil outside caused by Ye Chong, he remains unfazed, pondering how it pertains to him. His life is unaffected by the chaos. He is solely focused on enhancing his strength to improve his chances of survival in this desolate and uninviting world. Observing Ye Chong's swift, low-angle maneuvers, Mu Shang remarked thoughtfully, "Indeed, that is a commendable approach. Worth considering." Thus, a new training regimen was added to Ye Chong's daily routine. As he began to ride with Mu Shang, this fellow astonishingly executed up to 20 low-angle turns in just 3 seconds, a terrifying feat. Ye Chong's initial experience of riding was excruciatingly painful. Upon exiting the cockpit, his face was ashen, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he ultimately succumbed to nausea, vomiting profusely despite his robust physique, requiring several days of recovery. "Curse you, Mu," he thought, recalling how Mu had disabled the hydraulic cushioning system of the cockpit. Yet, lying helplessly, Ye Chong could only cast a resentful glare at the grinning Mu Shang. The latter quipped, "It seems the adverse reaction isn't too severe. There is still room for improvement in the intensity." Ye Chong felt as though he had been struck, collapsing to the ground in despair. The next day, Mu increased the intensity to the next level. Thankfully, Ye Chong was no ordinary individual. After a few days of adjustment, the burdensome training became the most manageable part of his day, his physique rivaling that of a mutated ape. "What's this? They've lost contact?" exclaimed Jebin. "Indeed," replied Butler Chiu, panic-stricken. "I cannot fathom the cause, but those 4 leaders of the gray domain are indeed unreachable, as though they have vanished into thin air. I suspect." "What do you suspect?" Jebin inquired hastily. Butler Chiu cast a furtive glance at Jebin before responding, "I suspect they may be in grave danger." "Danger? What do you mean?" Butler Luo mentioned that if the leaders of the gray domain reach a certain level of strength, they can disrupt a person's neural pathways via the virtual network. "I wonder if these individuals might be." Jebin scoffed in disbelief. "Is that true? Why have I never heard of this? You aren't trying to brush me off, are you?" Butler Chiu quickly donned a fearful expression, responding, "I would never dare. Every task you assign is personally overseen by me. I would not entrust it to others. I am committed to serving you to the best of my ability." Jebin huffed disdainfully, as if he would dare otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, he pondered, is this matter simply going to be left unresolved? Growing up in a prominent family, he understood that such foes are not easily confronted. The unseen enemy is the most menacing. Butler Chiu was delighted, for should any misfortune arise, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. He could not help but flatter. Young master is indeed magnanimous, possessing a broad-mindedness and remarkable discernment. Jebin was thoroughly flattered. Sporting a smug grin, the angel had not accessed the virtual network for 3 days. Anxiety consumed him, and he deeply regretted his impulsive decision to accept that commission. The haunting nightmare loomed over him like an insatiable beast, gnawing at his psyche. He felt on the brink of madness. For a leader of the gray domain, being unable to access the virtual network was akin to a bird losing its sky. Yet, he dared not venture forth. If the virtual network was his sky, he would not gamble his life for it. 3 days passed, with the angel curled up in the dim confines of his room, seeking a semblance of safety. On the 5th day, the radiance that once graced his face had faded, replaced by the pallor wrought by relentless fear. On the 8th day, the angel could no longer bear it. Rather than languish slowly in fear, he resolved to seek a swift end. His dull, lifeless right hand reached towards the virtual helmet in the corner of the room. A glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. Perhaps his adversary had not noticed him, and he was merely conjuring his own fears. As his fingers brushed the helmet, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through him, his expression fluctuating between hues of blue and white, as 2 conflicting thoughts wrestled within him, to connect or not to connect. He found himself at an impasse. With a resolute bite of his lip, the angel abruptly donned the helmet, entering the virtual network. Wandering through the virtual world, observing the bustling passers-by, the angel's heart suddenly found tranquility. After meandering for some time, the calamity he most feared did not materialize, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been overly cautious. His mood lightened, and he felt a surge of joy, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared to stride towards an exchange area for the gray domain leaders to gather information. Yet, a lingering doubt remained. Who exactly was YC? He had never heard of such an exceptionally powerful leader of the gray domain, and he was eager to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a twist of fate unfolded. Chapter 19. Refined. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The angel felt an overwhelming force surge through him, rendering his body uncontrollable before he could react. Despite being in a virtual realm, cold sweat streamed down the angel's face. A peculiar voice resonated in his ears with a thunderous echo. I have waited for you all these days, and you have finally arrived. The angel suppressed his fear and replied hoarsely, Who are you? Although he sensed that this day might be the last of his life, he found a strange calmness within. He was eager to learn the identity of this individual, the leader of the gray domain, not out of vengeance, but because he had long admired YC, who stood as an insurmountable figure in every aspect. Unbeknownst to him, this person had become an idol in the angel's heart. The angel bore no grievances about his fate. He had prepared for this moment upon realizing that YC could potentially be the leader of the gray domain. Standing alone in an odd posture, the angel found himself in an empty space, devoid of any company. The voice danced around him, now to the left, now to the right. Didn't you investigate? How could you not know who I am? The angel's complexion shifted, a mix of green and white, as he retorted angrily. Though I am far inferior to you, why must you toy with me like this? After a few moments of silence, the voice apologetically responded, I regret my earlier behavior. Suddenly, the tone shifted, imbued with a chilling intent. I believe you understand why I sought you out. The angel's heart quaked. The inevitable had arrived. He chose not to conceal anything, recounting in detail how he accepted the commission and infiltrated the training base's core without omitting a single detail. As he finished speaking, despair enveloped him, and he closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Yet, after a prolonged silence, nothing happened. Eventually, he regained control of his body. Trembling, he urged, If you intend to strike, do it swiftly. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, with a few distant passers-by casting him bewildered glances. Could it be? Could he truly have been spared? The angel pondered in disbelief. He attempted to take a few steps, yet the unforgettable voice remained silent. Struggling to suppress the urge to cry, he hastily logged out. At the Luo family's research center, Supervisor Luo Rin sat comfortably in a plush Tianfeng chair, the expansive crystal windows offering a panoramic view of the bustling crowd outside. Observing the flurry of activity, he felt an immense sense of security. He understood that this research center was the true heart of the Luo clan, the cornerstone of its enduring prosperity. Due to the family's deliberate protection, the center operated quietly. Yet Luo Ren was confident that its strength ranked among the top 5 in the entire Falstar system. The fact that the family had entrusted him with its management spoke volumes of his capabilities, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. It was a source of pride for an outer clan member to earn such trust. However, recent rumors about the eldest son and the family head had stirred the Luo clan, leaving their authenticity in question. Sighing, Luo Ren reflected on the complexities of family matters. Even someone as astute as the family head could be perplexed by them. He found it curious that the usually mild-mannered eldest son, known for his diligence and favored by the family head, could find himself at odds with the latter. Most believed the eldest son was destined to inherit the family legacy, with the head expressing confidence in his ability to elevate the Luo clan. Yet, had the family head suddenly favored the second son? That seemed implausible, as the second son was notorious for his indulgent lifestyle, bringing disgrace to the family name, and Luo Ren harbored a deep disdain for him. Surely, the family head could not be so misguided. Tension enveloped the Luo clan as everyone treaded carefully, the vague reports from within the center fueling their apprehension. The atmosphere shattered abruptly with a piercing alarm that disrupted Luo Ren's contemplation. He sprang to his feet, striding into the hall. As it was his steadfast principle to remain at the forefront during crises, perhaps one reason for the family head's favor. The research center had descended into chaos, with researchers displaying palpable panic. Luo Ren furrowed his brow and commanded, What is the commotion? Return to your stations. He turned to Mo Lianfu, inquiring, What is happening? His calm demeanor quickly reassured everyone, restoring some order amidst the turmoil. It was evident that Luo Ren commanded considerable respect among his peers. A young, slender researcher, visibly flustered, exclaimed, Supervisor, we are under attack. The quantum computer has lost control. What should we do? If this continues, we are doomed. Lost in thought, Luo Ren's mind exploded with realization. His focus sharpened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The quantum computer has lost control? His heart raced, and he forced himself to concentrate, meeting Mo Lianfu's anxious gaze. Luo Ren knew he must remain composed. Otherwise, everything would be lost. He and Mo Lianfu hurried to the control room of the quantum computer. Typically deserted, the control room was now teeming with anxious personnel, their faces drained of color. An elderly researcher waved Luo Rin over. Luo Rin approached. Mo Lao, what is the situation? Can we regain control? His tone was heavy, yet he expressed profound respect for the elder. Mo Lao, a venerable figure in the research center, commanded the utmost reverence, even from the family head. Mo Lao shook his head gravely. It's dire. The assailant may be a leader of the gray domain, having infiltrated our center without a trace. We were completely unaware. How shameful. Luo Rin pressed urgently. Is there truly no way to counter this? Mo Lao gestured toward a group of researchers donning virtual helmets. It all rests on them now. They are skilled in the gray domain. I can only hope they can locate the intruder. After a moment of contemplation, he added, you must contact the family head for support. Without hesitation, Luo Rin connected to the family head's communicator. Aware that the significance of the research center meant that supervisors reported directly to him. Minutes ticked by, and the communicator remained silent. Luo Rin's expression morphed as a sense of dread grew. Could something have happened to the family head? His heart raced. This was undoubtedly a premeditated assault, meticulously orchestrated, leaving his side with no choice but to react defensively. Who was behind this? Luo Rin addressed Mo Lao. Keep an eye on things here. I will seek assistance from the family head. Without waiting for a response, he leaped from the window. Gasps filled the room. This was the 80th floor. In midair, Luo Rin touched the space button on his left wrist, and in an instant, a crimson mech appeared before him. Almost simultaneously, he deftly climbed into the mech's cockpit. The roaring engines of the Scarlet Mech ignited as he soared northward at breakneck speed. Chapter 20. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Luo family, Luo Rin realized the gravity of the situation. The Luo family had suffered an incalculable loss, a devastating blow indeed. When Luo Rin encountered the family head, he found it hard to believe that this despondent and weary elder was the once commanding patriarch, celebrated as the most outstanding leader of the Luo family in the past 2 centuries. The former grandeur, confidence, and formidable presence that once instilled fear in others had now vanished entirely. Before Luo Rin stood merely a common elder, whose spirit seemed extinguished. Understanding that words would be futile at this moment, Luo Rin quietly withdrew. The assessment of the Luo family's losses left nearly everyone despondent, as they had endured their most catastrophic setback in history. The eldest son of the Luo family, in a bid to stabilize the morale of the clan during this perilous time, resolutely assumed the position of family head, ultimately restoring a semblance of hope. The assault originated entirely from the virtual network, targeting all projects associated with it. Moreover, the attackers employed various other forces to execute indirect strikes, all traceable back to the virtual realm. Analysis by Luo family's technicians suggested that these assaults were likely orchestrated by a single individual, implying that the assailant was one person alone. This notion was both chilling and perplexing. Such meticulous planning and intricate execution, with attacks seemingly synchronized, raised the question, could this individual possess the ability to be in multiple places at once? The speculation was met with skepticism. The attackers left no clues behind, erasing all traces of their operations. Statistics revealed that at the onset of the attacks, 89 leaders from the gray domain and over 200 technicians entered the virtual network in an attempt to thwart the onslaught. This number later surged to 152 gray domain leaders and over 400 technicians, underscoring the formidable strength of the Luo family. Even the esteemed Ji family, renowned for their prowess in optical technology, dared not underestimate them. Yet, despite their efforts, the fearsome assailant remained elusive, and they could do nothing but watch helplessly as calamity unfolded before them. Who was this attacker? Why target the Luo family? Was it vengeance, revenge, or perhaps some ulterior motive? These questions plagued the new family head, Luo Hong. If the assailant remained unfound, the Luo family would be perpetually vulnerable to unseen threats, a situation detrimental to their growth. In an era where every business is intricately linked to the virtual network, their adversary had firmly grasped their throat. Many speculated that the other 3 prominent families among the 4 great families were responsible, as they seemed the most likely culprits. Only Luo Hong understood that this was implausible. The 4 great families, Luo, Yuan, Gu, and Ji, were of roughly equal strength, and even the Ji family, the most powerful in this regard, would not easily overpower the Luo family to such an extent. Furthermore, the relationships among the 4 families were intricate, with countless intermarriages across generations. They meticulously maintained a delicate balance, and any action that might provoke a coalition against one family would be detrimental to all. No family would be so short-sighted. Suddenly, Luo Heng's communicator chimed. He furrowed his brow, having instructed them not to disturb him at this hour. Pressing the answer key, a translucent screen materialized, yet curiously displayed nothing. A peculiar voice emanated from the communicator. It is a pity we cannot share a toast, but alas. Oh, I almost forgot to congratulate you on your ascension to the position of family head. Finally, the stranger revealed themselves, causing Luo Heng's heart to race as he suppressed the urge to inquire. Who are you? Why have you attacked the Luo family? What grievance do you hold against us? The voice dripped with mockery. That is a question for your brother. To avoid unnecessary complications, I must demonstrate a fraction of my power as a warning. Luo Heng mentally berated Ye Ben countless times. What do you propose will bring this matter to a conclusion? Our strengths are grossly imbalanced. And even someone as astute as I must concede. The assailant smiled lightly. As I mentioned, I merely wish to issue a warning. If you refrain from provoking me further, I shall have no desire to entangle myself with you. Therefore, my suggestion is to cancel all actions directed against me. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Should you possess sufficient confidence, you may disregard it, but be prepared for my counterattack. This was an unabashed threat. Luo Heng scolded inwardly. Yet he recognized this was perhaps the best outcome for the moment. The Luo family desperately needed time to recuperate. He replied solemnly. Can I take your words at face value? The assailant replied coolly. Honesty has always been my virtue. Very well. Let it be agreed. Luo Heng decided decisively. A knock echoed at the door. The voice from the communicator said, It appears it is time for my departure. Farewell. With that, the screen abruptly dimmed. Luo Heng spoke in a low tone. Come in. His assistant entered, bowing respectfully. Family head, your rest period has concluded. Your upcoming schedule is. Luo Heng interrupted with a dark expression. Go. Bring Master Ye Ben here. In the Far Star Systems Master Association, 2 figures, one tall, one short, engaged in conversation. The taller one chuckled. So what do you think? Did you catch that YC competition? The shorter one nodded. Indeed. The taller one inquired. What were your impressions? The shorter one responded. The foundational skills are exceptionally solid. I doubt many can match his proficiency in that regard. The taller one appeared somewhat surprised. Oh? So you mean he is lacking in other areas? The shorter one acknowledged. He is indeed lacking elsewhere, but I must admit his growth is astonishing. The taller one concurred. Absolutely, his talent is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. His future prospects are limitless. The shorter one nodded. Indeed. The taller one asked, What do you estimate his odds of success to be? The shorter one replied proudly. Within 3 years, he will not be my match. The taller one chuckled. Oh, and what about after 3 years? The shorter one replied. That depends on his progress. However, if he maintains his current trajectory, it is highly likely he will surpass me. The taller one murmured. I fear they may have begun to take notice of him as well. The shorter one replied. With such exceptional talent and the attention he is garnering, it would be hard for them not to. The taller one pondered. Do you think he could be selected? The shorter one affirmed. Without a doubt. The taller one was taken aback. So certain? The shorter one replied solemnly. That individual seems to be born for the radiant armor. The taller one added. However, I heard the association lacks any record of him. The shorter one shrugged. Let them grapple with that concern. The taller one laughed. Indeed. Chapter 21. Of course, everything had no bearing on Ye Chong. His sole focus was on the opponent before him. The battleground was a jungle, a seldom used arena, as the primary battlefield for warriors today was outer space. Even when entering the atmosphere, aerial combat dominated, which contributed to the prevalence of shooting-type combat armor. Shooting had always been Ye Chong's Achilles heel, as he had never encountered even the most rudimentary firearm in reality throughout his life. The galactic government placed great emphasis on the destruction of obsolete weaponry, which resulted in Ye Chong living in an era of cold weapons. Naturally, space pirates could no longer utilize garbage planets as supply bases as they once did. Without physical feedback, mental training reaches a plateau beyond which it cannot progress. The mind and body are interdependent, each essential to the other. Ye Chong's marksmanship was thus trapped in such a predicament, and even Mu Shang found himself at a loss in this regard. The mere thought of Mu Shang brought a smile to Ye Chong's lips. He wondered what that fellow had been up to lately. Oh, but to be distracted in the face of an enemy is a grave mistake. Ye Chong quickly steeled his focus. Ye Chong piloted a purple shadow, a model of advanced combat assassination armor. The shadow featured a slender, elongated frame, allowing for exceptional agility in tight turns. standing at a mere 8.5 meters, nearly 150 centimeters shorter than typical armor. Its configuration was impressive, equipped with two high-intensity magnetic daggers that shimmered dimly in the night. Unlike the ineffective dagger on the Blackbird, these were far more formidable. They were not as glaring as laser blades, making them particularly elusive under the cover of darkness. Each wrist bore a 30-centimeter size-shaped blade, crafted from high-compression alloy, capable of slicing through most armor. The dual-edged design was particularly appealing to Ye Chong, especially as its surface was coated with a layer of black lacquer to prevent reflective light from alerting enemies. Similar blades were affixed to the lower legs, and various concealed mechanisms, such as retractable blades at the front of the feet, were abundant. For someone like Ye Chong, who sought ever more treacherous means, this was utterly delightful. He recalled how embarrassing it had been to use barbs on Winnie compared to these devices. If only the armor were black, Ye Chong mused. This model was also considered niche. The Shadow possessed no ranged weaponry, necessitating that its pilot had exceptional close combat abilities. In a world where ranged attacks dominated, this relegated it to obscurity. Additionally, to enhance its agility, the armor was designed to be exceedingly lightweight. A direct hit could prove fatal. While the Shadow excelled in short-range bursts, its energy capacity was limited, rendering its long-distance capabilities poor, one of the many reasons it was overlooked in the vastness of space. Ye Chong, well-versed in armor modifications, was acutely aware of the Shadow's attributes, yet he did not agree with its use. The Shadow was inherently an assassination armor. Employing it for one-on-one duels was simply a misuse of its potential. Failing to harness the armor's true capabilities was not a fault of the armor itself. The opponent's armor was a modified model, sporting 8 formidable gun barrels that made it resemble a porcupine, 2 50,000 class double-barrel particle cannons, and 2 20,000 class plasma guns. Was this even a gun? What distinguished it from artillery? Additionally, 2 subsonic wave guns could bypass armor entirely, directly damaging the pilot's life force and inducing severe disorientation. The shortest barrel, a Farallon laser sniper rifle, instilled dread in Ye Chong. The precision of laser weaponry was already astounding, but this sniper rifle's accuracy was nothing short of terrifying. Within 15 kilometers, its margin of error was a mere 0.5 millimeters, and its laser beams could penetrate all but the most elite armors. Another was a 100,000 class hotline gun, capable of extensive movement to cover any blind spots. The opponent's armor was peculiar, perhaps even grotesque, resembling a fortress with engines that granted it some mobility. Ye Chong questioned whether this could even be classified as armor. It appeared more akin to an aerial artillery fortress. Given its massive size, it could carry energy reserves far exceeding those of the Shadow, making it an unyielding aerial stronghold. Ye Chong inwardly lamented, for this was the first time he had encountered such a grotesquely extreme armor. Due to the complex terrain, the system randomly placed both combatants within the jungle. Once in the thicket, Ye Chong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Shadow's commendable anti-detection systems shone in such convoluted terrain, making it exceptionally difficult for the opponent to discern his position. Cautiously, Ye Chong navigated through the woods, unaware of the astonished gasps emanating from the audience above. With Ye Chong's rising popularity, attendance skyrocketed, and the stands were packed. Multiple holographic screens captured every detail of Ye Chong's movements from various angles. The astonishment of the crowd was warranted. Despite the Shadow's reputation for agility, it maintained an impressive speed in the intricate terrain, moving like a gust of wind unimpeded. How was this possible? The audience stood agape. The primitive jungle, thick with trees and tangled vines, demanded even the slowest movements be executed with utmost caution. What remarkable driving skills! Yet for Ye Chong, this was merely an essential survival tactic. The refuse of the garbage mountain was far more chaotic, with mutated creatures dwelling there. To capture them, one needed to maneuver through the debris with greater ease than they could. Otherwise, it was better to retreat and consume that organic slop resembling mud. Long before, when Ye Chong piloted the aging Winnie, he had ceased to worry about such matters. Later, the training metrics provided by Mu had reached an astounding level, allowing Ye Chong to navigate such complicated environments with ease. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the southwest. Ye Chong crouched low, stealthily approaching like a cunning leopard. This maneuver drew another round of gasps from the audience. Hidden among the dense canopy of a towering tree, he carefully observed his adversary. The opponent showed no intention of engaging him in the jungle. Instead, they hovered in midair, clearing a vast area beneath them with their firepower, creating an expansive open space. The moment Ye Chong stepped into this zone, There would be nowhere to hide. Awaiting him would be laser beams capable of piercing his fragile armor or a deluge of artillery fire that could obliterate him entirely. Now, Ye Chong found himself ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 22. The most delightful aspect of each day was watching the number of votes steadily rise, as the ranking of the new book gradually ascended. Enough of that. Time for an update. Brothers, let us cast our votes. Ye Chong was filled with indignation, the pain from the recent tearing still fresh in his heart. He had not anticipated the cunning of his adversary, who had cleverly set traps within the forest. The explosions that had cleared the area were mere decoys. The surrounding woods had been meticulously laced with numerous sensors, creating an expansive zone of detection. As he approached, he was caught in the blast. More astonishingly, his opponent had managed to lock onto him the moment he triggered the sensor, leading to a chain reaction of explosions. Ye Chong was annihilated in the simultaneous bombardment of the sensors and artillery, leaving no trace behind. The audience, captivated by the impressive precision of the artillery, could hardly contain their admiration for such an intricate deployment of mines. The 3 blasts that cleared the area not only created an expansive void, but did so without triggering a single sensor, showcasing an extraordinary mastery of firepower control. What left everyone astounded was that the moment Ye Chong triggered the sensor, the artillery had already locked onto him. Even more horrifying was that 8 streams of fire struck him simultaneously, despite the presence of 3 5-meter diameter trees obstructing their view of him. The reputation of the artillery soared following this battle. This encounter also propelled the evolution of combat techniques towards greater diversification, bringing renewed attention to previously overlooked auxiliary weaponry. However, for Ye Chong, it was of no consequence. He had yet to fathom a way to counter the artillery's formidable tactics, which seemed to be the bane of combat-oriented exercises. Ye Chong furrowed his brow, racking his brain in distress. Suddenly, the scenery around him shifted inexplicably, and he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Without a doubt, Ye Chong surmised that Mu Shang was behind this mischief. Mu Shang, in a state of urgency, urged, "Ye Z, check the news with the code 0202-42985. His voice, once calm and collected, now bore a tone of anxiety. As Ye Chong glanced around, he realized he was in a grand hall, facing a scrolling news board. He queried, "What is going on, Mu?" "You'll see once you look." The weight of his tone instilled a sense of foreboding in Ye Chong. He entered the code, and a news article promptly appeared, draining the color from his face upon reading it. A Xiao had been at Sun Xuelin's home for several days now. A Xiao's parents, Sun Xuelin's aunt and uncle, had been relocated to the Tian Luo star system, a long and perilous journey. Consequently, a Xiao was temporarily residing with Sun Xuelin, who was entrusted with her care. For convenience, a Xiao had transferred to the same school as Sun Xuelin. Sun Haining and his wife adored their gentle and quiet niece, attending to her every need. A Xiao and Sun Xuelin were as close as sisters, rarely apart. During a meal, Sun Haining suddenly inquired about a Xiao's studies. "A Xiao, you still have to take the exosuit driving exam this year, right?" A Xiao, fresh from her transfer and somewhat unaware of these matters, turned her head slightly, her doe-like eyes pleading for assistance from Sun Xuelin. Sun Xuelin nodded yes. "It's a mandatory exam for the entire school." With a pout, a Xiao clearly expressed her discontent with the school's decision, yet even such a grimace appeared endearing. Sun Xuelin's mother tenderly served a Xiao a dish, gently saying, "You must work hard. Xuelin can tutor you. By the way, I recall you both were training at the consciousness training base daily. How did that go?" At the mention of the training base, a Xiao's eyes dimmed, and she quickly bowed her head, falling silent. Sun Xuelin also appeared uncomfortable, shoving food into her mouth incessantly. Sun Xuelin's mother, astonished, remarked, "Xuelin, you've never liked the spicy celery before. Why the sudden change today?" Sun Xuelin's face flushed crimson as she hastily devoured her food to mask her embarrassment. Mumbling incoherently, a Xiao, who had previously been in low spirits, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Sun Haining, oblivious to the subtle shift in their moods, chuckled, "Xuelin, that YC you mentioned last time is indeed a skilled fighter." Both Sun Xuelin and his Xiao gasped in unison, staring blankly at Sun Haining. Sun Haining reminded them, "Don't you remember? He's the one you said could perform chaotic wave jumps with a blackbird, right? You told me about him." Sun Xuelin, unable to contain herself, asked urgently, "What about that YC?" A Xiao's bright eyes fixated on Sun Haining, her expression notably concerned. Seeing that he had successfully piqued their interest, Sun Haining felt a sense of triumph but feigned indifference, deliberately diverting the conversation to keep them in suspense. Oh dear, I seem to be out of food. My favorite is sweet and sour fish. This fish tastes delightful. Ashio gazed at him in bewilderment, clearly perplexed. Sun Xueling, accustomed to her father's antics, swiftly grabbed the large bowl of sweet and sour fish from the table and, with a decisive motion, dumped all of it into Sun Haining's bowl without spilling a drop, a testament to her mastery of the maneuver. Ashio watched in astonishment as the two performed, while Sun Haining's wife smiled knowingly, clearly accustomed to such antics. Sun Haining took a piece of fish, savored it with closed eyes, and exclaimed, "Ah, this flavor is simply divine." Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Sun Xueling's fierce glare, her right hand trembling slightly as she held the large bowl, a sign of her growing impatience. Sun Haining felt a shiver down his spine. He needed to tread carefully. He quickly added, "That YC, you see, he has become quite the sensation online. His match recordings have become the hottest topic. I've watched a few rounds. His skills are truly impressive." Suddenly, with a loud crash, Sun Haining collapsed backward, lying on the floor. A large bowl stuck to his face, muffled sounds emanating from beneath it. "Ah!" Ashio exclaimed in shock, swiftly covering her mouth in surprise. Sun Xueling made a face at her father and dragged Ashio toward the room, their laughter like silver bells ringing through the air. Sun Xueling's mother called after them, "Finish your meal before running off." "We're full," shouted Sun Xueling in response. Her mother, playfully scolding, laughed. "Oh dear, this child. Truly, help me get this bowl off my face. She's really got a strong hand. What did I do to deserve this? Oh heavens, my hairstyle." In truth, he had been in the battle zone all along. The two exchanged knowing smiles and eagerly logged onto the virtual network. As they watched his recordings, they were mesmerized, astonished at how he had upgraded his exosuit, his movements now exuding a newfound maturity. Ashio, being less knowledgeable, merely admired YC's graceful actions, while Sun Xueling recognized the tremendous progress he had made in such a short time, often feeling impressed by the intelligence he displayed in his matches. "Ashio, let us go watch his match tomorrow." "Yes." Ashio nodded vigorously. Unbeknownst to them, far away, Ye Chong was facing the greatest crisis he had ever encountered. Chapter 23. On February 8th, next Thursday, there will be a widespread stellar phenomenon erupting in the debris belt, primarily affecting garbage stars number 6, 9, and 13. Due to the lack of navigable routes in this area, the general public's travel will not be impacted. However, to prevent unnecessary losses, the Environmental Department will cease dumping waste on the aforementioned stars, and the government urges citizens to reduce their waste emissions to cooperate with the department's efforts. Stellar phenomenon. Ye Chong felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, nearly losing his balance. A bitter smile crossed his lips. After struggling for years in this desolate place, he never imagined he would ultimately fall victim to fate's cruel hand. The stellar phenomenon possesses a devastating lethality to living beings, akin to a comb that repeatedly brushes through its range, eliminating all forms of life. Ye Chong, in a daze, leaped from the cockpit. As he emerged, Mu's startled voice rang out. "Not good, the pulse signal has been severed." Ye Chong shrugged, indifferent to the news. He and Mu were completely cut off from the outside world. Reclining languidly in his seat, he found a strange calm settling over him. After surviving in this garbage star for so many years, he was not afraid of the impending doom, having hovered countless times between life and death. He had grown indifferent to the concept of mortality. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness, having strived so hard to live, believing he could dictate his own destiny, only to realize how insignificant he truly was when fate played its cruel joke. This left him with a tinge of melancholy. Mu remained silent, but the flickering light in his eyes indicated that his mind was racing with calculations. The two sat in silence, with only the intermittent flashing of Mu's electronic eye breaking the eerie stillness. The following morning, Mu roused Ye Chong from his slumber. As Ye Chong instinctively prepared for physical training, it suddenly dawned on him that his life would soon be extinguished. No amount of fitness could withstand the stellar phenomenon. And thus, his enthusiasm faded. "Yi, I have something to tell you." Mu called him over. "What is it?" Ye Chong found Mu's serious demeanor amusing, relieved that Mu would not accompany him to his demise. The stellar phenomenon would not affect non-living entities, easing Ye Chong's anxiety. However, he realized he would soon experience the solitude he had long endured here. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what Mu would look like in loneliness. "Yi, I have calculated that we still have a chance of survival." Mu's tone was grave. Ye Chong, skeptical, replied, "A chance? What chance? What do you propose?" Mu stated confidently, "We can escape this planet. Ye Chong felt an urge to check Mu's forehead for fever. Mu, have you short-circuited from excitement? Escape? How? We have no spaceship. If we could escape, I wouldn't be stuck in this wretched place. Mu calmly explained, I have calculated that, although I have no experience in space travel. There is a theoretical possibility. Ye Chong asked, theoretical? What does that mean? Mu elaborated. I have simulated calculations that indicate a probability of success in escaping. Ye Chong stared at Mu intently. What is the probability? Mu replied calmly. It fluctuates between 20 and 47. Ye Chong stroked his chin thoughtfully. That probability is indeed rather slim. Mu inquired, what is your decision? Ye Chong raised his arm decisively, exclaiming, let us fight for it. It's better than waiting for death. Mu responded coolly, good. Ye Chong looked at Mu. You really don't have to take the risk. The stellar phenomenon won't harm you. You could easily ignore me. Mu replied coldly, according to the theory of value, this is the optimal choice. Ye Chong chuckled and shrugged, suit yourself. What do we do now? Mu stated, we need to repair the cockpit and replenish energy. I require a substantial amount of energy. The two worked swiftly to gather all available energy resources and connect them to the solar collection panels. Inside the cockpit, Ye Chong noticed a fist-sized hole in the left wall, the edges of which bore the scorch marks of a laser weapon. This place is difficult to repair, mainly due to the lack of materials and tools, Ye Chong lamented. If we don't fix it properly, your chances of survival inside are zero. Mu warned. Ye Chong paused, then frowned in contemplation, desperately brainstorming solutions. Materials. He muttered, realizing that the metals from the garbage heap fell far short of interstellar travel requirements. What could be done? The materials needed to be strong, flexible, and highly impact-resistant, ideally in sheet form, as he had no tools for processing. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Chong. He knew where to find such materials. Mu swiftly navigated past one debris mound after another, and Ye Chong reveled in the exhilaration of high-speed travel, though the howling wind from the hole disrupted his enjoyment. Mu asked, is what you speak of truly useful? His tone hinted at skepticism. Ye Chong hesitated. It should be useful. I recall that even Winnie's bone knife could not pierce it. He referred to the scales of the iron python lizard, apex predators on this garbage star, known for their ferocity and immense strength. The most formidable aspect was their tough scales, which were nearly impervious to weapons. Ye Chong had once stumbled upon an iron python lizard's lair, but had never dared to approach, knowing Winnie could not withstand a single blow from its massive tail. He had witnessed the lizard decimate a group of red salamanders in under 3 minutes. Its unstoppable might deeply etched in his memory. The claws of the red salamanders, capable of tearing through metal, left no mark on the iron python lizard, an image that lingered in Ye Chong's mind. Thus, whenever he thought of strong materials, the scales of the iron python lizard immediately came to mind. As they neared the lizard's lair, Ye Chong signaled Mu to slow down. The tip of a 7-meter-long titanium rod was sharpened to a deadly point, glinting ominously. The iron python lizard was indeed at its lair, leisurely devouring a red salamander, which was known for its delectable meat, the lizard's favorite delicacy. Ye Chong knew well that red salamander meat was delicious, but it was elusive and not easy to catch. Only the iron python lizard could afford to disregard the salamander's lethal prowess. Mu calmly approached the iron python lizard, and Ye Chong could hardly contain his excitement. This was the clash of the two most formidable beings on garbage star number 6, a spectacle not to be missed. Chapter 24. Let it be known that this is merely a work of fantasy fiction, not a scientific treatise. Furthermore, I too hail from a scientific background and possess this knowledge. However, if everything were to mirror reality, would not the excitement dissipate for everyone? The pace of Mu was graceful and unhurried, akin to a leisurely stroll, devoid of any palpable tension. His right arm held a 7-meter-long titanium rod, which pointed at the industrious iron python lizard. The iron python lizard, adorned with a thick layer of pale blue scales, seemed to sense the ominous atmosphere in the air. It abruptly rose, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Mu, causing Ye Chong, despite being ensconced in the cockpit, to shiver involuntarily. The half-crouched iron python lizard appeared frightening enough, but upon standing, it resembled a mountain, an armored hill casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Mu remained silent, standing still as he observed the colossal creature before him, exuding an air of divine arrogance, while the iron python lizard appeared as a mere ant beneath the lofty clouds. Sensing danger, the iron python lizard dared not move, furiously clawing at the ground while emitting a low, rumbling growl. However, Ye Chong witnessed a different spectacle from within the cockpit. Once donned with his helmet, The surroundings unfolded before him, revealing that Mu's body was equipped with numerous hidden mirrors at various angles, seamlessly integrated with the optical brain. It felt as though Ye Chong stood outside in the open. Stunned, Ye Chong struggled to close his mouth. This was simply too extraordinary. Having piloted numerous light-armored vehicles in this consciousness training base, he was no longer the naive boy he once was, yet none could compare to Mu. The other light-armored vehicles merely had additional screens to ensure no angle was overlooked. For the first time, Ye Chong found himself mystified by Mu's origins. Yet, before he could ponder further, the scene shifted abruptly. The holographic image of the iron python lizard appeared before him, constantly rotating. Suddenly, a red beam swept across, dividing the holographic image into countless tiny grids, revealing a red patch beneath the creature's jaw. A strange electronic synthesized voice echoed in Ye Chong's ears. Scan complete. Target confirmed. With a gentle leap, Mu ascended from the towering pile of debris, silent as a bat taking flight. Had the backdrop been a moonlit night, one might mistake him for a nobleman gliding through the moonlight, exuding elegance and indifference, radiating a deadly allure. Could a light-armored vehicle truly possess such a human-like essence? Ye Chong found it hard to believe, yet he had no choice but to accept it, for all unfolded before his very eyes. In an instant, the iron python lizard appeared before Ye Chong without warning. His heart raced as he discerned the ancient, enigmatic patterns etched upon its scales. If others had been present, they would have witnessed a bizarre scene. Mu, suspended in midair with no point of leverage, suddenly vanished, only to reappear at the side of the iron python lizard. It was as though he had shattered the confines of time and space, disappearing and reappearing at will. This was when Ye Chong was startled by the sudden emergence of the iron python lizard. Taken aback, the massive head of the creature tilted slightly, its hind legs poised to retreat. In that fleeting moment, as the iron python lizard lifted its head, a silver flash streaked by. The sharp tip of the titanium rod gleamed ominously as it sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, cutting through the atmosphere with unyielding precision. The rod plunged deep into the tender flesh beneath the iron python lizard's neck, its bulging eyes fixated on Mu, unmoving. Mu retreated swiftly to a distance of 20 meters, maintaining his gaze upon the creature. It seemed the iron python lizard only then comprehended the gravity of its situation. A hoarse, mournful sound echoed in the junkyard, growing fainter until silence enveloped the scene. The creature's once vibrant eyes dulled, life having long since fled, and a foul mixture of saliva and crimson blood dripped from its jaws, pooling onto the ground. Ye Chong stood in stunned disbelief, utterly awestruck. From the very beginning, he had not been able to close his mouth. This was the first time he had truly witnessed Mu's formidable prowess. It was astonishingly extraordinary. Now, Ye Chong's mind was consumed by the memory of that breathtaking thrust. The silvery line that could tear through the void, the distinctive sound that rent the air, echoing repeatedly in his thoughts. Even when Mu called him to assist in skinning the creature, he remained entranced, his steps light as though he walked on clouds. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses, hastily aiding in the removal of the iron python lizard scales. Mu, that thrust you executed was simply flawless. Astounding, he exclaimed, an unmistakable envy lacing his tone. Mu dismissed the praise, saying, flawless? I still have a long way to go. My thrust lacked the most crucial element. Ye Chong paused, bewildered, ceasing his work. Lacked the most important element? What could that be? Mu halted as well, patiently explaining, it is spirit. Although my thrust was impeccable in power, angle, and timing, it lacked spirit. One might say it lacked a soul. I am unsure who first uttered these words, yet they have remained in my information chip. I believe there is a significant truth to this. However, I have never fully comprehended it. My technique has evolved to the pinnacle achievable by the optical brain at this stage. After all, I am not human. Yet, this seems to be a human prerogative. Spirit, Ye Chong murmured, lost in contemplation. He had long believed his abilities were commendable, and recent victories appeared to affirm this notion. But witnessing Mu's strike, he recognized how far he still had to go. He was certain he could not evade Mu's earlier thrust. With newfound clarity, Ye Chong began to reevaluate his own capabilities. Discouragement and self-doubt were not part of his vocabulary. He believed that with hard work, he could reach or even surpass Mu. Mu picked up a scale from the iron python lizard, bending and twisting it in his hands, exclaiming, indeed, it is remarkable. The strength can reach 8 to 12, with toughness ranging between 7 and 7. 2. Such high strength coupled with remarkable toughness is truly rare. After placing a scale on the ground, Mu flicked his wrist, sending a silver glimmer cascading onto the scale. A dull thud resonated as dust scattered outward from the scale's center. Mu examined the scale, noting that apart from a minute mark in the center, it bore no other damage. He nodded approvingly. Indeed, excellent material. Ye, let us not leave a single scale behind. Of course, Ye Chong chimed in. Such a fine treasure may not come by again. Gazing at the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground beneath the scales, he marveled silently. The two diligently stripped the iron python lizard clean, and Ye Chong would wager it had never been this pristine in its life. He also filled a bottle with the creature's blood. Having long pondered the taste of the iron python lizard's flesh, he seized the opportunity to cut off a foreleg. Slinging it over his shoulder, glancing back longingly at the massive heap of meat as he departed. I'm about to leave. Yet just think of how many days this could feed me. Chapter 25 this afternoon at 6 o'clock, a chapter will be updated, and another will follow at midnight. Are you certain this will work? Mu questioned skeptically. Ye Chong shrugged helplessly. I am uncertain. This concoction was originally crafted by my father. I have only attempted it a few times, and back then, I used the blood of coarse worms. Where would I find coarse worms at this hour? I can only hope this creature's blood will suffice. If it can serve as a substitute, that would be splendid. Otherwise, we will have to resort to digging in the mud. Ye Chong extracted the blood of the iron python lizard and poured it into a container, adding several unknown substances. Underneath, a thermal furnace began to heat the mixture. Shortly, the amalgamated liquid bubbled vigorously as Ye Chong stirred incessantly with a stick. The liquid gradually transitioned from red to blue, casting an eerie azure glow upon Ye Chong's face, reminiscent of a sinister sorcerer concocting a curse potion in a novel. Despite Mu's courage, the electronic eye flickered wildly. The scales of the iron python lizard had indeed met the repair requirements. Yet the challenge lay in how to integrate these scales with the metallic armor. Lacking any tools, though cleverness could overcome a lack of resources. Having only the resources without the means to utilize them proved equally daunting. Fortunately, Ye Chong's quick wit led him to this ingenious idea. Initially, considerable effort was expended to affix barbs onto Winnie's body, culminating in a peculiar formula that yielded a potent adhesive. The results were quite remarkable after numerous impacts. The barbs had not yet detached, which was the true source of Ye Chong's confidence. Yet, with the coarse worm's blood replaced by the iron python lizard's blood, Ye Chong felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the outcome. He cautiously stirred the liquid within the container until a sweet aroma wafted forth, prompting him to halt. Upon inhaling this enticing fragrance, a ridiculous thought crept into his mind. Perhaps this concoction would taste delightful. The moment this thought emerged, Ye Chong promptly suppressed it. Reminding himself that impulse is a devil. With a determined mind, he retrieved 2 metal plates, applied a layer of the mixture, swiftly adhered them together, and cast them into the nearby water basin. Upon contact with water, the blue liquid expelled from between the plates turned colorless instantly. Ye Chong fished the 2 plates from the basin, dried them off, and handed them to Mu. Is this sufficient? Mu inquired. Ye Chong replied nonchalantly, I do not know, which is why I need you to test it. Mu took the 2 bonded plates and examined them. They seem decent, but we are dealing with biological and metallic materials. Ye Chong chuckled. I anticipated this. Here, let me show you the smallest scale of the iron python lizard. The experiment proved successful, at least under these conditions. Ye Chong then retrieved the largest scale, slathered it with a generous coating of the blue liquid, and firmly affixed it over the large hole, ensuring it was entirely covered. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he added several more layers. Mu candidly remarked, your craftsmanship is truly atrocious. Gazing at the patchwork-like interior of the cockpit, Ye Chong shrugged, perhaps so. But though I lack skill, this might also be a profound artistic endeavor. Should we add another layer outside? Mu replied, no need, we lack a vacuum device. If both sides are sealed, the air pressure within may endanger our lives during interstellar jumps. Ye Chong suddenly grasped the situation. I understand. But what shall we do with the remaining scales? He gestured to the pile of iron python lizard scales on the ground, having stripped the creature of all its scales. Yet only a few had been utilized, leaving a substantial amount behind. Discarding them felt wasteful, yet retaining them posed a dilemma. Mu suggested, there is still space in my subspace. Let us store them there. The robust Ye Chong appeared diminutive beside the towering Mu. As they sat side by side atop the nearest garbage mound to Ye Chong's home, with the towering pulse signal relay station behind them, the evening had fallen, and the orange glow of the star infused a semblance of life and warmth into the desolate planet. In this serene moment, Both remained silent, reluctant to disrupt the rare tranquility. As the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, Mu spoke. The energy reserves have been replenished. It is time for us to commence our task. Ye Chong nodded in agreement. Although the most crucial task was accomplished, numerous others awaited their attention. Seated within the cockpit, which had once seemed spacious, now overflowed with various sizes of energy reserves, leaving Ye Chong unable to even turn about. He donned his helmet, and the external scenery became vividly clear. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had lived here with his father for over a decade, knowing every nook and cranny intimately, every mound of refuse bearing the imprint of his past. With a deep exhale, he released the burdens of his heart. Wherever he might go, it was merely for the sake of survival. Casting one last, lingering glance at the place he had called home, Ye Chong murmured, "Mu, let us depart." Mu slowly floated to a lower altitude before shooting straight up into the sky. Ye Chong watched as the pulse signal relay station shrank beneath him, becoming indistinguishable, and he felt a sense of enchantment wash over him. Mu's speed was astonishing. The outer layer of his armor shimmered with a fine plasma field, igniting sparks as it sliced through the friction of the air. In no time, they broke free from the planet's gravitational pull, entering the vast expanse of space. Ye Chong gazed into the dark void, where vibrant nebulae danced in hues of pale red and deep blue, drifting ethereally among the stars, a sight so breathtaking it rendered him entranced. Despite this being his first venture into space, Ye Chong found no interest in the spectacle before him. "Yi, activate the protective system," Mu instructed, "the green button on the third row under your right armrest." With an "O," Ye Chong complied, and a transparent barrier ascended from his seat, enveloping him. Curious, he touched the egg-shaped shield, noting its soft and elastic texture, akin to a gelatinous substance. Mu's voice resonated. "Yi, do not move. We are about to accelerate." "Accelerate?" Ye Chong echoed. Mu's tone remained calm. "Indeed. We must reach a certain velocity to execute a space jump. I only have a 41 theoretical chance of achieving that speed." Ye Chong shrugged. "I shall heed your guidance. After all, I possess no alternatives." With a thunderous roar, Mu's engines ignited, propelling them into the abyss ahead. What awaited them in the unknown? Chapter 26. Mu, are you all right? Please respond. The cockpit had transformed into a void, and Ye Chong's ominous premonitions intensified. The helmet was shrouded in complete darkness, rendering everything invisible. Desperately, Ye Chong called out to Mu in his mind, yet there was no response. Panic engulfed him. Their communication relied on brainwaves, so why was there a disconnect now? Could something have happened to Mu? In a fit of urgency, Ye Chong ripped off his helmet. Through the transparent shield, the sight before him left Ye Chong in shock. The cockpit was in disarray. Energy conduits floated chaotically in midair, and the iron scales meant to patch the gaping hole had vanished, leaving an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The air had long since leaked out, and the torn walls of the cockpit were a harrowing sight. Flickering lights illuminated the eerie silence that enveloped the cockpit. What on earth has happened? Ye Chong suppressed his rising fear, shouting hoarsely, "Mu! Mu! What is wrong? Answer me. Stop playing around and come out, please. I know you're all right. You must be all right. You're so strong. Who could defeat you? Mu, don't hide. Come out. Come out." His frantic cries echoed within the shield, yet there was not a single reply. Exhausted and desperate, Ye Chong's voice turned into a mournful howl, akin to a wolf at the end of its wits. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep within the protective capsule. Suddenly, a rapid alarm jolted him awake, and he noticed a button beneath his seat blinking furiously. Leaning closer, Ye Chong felt as though struck by lightning. Misfortune had compounded itself upon him. The air within the shield was nearly depleted, and soon, the protective system would automatically open the shield to prevent suffocation. The alarm ceased abruptly, and with a swift motion, the protective shield opened. Unprepared, Ye Chong was thrust into the surrounding air currents, and without any means to brace himself, his back collided violently against the wall. Quick to react, he grasped a hook on the cockpit's interior to steady himself. This sudden movement ignited a fire of discomfort in his chest as he had been holding his breath. Swallowing hard, he freed his left hand and fumbled at his waist, retrieving a soft hose with a nozzle, which he immediately inserted into his mouth, finally able to breathe again. A hint of color returned to his face. This survival kit had been treasured by Ye Chong, and he never anticipated it would be needed today. It was an antique survival box, collected for its exquisite carvings. Initially intended as a decorative piece at home, little did he know, His father recognized it as a renowned survival box produced by the Wenderny Company 50 years ago. However, Ye Chong had dismissed its significance and tossed it to his father. Unexpectedly, during a severe illness, when medical assistance was non-existent on the garbage planet. This small box alleviated his father's condition, allowing him to survive. This revelation made Ye Chong appreciate the true value of the box. His father had mentioned that it contained pure oxygen, sufficient for an adult for 2 hours. Henceforth, Ye Chong had kept it in high regard. Now, it had proven invaluable. He had no time to dwell on his distress. He needed to devise a plan. The survival kit would only provide oxygen for 2 hours, and having been used once, it might last 3 hours if conserved. This meant that if he could not find a solution within 3 hours, he would suffocate. Ye Chong surveyed his surroundings, taking in the entirety of the cockpit's disarray. In the face of life and death, he found himself surprisingly calm. Mu might be in trouble, and there was nothing he could do to assist. The oxygen system within the armor was damaged, and the stored oxygen had leaked away. Was it truly his fate to perish here? A bitter smile crossed his face. Such a large breach, had it been caused by an impact? He gently pushed off the wall, his body drifting slowly toward a toolbox in the corner. The sensation of weightlessness was uncomfortable. Ye Chong, who typically held himself to high standards, felt powerless to control his movements as he would on solid ground. He chided himself for these thoughts. Opening the toolbox, he retrieved a coil of high-strength fiber rope, securing one end to the base of the pilot's seat and wrapping the rest around himself. In space, without gravity, if one were to drift aimlessly without support, it would be tantamount to announcing their demise. If death were to befall him, drifting away in Mu's embrace would not be such a bad choice. Ye Chong forced a smile, attempting to maintain a positive outlook, believing that fostering a survival mindset would increase his chances of living. Instinctively, he sought to dispel the fear of the unknown that loomed in his heart, a testament to the fierce will to survive bubbling within him. Cautiously, Ye Chong floated toward the breach. Outside lay an abyss of darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast, ready to consume all. Activating the laser light strapped to his wrist, he took a deep breath of oxygen from the survival box, steeling himself. With both hands, he pressed against the edge of the opening and drifted outward. His taut nerves rendered his face numb. He was certain he had never been this tense in his life. What awaited him outside? Asteroids? Mutated creatures? Or perhaps something even stranger? The unknown always instilled fear in humanity. The beam of his wrist-mounted laser illuminated the surroundings, and he froze, at a loss for words. In his mind, Ye Chong envisioned a scenario where Mu, speeding along, collided head-on with another spaceship traveling vertically, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. The impact had driven Mu deep into the belly of that vessel, which likely explained his injuries. Mu's body was still partially embedded in the hull of the spaceship. Emerging from Mu's cockpit, Ye Chong found himself in a narrow corridor littered with debris and fragments. The walls bore terrifying cracks and charred spots, evidence of a violent explosion. The spaceship's lighting system appeared to be utterly destroyed, rendering the corridor pitch black and foreboding. Now understanding the situation, Ye Chong felt a wave of calm wash over him. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. His spirits lifted. The laser light swept across every corner of the corridor as Ye Chong cautiously floated deeper into the darkness. Chapter 27. Indeed, what the Great 11 mentioned is truly a flaw. I wrote too hastily, without sufficient consideration. Yet, it can still be somewhat justified, as the protagonist's physique is far superior to that of an ordinary person. I shall not amend it, but continue to write on. Ye Chong tightened the fiber rope around him. Though the rope's diameter was only 5 millimeters, it could withstand tremendous tension. With no leverage available, Ye Chong was compelled to continuously tap his toes against the wall, advancing in a zigzag manner. Despite his toes making contact with the wall, not a sound was emitted. As if he were a raccoon stealthily prowling through the night, remarkably agile. At the end of the passage, the safety door stood ajar, sparing Ye Chong the trouble of forcing it open. Beyond the door lay a ladder. Being utterly unfamiliar with the spacecraft, Ye Chong was oblivious to his surroundings and orientation, making him increasingly cautious as he gripped the ladder and carefully descended. Suddenly, a series of metallic clangs reached Ye Chong's ears. A chill coursed through him, and he instinctively switched off the laser light in his hand. Ye Chong had never been one to position himself in a conspicuous manner. Such behavior often led to swift demise. Squinting, he endeavored to adjust to the darkness, pressing his ears against the metal wall to listen intently. Footsteps. Yes, unmistakably footsteps. Ye Chong was certain he had not misheard. Determining the general direction, He slightly crouched and glided downward. Navigating through the pitch-black void tested the limits of his willpower. In utter darkness, with an unfamiliar environment, locating the lurking presence was a matter of sheer luck. Drifting through the shadows, Ye Chong no longer entertained hopes of encountering his adversary, for he had lost all sense of direction. Shortly after leaving the ladder, he recognized his precarious predicament. Unable to activate the laser light, he had to rely solely on his instincts, but the terrain proved far more intricate than anticipated. Thankfully, the fiber rope still secured him. Otherwise, he could scarcely believe he would find his way back. Suddenly, the sounds grew louder, gradually approaching. Ye Chong dared not breathe, pressing his ears to the ground in a quest for more information, but as soon as his ears touched the floor, all sounds abruptly ceased, as if the whispers that had just reached him were mere illusions. A wave of goosebumps surged over him, and he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he reassured himself that remaining steadfast amidst uncertainty was the right course of action. After a lengthy wait with no unusual occurrences, could it be that he was simply too tense? Perhaps it had led to hallucinations? Considering the dwindling time for the life pod, every second was precious. Finding the rescue equipment a moment sooner could determine his fate. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chong resolved that locating the life-saving apparatus was his most pressing concern. If he continued to hide, even if there were others, they could very well be foes, and he would surely perish from suffocation before they could strike. Determined, Ye Chong prepared to embark on his survival journey. Regardless of the risk of becoming a target for enemies, preserving his life took precedence. Just as he was about to activate the laser light on his wrist, a sudden twist of fate occurred. Ye Chong's previously weightless body felt as if someone below was desperately pulling him down. Instinctively, he unsheathed his dagger with lightning speed, his right wrist twisting. Although engulfed in darkness, a chilling gleam was visible even in the obscurity. He believed the swift strike would surely succeed, yet it resulted in a complete miss. Momentarily stunned, Ye Chong's massive frame crashed to the ground with a thud. Even with his formidable physique, the impact left him dazed. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light momentarily blinded him. In a state of panic, Ye Chong rolled sideways, seeking refuge beneath a large cabinet that had been floating behind him. Poor Ye Chong was indeed beset by misfortune. He never anticipated that this instinctive act of self-preservation would lead to. A heavy metal cabinet weighing over 300 pounds fell directly upon him without any hindrance. His eyes, having adjusted from the profound darkness to the sudden brightness, experienced temporary blindness. Before he could regain his sight, the impact, reminiscent of a powerful assault, left him utterly bewildered. The colossal metal cabinet plummeted from a height of 3 meters, causing Ye Chong to taste blood in his throat, unable to suppress himself any longer. And he promptly lost consciousness. All the lights illuminated, and the debris that had been suspended in midair fell to the ground, as gravity suddenly reasserted itself, rendering the room much less chaotic. The entrance of the ladder sealed shut, while oxygen slowly filled the ceiling. Of course, Ye Chong had no inkling of the unfolding events. He lay sprawled beneath the massive cabinet, with only his hands and feet exposed. The door to the room swung open, revealing a striking young man and an individual entirely encased in armor. The young man exclaimed with the enthusiasm of a discoverer, "Number 2, there's another person here." The armored figure replied, "Young master, we should investigate, though the chances of survival are slim." Upon witnessing Ye Chong's dreadful state, the young man couldn't help but express his sympathy. "This is truly tragic. He has been crushed to a pulp." Number 2 approached, effortlessly lifting the over 300-pound metal cabinet with ease, placing it aside as if it were as light as foam. He examined Ye Chong, astonished. "This person is still alive." The young man, incredulous, responded, "Impossible. Is this fellow even human?" Number 2 too found it hard to believe, observing, "He certainly does not appear to be as formidable as he seems." Ye Chong's physique appeared rather slender, a deceptive contrast to the power he harbored within. Even Mu was astonished at his strength growing without a corresponding increase in weight. Number 2 suddenly furrowed his brow. "This individual seems unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen him before." The young man concurred, "Indeed, I don't recall having met him either. The materials and style of his clothing are quite peculiar and rare. We certainly do not possess such attire aboard our ship." After a brief glance at Ye Chong, Number 2 drew a conclusion. The young man, astonished, queried, "Could it be that he isn't from our ship? How then did he arrive here?" Number 2 was equally perplexed, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ye Chong's hand. Upon noticing the dagger, his pupils constricted sharply, An experienced warrior immediately recognized it as a combat knife, imbued with a chilling aura that boasted of having claimed lives. Number 2 swiftly reached for the dagger, aware that a stranger, lying unconscious, wielded a lethal weapon. This was wholly unacceptable, even if the individual were gravely injured. Vigilance was a requisite quality, and ensuring the young master's safety was his duty. Coincidentally, Ye Chong began to awaken, entirely unaware that the first sight he beheld upon opening his eyes was a metallic hand lunging toward him with alarming speed. A wave of dread washed over him, and his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 28. Ye Chong was utterly unprepared for the scene that greeted him upon awakening. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively classified the individual before him as an adversary. In Ye Chong's lexicon, there was no notion of mercy towards enemies, even when hunting rabbits. He wielded the ferocity befitting a lion. This principle, ingrained in him from his experiences with the mutated creatures of the garbage star, had become an intrinsic part of his being. With no hesitation, Ye Chong's left hand shot out like lightning, grasping the wrist of his opponent and pulling them towards him, while his right hand brandished a dagger, slicing towards the adversary's throat. The second figure was taken aback, feeling their outstretched hand rendered utterly ineffective. Before they could react, a blinding flash overwhelmed their vision, and a blow to the throat sent them staggering backward. Who was this person? The second figure's eyes were wide with terror as they instinctively touched their throat, discovering a deep gash on their armor, an armor that had never before sustained damage. Had it not been for the protective gear, they feared their head would roll on the ground like a freshly severed fruit. Discontented with the dagger in his hand, which had dulled from use, Ye Chong discarded it without a second thought. He had long cultivated the habit of striking without warning. Bending his knees slightly, he unleashed a sudden burst of energy, propelling himself towards the second figure like a cannonball. The armor worn by this individual was a sophisticated micro-light armor, specifically designed for combatants. Lacking a power system, it relied entirely on the user's strength for movement. Constructed from a lightweight yet immensely strong material, it did not impede the fighter's speed. To compensate for this limitation, it featured elastic mechanisms in the legs. The armor's crowning achievement was its combat assistance system, which captured and analyzed every move of the opponent, furnishing the fighter with critical information. A trained combatant could, through this armor, amplify their own capabilities several times over. Though Ye Chong had heard whispers of such armor being developed by a few affluent conglomerates, he had never anticipated encountering it in this place. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, he did not allow his fascination to impede his focus. After all, despite his fervent admiration for the armor, he had no intention of risking his life for it. Death, a relentless adversary since birth, was a foe he would never concede to. Perhaps eliminating the enemy before him and studying the armor afterward would be a prudent course of action. The second figure was gripped by dread as they observed the holographic screen before them, inundated with a torrent of information that cascaded down like a waterfall, too rapid to comprehend. Swift in judgment, they dismissed the overwhelming data and prepared for confrontation. Yet, the disparity in strength left them in despair. Ye Chong's movements were beyond their grasp. Whenever they managed to perceive an action, they found themselves unable to respond in time, relegated to instinctive defenses. To the second figure, Ye Chong's combat style appeared rudimentary, yet it was defined by two words: speed and power. Each of Ye Chong's strikes felt as swift as the wind, leaving the second figure only capable of catching glimpses of shadows, relying on instinct and experience to barely fend off the onslaught. Despite the slender appearance of Ye Chong's hands, they wielded a force akin to a mighty hammer, each punch resonating like the sound of rain against banana leaves. Ye Chong relished the fight. Though the opponent was as feeble as a mouse and slow as a worm, their technique was undeniably impressive. It was remarkable that such a physically unremarkable individual could withstand his onslaught for so long. True challengers were rare. Ye Chong had never before engaged in a real combat scenario, having only encountered mutated creatures on Garbage Star, either the inconsequential mice or the fearsome iron python lizard, which he dared not provoke. As for Mu, the thought of him was too daunting to entertain, especially after witnessing Mu effortlessly dispatch the iron python lizard. Besides, Mu was not even human. This opponent's technique was indeed extraordinary, yet their exterior was remarkably resilient. Had they been composed of ordinary metal, they would have shattered into fragments long ago. Ye Chong, having undergone rigorous physical training under Mu, had developed significant strength. He recalled a moment of frustration during a steel ball exercise, where a single blow to the steel plate resulted in its shattering into several pieces. This had happened quite some time ago, and the training had continued without pause. Now he was unsure just how much stronger he had become. The second figure felt their armor pressing inward under the force of Ye Chong's strikes, further amplifying their fear. Was this individual even human? Suddenly, the second figure leaped backward, shouting, "Stop!" Ye Chong, seemingly unfazed, seized the second figure's hand and yanked them closer, causing the latter to lose their balance and fall. Ye Chong's knee collided forcefully with the second figure's abdomen, producing a dull thud as they crumpled to the ground like a pile of clay. Satisfied, Ye Chong nodded. He had heard the plea, but it was of no concern to him. Maintaining control over the situation provided him with a sense of security, especially in this unfamiliar environment. He turned to approach the young boy, who had been watching with a look of bewilderment. The boy's dark eyes were wide with fear. Trembling as he watched Ye Chong approach, Ye Chong untied the fiber rope from his waist, realizing he was no longer floating in midair. Cautiously, he removed the air tube from his mouth, testing it. To his delight, he could breathe. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Please do not harm him. We surrender." The second figure, clutching their abdomen, struggled to rise. Ye Chong turned around, surprised at the resilience of this opponent still encased in armor. Surrender? This was a novel experience for him. The mutated creatures of Garbage Star had never known the concept of surrender. They were ferocious and unyielding, often striking back even when facing certain death. Why surrender? Did it not mean to submit to slaughter? Was that not a path to inevitable demise? Ye Chong had never witnessed a mutated creature spare its prey simply because it chose to cease resistance. The second figure continued, with great difficulty, "Yes, we surrender. But please do not harm him." Ye Chong glanced at the timid boy, contemplating the situation before him. Chapter 29. The young man appeared notably slender. His complexion so pale it could be described as ghostly. He pressed his thin lips together, exuding an air of aristocratic demeanor as he defiantly gazed at himself, striving to maintain composure, though the fear and unease that flickered in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Observing his opponent, who was still struggling to rise, Ye Chong contemplated whether to strike a few more blows to ensure the complete eradication of his adversary's fighting spirit, thus providing him peace of mind. After a moment's reflection, Ye Chong slowly spoke, "I accept your surrender, but you must first exit your armor." Without the protection of the armor, Ye Chong was confident that with just 3 strikes, he could assuredly end the young man's life. Moreover, Ye Chong had never intended to kill them. His sole aim was to safeguard himself from harm. Furthermore, in order to secure his own survival, he required these 2 individuals, as he was utterly unfamiliar with everything aboard this spacecraft. Should his opponent refuse to comply, Ye Chong would undoubtedly incapacitate him, leaving no potential threat that could later cause him trouble. To his surprise, the adversary responded without hesitation, "All right." He dared not exhibit even a hint of reluctance, for the individual before him was ruthless, striking with lethal intent. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, rendering his side devoid of any bargaining power, compelling him to surrender. Number 2 was also a decisive individual, since surrender was the course of action. He preferred it to be straightforward, lest the young master incur the wrath of Ye Chong, an outcome he wished to avoid at all costs. The young man gazed curiously at number 2, who had been his bodyguard for many years, always presenting herself in the same manner. He had grown accustomed to it, and had never seen her true appearance beneath the armor. With swift and graceful movements, number 2 retracted her armor into subspace. The moment the young man's gaze met hers, he was instantly petrified. He had never anticipated that the diligent protector who had shielded him for so long was, in fact, a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her charming face was a blend of sweetness and mischief, and her sapphire-like captivating eyes were as deep as the night sky. Her tall stature and form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring curves, and her long, athletic legs elicited involuntary admiration. Despite having grown up in an aristocratic family and encountered numerous stunning beauties, he found himself irresistibly drawn to number 2, his gaze fixed upon her. Ye Chong mused, "It seems the armor is controlled by brainwaves." He then casually remarked, "Toss me the control button for your armor." Number 2 had been observing Ye Chong's expression closely. Though she had never revealed herself to the outside world, she possessed unwavering confidence in her appearance. Within her family, those who were similarly trained from a young age for the intimate protection of important family members were all unparalleled beauties. As one of the most striking among them, her trainers had often told her that beauty and physique were their ultimate weapons. If wielded effectively, they could undoubtedly turn the tide of any situation. However, in that moment, Her confidence in her looks crumbled to dust. This terrifying individual seemed to regard her as though she were invisible, leaving her to wonder if she truly had no allure whatsoever. Fortunately, the admiration reflected in the young master's gaze somewhat alleviated her distress. Having served him for 5 years, she knew him well. He would harbor no ill thoughts towards her, for in his eyes, what he found was pure appreciation. After a moment's hesitation, she removed a beautifully crafted bracelet from her wrist and tossed it to Ye Chong. He caught it deftly, exploring its surface for a moment before extracting the miniature energy core and placing both items into his pocket. Observing Ye Chong's adept movements, Number 2 felt all hope evaporate. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, this man maintained a level of caution that was utterly frightening. Ye Chong gestured for her to approach. Anxiously, Number 2 stepped forward. Without hesitation, Ye Chong untied the ropes around his own body and bound her securely. Warning, you'd best not entertain any ulterior motives, or else. His actions were rough, akin to restraining a mutated creature, devoid of any gentleness, causing her to wince in pain and nearly shed tears. Yet, the murderous intent that flickered in Ye Chong's eyes caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Ye Chong moved towards the young man. Number 2 shouted, "What do you intend to do? You promised me you wouldn't harm him. Please keep your word." Her voice, now unencumbered by armor, was melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody. Ye Chong replied without looking back, "Harm him? That is not my intention. However, I believe it would be prudent to restrain him for my own peace of mind." Approaching the young man, who defiantly raised his chin and challenged Ye Chong with his gaze, the pallor of his face had regained some color, and his expression had grown considerably calmer. Number 2 internally lamented the situation. She should have anticipated the young master's obstinacy, hoping only that he would not provoke Ye Chong, lest they face dire consequences. Ye Chong remained unfazed. If he were to be tied up, his mood would hardly differ from that of the young man. Although the boy appeared frail, Ye Chong meticulously bound him as securely as a dumpling. In the garbage star, each mutated creature possessed unique abilities, and judging an enemy's strength by their appearance was undoubtedly the most foolish of endeavors. Ye Chong's actions were anything but gentle, and the delicate young man, unaccustomed to such treatment, winced repeatedly, evoking sympathy from Number 2, who watched helplessly. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Ye Chong unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. Number 2 scrutinized the almost inhuman figure before her. His stature was modest, his skin a healthy wheat color, his features rather ordinary, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. His disheveled black hair resembled a tragic mishap from a malfunctioning automatic barber. His physique was well-proportioned, lacking bulging muscles, which belied the terrifying energy he contained within, such a deceptive contrast. As for his age, she could not ascertain. He seemed young, yet his seasoned demeanor and occasional indifference towards life and death lent him an air of weariness. His clothing was old and tattered, reminiscent of attire one would find in a government relief zone. However, the manner in which he had deftly extracted the energy core from his armor indicated a familiarity with it. Could someone from a relief zone truly possess armor? Ye Chong finally spoke. "Now, tell me, who are you two?" The captives exchanged bewildered glances, and Number 2 ventured cautiously, "You do not know who we are?" Chapter 30 Update. Brothers, cast your votes fiercely. Ye Chong shook his head nonchalantly. "I don't know. How could I possibly know who you are upon our first encounter?" Number 2, incredulous, inquired, "Then why did you attack us?" Ye Chong replied calmly, "It seems you were the first to strike." Number 2's face flushed a bright red, stammering, I merely wanted to take your dagger." Ye Chong merely acknowledged her statement with an indifferent "oh," for he believed that discussing such matters at this juncture was not prudent. "Well, let me be clear. I have no interest in you, but I do expect your cooperation. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use your lives as a lesson." His warning was stark and menacing, yet his demeanor remained eerily calm, as if it were no more significant than a casual meal. A chill surged uncontrollably down the spines of the two, akin to a razor-sharp sword pressed against their throats, its icy aura penetrating every cell in their bodies. Ye Chong's nonchalant tone rendered his lethal intent as inevitable as water overflowing from an already full barrel. "What do you want us to do?" Number 2's voice quivered with fear, while the young boy beside her appeared utterly overwhelmed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Seeing that his warning had seemingly struck a chord, Ye Chong felt a surge of satisfaction, though his expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. Ignoring Number 2's questioning tone, he asked, "Are there any other survivors aboard this spacecraft?" Ye Chong locked his gaze onto Number 2's eyes. Without hesitation, she shook her head. "No. Apart from the two of us, everyone else is dead." Her alluring lips parted and closed, inadvertently revealing a captivating charm. Yet, Ye Chong was completely unaffected, continuing his inquiry. What is the approximate location of this stranded spacecraft? Once again, number 2 shook her head. I don't know. You'd have to reach the control room for that information. Ye Chong rose, stating, then let us proceed to the control room. Number 2 pleaded, could you please untie us? Otherwise, we won't be able to get there. Her large, watery eyes cast a mournful glance at Ye Chong, her face flushed, undeniably enchanting. However, Ye Chong remained oblivious to her charm, pondering why the woman had suddenly turned red. Meanwhile, the frightened young boy gazed at number 2, entranced, seemingly oblivious to their perilous situation. Ye Chong dismissed her suggestion. Oh, there's no need for such trouble. With that, he effortlessly lifted one of them in each hand, awakening the young boy from his reverie. Realizing his predicament, the boy swallowed the harsh words that had almost escaped his lips. Number 2 felt a profound sense of defeat. Her first attempt at using her beauty to manipulate had utterly failed. The steadfastness of Ye Chong's character only deepened her trepidation toward him. Being held aloft was quite uncomfortable. Number 2 managed better than the boy, who, having been pampered throughout his life, suffered greatly from the tight bindings, causing him considerable pain. As Ye Chong carried him, all his weight bore down on the fibrous ropes, intensifying his discomfort to the point of muffled groans. Ye Chong paid no mind, asking, how do we get to the control room? Number 2 glanced at the boy, signaling him to endure, then replied, go through the green door in this room. Then turn right, proceed down a 20-meter corridor, pass through the yellow door, and you will reach the control room. Assured that number 2 posed no danger, she obediently provided the location of the control room. Just as Ye Chong took a step forward, he suddenly recalled Mu. What if Mu had returned to normal and was worried about him? Perhaps he should check on Mu first. This thought took root in Ye Chong's mind, growing uncontrollably until it consumed all his thoughts. Resolute, he glanced at the 2 he was carrying, deciding it was safer to keep them close rather than leave them behind. After all, they were not particularly heavy. Ye Chong strode toward the ladder, and number 2 exclaimed, the control room is not in that direction. You're going the wrong way. Ye Chong shrugged nonchalantly, I know. His casual gesture, though effortless for him, caused the 2 to sway with the motion, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Thanks to the fibrous ropes leading the way, Ye Chong moved swiftly. In no time, they reached the secure door of the corridor. The door was now closed, and Ye Chong distinctly remembered it being open earlier. He turned to number 2, asking, why is this door closed? Having been jostled throughout the journey, the 2 were struggling to regain their composure. Number 2 explained, the passage inside has ruptured, and this door was closed to prevent the cabin from losing pressure. How do we open it? Ye Chong inquired. Number 2 exclaimed in disbelief. Do you want us all to die here? Outside is a vacuum. Ye Chong asked a rather naive question of vacuum. What of it? Number 2 nearly fainted from frustration. Heavens! What era are we in that someone would ask such a fundamental question even a child would know? The thought of the esteemed number 2 being outsmarted by such a person overwhelmed her with indignation. The boy, still held by Ye Chong, was momentarily stunned, then stifled a laugh. Ye Chong, perplexed by their reactions, queried, what? Is there something wrong? They could hardly fathom the environment in which Ye Chong had been raised. It was only after Mu's arrival that he began interacting with the outside world. Even in the virtual network, he was either in the consciousness training base or mingling with the elderly in the Gatista district. Thus, many things that seemed straightforward and common knowledge to others were entirely foreign to him. With their lives in his hands, number 2 dared not act too arrogantly, explaining, in a vacuum, there is no air. Without any protection, a mere breath cannot be sustained. Furthermore, the pressure of the blood within your body will cause your blood vessels to rupture when external pressure disappears, leading to rapid and fatal blood loss. Hence, one must wear a pressure suit when entering a vacuum. Ye Chong dismissively replied, I understand about the lack of oxygen, but the pressure suit is unnecessary. I just came from there without one and am perfectly fine. No pressure suit? How could that be possible? That passage is at least 50 meters long, and the spacecraft's gravity matrix and oxygen were restored by the young master and myself. He entered that room long before. Could it be? Could there be someone who can survive in a vacuum without a pressure suit and without their blood vessels bursting? Is he even human? His physical strength must surpass even that of mutated creatures. Number 2 and the boy exchanged terrified glances, their faces paling as fear became unmistakable in their eyes. Could he be from some savage tribe? There are rumors that some tribes still engage in cannibalism. In an instant, all color drained from their faces. O Lord, please hear our prayers. Chapter 31. The three individuals arrived at the site where the impact occurred. Naturally, all were clad in pressure suits, including one who was mistakenly believed to be from the beast tribe. In truth, both Two and the youth were quite eager to witness Ye Chong entering space without a pressure suit. Their curiosity was piqued, and if he were to meet a catastrophic fate, it would undoubtedly be a source of delight for both her and the young master. Regrettably, Ye Chong paid no heed to Two's coaxing and donned his pressure suit without hesitation. He had no desire to stand out. The more he blended in with the ordinary, the better he could conceal himself. And the less attention he attracted, the longer he could survive. This principle was clear to him. Number 2 felt a deep sense of discouragement. The man before her exhibited none of the impulsiveness and restlessness typical of youth. Instead, he radiated a sense of maturity and composure, which was precisely what made her wary and troubled. As they donned their pressure suits, the ropes binding them had been removed, of course, but prior to their release, Ye Chong had issued his warnings. Although the corridor was a vacuum, the gravitational matrix had been restored, allowing movement that resembled normal walking rather than drifting aimlessly. The corridor's lights were fully illuminated, revealing every detail in stark clarity. When Number 2 and the youth spotted Mu, their expressions diverged dramatically. Under the bright lights, Ye Chong finally discerned the situation before him. Clearly, Mu had crashed in from the middle of the corridor. The tremendous speed generated a terrifying force. The heavily armored hull of the spacecraft failed to halt Mu's advance, resulting in a massive breach. Having breached the spaceship's armor, Mu's momentum was spent, with half of him embedded within the vessel and the other half stuck outside. At that moment, Mu resembled a large green onion skewered into the hull of the spacecraft. Number 2's eyes blazed with fury upon realizing that this individual was the true culprit. Contemplating the disastrous consequences he had wrought, she understood that apart from herself and the young master, all others aboard had perished. The ship sustained severe damage in multiple areas, rendering it incapable of normal navigation, leaving them to await rescue from passing vessels. The vastness of space made encountering another ship a daunting challenge. The hope was slim. Should they cross paths with space pirates, the likelihood of becoming enslaved was high, and given her appearance, the outcome could be even more dire. Though saddened by the death of her comrades, her grief did not translate into resentment toward Ye Chong. What weighed heavily on her mind was the safety of the young master. His well-being was paramount above all else in her heart. Having undergone rigorous training from a young age, she viewed the intricacies of human relationships with a cold detachment. She had consistently excelled within the organization, retaining her position as Number 2, and from an early stage, she had been designated as the young master's personal guardian, indoctrinated with the belief that he was her utmost priority. Over the years, this conviction had taken root deeply within her. Just as her code name indicated, it had never wavered since the day she joined the organization. Yet now, the man before her posed a threat to the young master's safety, inciting her ire. Ye Chong, aware of Number 2's anger, felt no pangs of guilt. Whether or not he was the true instigator mattered little to him. He believed that everyone must take responsibility for themselves. Failing to protect oneself was solely a personal issue, akin to the predator-prey dynamic. Did one expect mercy from the hunter? He harbored no aversion to embodying the role of a predatory creature within the food chain. On the contrary, he embraced it wholeheartedly, preferring not to be at the mercy of herbivores. Ye Chong adhered to the most fundamental principles of nature, as reflected in the mutated creatures of the garbage star, dismissing any notions of human laws or morals. In his mind, such concepts were non-existent. The youth, captivated by the peculiar light armor, became overwhelmed with excitement, completely oblivious to Ye Chong's presence. "Oh my, it's magnificent, truly remarkable. The genius who created this is extraordinary," he exclaimed, his pale visage flushing with fervor. Ye Chong, unperturbed by the youth's exuberance, called out to Mu in his mind, but Mu remained unresponsive, as though in a deep slumber. A wave of melancholy washed over Ye Chong. After more than a year of companionship, the bond between him and Mu had grown profoundly deep. To him, Mu was not merely a suit of armor but a mentor and friend. Mu had introduced him to the outside world, and under Mu's guidance, his abilities had surged beyond measure. This incident posed no threat to Mu, although Mu had not articulated it. Ye Chong understood that this perilous endeavor was undertaken solely for his sake, and it was because of him that Mu had sustained damage. Ye Chong gazed at Mu, once radiant with a unique luster, now dulled and obscured. Within his mind, he envisioned what was once the world's sturdiest armor now marred and battered, and a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He removed the pendant that had hung around his neck, a trinket he had not utilized since that incident where it had cut his finger. Mu disliked remaining in subspace, and Ye Chong cherished Mu's companionship. He had never anticipated that the first time he would use it to retrieve Mu would be under such unfortunate circumstances. Standing behind Ye Chong, number 2's expression fluctuated. Ye Chong appeared to be lost in thought, utterly oblivious to any potential threat. In this moment, a surprise attack might prove fatal. However, if she failed to eliminate him with one strike, both she and the young master would likely face his most ferocious retaliation. The memory of Ye Chong's devastating assault sent a shiver down her spine. Should she launch an ambush? Or refrain? Torn by indecision, thoughts of Ye Chong's ghostly speed and formidable physique made her heart race with trepidation. Unaware of number 2's inner turmoil, Ye Chong sighed inwardly before recalling Mu to subspace. The youth, now climbing onto Mu, was wide-eyed with wonder, his hands caressing the surface of the armor as if it were a beloved. He gasped in awe at intervals, lost in a reverie. Suddenly, Mu retracted the light armor, catching the youth off guard. As the armor vanished beneath him, he felt an abrupt emptiness, and without warning, he cried out in shock. This startled number 2 from her contemplation. Upon witnessing the young master plummeting, she gasped and swiftly twisted her waist, propelling herself towards him. Yet someone was faster. Before she could react, Ye Chong had seized the young master by the waist, lifting him into the air as the boy flailed helplessly. Panic etched across his face. Ye Chong cast a glance at number 2 before casually handing the youth over to her, who caught him with urgency. Casting a grateful glance at Ye Chong while soothing the frightened boy in her arms. Without looking back, Ye Chong declared, "All right, we must proceed to the control room." His tone left no room for debate, compelling number 2 to suppress any hesitation. She had no desire to provoke this enigmatic man further. After all, the sensation of being bound by ropes was utterly intolerable. Embracing the young master closely, number 2 trailed closely behind Ye Chong, who remained unaware of the turmoil within her. The young master had yet to recover from the earlier fright, his complexion pale. Who was this man? Even number 2, with her limited comprehension, recognized the extraordinary nature of the armor he had just summoned back. A person possessing such armor could not possibly be ordinary. With his formidable physique, astonishing speed, and an armor of unparalleled distinction, who could he truly be? With a mind full of questions, number 2 followed closely in Ye Chong's wake. Chapter 32. This book is not a stallion. I do not appreciate stallions. The control room lay in utter disarray, strewn with fragments and debris, a testament to the immense impact the impact had on the spaceship. Upon realizing that Ye Chong had no genuine interest in the young master's life, number 2 began to cooperate. All present were in dire straits. Without unity, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Faced with Ye Chong's overwhelmingly asymmetric strength, number 2 was compelled to lower her demeanor. The young master had been in a daze since his encounter with Mu, muttering incoherently at intervals. Number 2 felt helpless. The young master was amiable and approachable, devoid of any airs. Yet once the topic shifted to his research, he swiftly immersed himself in the subject. He showed no concern for family matters, but he was utterly devoted to his studies on light armor, revealing an astonishing talent in this field. His aspiration was to become a light armor engineer, but his elder sister vehemently opposed this ambition. As the family's legal heir, the young master remained oblivious to worldly affairs, wholly engrossed in his research, leaving his elder sister to bear the burdens of family matters over the years. This outing was executed in secret, away from his sister, as he sought to escape the tiresome life he had grown weary of. Little did he know that an accident awaited him on the journey, accompanied by a formidable adversary. Number 2 regretted not preventing the young master from leaving home when she had the chance. She endeavored to cast aside these thoughts, which would only diminish her morale in the face of their current plight. Ye Chong, entirely unfamiliar with the workings of the spaceship, turned to the experts for guidance. He inquired, "What should we do now?" Number 2 fiddled with the instruments for a moment before turning to Ye Chong. "Our situation is dire. The propulsion system of the spaceship is completely inoperable, and the hull has sustained severe damage with multiple cracks. Most critically, the pulse signal device is damaged, rendering us unable to send distress signals to other spaceships for assistance. We are approximately 118,000 kilometers from Zhuopao. Under normal circumstances, we would reach it in 8 days. Unfortunately, the escape pod on this spaceship has been damaged. Otherwise, we could have reached Zhuopao directly. Moreover, it is unfortunate that the patrol range of Zhuopao's patrol team extends only 5 days from the planet's center. This means our only hope lies in the possibility of a passing spaceship spotting us. Number 2 articulated her explanation methodically and clearly, prompting Ye Chong to reassess her capabilities. The young man, now alert, began examining the control room. A mechanical genius, he swiftly commenced repair work, his nimble hands working deftly like a magician, each component dancing rhythmically in his grasp. Number 2, observing from the side, gazed at the young master in awe. Ye Chong, surprised, had not anticipated that this seemingly frail individual was a mechanical prodigy. Although he considered himself a novice expert in this domain, he felt significantly inferior to the young man before him. It dawned on him that there were always greater talents beyond his ken. The wise elder's words rang true. In truth, Ye Chong had been studying for merely over a year, while this young man had been nurtured from a young age, benefiting from resources far beyond what a desolate planet could offer. It was only natural for him to excel, especially given the young man's family ties to light armor. Ye Chong attentively observed the young man's repairs, reinforcing his own knowledge, and he gained much from the experience. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown increasingly courteous towards both individuals. Regrettably, the spaceship had suffered such severe damage that the propulsion system was beyond hope of repair. It was a small comfort that while the air and heating systems could not be fully restored, they could still meet the basic needs of the three. The supplies of food and water were ample. Now, all they could do was wait. The three engaged in conversation, each respecting the boundaries of their personal histories. The young man's name was Gu Xiaoza, while his maid bore the rather peculiar name of Number 2. However, Ye Chong displayed little curiosity regarding that matter. Their dialogue was undoubtedly delightful, with shared interests sparking excitement. Number 2 smiled, her gaze often lingering on Gu Xiaoza's face. Ye Chong found himself in profound admiration of Gu Xiaoza, whose knowledge far surpassed his years, likely rivaling even the elders in Aurora. Little did he know that Gu Xiaoza held a similar regard for Ye Chong, astonished to discover that this seemingly simple fighter possessed such profound expertise in light armor mechanics, with insights that often struck at the heart of the matter, showcasing a theoretical foundation that rivaled his own. As their discussions deepened, a mutual respect blossomed between them. Gu Xiaoza, though typically modest, could not help but feel a sense of pride upon encountering someone he deemed worthy. For Ye Chong, it was the first time he had engaged in a meaningful exchange with someone of a similar age, and the respect he felt for Gu Xiaoza naturally fostered goodwill. Number 2 sat nearby, smiling as she watched the two men grow more animated in their conversation, hardly able to believe that only a short while ago they had been adversaries. Meanwhile, a convoy of over 30 transport ships sailed steadily through space. The captain, Jing Mo, sat in the command chair, deep in thought. With 8 or 9 days remaining until they reached Zhuopao, barring unforeseen circumstances, the rewards from this journey would be substantial, potentially elevating his merchant qualifications to allow him to trade in light armor, a privilege held by very few. This shipment had traveled from the Tianluo Star region to the Faral Star region over the course of 5 months, encountering several bands of space pirates along the way. Fortunately, his hired mercenary group was exceptionally strong, ensuring their safety. Reflecting on his wise decision to invest heavily in hiring a renowned mercenary group for protection, he felt grateful. Had he not done so, he would have lost everything, perhaps even his life. With just 10 days remaining, he silently prayed that nothing would go awry. Suddenly, an alarm blared, interrupting Jing Mo's prayer. His eyes shot open, and his heart tightened in response. Chapter 33. The collection has finally reached 500. Updates. Ye Chong and his companions had been waiting for 5 days. Unlike planets inhabited by humans, space was engulfed in an eerie silence that profoundly tested one's willpower. Many individuals could not endure such solitude and thus refrained from embarking on space travel. Prolonged exposure to such an utterly quiet environment could easily lead to a mental breakdown, and the vastness of the cosmos only intensified the psychological pressure. Consequently, although the conditions for solo space travel had been met, no one had ever dared to attempt it. For Ye Chong, this was hardly a concern. Having lived alone on the trash planet for many years, he was well acquainted with the solitude of life. In fact, he would find himself truly uncomfortable in a bustling environment. Deep within, his feelings about the impending journey were complex. Curiosity, fear, anxiety, and longing swirled within him. However, this silence posed a challenge for Gu Xiaoza and Number 2. Ye Chong closed his eyes to rest, yet remained in a half-awake state, maintaining heightened vigilance. Noticing that Ye Chong appeared to be asleep, Gu Xiaoza began conversing with Number 2, seemingly attempting to dispel the daunting silence through dialogue. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the stillness. Ye Chong jolted awake, springing to his feet, and Gu Xiaoze and number 2 halted their conversation, turning their gazes towards the pulse station. The holographic screen displayed a colossal fleet of spaceships. Gu Xiaoze and number 2 gasped in astonishment, quickly followed by joy. With Gu Xiaoze excitedly lifting number 2 into his arms, causing her fair face to flush crimson beneath her golden hair. Ye Chong, however, did not share their excitement. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the fleet. Regrettably, his knowledge of spaceships was scant, rendering him unable to discern their types. Yet, he could see that the personnel emerging from the side compartments had already noticed their presence. Gu Xiaoze set number 2 down and smiled at Ye Chong, exclaiming, "This alarm-s sound is dreadful. I wish we hadn't used it." The laser radar was severely damaged, and astonishingly, it was an internal malfunction. However, under Gu Xiaoze's ingenious touch, it was barely repaired. The alarm was also broken, compelling Gu Xiaoze to replace it with another sound device, albeit one with a rather unpleasant tone, hence his complaints. Perfection was his nature. Number 2 dashed to the control panel to activate the laser lights, rapidly sending out a flashing distress signal. Upon seeing the distress signal, the personnel from the opposing fleet noticeably quickened their pace, yet even with their increased speed, their battle formation remained impressively intact, indicating a well-trained crew. Ye Chong inquired in a hushed tone, "Are there any weapons?" This was his instinct. He always preferred to place himself in an active rather than a passive position. Gu Xiaoze and number 2 were momentarily taken aback. Ye Chong added, "If there's a light armor, that would be ideal." Number 2 shook her head, replying, "There is no white armor available, and the light armors of the unfortunate individuals are custom-made by their families. They can only be reused after special identification processing back at the family. The white armor is unbound and unregistered." Ye Chong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoze recalled something and hurried to a corner, rummaging through his belongings. Moments later, he returned, beaming with excitement. "This dagger is something I made for fun. I usually use it as a tool." In offering his crafted item, Gu Xiaoze had already considered Ye Chong a friend. Ye Chong accepted the dagger. Noting its deep black hue and the razor-sharp edge treated with lasers, coupled with an anti-slip design that provided an excellent grip and remarkable stability, he nodded. "The resilience of this dagger is commendable. However, the curvature design is quite flawed." With that, he pinched the tip of the dagger in one hand and the hilt in the other, gently bending it into a bow shape. Upon releasing one hand, the dagger returned to its original form with a soft hum, showing no signs of deformation. Gu Xiaoze gaped in disbelief, unable to close his mouth, and when he heard Ye Chong criticize the design, he exclaimed, "Your strength is incredible. This knife was just a toy I made out of boredom. I didn't think too much about it at the time." Number 2 remained unfazed. She had first-hand experience of Ye Chong's formidable strength, a monster terrifyingly unlike any human. Just as she was about to don her microlight armor, Gu Xiaoze stopped her, saying, "That armor is too conspicuous. It's fine at home, but outside it would be quite inappropriate. Besides, wearing that armor feels like being encased in a shell. How uncomfortable. You're so beautiful. It's a pity to be trapped in a shell." Number 2 lowered her lovely face, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Jing Mo observed the trio before him, a young master, a maid, and a guard. His attention was primarily drawn to Gu Xiaoze, whose noble demeanor radiated the essence of a well-bred aristocrat, courteous, graceful, and composed, exhibiting impeccable upbringing without a hint of arrogance. Such demeanor was characteristic of those from long-established families. Only those with a rich history could maintain such humility, avoiding the ostentation typical of nouveau riche. These noble families had experienced the ebb and flow of history, marked by periods of prosperity and decline, yet they had endured through the ages. Many once glorious families had long been obscured by the annals of time. Their legacies vanished without a trace. A vast network of connections and generations of talent ensured the continuation of these families. Their modesty and restraint made them more readily accepted by the populace. However, being part of the nobility was not self-proclaimed. It required recognition from others. Today, the number of noble families was alarmingly few. Establishing a connection with one of these families could signify boundless wealth and a bright future. And Jing Mo's eyes sparkled with ambition. Jing Mo enthusiastically engaged Gu Xiaoze in conversation. Despite the lack of common topics, he still responded politely. Number 2's breathtaking beauty drew the attention of everyone aboard, inciting whispers and glances, leading some to even approach the control room to steal a look. Unaccustomed to such attention, Number 2 felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Among the three, Ye Chong was the least conspicuous. His appearance was rather ordinary. lacking Gu Shaoza's charm and certainly overshadowed by number 2's exquisite beauty. When Gu Shaoza introduced himself as a guard, Jing Imo scrutinized him skeptically, questioning how such a slender individual could fulfill the role of a protector. In truth, Ye Chong was far from feeble, well-proportioned would be the most fitting description. Yet, compared to other guards with bulging muscles and intimidating physiques, it was no wonder Jing Imo perceived him as frail. Only the captain of the personnel team regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. Undoubtedly, Jing Imo was a master of social dynamics. Sensing number 2's discomfort, he reprimanded his subordinates, dispersing them. He then resumed a lively conversation with Gu Shaoza, well aware of what captivated the younger crowd. He regaled them with tales of his youthful adventures and the customs of various regions, captivating all three, who found themselves enchanted and lost in reverie, Ye Chong included. Within the control room, laughter and lively discussions filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. None of them anticipated the dangers that lay ahead. Chapter 34. Ha has successfully crossed the 3 rivers. How delightful. Jing Imo took a sip of sweet grass juice and inquired of Fady. What do you think of these people? Fady, the captain of the mercenary group employed by Jing Imo, stood tall with a stern, stone-like visage. His coarse, short hair stood upright like steel wires, and a scar of 2 to 3 centimeters slanted across his brow, lending him an air of formidable strength rather than a fearsome appearance. His robust physique instilled a profound sense of security, and in the Tianluo star domain, many local women found themselves quite taken with him. However, these attributes were not the reasons Jing Imo valued him. Rather, it was Fady's remarkable insight, cautious demeanor, adept command, and unwavering integrity that earned Jing Imo's deep trust. If it were not for Fady's reluctance, Jing Imo would have eagerly enlisted him to serve under his command, a truly capable individual. It was indeed through Fady's prudence and strategic acumen that they had navigated perilous waters without incident. Fady's posture resembled that of a soldier, his back straight and eyes unwavering. Once seated, he could remain still for hours, a trait that Jing Imo greatly admired. After a moment of contemplation, Fady responded clearly and assertively. That young man is likely the scion of a powerful family. The 3 of them exhibit no significant flaws. Their bodyguard seemed formidable, though I cannot be entirely certain. According to their account, their spaceship sustained severe damage from a meteorite collision. However, upon inspecting the affected area, I observed that their vessel had clearly been reinforced. If it were truly a meteorite strike, I would expect to find some debris nearby, yet I discovered none. This is simply implausible. Jing Imo's eyelids twitched. Could they be hiding something? Perhaps they are undercover pirates? Fady continued. The notion of undercover pirates seems unlikely. Numerous corpses were found aboard their spaceship, most of whom were equipped with energy armor. Moreover, he added with a peculiar expression, their armor is quite extraordinary. Extraordinary? Jing Imo inquired with curiosity. If even the leader of the mercenary group found the armor remarkable, how could one not be intrigued? Fady paused before elaborating. Indeed, it is exceptionally unique. Their armor is undoubtedly of high quality. Imagine, if over 50 individuals were outfitted with advanced armor, how formidable their capabilities must be. Additionally, the musculature of the deceased indicates that they likely possess considerable strength and life. They must have been elite mercenaries. More than 50 pieces of advanced armor? Over 50 elite mercenaries? Jing Imo exclaimed in astonishment. The title of elite mercenary implies immense power, and regardless of location, such individuals are highly sought after by various factions. Notably, even a renowned mercenary group like Fady's Oak Leaf Mercenary Corps possesses merely 10 elite mercenaries, with Fady himself being one of them. Thus, one can only imagine the depth of Jing Imo's astonishment upon learning that more than 50 elite mercenaries adorned with advanced armor had been aboard that spaceship. Fady nodded gravely. Indeed, I personally verified this. It is well known that when the owner of energy armor perishes, the armor automatically resets, transforming into basic armor. However, the peculiarity of this armor lies in the fact that, despite all its owners having met their demise, it did not reset. Instead, it entered a state of self-protection. No one can utilize it or extract any information from it. Armor that can protect itself? Jing Imo was taken aback. As far as I know, this technology is only utilized by a handful of prominent families and the military. Fady candidly shared his knowledge. Families might yield some benefits, but if it were the military, Jing Imo felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly wished to avoid any association with those cold-hearted individuals. Furthermore, Fady gazed at Jing Imo, whose complexion had turned pale, and opened his mouth as if to speak. Jing Imo was certain he was on the brink of madness. Heavens! I thought I had stumbled upon a great fortune, only to find it a tremendous burden. Jing Mo gasped, fearing his startled heart might not withstand the revelation. Taking several deep breaths, Jing Mo attempted to regain his composure. After a while, his complexion improved slightly, and he gestured for Fady to continue. Fady cast a sidelong glance at Jing Mo and resumed. Moreover, there are no markings on their armor, no production date, no place of origin, and the model does not correspond to any currently known types. Similarly, this spaceship bears no insignia, no place of origin, and no production date. Yet, without a doubt, it is remarkably advanced. Indeed, it surpasses all civilian spacecraft available on the market. Surpasses all civilian spacecraft? What does that mean? Jing Mo asked, puzzled. After half a minute, his face turned ashen. Could it possibly be a military vessel? No, that cannot be. Wasn't the production of military spacecraft strictly prohibited? Even the military cannot produce them. Hasn't the production and research of military spacecraft been banned across the 5-star domains? Are these people mad? Do they fear nothing? 3 centuries ago, the government of the Tian de Star domain issued a joint declaration prohibiting all groups and individuals, including the military, from possessing or developing any type of warship, with severe penalties for violators. It was from that point onward that mercenaries began to rise as the primary combat resource. Fady remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Your assertion is somewhat correct. However," a flicker of pain and struggle crossed Fady's eyes, but the agitated Jing Mo paid no heed. Seeing Jing Mo on the verge of collapse, Fady deemed it necessary to offer some reassurance. Rest assured, while it is advanced, it is not equipped with any weaponry, so it cannot be classified as a warship. Jing Mo exhaled in relief. Phew, you certainly gave me a fright. Please refrain from such jokes in the future. I cannot be certain my fragile heart can withstand it. Fady inwardly chuckled, recognizing that although the spacecraft was devoid of weapons, it had already surpassed the boundaries set by the government. Fady's expression turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. There is one crucial point. Jing Mo nearly collapsed against the table, lamenting, "Good heavens, are you trying to drive me to despair?" Ignoring him, Fady pressed on with his thoughts. From the damage sustained by the hull, it is evident they were indeed struck. The energy required to cause the simultaneous death of 50 elite mercenaries is unimaginable. As for how the 3 of them survived such a collision, I do not intend to delve into. However, I found no remnants of debris other than that of the ship itself. What I wish to ascertain is what exactly transpired. Was it human-made or a natural and inexplicable phenomenon? If it were human-made, might the perpetrator attempt another assassination upon learning of the 3 survivors? If so, I cannot trust that they possess even a shred of compassion for us bystanders. Nor do I believe our vessel could withstand even half the force of their attack. If it were a natural phenomenon, could it recur? This is the question that intrigues me. Jing Mo was left utterly speechless, his face ashen. If only he had not rescued those 3. Regret surged within him. The fleet sailed quietly and steadily forward, yet in the vast darkness ahead, what awaited them? Jing Mo and Fady dared not ponder this question any longer. Chapter 35. Brother, do you think they might have made a mistake? A burly man with a face full of flesh grumbled. Who knows? The one-eyed leader reclined with one foot propped on the armrest of his chair, eyes closed, blissfully savoring a puff of his cigar. His expression was one of indulgence. This was a fine product, naturally grown and skillfully processed by a renowned master, not something one could casually purchase from any shop for a few hundred diamonds. Boss, I'm afraid things may have changed. Beside the one-eyed leader stood a thin man, resembling a mere twig, whose shifty eyes darted around restlessly, evidently a sycophant to the leader. What do you mean? The one-eyed leader remained lazily reclined. The thin sycophant whispered, Boss, think about it. Our informant has been silent for 6 days. It doesn't bode well. Moreover, we've already waited here for so long. If everything were normal, they would have arrived by now. The leader nodded in agreement. You're right. So what should we do? Are we to return the deposit? A pained expression crossed his face. The sycophant grinned slyly. Boss, you needn't worry about that. That fellow wouldn't dare leak this matter. He fears the repercussions more than we do. If this information were to get out, we might suffer a tarnished reputation, but for him, it would mean utter disgrace. Since we've taken the money, we won't be giving it back. The one-eyed leader laughed heartily and clapped the sycophant on the shoulder. Well said. You're sharp as ever. So now, it's not our concern anymore. The burly man interjected anxiously, Boss, returning empty-handed isn't auspicious. The brothers will surely complain. The one-eyed leader stroked his chin, pondering. True, returning empty-handed could dampen morale. Just then, a small henchman rushed in, panting and visibly excited. "Boss, there's a fat sheep ahead, a big fat sheep." The one-eyed leader looked up, laughing heartily. "Haha, it seems fortune is upon us. Tell the brothers to prepare." In a nearby room, Ye Chong and his companions sat together. Gu Shaozi glanced at the door, his brows knitted with concern. "What now? They wouldn't really keep us under house arrest, would they? Why are they still guarding us? We're not prisoners." Seeing the young master's troubled expression, Number 2 felt a twinge of sympathy and reassured him, "There's no need to worry, young master. Their actions merely stem from some doubts regarding our identities. Until they have concrete evidence, they wouldn't dare to act against us." Ye Chong ignored their conversation, choosing instead to close his eyes and conserve his energy. In this unfamiliar environment, his vigilance never wavered. His body was poised, ready to strike a lethal blow at any moment. As for the two guards at the door, Ye Chong regarded them with disdain, not believing they posed any real threat. He found it peculiar that everyone he encountered seemed so fragile. How strange that such frail bodies would shatter at the slightest impact. Didn't they understand that physical strength was fundamental? Gu Shaozi observed Ye Chong with admiration for his composure. Yet he was also filled with curiosity about the young man's past. The two guards stationed at the door were senior officers, their commander's orders ringing in their ears. Though they felt it was excessive to assign 2 experienced officers to guard 3 young boys, they dutifully complied with the command. Suddenly, their communication devices crackled with urgent orders, and their expressions shifted dramatically. They exchanged alarmed glances, and one of them opened the door, addressing the 3 with solemnity. "Please, do not leave this room. Your safety cannot be guaranteed." Number 2 asked urgently, "What is going on?" After a moment's hesitation, the other guard replied, "We've been attacked by space pirates. It seems to be the Red Eagle pirates." "Red Eagles?" Gu Shaozi and Number 2 exclaimed in unison, their faces draining of color. The guards had anticipated their reactions. One senior officer reassured them, "We must go to battle now. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to fight." The final words carried a weight of determination, hinting at a resolve that commanded respect. "We're off. Take care." The 2 guards rushed out, leaving the 3 behind in the room. "Red Eagles? How could this happen?" Number 2 murmured, his face etched with despair. Gu Shaozi was equally distraught, his composure unraveling. Yet Ye Chong remained unfazed, as calm as ever. "What are Red Eagles?" Ye Chong inquired with curiosity, observing the panic-stricken expressions of his companions. They looked at him as if he were a fool. "Are you truly human? You don't even know about the Red Eagles? Are they that formidable?" Ye Chong asked innocently. "Heavens!" Gu Shaozi appeared on the verge of fainting, his pallid complexion resembling that of a person suffering from severe anemia. Number 2 managed to explain, "The Red Eagles are a highly powerful pirate crew. While it's uncertain if they are the strongest, they are undoubtedly the most notorious. They are known for their brutality. Almost no one survives once captured by them." Ye Chong tilted his head, pondering. "So, does that mean they will definitely board our ship?" Number 2 nodded firmly. "Without a doubt." Suddenly, Ye Chong sprang to his feet, startling the other 2. Gu Shaozi exclaimed, "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. They are merciless killers." Then it struck him. Ye Chong was also a merciless killer himself. "I need a light armor. Do you know where I can find one?" Ye Chong asked calmly. Number 2 found Ye Chong's demeanor perplexing. In the face of overwhelming power, he remained composed and filled with a fighting spirit. Perhaps ignorance truly bred courage. In the lowest level of the warehouse, there were typically a few spare light armors, kept to ensure that officers wouldn't lose combat capability due to irreparable damage to their own. A merchant crew with numerous officers would certainly have a few spare light armors, although Number 2 doubted such efforts would yield any results. A flicker of hope remained in his heart. If Ye Chong succeeded, the young master might be saved. "How do we get to the warehouse?" At the mention of light armor, Ye Chong's eyes glimmered with fervor. "The warehouse door is tightly locked. Accessing it requires a password." Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to search for someone to provide the password. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chong's chest expanded like a bellows. His muscles felt as if they were inflating with fiery energy. He sank his waist, bent his elbows, and clenched his fists, moving his arms slowly back like a legendary bowstring being drawn taut, accumulating strength with each passing moment. As the breath reached its limit, the heat coursing through him became almost unbearable, and the bowstring was pulled to its maximum. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chong let out a thunderous shout, akin to a clap of thunder, as his right fist surged forward like a tempest, crashing against the center of the warehouse door. Chapter 36, a resounding thud echoed, oppressive and resonant, as Ye Chong's right fist became the epicenter of chaos. Countless minuscule fissures erupted outward, like a dark flower blossoming on the black warehouse door, adorned with flecks of crimson, facing Ye Chong in full bloom. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass followed, as delicate metallic petals fell, piece by piece, cascading down in a torrential downpour of debris. Ye Chong glanced at his right hand, which was now a bloody mess, skin torn and flesh mangled. He inwardly mused that such reckless acts of breaking doors with his bare hands should be avoided in the future. Disregarding further contemplation, he dashed into the warehouse like a gust of wind. Soon, he discovered a neatly arranged array of spatial buttons for light armor on a shelf against the wall. Ye Chong, akin to a famished wolf encountering a feast, let out a cheer and lunged forward. Most of the armor was standard space gear, with only a few specialized models, such as those for reconnaissance. After a brief consideration, Ye Chong selected a sleek black scorpion-shaped light armor, Sandstorm Bug. Renowned for its exceptional speed and expansive field of vision, with a satisfactorily thick exterior, the black shell rendered it nearly invisible to enemies in space. Yet, it was the armor's unique functionalities that truly captivated Ye Chong. Resolutely, he stuffed all the spatial buttons into his waist pouch. Climbing into the cockpit of the Sandstorm Bug, he was dismayed to find that initial configuration was required. Panic surged through him. The convenience of the model was unmatched, needing only a drop of blood for operation. Ye Chong's eyes fixated on the holographic screen as his hands moved with astonishing speed, a blur of motion. The Sandstorm Bug boasted numerous special features, necessitating a thorough setup for optimal use. In warfare, life and death hung in the balance, and Ye Chong could not afford to proceed unprepared. Despite his urgency, he maintained a calm demeanor, meticulously completing all configurations without a hint of negligence. If only we're here, he thought, my life would be secured, and I wouldn't be in this frantic predicament. Meanwhile, Gu Shaozi and Number 2 sat quietly in their room, exchanging silent glances. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos. Both sides comprised of formidable warriors. Laser beams of myriad colors intertwined and collided, fleeting brilliance illuminating the desolate night sky. The Oak Leaf Brigade's warriors operated like a disciplined army, executing coordinated maneuvers, with 10 elite warriors forming the backbone under the strategic command of their leader, Fady. Despite the Oak Leaf Brigade's prowess, the infamous Red Eagle pirates outnumbered them significantly and were entirely battle-ready. They resembled cunning wolves, evading direct confrontation while mercilessly harrying the brigade's flanks and rear, engaging in guerrilla tactics without ever entangling themselves in a decisive battle. Though it appeared that neither side could gain the upper hand, the sheer numerical superiority of the Red Eagle pirates began to tilt the scales of war in their favor as time passed. Ye Chong cautiously maneuvered the Sandstorm Bug, hiding behind a merchant ship, his heart racing as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Despite having endured countless hardships on the desolate junk planet, the tumultuous spectacle left him trembling deep within. Countless pieces of armor soared and spiraled, punctuated by violent explosions that erupted like fireworks, casting vivid flashes across Ye Chong's vision. He struggled to quell his racing thoughts. Survive, survive. I must live. He repeatedly reassured himself, vowing not to perish here. Having escaped the cursed junk planet, he had yet to experience the wonders of the outside world. He could not allow himself to die now. Do not die? Ye Chong screamed inwardly, gasping for breath as he gradually calmed his spirit. What should he do? If this continued, the Oak Leaf Brigade would inevitably fall. Ye Chong was acutely aware of his limitations. His previous arrogance had led him to overestimate his abilities. In this predicament, even his involvement would not alter the outcome. Regaining his composure, Ye Chong began to strategize. Observing the two sides locked in combat, he noticed that no one was paying attention to his location. An idea sparked in his mind. Why not commandeer a merchant ship and slip away? After all, he had previously consulted Gu Shaozi about such tactics, and it should pose no significant issue. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Given the merchant ship's speed, by the time the pirates concluded their skirmish, he would have barely escaped, and the merchant vessel's velocity could not compare to that of the pirate ships, ensuring he would ultimately be caught. What if he fled in the light armor? The adversaries would likely remain oblivious. Even if they did notice, they probably would not dispatch many to pursue him. Against one or two, he felt he could manage. Yet, light armor was not suited for long-distance travel. Its energy reserves were insufficient, and there were no supplies, no food or water. Even if he managed to escape, he would perish from hunger or thirst in the vast emptiness of space. What to do? Ye Chong furrowed his brow in frustration. Suddenly, he caught sight of a uniquely shaped spacecraft, encircled by numerous pirate vessels, seemingly the leader among them. Instantly, an idea seized Ye Chong's mind. Once conceived, it could not be erased. Glancing at several floating boulders, each several dozen meters wide, a plan began to form. The battle had intensified, with both sides suffering significant casualties, and nearly everyone's attention was focused on the heart of the conflict. A splendid opportunity. Ye Chong resolved to take the risk, for life or death hinged on this bold move. He straightened in the cockpit, closed his eyes, and began to breathe in a distinctive rhythm, consciously relaxing his muscles and calming his mind. With a sudden snap, Ye Chong opened his eyes, a fierce determination igniting within him. With a sharp command, his hands transformed into mere phantoms, moving with unprecedented speed. Accelerating, shifting gears, Ye Chong pushed the sandstorm bug to its maximum velocity, hurtling toward the merchant ship as if it were his sworn enemy. At a mere 10 meters from the vessel, Ye Chong entered the shadow cast by the massive merchant ship. Just as he was about to collide, his hands surged with speed, activating the auxiliary engines of the sandstorm bug with a thunderous roar. The sandstorm bug traced a graceful arc, narrowly gliding beneath the merchant ship, coming within mere centimeters of impact. Ye Chong fixated on the holographic display, his mind racing with calculations, his fingers never pausing. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to the exertion required for such precise maneuvers. The merchant ship's underside spanned only 50 meters, and at his current speed, the sandstorm bug would burst through in less than a second. In the fleeting moment beneath the ship, the sandstorm bug underwent a remarkable transformation. Its once smooth black exterior became rugged and uneven, with irregular protrusions sprouting forth, while its elongated scorpion tail was retracted into the armor. Now, the sandstorm bug resembled an ordinary rock floating in space. Just before emerging from beneath the merchant vessel, all engines powered down simultaneously. This series of intricate maneuvers was executed in the blink of an eye, showcasing the astonishing speed of Ye Chong's hands. For the first time, he silently expressed gratitude for the grueling training he had endured. The sandstorm creature glided silently through the merchant fleet like a mere pebble, unnoticed by the engaged combatants on either side. Chapter 37. Camouflage. The unique ability of the sandworm lies in its capability to disguise itself as a rock by utilizing the irregular protrusions on its surface, thereby evading enemy detection systems. However, the conditions for activating this ability are exceedingly stringent, requiring the complete shutdown of all power systems. Transitioning from a fully off state to on demands extensive operations, implying that when one resorts to this function, they must relinquish speed, and all they can do is pray to successfully evade enemy search. Otherwise, escape may become an impossible endeavor. Undoubtedly, the excessively high operational demands are one of the primary reasons this ability is not widely employed. Ye Chong's sandworm glided silently amidst the merchant ships. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that this rock consistently flew close to the underside or side of the merchant vessels, always perilously close. Every time it passed a merchant ship, Ye Chong seized the cover provided by the ship to execute a series of operations: engine activation, angle correction, and engine shutdown, in a remarkably brief span. After slipping past the final merchant ship, Ye Chong could finally exhale a sigh of relief. The sandworm, propelled by inertia, drifted obliquely towards a distant rock. In the quiet, dark night sky, the unremarkable rock's glide went unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, Ye Chong realized he was drenched, as if he had just emerged from water. His hands throbbed with a subtle cramping pain due to the strain of operations that exceeded his usual training capacity. The most concerning injury was to his right hand, which had sustained damage from a punch that broke the storage door. Ordinarily, such an injury would not faze Ye Chong, but now he could only hope his right hand would not fail him at this critical juncture. Sweat and blood mingled, the salt from the sweat irritating his right hand, yet providing a semblance of relief from fatigue. At his current pace, it would take approximately 5 more minutes to reach the rock. With the lights in the cockpit extinguished, the holographic screen hovered before him, exuding a subdued glow that felt dreamlike. Regrettably, Ye Chong had no time to appreciate the vision. His eyes remained fixed on the holographic display as he rhythmically adjusted his breathing to recuperate some of the energy expended, while his hands performed gentle movements to alleviate their fatigue. He dared not glance at the battlefield's dynamics. 5 minutes passed, and Ye Chong watched as the rock before him gradually enlarged in his vision, an unprecedented tension gripping his heart. The first step had been executed flawlessly. What about the second? Closer, closer, nearer now. As the sandworm entered the shadow of the rock, its engine roared to life, and simultaneously, the auxiliary engines flared open, continuously adjusting their angles. The sandworm appeared to be irresistibly drawn to the rock. carving a graceful arc of 120 degrees as it slid from one side of the rock to the other, the entire process fluid and harmonious. Given the considerable distance from both sides, the rock remained inconspicuous, which was precisely why Ye Chong had chosen it. He aimed to utilize this rock for a directional shift. Without a doubt, Ye Chong executed this maneuver with exquisite finesse. He believed that even if Mu were present, he would be thoroughly impressed by this recent turn. The sandworm's power systems had been entirely shut down before it emerged from the other side of the rock, heading straight for the pirate ship. No one noticed this rock, which had the potential to alter the battlefield's outcome, now drifting steadily towards the pirate vessel. As the pirate ship loomed closer, Ye Chong's anxiety intensified. The angle was perfect. The sandworm narrowly grazed the outermost pirate ship, sending a chill of cold sweat coursing down Ye Chong's spine. There was no opportunity to adjust the angle now. Any slight activation of the sandworm's engine would instantly shatter its disguise. Ye Chong could only imagine that in such a scenario, he would be bombarded by countless cannon fire, leaving nothing but ashes. The sandworm flawlessly embodied Ye Chong's calculative prowess, avoiding any collisions with the pirate ships as it continued its glide into the depths of the pirate vessel. Ye Chong finally reached his destination, the uniquely styled pirate ship. He was now certain that this pirate ship was no ordinary vessel. Watching the ship being shielded in the center, soon to become his prey, Ye Chong felt an unprecedented thrill coursing through him, a sensation akin to electricity radiating throughout his body, nearly causing him to tremble with excitement. With his eyes ablaze, the fatigue, pain from his wounds, and the cramping in his hands all momentarily vanished, as if a new vitality surged within him, invigorating his spirit. He felt more alive than ever. Despite the fervor in his heart, Ye Chong's hands moved methodically, devoid of any chaos. As the sandworm glided beneath the pirate ship, its scorpion tail suddenly sprang forth with a soft pop, transmitted through the alloy cable. The tail of the sandworm, typically contracted into a cone, expanded into a large circular suction cup upon contacting the ship's underside, securing itself firmly. The sandworm's momentum finally ceased, and Ye Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scrutinized the ship's underside, where he noticed a circular recessed cover at the center, likely operable only from the inside. The escape suits equipped in spacecraft provided up to 10 hours of oxygen and flying capabilities, albeit with limited range, merely allowing for a safe escape to the nearest starship. Ye Chong donned the escape suit, secured the dagger gifted by Gu Shaozi at his waist, and grasped a toolbox as he quietly exited the cockpit. Rather than immediately ascending along the alloy cable, he floated to the sandworm's belly, locating the weapon storage compartment. Using the toolbox with utmost caution, he carefully detached the sandworm's laser sword. He dared not use firearms, as they could expose him at any moment. And he was not willing to gamble with his life. Holding the 3-meter-long laser sword, he appeared rather comical. He carefully climbed the alloy cable to the pirate ship's bottom. Approaching the recessed cover, where he meticulously examined it and confirmed it could only be opened from within. Discarding the idea of using the toolbox to pry it open, he tossed it aside and raised his laser sword. It was now or never. Without hesitation, Ye Chong thrust the laser sword towards the cover. Chapter 38. As I perused the multitude of comments from my fellow brothers, I felt an undeniable urge to elevate them, yet regrettably, this week's quota for such accolades had already been exhausted. I earnestly request everyone's continued support for Feng Xiang. This pirate vessel, of an indeterminate material, proved to be quite the challenge. Even wielding a lightsaber required considerable effort. Beads of sweat formed on Ye Chong's forehead as the lightsaber emitted a dazzling brilliance, starkly visible against the inky night sky. Should he tarry too long, detection by others would spell dire consequences. With one hand gripping the alloy cable of the scorpion tail suction cup for leverage, he fervently hoped the suction would hold firm and not betray him. The lightsaber gradually penetrated the hull of the pirate ship. The armor was astonishingly thick. Despite the blade embedding deep into the hull, it lacked the sensation of breaching through. Reluctantly, Ye Chong resorted to excavating piece by piece. The lightsaber was ill-suited for such labor. A laser shovel would have been infinitely more effective. He took a moment to jest with himself, attempting to alleviate the tension that had rendered his muscles somewhat rigid, a consequence of his heightened anxiety. On the garbage star, in countless life-or-death scenarios, Ye Chong had relied on this very method to attract fortuity. In his current state, he resembled a nanorobot performing menial tasks in the vastness of space. Suddenly, the lightsaber felt lighter in his grasp, and he couldn't suppress his joy. He had finally breached the hull. Cautiously, he carved out an opening large enough to enter, subsequently stowing the sandworm in a pocket dimension, its mission accomplished. As Ye Chong carefully maneuvered into the pirate ship, he immediately sensed an increase in weight, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly dropping the lightsaber. It dawned on him that he had crossed into the ship's gravitational field. Utilizing the lightsaber's glow, he surveyed his surroundings. In the control room, the one-eyed captain lounged in a plush command chair, a cigar perched between his lips, exuding an air of leisure. Behind him stood the gaunt strategist, attentively poised. The one-eyed captain chuckled heartily. These rascals are putting up quite a fight. They seem to possess some skill. Goodness, this crew is formidable. Truly worthy of being one of my fierce generals. However, this plump target proves to be rather troublesome. Alas, they have encountered us, this time. We shall strike it rich. His avaricious gaze fixated on the immense merchant vessel, his eyes glimmering with visions of gold and jewels. The gaunt strategist nodded vigorously. His pallid face flushed as if intoxicated, evidently elated by the unexpected encounter with an exceptionally rare prize, which brightened his typically somber demeanor. Fortunately, in this state, he did not forget to flatter his captain. All thanks to your brilliance, Chief. This haul will keep us feasting luxuriously for months. However, Captain, I've heard whispers from the Black Corner about a peculiar shortage of goods. Those old-timers are offering high prices for deliveries, along with a bounty of Black Corner points. I was pondering whether we might transport these goods to the Black Corner and sell them to those old codgers. It wouldn't cost us much, and those Black Corner points could be immensely beneficial. Upon hearing the term Black Corner, the one-eyed captain shuddered involuntarily, and when Black Corner points was mentioned, his eye gleamed with newfound fervor. The Black Corner, a mysterious realm, the heart of dark forces. It serves as a paradise for consumption, boasting the most exquisite beauties, the finest wines, the most opulent garments, unparalleled services, and cutting-edge technology. Everything one could desire is found there, even the unimaginable, with beasts and curiosities that would astonish anyone. Currency from the 5 major star systems is accepted here, albeit only in the outer districts. To access the unique and enigmatic inner district, one must use the Black Corner's own currency, Black Corner points. The currency from the 5-star systems cannot be exchanged for Black Corner points unless someone is willing to trade their points. In the market, the value of a single Black Corner point has reached astronomical heights, yet no one is willing to part with theirs. For pirates like the one-eyed captain, each Black Corner point is invaluable. Periodically, the Black Corner Council announces various commissions. Successful completion of any task yields corresponding rewards in Black Corner points. Moreover, those who work in the inner district receive their wages in these points. However, obtaining commissions from the council or gaining employment in the inner district is no simple feat. The difficulty of the council's tasks is such that even a captain like the one-eyed leader, with countless subordinates and formidable strength, can only watch helplessly. If one manages to work in the Black Corner's inner district, congratulations are in order. They have achieved a masterful level of expertise. As long as one's skills are sufficiently high, personal shortcomings will not impede entry into the inner circle. Here, strength dictates everything. There exists another, rather unconventional method to acquire Black Corner points: exchanging valuable information or intelligence. Assessors evaluate the provided information and grant corresponding points in return. The one-eyed captain inquired urgently, "Is this information credible?" The gaunt strategist replied respectfully, "I gleaned this from Jason and overheard several others mention it as well." Jason, the one-eyed captain pondered. For Jason is a formidable figure among pirates. Unlike the numerous members of the Red Eagle pirate crew, Jason operates independently, and no one dares to underestimate him merely for his solitary nature. His goods are never subject to theft. Yet, no one can articulate why he commands such respect. A tacit rule of the underworld. If it is indeed Jason, then it is most likely true. The one-eyed captain remarked, "However, we are still far from the Black Corner. And with such a substantial cargo, it is inevitable that some may covet a share." The gaunt strategist urged, "But, Captain, opportunities to earn Black Corner points are rare. I believe this risk is worth taking. Besides, even if someone attempts to ambush us, we are not defenseless, especially with you personally overseeing the operation. They would hardly dare to provoke us. If we succeed this time, they will only flee at the sight of us in the future." The one-eyed captain resolutely declared, "Indeed, you are right. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be squandered. Taking some risks is worthwhile. Black Corner points are what I have long desired. I am merely a few points away from trading our scrap for something worthwhile." Soon, the outside world will be at my mercy. The gaunt strategist fawned. "Your wisdom is unmatched, Captain." The one-eyed captain, brimming with pride, patted the strategist's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Rest assured, I will feast. But I shan't forget to share the broth with you." The strategist's face blossomed like a flower, nodding and bowing repeatedly, lost in their boundless fantasies. The two men failed to notice a fleeting figure on the holographic screen. Chapter 39, Ye Chong quietly crouched outside the door, resembling a stealthy leopard poised in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment when his prey might let down its guard. Throughout his journey, Ye Chong encountered not a single soul. The entire pirate ship felt eerily deserted. It was only as he neared the control room that he caught the sound of voices, prompting him to stealthily approach. Inside the control room were but two individuals. The one adorned with a black eye patch, revealing only one eye, appeared to be the leader, while the other emanated an evident fear of him. Ye Chong's hand instinctively brushed against the dagger at his waist. The laser sword, being unwieldy in the confined space of the ship, was cast aside into a dark corner, its brightness far too conspicuous. He also discarded the cumbersome survival suit, which hindered his movements. The one-eyed leader was commanding his subordinates through a holographic screen, while a gaunt strategist stood behind him, both oblivious to Ye Chong's presence. Ye Chong patiently awaited the perfect moment. After a lengthy discourse, the leader finally ended the communication, breathless, a moment Ye Chong had eagerly anticipated. With a low crouch, he silently advanced towards the leader from behind. The thick carpet of the control room muffled his movements, allowing him to approach without a sound. The leader, sensing an inkling of danger, turned slightly. But Ye Chong was faster. In an instant, his powerful legs propelled him forward, and the dagger in his right hand struck with the swiftness and precision of a viper-esque strike. Ye Chong had never been one to hold back. As he launched his attack, his dagger was aimed straight at the leader's throat, certain that it would leave a grievous wound. Startled by the sudden rush of air, the leader, in a panic, threw himself forward, rolling like a ball to narrowly evade Ye Chong's lethal strike. As he leapt from his chair, he hastily activated the communication switch. The gaunt strategist, still processing the scene, stood bewildered as the leader tumbled onto the carpet, questioning what had just transpired. Ye Chong, momentarily taken aback that his assured strike had missed, quickly refocused and instinctively struck the strategist in the abdomen with a powerful left hook. The strategist flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud, blood splattering across the once pristine surface. The leader, witnessing the sheer force of Ye Chong's punch, paled instantly. Suddenly, the holographic screen flickered to life, startling Ye Chong. The subordinate on the other end, confusion etched across his face, inquired about the leader's commands, unaware of the chaos unfolding. Commands? You fool. Can't you see I'm being attacked? Hurry and come, the leader's voice faltered as he caught sight of Ye Chong lunging toward him. He reassured himself that if he could just stall for a moment longer, his subordinates would arrive. Surely just a minute, or perhaps half that would suffice. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, Ye Chong appeared before him, the dagger glinting ominously under the lights, trailing a faint, ethereal glow. The leader's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He had not anticipated the speed that accompanied Ye Chong's formidable strength. Having weathered many storms, the leader understood that while great strength was formidable, speed was often more advantageous. The adage rang true, speed conquers all. However, the combination of power and velocity rendered Ye Chong a truly terrifying entity. The leader had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Realizing there was no time to evade, he gritted his teeth and raised his arms to shield himself. The dagger pierced through flesh with a sickening sound, followed by a crack as bone shattered. A blood-curdling scream escaped the leader's lips as the tide of agony engulfed him, compelling him to instinctively seek relief from the unbearable pain. Seizing the opportunity presented by the leader's moment of vulnerability, Ye Chong withdrew his dagger with precision, a fountain of blood erupting forth. With unwavering focus, he drove the blade into the leader's throat, executing the strike flawlessly. With his only eye bulging in disbelief, the leader struggled to comprehend his fate, clutching his throat, his mouth gasping for words that would not come. Instead, only a gurgling sound escaped as blood poured from his lips. Moments later, he collapsed, lifeless. The subordinate on the holographic screen was utterly dumbfounded, his mind momentarily short-circuited as he witnessed the unfolding drama. It was only when he saw the leader fall that he snapped back to reality, erupting into a furious roar. Ye Chong cast a cold glance at him before promptly severing the communication. He knew his singular focus must now be on one task: escape. Taking a seat at the control panel, Ye Chong awkwardly maneuvered the vessel in reverse. As a novice pilot, he struggled to grasp the controls, colliding with nearby pirate ships. The pirate crews, oblivious to their leader's demise, merely assumed he was indulging in a whimsical jaunt, and the minor collisions posed no significant threat to their vessels. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates chuckled at the leader's seemingly clumsy antics, relishing a rare opportunity to witness his folly. In due course, Ye Chong discerned the nuances of piloting, realizing it was not vastly different from operating a light mech. Meanwhile, Fady, beset by relentless assaults from the pirates, felt despair creeping in as their energy reserves dwindled. With no respite offered by their foes, he feared that his comrades would soon become easy prey. Then, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred on the battlefield. One pirate halted, followed by others, as if a contagion had spread among them. Within moments, nearly all ceased their attacks. Fady, bewildered by this strange turn of events, questioned if it was a ploy. Did the enemy truly grant them a reprieve? Such an idea seemed absurd. Ruthless pirates would hardly show mercy. Not wanting to lose this fleeting chance, Fady urgently directed his men to return for energy replenishment. As he desperately flew back, he glanced over his shoulder, only to be struck with disbelief. His enemies were retreating as well, and faster than himself. In his moment of distraction, he nearly collided with a merchant vessel, barely maintaining control. What had once been a cacophony of battle had transformed into an eerie silence in the blink of an eye. Chapter 40. Yesterday afternoon. I was delayed due to some matters, but I am now back on track. As I turned to observe the unfolding scene, I was suddenly taken aback. Ye Chong resembled a beehive slathered in honey, pursued relentlessly by a swarm of furious hornets. For the first time in his life, he felt the terror of having disturbed a hornet's nest. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated to the maximum speed, fervently praying that the performance of the pirate chief's ship would be sufficient. Otherwise, he harbored no doubt that being caught by the enraged pirates would result in his utter demise. Fortunately, the pirate ship's capabilities indeed surpassed those of ordinary spacecraft. Clearly, the former one-eyed leader had a profound fear of death, a fortunate circumstance for Ye Chong. He piloted the pirate vessel at breakneck speed, while the pirates relentlessly pursued him. Some even boarded their light armored crafts to fire upon him with shotguns, heat guns, laser sniper rifles, and even particle cannons. However, it was a mystery how this originally formidable pirate vessel had been modified. The weapons merely bounced off, causing no damage. Only the laser sniper rifles managed to leave shallow dents in its hull. The new pirate leader, once the trusted aide of the one-eyed chief, now regretted his past decisions, lamenting why he had made the ship so formidable. Upon realizing that the pirates' firepower posed no threat to him, Ye Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Gradually, the distance between him and the pirates widened, as this vessel's speed was markedly superior to that of its pursuers. With the crisis temporarily averted, Ye Chong let out a sigh of relief and switched the flight mode to automatic. He felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, especially in his hands, which felt as if they were pricked by needles. Settling into the plush command chair, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. After a prolonged period of tension, he finally relaxed and succumbed to slumber. When Ye Chong awakened, 6 hours had elapsed. The room was permeated with the scent of blood, causing Ye Chong to frown. He seized the corpse of the pirate chief and carelessly discarded it into the refuse chute. Upon approaching the gaunt strategist leaning against the wall, he was taken aback to find that the seemingly fragile man was still alive. It was inconceivable. Ye Chong was aware of the force behind his punch. Even someone as robust as the one-eyed chief would not have fared well against it. It seemed impossible for this feeble individual to have withstood such an impact. Curiosity piqued. Ye Chong reached out and unfastened the strategist's clothing. To his astonishment, he discovered a pale yellow garment interwoven with countless black threads beneath. Pulling the garment from the strategist's body, Ye Chong noted its remarkable resilience. Despite his strong tugging, it did not yield to the anticipated tearing sound but remained intact. Intrigued, Ye Chong donned the garment and struck his chest with a fist. To his astonishment, rather than the anticipated pain, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his upper body. It dawned on him that the garment's function was to disperse the force of an impact across its entirety. Such a life-saving item was invaluable, and Ye Chong could hardly contain his excitement as he carefully wore it beneath his outer attire, secretly wishing for a full-body version. At that moment, the gaunt strategist stirred awake, bewildered to find himself bare from the waist up, a chill coursing through him. Fearful, he stammered, Please, don't come any closer. I beg you. Spare me." Observing Ye Chong's cold gaze, the strategist gulped nervously and, after a moment of hesitation, muttered, "I swear, it's my first time. Please, be gentle." Ye Chong could no longer suppress his amusement and fell back onto the carpet, frothing at the mouth. Noticing Ye Chong's hand inching toward his dagger, the strategist's face paled, and he pleaded urgently, "My lord, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve you faithfully, following you through fire and water without hesitation. Ye Chong slowly drew the dagger, speaking deliberately. Oh, give me a reason not to kill you. Sweat beaded on the strategist's forehead, and he hastily replied, I am intimately familiar with the local terrain. If you spare my life, I can guarantee your escape from the pirates' pursuit. I am well versed in the ways of this area and can assist you in any tasks you require. As he spoke, his tension eased, and his words flowed more freely, revealing his growing confidence. Ye Chong's interest was piqued. Indeed, he was unfamiliar with the local environment. If he continued to flounder about like a headless fly, he would undoubtedly be caught by the pirates. Perhaps accepting such a subordinate would be a prudent choice. The strategist, astute and perceptive, sensed Ye Chong's changing demeanor and felt a surge of hope. Realizing he had an opportunity, Ye Chong cast a measured glance at the strategist. Your reasoning holds merit. Your life is spared. However, should you engage in any treachery. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger flew like a bolt of lightning, grazing the strategist's cheek before embedding itself deep into the wall. The strategist felt a chill on his face and was seized by terror. Upon realizing he was still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he beheld the dagger lodged in the wall, his heart raced once more. Such terrifying strength. The walls of the pirate ship were composed of high-strength low-carbon plastics, which could withstand even the heat gun's firepower without significant damage. He was astounded that his new master possessed such formidable power. When Ye Chong decided against killing him, the strategist's heart settled, and he bowed repeatedly to express his loyalty. He had his own calculations, though, despite being the second in command of the Red Eagle gang, he understood that it was merely due to the leader's trust. Compared to the third in command, TZ, he knew he lacked respect among the brothers. With the leader's death, the brothers would undoubtedly rally around TZ, and given their history of discord, he had no place among them. Remaining with the gang would only lead to his demise. This new master was not someone to be trifled with, especially considering the cold indifference he displayed when he killed. It was clear that he was a man who could take lives without a second thought, having likely taken many already. However, the strategist misunderstood Ye Chong. While it was true that Ye Chong could kill without blinking, he had not taken many lives. Growing up on a garbage planet, surrounded by mutated creatures, he viewed humans and these aberrations as little different. Thus, taking a life was no different from slaying a mutated beast. Ye Chong raised a brow and interrupted the strategist's incessant flattery, stating coldly, no more of this. Now tell me, what is your name? My name is Bai Li Nan, the strategist replied respectfully. Chapter 41. After a sleepless night, I must now retire for rest. Bai Linen finally deciphered some of his new master's temperament. This young master, who seldom smiled and often appeared lost in thought, preferred decisive action and tangible results. Flattery and sycophancy seemed to fall on deaf ears. He never expressed outright disdain, yet Bai Linen could sense his palpable impatience towards such trivialities. Indeed, it was impatience. This master paid little heed to hierarchy, yet Bai Linen dared not exhibit any semblance of disrespect. What a peculiar individual. Yet, Bai Linen, ever astute, recognized that Ye Chong was not fond of flattery and thus adapted his approach, abandoning his previous obsequiousness for a more efficient and composed manner of working. Ye Chong, still somewhat inexperienced, gradually began to appreciate this individual's merits. If the infamous one-eyed leader were still alive to witness Bai Linen's newfound seriousness, he would likely have been left astounded. With a respectful tone, Bai Linen remarked, My lord, they must have pursued towards the Red Star Beach. They would never anticipate our passage through the debris field, redirecting towards Reno. Bai Linen felt a deep admiration for Ye Chong. For days, Ye Chong had been mastering the intricacies of piloting the starship, his diligence surpassing Bai Linen's wildest expectations. To Bai Linen, it seemed akin to self-inflicted torment. This level of training was second nature to Ye Chong, who, lacking guidance, had no choice but to rely on his own intuition. In a stroke of serendipity, he adapted techniques from the light armor, yielding remarkable results. Ye Chong's piloting skills advanced at an astonishing pace. After witnessing Ye Chong's adept piloting, Bai Linen had the audacity to propose a daring maneuver, which Ye Chong found agreeable. Thus, as the relentless pirates trailing them discerned Ye Chong's course towards Red Star Beach, they speculated that he aimed to replenish energy supplies. Convinced of their direction, the pirates pursued fervently while simultaneously seeking assistance from allied pirate crews nearby. The news of the Red Eagle pirate crew leader's assassination amidst layers of guards spread like wildfire among pirates. Many flocked to Red Star Beach, eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure who had single-handedly slain such a renowned pirate leader and escaped with the ship. Furthermore, according to Teasy, the third in command of the Red Eagles, he had witnessed the one-eyed leader fall after merely 2 exchanges with the assailant. Instantly, the reputation of the enigmatic assassin soared, igniting curiosity among all. The one-eyed leader was a well-known expert, revered for his skills in both piloting and hand-to-hand combat. The fact that he was slain by a single individual in just 3 moves left many in shock. If any crew possessed such a remarkable assassin, they would undoubtedly command respect and caution from others. As all were consumed by excitement over Ye Chong, he followed Balainen's advice and plunged into the debris field. Balainen was convinced he would never approach that treacherous area again. The sight of bizarre rocks enlarging before him, seemingly hurtling towards him, was an overwhelming sensation that could not be fathomed without experiencing it firsthand. Balainen's fragile nerves and heart were put to the test, and when he saw Ye Chong's eyes ablaze with excitement, he couldn't help but wonder why he had ever entertained such a reckless idea. The once majestic ship of the notorious Red Eagle leader had suffered greatly amidst the relentless rain of debris, its hull marred and pockmarked, looking grotesque. Even if Teasy were to stand before this wreckage, he would hardly recognize it as the starship he had once refurbished under the leader's command. The ship's performance, however, surpassed Ye Chong's expectations. While an ordinary vessel would have succumbed to such an ordeal, this pirate ship, despite its battered exterior, remained structurally intact. As the starship safely emerged from the debris field, Balainen could no longer restrain himself, collapsing onto the carpet, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ye Chong remained composed, casting a lingering glance back at the debris field they had left behind, a look that Balainen, gasping for breath on the floor, could hardly bear to witness. He felt an urge to leap from the pirate ship. Fortunately, Ye Chong did not turn the ship back. Instead, he navigated towards Reno, the nearest supply point marked on the star map, allowing Balainen to breathe a sigh of relief. "My lord, we have arrived at Reno. Which direction shall we take next?" Balainen inquired. Ye Chong shook his head, tossing the question back to Balainen. "I am unfamiliar with this area. Where do you suggest we go?" After a moment's contemplation, Balainen responded, "Word of your slaying of the one-eyed dragon has surely spread, and many leaders may be awaiting your appearance." Ye Chong, taken aback, asked, "Awaiting my appearance? For what purpose?" Balainen smiled wryly. "What force wouldn't he want to recruit a master like you? I fear that once you reveal yourself, they will flock to you, employing any means necessary." Ye Chong snorted, his gaze sharpening as he fell silent, drawing a dagger and delicately running his fingers along its edge. Balainen felt a chill run down his spine, hoping that those ruffians would exercise caution otherwise. Ye Chong pondered for a moment, then unfastened his jacket. Removing the yellow and black patterned garment he had taken from Balainen and offered it to him. "Take care of yourself." Balainen's heart swelled with warmth, nearly moved to tears. Ye Chong's subtle concern stirred deep emotions within him. Even the one-eyed leader had never shown such regard for his well-being. If the leader had known Balainen needed a protective garment, he would surely have insisted on providing one, rather than parting with his own. For years, Balainen had grown accustomed to being a mere footnote, unnoticed in life and death. Had it not been for his counsel to the one-eyed leader, he might have perished in some forgotten corner. Through sheer determination, he had risen to become the second in command of the Red Eagles, projecting an image of success while enduring a harsh reality, with the leader's demands and the scorn of his subordinates weighing heavily upon him. He had never encountered someone genuinely concerned for his life. With a complex mix of emotions, Balainen gazed at the garment in his hands, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, "My lord, I know where we should go." Chapter 42. Black Corner. Ye Chong murmured softly, "What a peculiar name." Bai Li Nan exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, it's Black Corner. My netweave armor was procured from there. No one dares to make a move. Once we enter Black Corner, we shall be safe." Ye Chong, with an air of indifference, replied, "You handle this matter as you see fit," before turning away, leaving Bai Li Nan, who was about to voice his thoughts, standing in stunned silence, his hands frozen midair. Seated in a corner, Ye Chong reflected on his recent actions, a practice that had become instinctual for him. During his time on Garbage Planet, he would meticulously analyze each battle, identifying his mistakes and the behavioral patterns of mutated creatures. This thorough contemplation was pivotal in his ability to hunt formidable mutated beings with relative ease. After Mu Shang's arrival, this habit was highly encouraged, eventually becoming Ye Chong's daily requisite. In his ambush of the Cyclops, he had been too impulsive, lacking the necessary composure. Had he maintained a cooler demeanor, He could have slipped away before the pirates even noticed, avoiding the subsequent predicament. His unfamiliarity with the external environment was his most critical flaw, one that could not be rectified in the short term. The debris belt indeed served as an unparalleled training ground for practicing light armor piloting skills, and it also afforded him the opportunity to hone his marksmanship. This was something worth considering for the future. Suddenly, Ye Chong recalled Mu, calling out to him several times in his mind, yet received no response. His spirit sank as he reminisced about life on Garbage Planet. Although it lacked in material wealth, he could jest freely with Mu, and despite the monotony, his days were fulfilling. Since leaving Garbage Planet, he had laughed less in comparison to the laughter he shared there in a single day. Ye Chong often sensed an underlying danger in unfamiliar situations, compelling him to approach every matter with utmost caution, even those that might seem trivial to others. The complexity of his current surroundings and the multitude of uncertainties far surpassed those of Garbage Planet. Though he yearned to escape Garbage Planet, now that he had truly left, he felt an inexplicable void without Mu's companionship. Reno, the spaceport, presented a sight to behold as all personnel gaped in disbelief at a spacecraft that appeared on the verge of collapse. The most seasoned worker shook his head in astonishment, remarking to a younger colleague, "I've been here for over 50 years, and this is the worst vessel I've ever seen. It's likely no one would even salvage it for scrap metal. I can't believe they managed to arrive here. Tell them we won't be repairing this ship." Strangely, the crew made no request for repairs, only asking for a refueling. As Ye Chong and Bai Li Nan disembarked, they were met with odd stares from passers-by, yet remained unfazed. Ye Chong dismissed these onlookers as irrelevant to his concerns, while Bai Li Nan, having once held a significant position in the Red Eagle faction, regarded them with equal indifference. Reno had once been a small asteroid, transformed over the years into its current state. Situated on the crucial route to Black Corner, it thrived as more travelers ventured towards their destination. Bai Li Nan, familiar with the terrain, assumed the role of a guide, explaining to Ye Chong, "Reno serves as a resupply point and the last station before entering Black Corner. Most travelers must replenish their supplies here, perhaps due to its proximity to Black Corner. Many merchants come to procure local specialties, though prices here are significantly higher than those inside Black Corner." Towering skyscrapers loomed above as various flying vehicles zipped through the sky, while a kaleidoscope of people in colorful attire traversed the streets. The wide avenues were sparsely populated, and numerous shops displayed holographic advertisements. Captivated by a holographic projection of an ethereal beauty, Ye Chong scrutinized the image. Her flawless visage, alluring figure, and enchanting voice combined to create an extraordinary spectacle that was simply mesmerizing. Every subtle movement captivated the heart, and her sultry lips parted to utter words so melodious they stirred an irresistible urge to purchase the advertised product. Of course, this allure was particularly potent for someone like Bai Li Nan, who gazed at the holographic beauty with unabashed desire, nearly drooling. For Ye Chong, who had never interacted with women, establishing a standard of beauty was an arduous task. He viewed her from a practical perspective. Her legs were too slender to provide sufficient explosive power, her delicate hands would likely falter under impact, her ample bosom lacked firmness, compromising both strength and mobility. Her long hair posed a potential hazard in combat, easily entangling with objects, a perilous risk. He shook his head, his only commendation being her slim waist, which he surmised possessed remarkable flexibility. Overall assessment, utterly abysmal. Bai Li Nan remained entranced by the holographic woman, murmuring, "No wonder she is my dream girl, the most perfect woman in the world. Ah, Feng Shu, my beloved. When did she start endorsing this product? What? I haven't purchased it? No, this is utterly unbefitting for a devoted fan like me. I must support it to the end." In a moment of impulsivity, Bai Li Nan dashed into a store, emerging later with an armful of items. The shopkeeper beamed as he escorted him to the door. Ye Chong pointed at the items in Bai Li Nan's arms. "What are those?" Bai Li Nan, still dazed, focused, and turned pale as he realized. Those are women's products? Unbeknownst to them, a pair of shifty eyes lurked around the corner. "Are you certain you saw correctly?" A formidable middle-aged man inquired with a grave voice. "Boss, do you doubt my eyes? I have seen Bai Li Nan numerous times. I would never mistake him," replied a short-statured man, his eyes darting around, clearly sharp-witted. The middle-aged man pondered. Did not the Iron Eagle faction declare Bai Li Nan dead? How is he here now? The other man, equally perplexed, added, "Wasn't he supposed to be at Crimson Star Beach? If I'm not mistaken, he must have traversed the debris belt to arrive here. Ingenious. I never expected everyone to be so easily fooled." The The middle-aged man paced the room, excitement bubbling within him. "Boss, what should we do now?" The robust middle-aged man pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "We must keep a vigilant watch on him. But remember, do not alert him in any way." Humph. Such a splendid opportunity must be meticulously strategized. Chapter 43. As I reach out my hands, an expression of profound melancholy fills my eyes. After emerging from the boss's study, the petite figure stealthily glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly slipping out through the back door. The little one ventured further into the secluded paths, frequently glancing back with a look of anxiety, his shifty eyes scanning the surroundings. Once assured he was not being followed, he darted into a narrow alley. "What did you say?" A burly man with a dark face abruptly stood up, his shiny bald head gleaming brightly under the lights. "Boss Bay, I am absolutely certain. I saw Bai Linen with my own eyes and would not mistake him. He is currently in Reno. If you do not believe me, send a few more of the boys to scout around, and they are sure to find him." Our boss said they must have traversed the gravel star belt and deviated from the route to Chixing Beach to come here. The little one replied respectfully. At that moment, an underling entered and whispered a few words into the ear of the burly man, whose expression instantly transformed into one of delight. "Little monkey, you've done well this time." The burly man nodded in approval, then signaled to his subordinates standing nearby. One of them produced a card from his pocket and handed it to the little one, saying, "Little monkey, you must continue to work diligently. Rest assured, rewards will certainly come your way." The little one nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with greed as he carefully accepted the card. Boss Bay waved his hand, and the little one understood to discreetly withdraw. Once the little one had exited, Boss Bay could not help but laugh heartily. "I never expected that fortune would smile upon me. My brother has gone to Chixing Beach chasing after that assassin, and here I am, unexpectedly reaping a reward. Prepare the boys. I shall confront this fellow who can slay the Cyclops in 3 moves. Everyone, bring your guns." "Humph, can he outrun a bullet?" The pleased Boss Bay continuously stroked his gleaming head. A subordinate hesitated and asked, "Second master, should we report this to the boss?" Boss Bay exploded in anger. "Report? By the time you do, those two will have vanished without a trace. When we capture him, it will be a surprise for the boss. Haha. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and prepare." Meanwhile, Ye Chong and Bai Linen were meandering through Reno. Presently, Bai Linen appeared listless, baffled by the sudden emergence of this master who seemed utterly ignorant, incessantly questioning him about various matters. Initially, Bai Linen was enthusiastic in his explanations, but as the inquiries grew numerous and increasingly peculiar, he found himself overwhelmed. Just as he offered one explanation, he was met with a barrage of more questions, leaving him at a loss for words. How unfortunate to have encountered such a master, Bai Linen thought as he rolled his eyes skyward. What infuriated him most was the absurd commentary on his idol, Feng Shu, regarding her slender legs and delicate skin. Heavens, is this even human speech? Bai Linen felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as a group of imposing men charged toward them. Ye Chong's gaze sharpened, and he immediately summoned his light armor. The light armor Ye Chong salvaged from the merchant ship was all of high caliber, painstakingly gathered by the Rubber Leaf Group over the years for emergencies, with many being of intermediate or higher rank. Among them was the advanced humanoid armor, Jean Meilong, which Ye Chong now called forth. When Bai Linen saw Ye Chong pour a multitude of spatial buttons from his waist pouch, his eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Ye Chong, unable to articulate a word. Is this guy an arms dealer? Learning from past experiences, Ye Chong set up several advanced light armors, and those with special functions for initial configurations. By preparing more in advance, he could avoid panic in the face of danger and enter combat mode sooner. On the battlefield, a second could determine life or death. In Bai Linen's eyes, his new master was incessantly switching light armors. Did he intend to showcase an armor display? Bai Linen was thoroughly perplexed. Upon realizing Ye Chong's intentions, Bai Linen was astounded. Was all this merely for emergencies? He had never seen anyone carrying more than 2 light armors at once. Ye Chong had prepared a total of 5 advanced light armors, along with 3 specialized ones. This was practically a mobile armory. Bai Linen could hardly believe his eyes as he watched Ye Chong don each spatial button on his hands. If he knew Ye Chong also had a sandworm and a pastoral mourner hanging around his neck, he could only imagine the expression on his face. Since most spatial buttons were designed in ornamental shapes for ease of transport, Ye Chong donned 4 rings, 2 bracelets, and even an ear pendant fashioned as a spatial button. As Bai Linen observed Ye Chong unhesitatingly clipped the ear pendant-shaped spatial button to his left ear, he was momentarily petrified. only to burst into laughter when he regained his composure. Ye Chong, however, remained unfazed. Unattractive? What did that matter? As long as it ensured his survival. He would accept any unsightliness. Ye Chong scoffed at Linen's sentiments. The only aspect that made Ye Chong slightly uncomfortable was the impact the rings had on the dexterity of his hands. At the first sign of danger, Ye Chong summoned Jin Meilong, which adorned his left middle finger. The armor shimmered with a golden radiance, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, majestic and imposing. Yet, this was precisely what Ye Chong found most dissatisfying about the armor. Its brilliance made it nearly impossible to conceal. A muted gray, a dull bluish green, or even a brownish yellow would have been preferable. Nevertheless, Ye Chong was highly satisfied with the armor's configuration. Its streamlined design minimized air resistance, and its dual-layered composite armor was both lightweight and sturdy. Its primary weapon was the hyper-frequency magnetic blade, whose power directly correlated with its oscillation frequency. The hyper-frequency magnetic blade was incredibly formidable, capable of disintegrating the metal armor into fragments in an instant due to the intense vibrations it emitted. However, it lacked the dazzling brilliance of a laser sword, making it less favored among the masses, yet Ye Chong was quite content with this. Unlike typical combat armors, Jin Meilong was not equipped with a shield, but rather 2 blocking spikes, along with a small forearm shield mounted on the right arm. Speed, a paramount concern for Ye Chong, was also a high configuration in this armor. The light crystal engine provided immense power, while the 8 auxiliary engines allowed for agile directional changes, albeit at the cost of increased operational complexity. Additionally, it was fully equipped with daggers and other essentials, though it was severely lacking in long-range combat capabilities, featuring only a modest hidden firing compartment in its left arm housing a basic level 50 plasma gun, rendering it rather inadequate. But for Ye Chong, this combat-type armor was undoubtedly his favorite and most familiar. Thus, when danger loomed, it was the first he thought of. The electronic eye of Jin Meilong flickered with golden light, coldly surveying the approaching hostile figures. Chapter 44 today, due to a network failure at school, I reluctantly found myself at an internet CAF to provide updates. Seizing the initiative is paramount. To strike first signifies a greater chance of gaining the upper hand in the fray. In the life and death struggle, notions of chivalry and politeness are utterly irrelevant. Ye Chong, too, is devoid of such detrimental habits. Although uncertain whether this group sought him out specifically, he could undeniably sense the looming threat they posed. His instinct is to extinguish dangers before they can manifest as threats to him, and once again, he executed this principle without hesitation. The assailants formed an arc, clearly intent on encircling Ye Chong. If he failed to perceive such an obvious ploy, it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. The disorganized formation appeared utterly inept to Ye Chong, especially after witnessing the disciplined ranks of the Oak Leaf Brigade and the unique wolf pack tactics of the Red Eagle. Raising his left arm, he fired a shot into the dense cluster of adversaries. Upon witnessing Ye Chong summon his armor before they could even reach him, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Some astute veterans among them instinctively slowed their advance and quietly retreated to the rear of their group. They had never anticipated that, despite their numerical superiority, the enemy would dare to strike first. The 50-000 level heat gun, while somewhat underwhelming on Jin Meilong, was undoubtedly terrifying to those with only rudimentary defenses. A beam of searing heat struck the foremost assailant. The air around the trajectory warped from the extreme heat. The left arm of the first victim was entirely vaporized at the elbow, the once vivid red wound rapidly darkening to a deep crimson before turning a charred yellow. As blood gushed forth like water spilled upon the desert floor, swiftly evaporating. The heat beam continued unabated, piercing through to the chest of the second victim, creating a gaping wound the size of a wrist, revealing charred flesh beneath. Only then did the piercing scream of the first victim echo, soon followed by the agonized cries of the second and third. The horrific scene sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing panic as individuals scrambled to distance themselves from the 3 afflicted. Bai Li Nan inhaled sharply, employing armor to combat those unprotected. He realized one crucial truth. Compared to this master, the pirates were far more merciful. Quick-witted, Bai Li Nan darted behind Ye Chong as the latter continued to fire indiscriminately into the throng. Inside the cockpit, a cold smile crept across Ye Chong's lips as his heat gun unleashed a relentless barrage upon the group. Admittedly, his marksmanship left much to be desired. Despite some training in a consciousness training base, he had never undergone real shooting drills, rendering his body incapable of matching the rhythm of his memories. With such a densely packed crowd, The difficulty of missing was greater than hitting, and Ye Chong had already fired several blanks. Beijing Air, drenched in sweat, could hardly believe the ruthlessness displayed before him. Without a word of inquiry, Ye Chong had opened fire. He had planned to capture this individual alive. A corpse was of no use. Watching Ye Chong's heat gun reap the lives of his comrades felt like witnessing the scythe of death in action. Meanwhile, the heat guns wielded by his own group, barely reaching 8,000 levels, proved utterly ineffective against Jean Mailing's defenses. In a state of desperation, Beijing Air shouted, "Put on your armor. Hurry." The surrounding individuals, as if regaining their senses from a daze, hastily summoned their armor. However, due to their close quarters, many failed to notice their surroundings, focused solely on donning their gear and avoiding the terrifying heat beams. This chaotic urgency resulted in a jumbled mess as summoned armor, too large for the crowd, led to utter disarray, with some unfortunate souls trampled into oblivion beneath the weight of their own protective gear. Beijing Air, despondent at the scene unfolding before him, covered his face, unable to bear the sight, tears welling in his eyes. An opportunity arose. Ye Chong brandished his frequency-modulated blade, parrying with his left hand and darting into the chaotic mass of bodies. A tiger among sheep might be the most fitting description of his entrance. In stark contrast to his left-hand parry, Ye Chong's right hand wielded the frequency-modulated blade, a true instrument of death. He targeted the vital points of the armored foes. As the frequency-induced shock waves shattered the armor into countless fragments, sending deadly shards flying, while many unarmored individuals perished beneath the high-velocity debris. What transpired when the frequency-modulated blade struck a human body? The human form could not withstand such an intense oscillation. Upon impact, the body would be violently torn apart, scattering in all directions, accompanied by a shower of blood. In comparison, those who met their end beneath Ye Chong's parry were far more fortunate. The sharp, glinting blade struck with lightning speed, often leaving its victims in darkness before they could even comprehend their fate. Ultimately, Beijing Air could not escape his doom. His slick, bald head rolled away, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Bai Linan trembled, witnessing a massacre where the larger group was being decimated. This bloodbath would be etched into his memory forever. As he watched Ye Chong standing amidst the crimson tide, Bai Linan could no longer contain himself and retched violently. Equally unforgettable were the two observers from a distance. The little monkey, pale as a ghost, murmured, "Is this person really human?" The burly man beside him mirrored his disbelief, exclaiming, "How ruthless! To attack without even discerning the enemy's intent. Such brutality is beyond comprehension. This individual is not someone we can provoke." The little monkey, heart racing, patted his chest in relief. "Boss, thank goodness we tested the waters with Beijing Air first, otherwise." The burly man nodded in agreement. Beijing Air pales in comparison to Boss Bei. Overly ambitious, lacking substance, his command was a failure. It's no wonder Boss Bei hesitated to entrust him with the Reynolds Association. If Boss Bei were here, the scene would surely be different. However, this individual is truly unpredictable, defying all norms. The little monkey added, "Indeed, he seems to disregard all rules." The burly man cautioned, "Those who dismiss all conventions are the most dangerous. Never provoke such individuals." The little monkey, still shaken, nodded, "I understand. I would rather die than confront him." "Boss, the Reynolds Association is bound to suffer significant losses." The burly man shook his head. "The true backbone of the Reynolds Association has mostly been taken to Chixing Beach by Boss Bei. What remains here are merely middle and lower tier personnel. Nonetheless, this will be sufficient to inflict considerable damage. While we may have been powerless against them previously, now." A glint of malice flickered in the burly man's eyes. The little monkey exclaimed, "Boss, are we preparing to confront the Reynolds Association?" The burly man shook his head. "There's no rush. Little monkey, your performance this time was commendable. Boss Bei will undoubtedly uncover who tipped off Beijing Air. For now, go enjoy yourself. Lay low until this storm passes, and the funds have already been transferred to your account." "Understood," the little monkey replied dutifully. Chapter 45. The news of the assassination of the second leader of the Renault Society swiftly reached Chixing Beach. The leader of the Renault Society, also known as Brother Bei, the elder brother of Bei Air, immediately spat blood upon hearing this, and before the assembled crowd, he vowed to avenge his brother. Meanwhile, Ye Chong's formidable strength and ruthless methods were exaggerated to the point of being likened to a reincarnated Azura, a veritable killing machine. In an instant, all the prominent leaders began to reconsider the cost of aligning themselves with Ye Chong and whether they could afford it. Does this have anything to do with Ye Chong? At least in his view, it was undoubtedly unrelated. Ye Chong was currently honing his shooting skills, recognizing that marksmanship was an exceptionally efficient means of combat, encompassing a wealth of techniques. Reflecting on his previous failure to hit the target, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Previously, he lacked the means to train, but now that he had the opportunity, he would certainly not let it slip away. Bai Li Nan, yawning, sat nearby, watching Ye Chong practice with a dull interest. However, he dared not stray beyond a 50-meter radius of Ye Chong. The bloody scene from days prior still loomed vividly in his mind, and he suspected countless eyes were now watching their vicinity. A glance around revealed that the shadowy figures from days earlier had vanished without a trace. Bai Li Nan couldn't help but smile smugly. This was his doing. A few days ago, he had noticed the surveillance and promptly reported it to Ye Chong. He had expected Ye Chong to don his armored exosuit, wielding his magnetic blade, and charge at those watching, but to his astonishment, Ye Chong merely shrugged it off, stating, "What do they have to do with me? If they want to watch, let them." He then resumed his training, leaving Bai Li Nan dumbfounded. Those who were spying, seeing Ye Chong's indifference, became increasingly brazen, discarding all pretense of concealment. But Bai Li Nan was no fool. Having spent years as a military strategist, he was well-versed in tactics. He explained that monitoring the enemy was merely the preliminary phase of launching an attack, aimed at discovering their weaknesses. His eloquence was captivating. This reminded Ye Chong of his hunting days, where he would first observe the behaviors of mutated creatures to devise strategies against them. A chill ran through him as he regarded the onlookers with a newfound intensity. Bai Li Nan recognized that his words had struck a chord and promptly fell silent. When confronting foes, one must show no mercy. Ye Chong wielded the glimmering stinger in his hand like a spear. Bai Li Nan had never seen anyone utilize exosuit weaponry as a melee weapon, yet in Ye Chong's hands, it seemed as light as a blade of grass. An oddly disconcerting sight. Ye Chong approached the group with deliberate steps. Unbeknownst to them, these individuals had not witnessed the previous bloody encounter. They greeted him with casual banter. With a flick of his wrist, the resilient, glimmering stinger arced through the air, and the men clutched their throats in agony, blood seeping through their fingers. Disbelief filling their eyes before they collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Ye Chong, disinterested, continued his practice. Bai Li Nan was not intentionally seeking out these individuals. Having once been a pirate, he understood their tactics all too well. They would stop at nothing, and if they discovered a weakness, they would surely exploit it. Bai Li Nan himself had once been among their ranks. Now, fearing for their safety, he urged Ye Chong to depart for the Black Corner. After much persuasion, Ye Chong reluctantly agreed, having made a slight improvement in his shooting. Strangely enough, while Ye Chong possessed remarkable talent in combat and piloting exosuits, often earning praise from Mu, his marksmanship remained mediocre at best. Following Bai Li Nan's counsel, Ye Chong sold all his intermediate exosuits, converting them into gold diamonds. The shopkeeper was taken aback as Ye Chong emptied a pile of space buttons from his bag. In any star system, unauthorized trading of exosuits was a grave offense. Although the laws had yet to reach Renault, the shopkeeper had never encountered someone smuggling exosuits, especially pristine white suits. As Ye Chong and Bai Li Nan exited the shop, they carried a substantial bag of gold diamonds. Ye Chong held up a diamond, marveling at it. This was his first encounter with tangible currency. The diamond, slightly larger than a fingernail, was transparent gold with intricate patterns etched upon its surface, rounded edges, and a thickness of 2 to 3 millimeters. Its hardness evident as Ye Chong struggled to snap it in half. Truly, it was remarkably durable. Bai Li Nan's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could anyone break a gold diamond with sheer force? This was a diamond reputed to last 500 years without damage. With his extensive experience, he was certain it was not counterfeit. Then, a pang of regret struck him. Oh dear, he had just wasted half a diamond. Damaged diamonds could only be exchanged for half their value at a bank. The mysterious nature of Ye Chong was indeed a conundrum. How could someone exist without an identity card in this world? The shopkeeper had been drenched in sweat, astonished that someone could walk without an identity card. As transactions were typically conducted via card, he had to dispatch someone to the bank to withdraw such a large sum of diamonds. As few would carry such an amount as actual currency. With extraordinary power, a cold disposition, and an enigmatic background, Ye Chong was a figure shrouded in mystery. Quick-witted Bai Li Nan seized the opportunity to pick up the broken diamond Ye Chong had carelessly discarded, meticulously dusting it off before tucking it into his pocket. The two traversed much of Renault, with Bai Li Nan incessantly chattering, showcasing his eloquence. Ye Chong, however, remained impassive throughout, indifferent to whatever words might have penetrated his thoughts. Under Bai Li Nan's guidance, Ye Chong procured a substantial amount of energy chips. According to Bai Li Nan, the route to the Black Corner was perilous. Impassable by spacecraft, only exosuit pilots could navigate it, thus preparing ample energy chips was prudent. This aligned perfectly with Ye Chong's philosophy. He always believed in being over-prepared rather than under-prepared. Simultaneously, news of this harbinger of doom preparing to leave Renault spread, prompting a collective sigh of relief among those in the know. The plague had finally decided to depart. The street where Ye Chong had previously slaughtered members of the Renault Society was now avoided by all, the lingering stench of blood still palpable despite countless cleanings. Just days ago, whispers circulated of individuals daring to stalk him, which sent all the leaders rushing to caution their peers against such reckless behavior, threatening to unite against any who dared persist. Yet, they were met with reports that those very stalkers had met their demise. Everyone eagerly anticipated the departure of this harbinger. Yet a singular question loomed in their minds. What business did he have in the Black Corner? Hearing Bai Li Nan's remarks, Ye Chong felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of abandoning his spacecraft, which boasted impressive performance and, most importantly, robust construction. It seemed a shame to discard it. Even if its appearance was less than appealing, yet, that was of little concern to Ye Chong. With preparations complete, the duo was poised to embark on their journey to the enigmatic Black Corner. Chapter 46. In this narrative, the term bears no relation to the you mentioned. It is purely coincidental, and the nature of both is entirely distinct. One represents a technical talent, while the other signifies a managerial talent. Beileinen, unable to pilot the mecha, had no choice but to share the cockpit with Ye Chong. The already cramped cockpit felt even more confined with two individuals. And what was most exasperating was that Beileinen stubbornly refused to dispose of the feminine products he had purchased, endorsed by Feng Shu. The limited space within the cockpit severely hindered Ye Chong's ability to operate the mecha. Without hesitation, Ye Chong promptly discarded all the clutter, disregarding Beileinen's woeful expression. Inserting a chip, the path to the Black Corner was immediately read by the onboard computer, marked on the star map. This chip had cost Beileinen 12 gold diamonds from a nondescript shop, reputed for providing the latest routes to the Black Corner. Ye Chong piloted the mecha into the air, which then autonomously followed the preset course. After approximately 38 hours of flight, the two finally arrived at the protective belt of the Black Corner, the Irma region. Thankfully, Beileinen had reminded him to bring ample energy supplies. Otherwise, such a long flight would have been impossible. The interstellar environment of the Black Corner is remarkably unique, surrounded by a vast asteroid belt, which constitutes the Irma region. The asteroids within this area are not static. They are in constant motion, with countless swirling fragments. If one were to be ensnared within, the powerful forces would tear it apart in an instant, akin to a high-speed meat grinder. The danger level of the Irma region is undeniably high. Ye Chong switched the mecha from automatic to manual mode, navigating through the densely packed asteroids. A wide passage, approximately 100 meters in width, became discernible. It was at this moment that Ye Chong comprehended why Beileinen claimed that starships could not reach the Black Corner. Such a narrow passage would indeed preclude their passage. Lost in thought for a moment, a rock with a diameter of about 2 meters hurtled past him at high speed, sending a chill down Ye Chong's spine, while Beileinen was equally alarmed. Ye Chong could no longer afford to be distracted, carefully piloting the mecha. In fact, the passage had been largely cleared of obstacles, with only the occasional asteroid zipping by, which could easily induce a false alarm. Suddenly, a small squad of pilots in pure black humanoid mechas appeared ahead. Ye Chong's heart raced, and his expression changed dramatically. Such remarkable skill. They effortlessly kicked the floating asteroids out of their path, while maintaining their flight trajectory, rendering the impact almost imperceptible. They moved like a colossal force, clearing the way as if they were mere feathers. If there were significant weight differences, such a scenario would be expected, like a hammer swinging at high speed, with peas being struck away, leaving the hammer scarcely affected. However, the black mechas were nearly equal in weight to the rocks. Thus, the rocks were deflected, while their flight paths remained virtually untouched. This left Ye Chong astounded. Ye Chong was certain he could not replicate such a feat. While striking an asteroid at high speed was certainly within his capabilities, doing so without altering his flight path drastically was an entirely different matter. The speed of the Black Squad was astonishing, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In their wake, they had completely cleared the passage of all floating asteroids. Ye Chong, his face serious, inquired, "Who are they?" Beileinen replied, "I'm not entirely sure. They seem to be responsible for clearing the passage. As you know, the routes here are quite unstable, and without their assistance, it would indeed be problematic. Ye Chong realized that Beilinen was equally in the dark, and he fell silent. His anticipation for the Black Corner only heightened. Ye Chong harbored an intense desire for personal growth. The prowess displayed by the Black Mecha had opened up a new world for him. It was an entirely different system from what Mu had taught him. Nothing thrilled him more. The winding passage demanded Ye Chong's utmost focus, presenting peril at every turn. Only those with superior flying skills could navigate such a route. In a span of merely 2 hours, Ye Chong maneuvered through the passage. Beilinen glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Your flying skills are truly impressive. Last time, I accompanied the One-Eyed Dragon, and he took 6 hours. You far surpass him." Before them loomed a space station, its design comprising 2 massive concentric rings, with 5 pipes extending from the center, connecting to the inner ring. The outer ring appeared to envelop the inner one, and they moved slowly in opposite directions. The inner ring's diameter reached an impressive 15 kilometers, while the outer ring measured a staggering 19 kilometers. Observing Ye Chong's astonished expression, Beilinen proudly introduced, "This is the Zhilan floating station in the outer area of the Black Corner, named in honor of one of its founders, Yang Zhilan. It's even larger than the newly constructed Huitan floating station in the Fowl's star domain last year. Here, my friend, is a paradise, anything you can conceive, and as long as you have the means, the merchants here will cater to your every desire." He chuckled. "Of course, that includes." Beilinen leered mischievously. Ye Chong, uninterested in Beilinen's antics, cautiously navigated the mecha into the automated docking channel, which promptly closed behind him upon entry. Within moments, the pressure adjusted to a suitable level, and the control system signaled that it was time for Ye Chong to disembark. Climbing out of the mecha, he retracted it into subspace. The two approached the exit, where the sensing door opened automatically with a soft beep. Beilinen eagerly stepped out, while Ye Chong hesitated briefly, then followed closely behind, warily surveying their surroundings. Beilinen's gaunt face now radiated excitement, exuding a sense of confidence. Upon exiting the passage, the scene transformed dramatically. The modern hall's centerpiece was a colossal holographic screen, with several passageways fanning out in a semicircular arrangement. The holographic display was divided into sections, featuring guides to the Zhilan floating station and important news updates. Beilinen cautiously warned Ye Chong, "My lord, no matter what occurs in the Black Corner, please refrain from engaging in combat. The consequences of violence here are dire. The guards are exceptionally formidable." Seeing the eager glint in Ye Chong's eyes only frightened Beilinen further. "My lord, please do not act rashly. While you are indeed powerful, many fighters who have come here have underestimated the guards, only to be taken away, and their fates remain unknown. Since then, none have ever been seen again." Beilinen's face was a mask of dread. Ye Chong, too, was compelled to suppress the battle fervor within him. After a moment, Beilinen, with a sheepish grin, suggested, "My lord, let us explore separately." With that, he produced 2 communication devices as if by magic and handed one to Ye Chong. "I've already input my number. If anything arises, you can contact me through this. However, I doubt anything will happen here. Oh, and one more thing. Prices here are non-negotiable, but the merchants are reputable, so you need not worry about being overcharged." With that, Beilinen stuffed a bag of gold diamonds into Ye Chong's hand and swiftly departed before Ye Chong could utter a word. Ye Chong gazed at the bag in his hand, then surveyed his surroundings, and lastly, the retreating figure of Beilinen, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 47, finally, ranked first in the new book list. Observing the throngs of pedestrians bustling about, Ye Chong felt a profound astonishment. The Black Corner was notoriously secluded and difficult to navigate, yet it attracted such a multitude of visitors. The interior space of Zhilan was remarkably vast, offering a sense of freedom from any feeling of congestion. Ye Chong occasionally cast curious glances around him, reminiscent of his initial experience upon entering the virtual network. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, prompting Ye Chong to quicken his pace and draw near. A rotund man, resplendently attired and sporting a shiny bald head, was engaged in a heated argument with an elderly gentleman. Beside them, a burly man, presumably the rotund man's bodyguard, was incensed by his employer's fury. Having never encountered such indignation, he impulsively shoved the elderly man, who staggered backward before landing unceremoniously on the ground. The rotund man's expression shifted dramatically, and he chastised his bodyguard in anger. The elder, however, remained unfazed, rising to his feet with a cold smirk. The rotund man, desperately trying to appease. Plastered a forced smile on his face, yet the elder remained uncommunicative. The sheen of sweat on the rotund man's brow grew increasingly pronounced, and his smile became progressively strained. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Who caused this ruckus? Ye Chong's heart raced at the realization that he had failed to sense this newcomer's approach. Should this individual choose to ambush him, he would undoubtedly suffer. The strength exuded by this figure was palpable, and Ye Chong's heart fluttered with excitement at encountering such a formidable presence so soon after his arrival. Compared to his previous experiences, he found this encounter with strength exhilarating. It appeared that the Black Corner was indeed a suitable place for him. Since departing from the Garbage Star, Ye Chong had not encountered any genuine powerhouses. He perceived those he had met as feeble in body, skill, and spirit, rendering it challenging to ignite his fighting spirit. His intentions were straightforward. He merely wished to grow stronger, as he believed that strength was the most significant determinant of life and fate. A figure adorned with a sleek black mask approached. The mask gleamed with a polished sheen, its contours soft and rounded, while the bright silver eyes provided a stark visual contrast. The mask emanated an unusual tension, making it difficult for anyone's gaze to stray once it was captured. The figure's all-black trench coat added an air of elegance and mystery. Sweat trickled down the rotund man's forehead. Beneath the mask, Johnson felt a flicker of irritation at the disturbance occurring during his watch. Assessing the scene before him, he quickly surmised the situation. He cast a cold glance at the rotund man, his gaze piercing as if it could inflict pain, causing the man to sweat profusely and his expression to grow more frantic. Disregarding the rotund man, Johnson made his way to the wall. After a series of operations, a holographic screen materialized, replaying the earlier events. With a voice as chilling as autumn's breeze, he declared, "You dare defy the Black Corner's prohibition against violence? Humph. Will you come with me willingly, or do you wish to engage in combat?" The burly bodyguard beside the rotund man scoffed dismissively. Perceiving the masked man as too slender and weak, convinced he could easily dispatch him with a single blow. Yet Ye Chong did not underestimate this masked individual. The mere fact that he had not sensed his approach indicated extraordinary prowess. Ye Chong's hearing was remarkably acute, and he had never before encountered someone who could approach him unnoticed. Although the masked figure's physique did not betray excessive muscularity, it did not imply a lack of strength. Ye Chong himself was a testament to that. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of Johnson's lips. Suddenly, a blur flashed before everyone's eyes as the burly bodyguard clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in pain, unable to utter a single cry. His expression grew increasingly agonized, his body bowing inwards before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, without uttering a word. Ye Chong's heart raced. The speed was astonishing. He had never before encountered someone whose speed could rival his own. The earlier scene unfolded clearly in his mind. The masked man darted toward the bodyguard. Then, with a slight bend in his right leg, he launched a swift kick. By the time he struck the bodyguard, his leg was fully extended, resembling a drawn sword. Lightly tapping the bodyguard before he vanished like a specter, Ye Chong felt a cold sweat dampen his back. Johnson let out a disdainful snort and approached the fallen bodyguard. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd, "Wait." Johnson immediately identified the speaker, his eyes narrowing in surprise. A seemingly unremarkable youth stood amidst the crowd. Yet he exuded an air of distinctiveness, akin to a wolf among sheep. As someone approached him, the youth instinctively adjusted his stance, enveloping the intruder within his range of attack. Johnson was taken aback by the youth's acute sense of awareness. Upon closer inspection, he noted that unlike the others, the youth's feet were slightly staggered, with both legs bent to a degree, allowing for greater power and adaptability. The youth's physique was well-proportioned, devoid of any excessive muscular definition. Johnson, with his seasoned eye, recognized that the youth's strength was on par with his own, and he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of such a physique. However, he was perplexed. This training method seemed to be a closely guarded secret of the Black Corner. How could an unfamiliar individual possess such capabilities? Stealing knowledge? Impossible. The Black Corner's teachings were too unique to permit such occurrences, and it required more than mere skill. External aids were necessary to prevent muscular expansion. The crowd began to distance themselves from Ye Chong, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, yet this action inadvertently cleared a path for him. Ye Chong took a deep breath, swiftly falling into an optimal rhythm of inhalation. Johnson felt a jolt of resolve, subtly shifting to face Ye Chong. He had made up his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he would bring this enigmatic youth back for an interrogation by Instructor Huck to uncover his origins. Ye Chong regarded the masked man with vigilance, shifting his right leg further back and bending his left knee more deeply. Johnson spoke in a low voice. Was it you who just spoke? If Johnson's earlier tone toward the bodyguard had been akin to a gentle autumn breeze, now it was a biting winter wind laced with ice and snow. The atmosphere grew stifling, suffocating the surrounding crowd. Chapter 48. Haha. Do you all think there will be a competition? Hee. Indeed. Ye Chong replied with resolute confidence. Johnston coldly remarked. Oh, so you wish to intervene? The black mask gleamed with a dark glow. Ye Chong shook his head. Johnston paused, evidently taken aback, and his tone softened as he inquired. Oh. Then what is your intention? Ye Chong hesitated for a moment, and lacking social finesse, he candidly stated, I wish to learn combat techniques from you. Johnston was momentarily stunned, then elated at the prospect of mentoring this young individual who had unexpectedly presented himself at his doorstep. Although Johnston's heart was jubilant, he made an effort to maintain a calm demeanor. You will need to undergo an assessment. If you wish to join, then follow me. Without looking back, Johnston effortlessly lifted the burly bodyguard from the ground and, with a swift motion, darted away. Ye Chong resolutely trailed behind the enigmatic figure. The bodyguard, weighing 1 to 200 kilograms, felt weightless in Johnston's grasp. The more Ye Chong followed, the more self-doubt crept in. He was at his maximum speed, yet still could not surpass this masked man. Strangely, the distance between them remained unchanged, much to Ye Chong's dismay, especially as Johnston carried a person while maintaining his pace. This clearly indicated that Johnston possessed a slight edge in speed, which left Ye Chong feeling increasingly despondent. Speed had always been Ye Chong's pride and confidence. In his days piloting the Winnie, he had already demonstrated remarkable velocity. Later, through rigorous training, his speed had become his most notable attribute, and he relished the exhilaration it brought him. Never did he expect that this aspect, which he held in high regard, would be so decisively outmatched by another. Little did he know, Johnston was experiencing a tempest of emotions himself. Within the black corner, he was renowned for his speed, ranking among the elite, if not the very best. Speed was his forte and his key to victory. To his astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous youth was matching him stride for stride. Though Johnston carried a person, he understood that the burden had far less impact on his performance than outsiders might presume. Even without any weight, he would not run much faster than he currently was. Moreover, Johnston, with his keen perception, recognized the vast potential for improvement in this young man. It was evident that he had not undergone formal training, relying solely on the explosive power of his legs. If he could rectify some of his deficiencies, his speed could increase by at least 10%, potentially surpassing Johnston's own. If Hark were to learn that he had brought such a talented pupil, even his notoriously irritating beard might break into a grin. The thought that he might not remain the best in Group F sparked a twinge of jealousy within Johnston's heart. However, the prospect of adding a strong ally to Group F lifted his spirits considerably. Both men, each consumed by their own thoughts, raced forward with great velocity. Johnston navigated through a maze of twists and turns, while Ye Chong could only follow, utterly disoriented. As Johnston entered a docking passage, he turned and asked Ye Chong, Do you have a light mech? Ye Chong nodded yes. Good. Now pilot your light mech and follow me. Johnston summoned a sleek black light mech, akin to those Ye Chong had seen clearing the passageways. Ye Chong hastily summoned his own mech. Before departing, he informed Bailey Nan of his situation, instructing him to remain behind. Bailey Nan, oblivious to the details but pleased to stay, readily agreed. Johnston's light mech plunged into the debris field surrounding the Zillanth floating rock, and Ye Chong, not daring to lag, promptly followed suit. Little did Ye Chong anticipate that his desire to maneuver through the debris field would be fulfilled so swiftly. Johnston flew with an unhurried grace, as if taking a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading the debris with an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast, Ye Chong found himself in a state of disarray. He had assumed that piloting a light mech would be no issue after successfully navigating a larger spacecraft through a similar field. Yet he quickly realized the reality was far more challenging. While the light mech was indeed more agile than the spacecraft, Ye Chong felt it was almost too agile. The density and speed of the debris exceeded his previous experience, and he was repeatedly struck, becoming disoriented. Fortunately, the advanced hydraulic cushioning system of the mech spared him from colliding directly with the control panel, though the once imposing exterior of his mech was now battered and bruised. Johnston maintained a steady pace, clearly waiting for Ye Chong. After approximately 8 hours of erratic flight through the Alma sector, Ye Chong gazed at the dense debris, internally lamenting the distance yet to be covered. Johnston remained as composed as ever, exhibiting no urgency. Ye Chong's condition had improved since the beginning, though he still faced the occasional impact from flying debris. However, he was no longer as helpless as before. It must be noted that the various electronic sensors had become entirely ineffective in this tumultuous environment, forcing Ye Chong to rely solely on his vision to navigate his surroundings. After another 8 hours of flight, Johnston and Ye Chong finally emerged from the debris field, and Ye Chong exhaled a sigh of relief. Johnston continued onward, with Ye Chong closely trailing behind, their speed rapidly increasing. Approximately 2.5 hours later, a black base appeared before them, brightly illuminated and resembling a structure crafted from a small asteroid, roughly 10 times the size of Zillenf. Johnston showed no inclination to provide an introduction, flying forward in silence, compelling Ye Chong to follow closely. As they approached, Ye Chong noticed that the entire base was enveloped in a protective shield, surrounded by numerous satellites equipped with massive electromagnetic cannons, sending chills down his spine. Such weaponry could likely alter the trajectory of any asteroid within a 20-kilometer diameter, even if it could not obliterate it entirely. Following Johnston, Ye Chong slowly navigated into a return shaft. As they neared, the sight of a 15-meter-thick protective layer astonished him. If Ye Chong recalled correctly, even a small section of such thick shielding would be extraordinarily valuable. Thus, seeing it enveloping the entire base left him utterly flabbergasted. Johnston gestured for Ye Chong to follow, snapping him out of his stupor as he hastily complied. Upon entering the base, Johnston discarded the burly bodyguard from the cockpit, and someone nearby received him, though Ye Chong lacked sufficient curiosity regarding his fate. Johnston indicated that Ye Chong need not disembark from his light mech, allowing him to navigate within the base. They halted before a large black door, which opened automatically, permitting both Johnston and Ye Chong to glide inside. Chapter 49, Do Not Rush, Everyone. The prologue is gradually unfolding. We are now collecting character names, along with their personalities and traits, such as catchphrases or habitual movements. Friends who are interested may wish to contribute a few ideas. In the cramped room, there were only 3 individuals: Ye Chong, a man in a black mask, and another man in a black mask. The second masked figure tossed Ye Chong a black mask identical to their own and spoke in a deep voice, "Put it on." Upon receiving the mask, Ye Chong was surprised to find its soft texture and unique material. The underside bore the number F58. As he donned it, the mask fit his face unexpectedly well, responding subtly to his facial expressions. The mask was remarkably breathable, leaving Ye Chong without a hint of discomfort. "I am Instructor Hack," the masked instructor declared gravely. "I will oversee your assessment. Johnson, it's your turn." Johnson faced Ye Chong and solemnly reminded him, "It has begun." Ye Chong prepared himself, standing ready. Johnson sprang forward with swift agility, crossing his arms protectively in front of him. Aware that this was merely a test of Ye Chong's abilities and therefore adopting a defensive stance from the outset, Ye Chong, refusing to be complacent, stomped his right foot down with such force that the entire room trembled slightly. Hack observed with a flicker of interest in his eyes. Without a trace of fear, Ye Chong charged at Johnson, letting out a sharp shout as he unleashed a powerful right punch. Johnson deftly evaded the blow, causing Ye Chong to stumble slightly from the momentum of his missed strike. However, Johnson did not seize the opportunity to counterattack, instead allowing Ye Chong to regain his footing for another attempt. Ye Chong quickly steadied himself, preparing for the next offensive. Instructor Hack intervened just in time, stating, "That's enough." Ye Chong was taken aback. Was that all? Yet Johnson's expression suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Instructor Hack approached Ye Chong, locking eyes with him. "I do not inquire about your identity, nor your origins or past. From now on, this mask is yours. While you are in the black corner, you must never remove it. Your designation is F58, the 58th in Group F. Now, tell me your name." Just as Ye Chong was about to respond, Hack reminded him, "A pseudonym. Everyone here uses a false name." Without hesitation, Ye Chong replied, "I shall be called Mu." Hack instructed, "You will now follow Johnson to the F Group camp. He will arrange your accommodations." With a meaningful glance, Hack added, "Welcome to the true world of warriors." On their way, Johnson began to enlighten Ye Chong on the unique survival rules of the Black Corner. He warned that one must never inquire about others' information, as it could provoke hostility. Likewise, one should not divulge any personal details if they wish to survive. Revealing one's true strength was also ill-advised, as it would only shorten one's lifespan. The nonchalant tone of Johnson, however, made Ye Chong acutely aware of the dangers surrounding him, heightening his vigilance. Johnson seemed to notice Ye Chong's wariness and regarded him with a hint of approval. The F Group camp was vast. Yet Johnson showed no inclination to give Ye Chong a tour, leading him directly to a room. "This is your room. You will reside here. Meals are served in the cafeteria, which we just passed on our way here." Ye Chong nodded in understanding. "Good. Tomorrow, seek out Instructor Hack. He will instruct you on what to do." With that, Johnson departed. Ye Chong felt no discomfort at Johnson's demeanor. He was accustomed to relying on his own strength to adapt to his surroundings. In fact, if those around him were overly friendly, it would only confuse him further. The room was empty, requiring fingerprint and palm print verification before he could settle in. Ye Chong was not unfamiliar with such processes and completed them swiftly. The room was well-furnished and spacious, a stark contrast to his previous home on the garbage planet. Many of the items were entirely new to him, some he had never even seen before. To acclimate himself quickly, Ye Chong began to explore the functions and usages of each item. Fortunately, he was no novice in mechanical electronics. To him, these devices appeared rather simple, and he soon mastered their operations. After a refreshing shower, Ye Chong fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ye Chong awoke early, feeling a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, and promptly made his way to the cafeteria. He had anticipated being among the first to arrive, only to discover a considerable number of people already present, silently consuming their breakfast. The spacious cafeteria was eerily quiet, exuding a rather oppressive atmosphere. The breakfast was sumptuous, filled with dishes Ye Chong had never tasted before, and he savored it thoroughly, though the ambience remained far from pleasant. After finishing his meal, Ye Chong headed towards Instructor Hack. As he walked, he noticed that everyone wore masks, yet no one seemed to acknowledge one another. For the average person, such an environment would be stifling. However, for Ye Chong, who had long been accustomed to solitude, this simplicity felt oddly relaxing. Upon reaching Hack, Ye Chong observed him imparting knowledge to another group member. Recalling Johnson's advice from the previous day, he chose to keep his distance, patiently awaiting his turn. Hack noticed Ye Chong's presence the moment he entered the room. Seeing that Ye Chong did not approach out of curiosity, but instead waited quietly, Hack felt a sense of approval. Ye Chong waited a full half-hour before the group member departed. Upon seeing Hack wave him over, he hurriedly approached. Hack stated, "Yesterday was merely an initial assessment of your abilities. Today, we will conduct thorough testing across all categories. Follow me." They proceeded to a room filled with various instruments. As Hack reviewed Ye Chong's test results, he found himself momentarily speechless. The results were astonishing. Had he not witnessed Ye Chong's testing firsthand, he would have doubted that such results could emerge from someone untrained in the black corner, especially a youth under 20. Ye Chong's physical prowess was unparalleled. This was the first time Hack had encountered someone with such remarkable attributes. Even the esteemed member of Group A, Xiao Dai, did not possess such exceptional qualities before undergoing training in the black corner. Speed was undoubtedly Ye Chong's most outstanding attribute. He could achieve a sprinting speed of 5.32 Hz, whereas even the renowned Johnson, known for his speed among this cohort, could only reach 5.54 Hz. How astonishing! Moreover, Ye Chong's strength raised questions for Hack. Could such immense power exist without the specialized training of the black corner? This had perplexed Mu as well, ultimately leading to the conclusion that he was an anomaly. Yet, considering Ye Chong's displayed strength, Hack feared that the strength-focused instructor from Group D, F.A. Keeney, would come to claim him. Nevertheless, Hack resolved firmly that no matter the commotion, he would not allow that to happen. Additionally, Ye Chong exhibited exceptional balance and flexibility, evident during his rapid directional changes, with movements flowing seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance. He also possessed a calm and intelligent mind, an invaluable asset. Most astonishing of all, however, was the speed of Ye Chong's hands, absolutely astounding. Chapter 50. Just received notification. Strong push on Sunday, 6,000 words in a day. This is a pair of astonishingly swift hands. Hark never anticipated that someone not originating from the black corner could possess such remarkable speed. The hands, being the most dexterous part of the human body, can accomplish an array of tasks, and the swifter the hands, the greater the number of tasks that can be performed within a limited time frame. It is evident that in the balance between life and death, a single event or a mere fraction of a second can determine one's fate. Such exceptional hand speed is indeed rare, even within the black corner. Yet, Mu does not seem to be fully aware of the true power of these hands. Hark glanced at Ye Chong, who stood quietly beside him, and nodded, Quite impressive indeed. Ye Chong remained silent, not uttering a word. After a moment of contemplation, Hark broke the silence. Share your understanding of a master. Ye Chong tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, the controller of the light armor. Hark nodded. Most would perceive it this way. Ye Chong looked up at Hark in mild surprise. Hark, with an air of nostalgia, said, a master is not merely what you envision. The definitions and assessments from the outside world are utterly meaningless. Those are mere child's play. The true realm of masters far exceeds your imagination, and it remains largely unknown to outsiders. Do you know what the predecessors of masters were? Ye Chong shook his head. The predecessors of masters were individuals who sought power. The rise of mechanical civilization unveiled the might of machinery. The traditional secret arts and ancient martial arts swiftly declined, giving way to the emergence of masters. Eventually, it was discovered that ancient martial artists or secret practitioners, when piloting light armor, could unleash even greater power, making survival in harsh environments considerably easier. This led to the idea of merging ancient martial arts and secret techniques with light armor, thus forming a new breed of masters. These masters, unarmed, were no match for typical practitioners of ancient martial arts, but once they donned light armor, their prowess was astonishing. Approximately 500 years ago, an unprecedented catastrophe occurred, claiming countless lives. The majority of survivors were masters, which directly resulted in the obliteration of other powers. 3 centuries ago, further events transpired, leading to the dissemination of knowledge about masters beyond the 5 major star domains. However, what they acquired was undoubtedly outdated, and I am not entirely clear on the specifics. However, it is indeed a formidable challenge to enlighten those from the 5 major star domains about ancient martial arts and secret techniques. Ye Chong's mind surged with tumultuous waves. He had not anticipated such hidden truths. From Hark's words, it became evident that Hark was not from the 5 major star domains, but hails from a mysterious, undisclosed realm, one that seems to hold a subtle connection with the 5 major star domains. The 3 crucial elements of a master are the body, light armor, and spirit. This directly leads to the emergence of 3 mainstream schools. One that combines ancient martial arts with technology to refine the body, another that merges secret techniques with technology, wherein practitioners of secret techniques generally possess formidable spirits, and the third follows a purely mechanical path. Frankly, this last school is the most detested, as they modify their bodies to the point of resembling neither human nor ghost. Nevertheless, their strength is undeniably impressive, and their light armor is the most advanced among the 3 schools. Despite his evident disdain for the third school, Hark could not deny their might. Ye Chong listened intently. You must have realized that we belong to the first school. It must be said that the development of the human body through ancient martial arts is indeed astonishing. It is a profound and extensive discipline, though we only harness this aspect of it. I am unsure how you train, for I have not detected any energy fluctuations from you. Yet your muscular strength is remarkable, and your muscle fibers do not appear to have thickened like those of ordinary individuals. This leaves me perplexed. However, Hark evidently did not wish to delve into this matter further. All right, follow me, he instructed. Hark led Ye Chong into a vast hall, filled with numerous oval-shaped instruments. Their transparent shells containing a viscous silver liquid. Within several of these ovals, individuals floated, eyes closed, appearing serene and seemingly in bliss. Pointing to an empty oval chamber, Hark said, you should give it a try? Ye Chong approached the apparatus with a mix of skepticism. With a swish, an entrance slid open, accommodating him. He stepped inside, and with another soft sound, the chamber sealed. The silver liquid began to rise from his feet, first to his knees, then waist, chest, and finally halting just below his neck. A languorous sensation enveloped Ye Chong, warmth radiating throughout his body, making him feel so comfortable that he was tempted to moan. Gradually, he sensed a wave of drowsiness, yet it felt as if he were in a state of half-sleep. Time passed, and he suddenly awoke with a start. Noticing Hark's intense gaze upon him, his thoughts concealed behind the black mask. The silver liquid receded like a tide, and soon, the chamber was completely empty. Ye Chong was astonished to find that not a single drop of the silver liquid remained on him, and his clothes were just as they had been when he entered. Upon seeing Ye Chong emerge, Hark inquired, "How do you feel?" Ye Chong nodded, "Quite well indeed." A peculiar expression flickered in Hark's eyes. "Do you now feel invigorated, as if brimming with energy that yearns to be unleashed?" As the silver liquid departed from his body, Ye Chong felt a surge of heat and an overwhelming sense of power, and at Hark's prompting, his desire to release this energy intensified, compelling him to nod in agreement. Hark escorted Ye Chong to an expansive training ground, adorned with various training apparatuses, instructing him, "Expend all your physical energy here. Then return to that chamber to rejuvenate until you awaken naturally. Repeat this process 3 times in total. Now, practice on your own." With that, Hark departed. Ye Chong adhered to Hark's directive, depleting his strength entirely each time before retreating to the oval chamber for replenishment. Inside, he could almost feel the gradual accumulation of his energy, a sensation both extraordinary and invigorating. Once replenished, he would dash back to the training ground to exhaust himself again. After 3 rounds, Ye Chong noted that his recovery speed within the chamber had notably accelerated, and upon emerging, he no longer felt the same overwhelming heat, but rather began to feel as he had before. By the time he completed his exercises, night had fallen. Despite having gone an entire day without food, Ye Chong felt no hunger, speculating that the silver liquid might be responsible. He discovered several steel balls in the training area and pocketed them as he made his way back to his room. On his way, he encountered Johnson. Neither spoke, but they exchanged a subtle nod before passing each other. Chapter 51. The Awakening of Mu. Many friends have expressed discomfort with the absence of titles, so I shall now include one for each segment. The writing in these recent sections may not be of the highest quality, but I have resolved not to alter them and will continue onward. Additionally, the update schedule has been modified to 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. daily. I shall strive to produce 6,000 words each Sunday, and I kindly ask for your continued support. It has already been 3 months since Ye Chong arrived at the Black Corner, and today his task is to harvest black gold ore. This black gold ore is a specialty of the Black Corner, found scattered throughout the surrounding rubble asteroid belt, making extraction exceedingly challenging. Mining vessels are unable to navigate through the debris. Only the light armor permits entry. Scanners are rendered useless in the rubble belt, necessitating the use of holographic lenses to capture images for human observation. This process serves as a comprehensive training exercise, testing not only the pilot's driving skills but also their eyesight, while transporting the ore back proves to be a formidable task. The yield of black gold ore is minimal, primarily utilized in the production of the black masks worn by Ye Chong and his peers. His F-58 light armor, like those of others in the Black Corner, is black and humanoid in design, but due to Ye Chong's remarkably swift hand movements, this suit has undergone certain modifications, enhancing its functionalities significantly. To be honest, Ye Chong has experienced substantial improvement in his abilities over these past months. More importantly, he has begun to grasp combat techniques rather than relying solely on instinct and personal experience as he did previously. He has also come to realize that the foundational training imparted by Mu is far more valuable than Hack's disparaging remarks suggested. Although Ye Chong possesses limited knowledge of ancient martial arts and lacks genuine interest, failing to discern any practical benefit from the breathing techniques taught by Hack, he finds great utility in the fundamental and steel ball training Mu provided. After much effort, he has finally transcended the long-stagnant threshold of manipulating 10 steel balls. The effects of the silver liquid, however, are strikingly evident, and the exquisite sensations it brings are truly intoxicating. Ye Chong has observed Hack's prowess in action, and while impressive, it has left him feeling somewhat disillusioned. He firmly believes that should Hack confront Mu, he would stand no chance against Mu's breathtaking thrust. "Mu, when will you awaken? I miss you dearly." Ye Chong silently murmurs within. Suddenly, the scenery around him darkens, and Ye Chong jolts back to reality, startled by the rapidly approaching rocks. He swiftly maneuvers his light armor to narrowly escape a collision. It seems that nearby black gold ore has been depleted, necessitating a deeper foray into the rubble belt. Ye Chong cautiously pilots his armor further into the depths, yet he finds no trace of black gold ore, leading him to believe that fortune is not on his side today. Just as he contemplates returning, a massive black gold or rock, approximately 2 meters in diameter, comes into view, hurtling deeper into the belt. Ye Chong's spirits lift, and without hesitation, he accelerates his armor to chase after the colossal ore. Suddenly, the armor shakes violently, and Ye Chong feels as though it is being uncontrollably pulled forward by a powerful force. Alarmed, he quickly reverses the engine, attempting to escape this mysterious pull. However, his efforts are in vain, as he finds himself inching closer despite pushing the engine to its limits. When he finally comprehends the situation before him, a wave of dread washes over him. Countless debris particles are swirling towards a central point nearby, forming a vortex. Realization dawns upon him. This is a debris vortex, the most feared phenomenon in the Elma region, which deters many from venturing deeper into its heart. How could I be so unfortunate? Ye Chong laments inwardly. Desperately, he attempts to break free from the vortex's grip, but no matter the method he employs, it proves futile. As the swirling debris looms larger and clearer in his vision, Ye Chong recognizes the overwhelming scale of the vortex, rendering him pathetically insignificant in its presence. A profound sense of helplessness rises from the depths of his being. Awaiting him is a fate of being torn to shreds. After battling against destiny for so many years, he finds himself ensnared by its grasp at last. An abyss of sorrow engulfs Ye Chong's heart. Fool, what are you dawdling about? Are you waiting to die? Suddenly, a voice resonates within Ye Chong's mind. He pauses. Then joy surges through him. Mu, is that you? There's no time for pleasantries. Now, navigate at a dual small-angle deviation of 9 degrees. Ye Chong recognizes that it is indeed Mu. This voice is one he will never forget throughout his life. Suppressing his elation, Ye Chong's hands fly into action, unhesitatingly trusting Mu's guidance. If there is one individual Ye Chong believes in above all else, it is Mu. His hands move with unprecedented speed, and the benefits of overcoming the 10 steel ball threshold manifest immediately. His hands no longer merely cast faint shadows, but appear as solid forms. Ye Chong's F-58 light armor swiftly adjusts its direction, executing rapid lateral movements. The F-58 resembles a black fish frantically struggling to escape a fishing line, thrashing left and right. Miraculously, the F-58 begins to inch away from the vortex. Ye Chong's confidence swells. Now adjust to an 8-degree deviation and repeat the previous maneuvers. Mu's voice echoes once more. Ye Chong breathes heavily, having exhausted much of his stamina in the previous operation, but he is relieved to have finally escaped the debris vortex. It appears your skills have improved recently, Mu observes calmly. Still reveling in his narrow escape and the joy of reuniting with Mu, Ye Chong replies, Indeed. I've been training diligently in the Black Corner and have learned a great deal. Black Corner? Mu's tone seems slightly off. Ye Chong proceeds to recount his experiences since awakening, while Mu listens intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. After Ye Chong finishes his narrative, Mu falls silent for a moment. Is there an issue? Ye Chong inquires, puzzled. After a brief pause, Mu speaks. The Black Corner you mentioned may pose a problem. A problem? Ye Chong queries, bewildered. Mu does not respond directly but asks, Is this light armor one they provided you? Ye Chong nods. Yes, its performance is quite impressive. I was astonished that it withstood the vortex earlier. Remove the 7th energy panel from the control console and inspect it closely, Mu instructs, his voice unwavering. Following Mu's directive, Ye Chong extracts the 7th energy panel and scrutinizes it, trusting that Mu would not make baseless claims. He discovers an anomaly, a signal-emitting optical circuit that should not exist in this location. Though Ye Chong is not well versed in social intricacies, he is far from foolish. Rather, he possesses considerable intelligence. Realizing the implications, he promptly uses his tools to erase the optical circuit, unwilling to be monitored. Rest assured, I have already checked a certain area for you. Mu reassures him with tranquility. Ye Chong responds with a simple acknowledgement, feeling no anger towards the Black Corner's subterfuge. After all, he has gained much knowledge from them. Nothing comes without a price. However, he fondly recalls the delectable meals in their cafeteria, licking his lips in nostalgia. Ye, you mentioned you had immersed yourself in a silver liquid as well. Yes, could there be an issue with that too? Ye Chong was clearly taken aback. It was quite possible. Mu exhibited no intention of considering Ye Chong's feelings, speaking candidly. That damn Black Corner. Just as Ye Chong was about to cast an angry glare in the direction of Black Corner to express his indignation, he suddenly exclaimed in a panic. Mu, it seems we are lost. I noticed it long ago. Mu replied lazily. What should we do? Based on general experience, the events occurring around you can essentially be deemed as incalculable. Mu declared with finality. Chapter 52. Escaping the predicament grateful for the fallen leaves. This indeed is a monumental oversight. Amidst a cold sweat, I have rectified it. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Once again, my heartfelt thanks. Mu, do you think we are heading in the right direction? Ye Chong, having bottled up his thoughts for days, desperately sought Mu for a conversation. The probabilities of deviation in all directions remain equal, Mu replied nonchalantly. But Mu, what do you need so much black gold for? Ye Chong inquired curiously. Confidential. No comment. Mu responded enigmatically. Rumor has it that black gold ore is an exceedingly rare mineral from which one can extract the precious metal known as black gold, scientifically termed Krauser metal. This substance not only boasts remarkable physical properties, but also possesses a self-repairing capability, which is what makes black gold so invaluable. To Ye Chong's astonishment, the quantity of black gold ore encountered on their journey far surpassed all he had previously encountered combined. Mu collected all the black gold ore they came across into his subspace. With a mere gesture, any size of black gold ore vanished, leaving Ye Chong utterly envious. Unfortunately, Mu informed him that this was a unique ability that could not be imparted. Ye Chong pouted in disappointment, suddenly struck by a thought. Ah, I heard there are some exceptionally skilled light armor engineers and mechanics in the Black Corner. I should have consulted them about repairing you. How could I forget? Ye Chong lamented, smacking his forehead. Before Mu, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Is the light armor you are piloting now crafted by them? Mu inquired. Indeed, this armor is quite impressive, Ye Chong replied. Yet they could not fully restore me. Mu remarked, a hint of arrogance lacing his tone, causing Ye Chong to glance sideways. Fortunately, Ye Chong had the habit of carrying spare energy reserves. Otherwise, despite F-58's extended flight duration, they would have long since been stranded. As he consumed the high-energy organic rations stored within the armor, Ye Chong reminisced about the delectable dishes from the Black Corner cafeteria, which only heightened his anguish. Mu remained in his subspace to minimize energy consumption. The light armor from the Black Corner was indeed exceedingly advanced. In the case of Ye Chong's F-58, although it was merely a training model, each component surpassed the high-end armors Ye Chong had used before, with overall performance significantly superior. Take the engine, for instance. Its design differed entirely from the more commonly known engines on the market. Ye Chong had personally disassembled the F-58, yet in terms of power and sustained flight time, its engine far outperformed the so-called high-end engines available. Of course, compared to Mu's incomprehensible engine design, this could only be considered child's play. Nevertheless, Ye Chong still struggled to grasp the intricacies of Mu's engine schematic. Ye Chong and Mu discovered a black gold ore with a diameter of half a meter. Ye Chong summoned Mu from the subspace, and Mu instinctively approached the ore. Suddenly, Ye Chong sensed something and, with uncertainty, said to Mu, "Mu, take a look. The debris here seems to have diminished somewhat." Mu lazily replied, "To be precise, the density of debris in this unit of space has decreased by 62 compared to 10 hours ago. However, this figure is somewhat random and should be taken with a grain of salt." Ye Chong exclaimed with excitement. "It appears we have not deviated from our course." Mu, reverting to his habitual demeanor of discouragement, cautioned Ye Chong, "Do not get too carried away. Even if we escape the debris field, what then? Who knows where we are? Are there any nearby planets? How far away are they? Is anyone around? Without a spaceship?" Suddenly, Mu halted, urgency lacing his voice. "Quickly, head in the direction of 15 degrees, full speed ahead." Mu swiftly gathered the black gold ore and returned to the subspace. Upon hearing this, Ye Chong understood that something new was afoot. He no longer hesitated to conserve energy and promptly accelerated the light armor to its maximum speed. Having spent some time navigating the debris field, Ye Chong had become quite adept at evading the floating rocks. Despite the speed being set to maximum, he remained composed, skillfully dodging the debris. Mu appeared somewhat surprised. "Ye, your skills have improved significantly." Outwardly calm, Ye Chong was intensely focused, not daring to respond. His gaze fixed on the holographic screen, anxious about any potential mishaps. At such high speeds, colliding with debris could spell disaster. And Ye Chong had no intention of experiencing a self-destruction at this moment. As the ore around them thinned, Ye Chong grew increasingly relaxed, realizing he had reached the outer layer of the debris field, which invigorated his spirit. Indeed, with a soft beep, the scanning system of Ye Chong's armor resumed normal function, automatically beginning to scan the surroundings. Produced by the Black Corner, it is indeed a masterpiece. The reconnaissance system of the F-58, which Ye Chong had never utilized, was surprisingly advanced, quickly detecting an anomaly ahead, a red dot steadily enlarging on the holographic screen. As the image magnified, its form became clearer. It was a spaceship. Ye Chong couldn't help but feel elated, pushing the throttle to speed toward it. After 3 minutes, the opposing vessel had yet to notice his presence. Ye Chong found this perplexing. Despite the distance, the F-58's reconnaissance system was indeed sophisticated, yet he was now so close, and they still remained oblivious to him. Was it possible that the F-58 possessed an excellent counter-surveillance system? Ye Chong promptly accessed the F-58's data, discovering that the armor's composition included a unique material capable of absorbing various wavelengths, granting it exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities. This material was also the reason for its sleek, dark appearance. With such formidable capabilities, what were the intentions of the Black Corner? This thought flickered through Ye Chong's mind, but quickly dissipated. After all, it had little to do with him. He had no plans of returning. Shall we ambush them? Ye Chong sought Mu's opinion, proposing a plan that aligned perfectly with his habitual style. Ambush. If the spaceship sustains damage, you will be in peril as well. Mu clearly disapproved, suggesting instead that this appeared to be a civilian vessel. Perhaps you should send them a signal. Ye Chong couldn't think of a better approach. From his last encounter, he learned just how damaging breaching a ship's hull could be. Had it not been for the abundance of spare materials aboard the Cyclopes flagship, he might not have made it back alive. The responding vessel did not seem particularly alarmed. Rather, they repeatedly stated in their message that they were medical volunteers. Medical volunteers? What does that entail? Ye Chong asked in confusion. Mu explained. Medical volunteers are individuals knowledgeable in medicine or nursing who provide care and treatment to all, free of charge. Their lives are often quite challenging, driven by the belief that life transcends all else. They treat everyone equally. Even if a pirate is injured, they will attend to them. Consequently, they enjoy the respect of nearly everyone. No pirate would dare to rob medical volunteers. On the contrary, many pirates will send someone to protect them when they traverse their hunting grounds. They are generally gentle in nature, kind-hearted, and overflowing with compassion. So I believe they would not refuse your request to board their ship, Mu suggested. Gentle in nature? Ye Chong racked his brain for any creatures from the trash planets he was familiar with, struggling to find a single being that matched Mu's description of gentleness. It was truly perplexing, but since Mu had said it, he reasoned it must be true. Ye Chong sent out a request to board the ship. Chapter 53. Boarding that evening, as Vera gazed at the light armor approaching the ship, he was taken aback by the sudden signal he received. He had previously been unaware of its presence. In his astonishment, he manually adjusted the holographic lens, spending considerable time pinpointing the location of the vessel. In his 40s, Vera's short, dense beard lent him a robust masculinity. He marveled at the evident sophistication of the approaching craft's stealth technology, which had allowed it to enter the ship's alert zone without triggering any alarms. This indicated that its counter-surveillance systems were far superior to those on his own vessel. Upon receiving a request for boarding, Vera felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing the other party bore no hostility. The prospect of encountering an elusive foe was one that anyone would wish to avoid. After consulting with Mr. Wong, Vera accepted the request. As the light armor drew closer, he finally discerned its true form, his expression shifting as his heart raced. Vera, once an avid adventurer known in exploration circles and having spent time in the black market, could not forget the design of this armor. It symbolized unparalleled strength and ruthless efficiency. He had witnessed many formidable individuals in the black market meet their demise for violations of the weapons ban, some of whom surpassed him in skill. Years had passed, yet he had never seen anyone from the black market emerge. This revelation left him bewildered, but he dismissed the thought of endangering his life. Beside him, Wang Weiqi scoffed. That armor is quite ugly. Wang Weiqi, tall and possessing an exquisite face complemented by a charming demeanor, had her long, lustrous hair neatly tied, accentuating her clear, bright eyes that seemed to speak volumes, making her irresistibly captivating to most men. The F-58, measuring around 10 meters, was entirely black and appeared rather unremarkable. As a training suit, it was not equipped with excessive weaponry, featuring only a hyper-frequency magnetic blade and 2 redesigned blocking spikes, plus a large alloy shield over 5 meters in diameter for safety in the debris belt. The shield's slightly curved edge made the F-58 resemble a turtle, yet its razor-sharp borders hinted at its offensive capabilities. Vera noted with keen interest the 2 black, slightly curved blades at the elbow joints, which lay flush against the armor but revealed their menacing sharpness upon bending the arm. Wang Ziqing quickly concurred. Of course, it pales in comparison to Chi-Er's Phantom. Wang Weiqi was Mr. Wang's granddaughter, who had passed the intermediate technician examination at a young age. She accompanied her grandfather, concerned for his safety and eager to broaden her horizons in preparation for the advanced technician exam. Wang Ziqing, her senior, had pursued her during their school days and now found himself in a perplexing situation as her affections remained elusive. Vera could not help but smile at the 2 naive youngsters, hoping they would refrain from provoking the formidable presence before them. After a moment's thought, he advised them earnestly. You 2 must not engage with this individual. He is someone you cannot afford to offend. Seeing their dismissive attitudes, he raised his voice. Cheer, Ziqing, do you hear me? Wang Weiqi stuck out her tongue and made a face at Wan Ziqing, knowing that Uncle Vera had always looked out for them, and thus they feigned compliance. Vera hurried out of the control room to greet the enigmatic guest. Draped in a black mask and coat, the figure before him matched Vera's expectations perfectly. The mask, glimmering with an unusual sheen, possessed a soft texture, while its silver eyes emanated an intimidating chill. The stark contrast of black and white captivated everyone present, drawing their attention away from the small identification number, F58, at the mask's edge. Vera, however, remained unperturbed, having seen such a sight before. The expansive coat enveloped Ye Chong entirely, enhancing his air of mystery. Wang Weiqi mused to herself about how cool it would be to possess such a mask. Absolutely striking. Ye Chong held a deep respect for the elderly, as they reminded him of his late father and the kind grandfathers of his youth. Vera was astonished by Ye Chong's demeanor, never anticipating the cold-hearted black market guardian would show such courtesy to an elder. Perhaps they were not as merciless as they seemed, merely constrained by their duties. This thought brought Vera some comfort. As it was mealtime, Ye Chong was invited to dine. He immersed himself in the meal, oblivious to the curious glances from the others. After finishing his 7th bowl, he felt pleasantly satiated, reflecting that while the food paled in comparison to that of the black market, it surpassed the high-energy organic meals aboard the F-58. After greeting everyone, he returned to the room prepared for him, much to their astonishment. Following his customary post-meal exercise, Ye Chong began a series of movements to stretch his body, then dashed around the small confines of the room. It was an unusual sight, as he moved gracefully on the tips of his toes, each touch against the floor propelling him forward. The limited space forced him to change directions constantly, eventually resorting to running in circles. As his speed increased, the once silent taps of his feet on the floor grew louder, becoming a rhythmic symphony that filled the room. 10 minutes later, he finally came to a halt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing slightly labored. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, Mu expressed surprise. "Yezi, you've made progress." Ye Chong grinned, retrieving steel balls from his waist pouch and placing them on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands upon the steel spheres, feeling his mind return to clarity. With a light grunt, he sprang into action. Concentrating intently, he summoned a spectral form that enveloped the steel balls. Inside, they collided violently, moving at an unpredictable speed. Each time they approached the edge of the spectral field, they were deflected back. As the speed of the balls intensified, the spectral form thickened, and the crisp sound of their impact resonated in unison. Just as he contemplated increasing his force, an instinctual alarm rang in his mind. Suddenly alert, he shouted, "Who is there?" With a swift motion, he swept his hands across the floor, gathering all the steel balls to him, instinctively rolling backward while launching 3 balls with precision. Chapter 54. The ruthless Ye Chong. The small steel balls emitted a piercing shriek, utterly terrifying. With 2 sharp thuds, they embedded deeply into the door, penetrating 10 centimeters into the carbon nitride hard plastic door, nearly breaching it by 2 centimeters. Another steel ball slipped through the slightly ajar door and struck the wall across the corridor, embedding itself just as deeply. Wang Weiqi's face drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. The steel ball that passed through the door was less than a centimeter from the tip of her nose, and the force of the rushing air made her nose sting painfully. Had she possessed a mirror at that moment, she would have discovered a fine cut on her nose, from which a bead of blood was slowly oozing. She had never felt so close to death. The sheer power of the steel balls was capable of penetrating the wall so deeply. If it had struck her, she feared, she couldn't help but shudder, as an overwhelming wave of terror engulfed her entire being. With a hysterical scream, Wang Weiqi covered her face and fled, driven by a singular thought: to escape from this devilish room. Ye Chong had just prepared to act again when he heard the scream followed by the sound of frantic footsteps retreating. Mu suddenly popped into Ye Chong's mind, exclaiming, "Ye, you truly lack compassion." Ye Chong naively inquired, "What does it mean to lack compassion?" Mu, with an air of knowing, replied, "In this world, outside of the garbage star, women are regarded as beings deserving of care and love. Hence, most people refrain from engaging with women, and some never do." Ye Chong asked curiously, "Why? Just because they are women?" Mu pondered for a moment before agreeing. "It seems so." Ye Chong dismissed it. "What a peculiar logic. Moreover, it's strange that you would propose such a logical reasoning." Mu appeared momentarily speechless. Ye Chong, brimming with pride, remarked, "I reacted quite well just now, didn't I?" Mu scoffed. "Your force was insufficient. You didn't even penetrate the door. If you had, it would have posed a genuine threat to your adversary." Furthermore, your reaction time was too slow, and your force estimation was off. Had you fired 2 more rounds accurately at the initial positions, you could have breached it. She would have either died or been gravely injured. Ye Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I could do it that way. The two then engaged in a spirited discussion. As mealtime approached, they reluctantly ceased their captivating conversation. Ye Chong rose, donned his trench coat, and exited the room. Upon entering the hall, he found that dinner was indeed nearing. This was, aside from their earlier topic, the matter of greatest interest to Ye Chong. Just as he was about to approach the dining table, Wan Ziqing approached him, carrying a cup of steaming herbal juice, seemingly on a collision course with him. Ye Chong stepped aside to evade her, but Wan Ziqing's eyes flashed with mischief. Feigning surprise, she flicked her wrist, splashing the scalding herbal juice towards him. Ye Chong coldly regarded Wan Ziqing's ridiculous performance, recognizing her blatant hostility. What puzzled him most was why she resorted to such a harmless tactic. Even if the herbal juice splashed upon him, it would inflict no harm. Did it contain some corrosive poison? Nevertheless, regardless of the mystery, once he recognized her animosity, Ye Chong felt no hesitation. With a light push of his toes, he deftly maneuvered to Wan Ziqing's side, his right hand swiftly seizing her throat, poised to exert force. He was confident that he could snap it as easily as a steel pillar. Suddenly, a jolt of realization surged through Ye Chong. He abruptly switched from squeezing to pushing, simultaneously propelling himself backward. Wan Ziqing fared poorly. Although she evaded immediate disaster, no soft throat could withstand such force without consequence. Coughing violently, she knelt against the wall, clutching her throat, her eyes wide with terror. Though Ye Chong had altered his grip to a push, Wan Ziqing's throat had not been crushed. Yet blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating she was not unscathed. Vera, having kept her focus on Ye Chong since he exited the room, recognized the petty tricks Wan Ziqing was attempting. With her extensive experience, she understood the gravity of the situation. This was no time for such foolishness. If the person before her was someone who valued their pride, they might refrain from retaliating against such tactics. But they were facing someone who would not hesitate to kill without a second thought. In a moment of desperation, Vera drew the hotline gun strapped to her thigh and fired a shot between them. She had no hope of hitting Ye Chong. Her intent was merely to create space and diffuse the tension. Witnessing this scene, Wang Weiqi was immediately reminded of her earlier ordeal and could not suppress her scream. Her piercing cry drew the attention of everyone present, and upon seeing her pallid expression, they followed her gaze to discover Ye Chong standing imperiously in one corner of the dining hall, Wan Ziqing cowering against the wall, and Vera, gun in hand, poised for confrontation. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Vera internally lamented, fervently wishing not to bear the brunt of their ire, fearing for her own life that day. Ye Chong, however, paid little mind to the hotline gun in Vera's possession. His trench coat was designed to withstand any firearm below 100,000 level attack. The craftsmanship of the black corner was indeed astonishing. Just as Ye Chong contemplated his next move, Mr. Wang stepped forward. If there was anyone who wished to avoid confrontation, it was undoubtedly the elderly Mr. Wang. Clearing his throat, he said, "Young man, this child is merely thoughtless. However, I believe she has received her due punishment. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. Wouldn't you agree?" Mu, clearly understanding Ye Chong's mindset, suggested, "Let it go, Yi. It serves as a warning for her. Besides, we consumed so much of their food without payment." Ye Chong cautiously pondered. "Mu, do we really have to pay for our meal?" He had no coins at all. All his diamonds remained in the black corner's room. With an incredulous tone, Mu exclaimed, "Goodness, Yi, do you habitually dine and dash? Are you unaware that purchases require payment?" Ye Chong quietly replied, "I only know that buying armor costs money, and I don't believe I've ever purchased anything." He reflected on this, while Mu struggled to explain the necessity of exchanging one thing for another to obtain something from others. Though this contradicted Ye Chong's understanding, he ultimately acquiesced to Mu's persistent persuasion. Mr. Wang, wise beyond his years, was acutely aware of the situation. Typically, Ziqing was quite level-headed and would never act so recklessly. Such behavior was often linked to his beloved granddaughter. Glancing at she, he noted her alarmed expression, confirming his suspicions. It was evident she had suffered at the hands of the other party, and Ziqing, in an attempt to win her favor, had foolishly sought to embarrass the adversary to cheer her up. Alas, these two children were so naive. They had landed themselves in trouble. Observing Ye Chong's respectful demeanor, Mr. Wang felt compelled to intervene. The incident had undoubtedly originated with Qi. Moreover, he could not simply stand by and watch as Zicheng faced peril. Ye Chong remained silent, standing still. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone held their breath, fearing that a single sound might awaken this demon. As Vera's forehead glistened with increasingly profuse sweat, the moisture soaked his hair and dripped from the tips onto the floor. He felt as though Ye Chong's cold gaze was perpetually fixed upon him. The murderous intent emanating from the silver eyes behind the black mask rendered him unable to meet that stare, yet he dared not shift his gaze away. Even for a fleeting second, fear consumed him, a dread that in just one moment, he might meet his demise. In that instant, Vera felt akin to a fish ensnared in a net, utterly immobilized. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick with an eerie tension that pervaded the restaurant, stifling all. Suddenly, Ye Chong spoke in a detached tone. For the sake of this meal, I shall let it pass this time. Should there be a next time? HM. The final sound of his soft scoff added an extra chill to the air within the dining room. Having said that, Ye Chong strode directly to the dining table and took a seat. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips. Vera gasped for breath, his entire being soaked with perspiration. He had never felt such exhaustion before, struggling to stuff his gun into the holster strapped to his thigh. At the table, silence reigned as everyone quietly consumed their meals. None daring to utter a word. No one dared approach within 3 meters of Ye Chong, with even Vera keeping his distance. Wang Weiqi and Wan Ziqing, overwhelmed by fear, retreated to their rooms, the latter nursing significant injuries. The oppressive atmosphere continued unabated at the dining table. Ye Chong, however, seemed entirely unfazed. Engrossed in his meal, compared to the bland fare of Garbage Star, this delectable food had long since made him forget everything else. Mr. Wang, with a warm smile, inquired, "Young brother, may I ask where you intend to disembark?" Instantly, all ears perked up, everyone hoping that this harbinger of doom would depart the vessel soon. Most aboard were volunteer medical personnel, deeply cherishing and valuing life, thus harboring an intense disdain for Ye Chong, a man who seemed indifferent to it. Yet, upon realizing that he might take a life over something so trivial, all eyes averted and heads bowed to their meals. Ye Chong, stuffing his mouth with food, mumbled indistinctly, "Where are you all going?" Mr. Wang maintained his genial demeanor, replying, "We are bound for Blue Sea Star. If you were to disembark before us, we could give you a ride." Blue Sea Star? All present exchanged surprised glances at Mr. Wang before hastily returning to their meals. Regrettably, Ye Chong, engrossed in his repast, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere and carelessly remarked, "Oh, then I shall go to Blue Sea Star." Almost everyone's expressions appeared to lighten as if a weight had been lifted. Chapter 55. Arrival at Blue Sea Star. On the bustling streets of Blue Sea Star, Ye Chong walked with his mask removed. After days without exposure to stellar radiation, his complexion appeared surprisingly fair. He clung to his black trench coat, a prized possession that rivaled high-grade protective gear. The combination of his dark attire, pale visage, and a slender yet athletic build, along with his indifferent expression, bestowed upon Ye Chong a unique charm that drew the attention of many women along his path. As he ambled through the vibrant city, Ye Chong's demeanor remained stoic, though his mind was engaged in a fervent discussion with Mu. Towering buildings and modern architecture surrounded him, while various flying vehicles zipped through the sky, creating a dizzying spectacle. Most striking to Ye Chong was the sheer number of people, having lived on the Trash Star and in the Black Corner of Renault. He had never encountered such a bustling crowd. However, the subject of his animated discourse with Mu was not the throngs of people. "Mu, I am absolutely famished. How can there be no mutated creatures here? Is that tiny thing even worthy of being called a mouse? It's an affront to the image of rodents. If the gluttonous mice from Trash Star saw their kin in such a disgraceful state, I wonder if they would exterminate them." Ye Chong exclaimed in indignation. Mu, feeling helpless, replied, "Ye, there's nothing I can do. Why did you leave all your precious gems behind? With that many diamonds, you could eat for years." His eyes sparkled with greed at the thought. Ye Chong glanced at his clean hands, realizing that his high-grade armor had been left back in his room. The treacherous environment of the fragmented star belt made it unwise to wear it, as the spatial buttons would hinder his dexterity. Regret washed over him as he lamented, "If only I had one now. At least I could sell it to sustain myself for a while. Oh, why did I leave them all behind?" He sighed, filled with remorse. Mu responded despondently, "At this rate, I fear my energy will be depleted soon." Ye Chong pondered, "With my skills, surely I can find a repair shop for the armor?" Mu's eyes lit up. "That's a splendid idea. With me by your side, there will be no issues." He was lost in a daydream of possibilities. "But where are those repair shops?" Ye Chong pragmatically pulled Mu back to reality. Mu mused, that is indeed a conundrum. But we can ask someone. Ask someone. Ye Chong agreed. What a great suggestion. After Ye Chong's indifferent demeanor frightened away 5 potential informants. Even his thick skin began to feel disheartened. Do I really look that intimidating? He wondered aloud. Mu could not resist teasing him. Being unattractive isn't your fault. But scaring people away with that face certainly is. He ignored Ye Chong's fierce glare. Ahead, an elderly man was slowly making his way forward. Ye Chong's eyes brightened, and he rushed over with a smile. Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something? If the previous questioners could see Ye Chong's current expression, their eyes would surely pop out in surprise. Mu was already used to it. Ye Chong seemed to have an innate affinity for the elderly, displaying a unique warmth that transformed his typically indifferent face into one of shy politeness. The old man, intrigued, replied, such polite young people are rare these days. What would you like to inquire about? Polite? Mu almost rolled his eyes. Ye Chong suppressed the urge to punch Mu and asked bashfully, Sir, do you know of any armor repair or modification shops nearby? Repair or modification of armor. The older man pondered for a moment before gesturing down a side street. Head that way, and in about 2 minutes, you'll find one. There are a few more ahead, but you'll need to look closely. After bidding farewell to the old gentleman, Ye Chong hurriedly followed the indicated direction. After several rejections from various shopkeepers, each one dismissing him for being too young to be a mechanic, Ye Chong's face remained impassive, yet inside, he felt a wave of frustration. Mu shared his despondency. His spirit visibly deflated. Ye Chong felt lost in this unfamiliar place, but it hardly mattered where he was. It all felt the same to him. Mu, what happened to the rules of trade? Are we really going to starve here? I've never heard of iron pythons needing to barter for food. Ye Chong vented his frustrations. That's the way of beasts. You are human, not a beast. Mu replied weakly. Honestly, I see little difference between humans and beasts. I'm more accustomed to the latter's way. Ye Chong shrugged, unconcerned. He found Mu's insistence puzzling, yet he endeavored to support him. After a brief silence, Mu became serious. Ye, now that you've entered society, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, you will be cast out. Do you wish to return to the trash star? Take your time to adapt. Ye Chong was momentarily struck by Mu's words, lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, accompanied by the old man's cries. Ye Chong snapped back to reality, realizing it was the very gentleman who had given him directions. The elderly man lay on the ground, several oddly dressed youths kicking him while shouting, Damn it, if he won't give me money, I'll make him pay. One of them, a young man with yellow hair, leaned down to search the old man's body as he curled up, clutching his chest tightly. The yellow-haired youth grew increasingly frustrated, cursing. You old fool, do you value money over your life? Then allow me to send you on your way. With that, he brandished a knife, preparing to stab the elderly man. Ye Chong's anger surged, and he could no longer contain himself. With a fierce shout, he charged into the group of thugs with remarkable speed, leaving them bewildered. In an instant, the sound of crushed throats resonated, and the thugs fell lifelessly to the ground. Fortunately, the location was relatively secluded, with only a few passers-by who, upon witnessing the scene, hurried away in fright, eager to distance themselves. Mu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Ah, so this is what it means to stand up against injustice. With the adrenaline of battle subsiding, Ye Chong pondered, but I didn't draw a weapon. Mu suddenly recalled something and urged, Ye, we must get that old man out of here. According to the information from the virtual network, the police will arrive shortly. Those thugs could be troublesome. Police? Troublesome? Ye Chong questioned, but Mu hastily insisted, quickly. We should find a nearby hiding place and observe what the police are like. Ye Chong agreed to this plan. He swiftly scooped up the elderly man, only to realize he was in a semi-conscious state. The old man was bruised and battered. A pitiful sight. Ye Chong's concern grew as he asked, Is he going to be all right? Mu Dao reassured, It's nothing, just a slight shock. The rest are merely superficial injuries. No serious harm. With that, Ye Chong felt a wave of relief and scampered off to a distant spot, leaping onto a large tree to perch and observe the whereabouts of several small-time thugs sprawled out. Indeed, not long after, a tricolored aircraft in blue, white, and black whizzed down to the scene, from which emerged 3 men clad in uniforms. Ye Chong watched in curiosity as they meticulously examined each corpse, while Mu diligently recorded the information and made necessary corrections to the data obtained from the virtual network. Suddenly, Ye Chong recalled something and lamented, Mu, we forgot to search for any loot. They might have some diamond coins on them. Mu comforted him, saying, "I doubt they have much. Otherwise, why would they resort to robbing others?" Ye Chong pondered this and felt his frustration dissipate significantly. The three officers skillfully inspected the bodies on the ground, each drawing a sharp breath. The corpses lay with wide-open eyes, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of their demise, their necks limp with evident indentations. The youngest among them remarked, "Brother Fei, these individuals have crushed cervical spines. It appears they have only recently perished." A middle-aged officer added, "Brother Fei, I recognize these men. They are subordinates of the local snakehead, Lung San, who are usually quite arrogant." Brother Fei observed the indentations and several fingerprints nearby, stating, "Yes. They were all killed by someone crushing their throats with bare hands." The two officers gasped in disbelief. "Brother Fei, with bare hands? That seems exaggerated." Brother Fei lit a cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he mused. "I hope this ruthless individual was merely passing through. Otherwise," after a moment of silence, he turned to the middle-aged officer and instructed, "Axion, inform Lung San of this news, but do not let him know I said so. He should exercise restraint. If he dares to cause trouble." The expression on Brother Fei's face, shrouded in smoke, was inscrutable, and the middle-aged officer promptly agreed. Brother Fei then addressed the young officer, "Azai, investigate if any unfamiliar faces have appeared in this vicinity, looking for any suspicious characters. But remember, do not act without my orders. We must not let him know we are watching." The young Azai replied eagerly, "Brother Fei, I understand. Rest assured, I will unearth this individual." As the smoke from the cigar swirled before Brother Fei, he sensed that a troublesome predicament loomed on the horizon. Chapter 56. A new life. Recently, a minor incident occurred, coincidentally resulting in a strong recommendation. "I have gone 2 consecutive nights without sleep. The updates are slowing down, and I can only express my apologies to everyone. I am utterly exhausted." Leaf, while that black trench coat is rather stylish, it becomes quite unsightly when dusted with white flour. And Leaf, your expression is unwelcoming. Such a demeanor might frighten away customers. Oh dear, Leaf. Why did you dismantle the cutting board? Goodness, you even went so far as to dismantle the chairs? Upon awakening, the old man, upon learning of Ye Chong's predicament, unhesitatingly offered him shelter. Living alone without children, he manages a small noodle shop. Thanks to the unique flavor of his noodles and their reasonable prices, he leads a relatively comfortable life. After alleviating his own hunger pangs, Ye Chong observed the elderly man laboring with difficulty and naturally offered to assist. However, it was evident that his help only compounded the chaos. In his initial foray into the kitchen, upon hearing the old man advise him to knead the dough with vigor, Ye Chong inadvertently smashed the cutting board, sending flour billowing throughout the room. Both he and Grandpa Qian emerged looking like 2 specters. Such mishaps occurred numerous times. Yet Grandpa Qian merely watched with a gentle smile, offering constant encouragement. Ye Chong's noodle-making skills steadily improved. Due to his remarkable strength, the noodles he crafted were exceptionally chewy, garnering unanimous praise from all who tasted them. Under Grandpa Qian's unwavering encouragement, Ye Chong's previously indifferent expression gradually softened, and he even began to engage with the customers. The old man would take Ye Chong on shopping trips and introduce him to old friends, often keeping him by his side during outings. Ye Chong began to relish his current lifestyle, free from pressure and filled with comfort. He found immense joy in these simple, harmonious days. Nevertheless, his training did not cease amidst this tranquility. After breaking through the 10-bead barrier in the Black Corners training, Ye Chong made remarkable progress, quickly advancing to 13 beads. Under Mu's guidance, he remained diligent in his physical training. Ye Chong seemed inherently suited for this regimen. His strength grew exponentially, while his muscle mass remained notably unchanged. This was of paramount importance, as for most individuals, an increase in strength typically leads to an enlargement of muscle fibers. Consequently, when strength reaches a certain threshold, the resulting muscle growth can be astonishing, often resulting in a bulkier physique and decreased agility and balance. Thus, the challenge lay in augmenting strength without inducing muscle hypertrophy. Strength is the source of speed, yet possessing strength does not inherently guarantee speed. The thickening of muscle fibers is a critical factor in this regard. The approach taken in the Black Corner involved leveraging ancient martial arts and the stimulation of silver liquid to achieve this goal. However, this formidable challenge, which seemed insurmountable for most, posed no issue for Ye Chong. He discovered that no matter how he trained, his muscles remained unchanged. Consequently, Mu unhesitatingly devised an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. Ye Chong gritted his teeth, and persevered. As for Mu, he spent his days mysteriously immersed in the virtual network. Fortuitously, business was thriving. Otherwise, the cost of Mu's monthly energy supplements alone would have been substantial. Coupled with Ye Chong's extraordinary appetite, it was likely that the small shop would have been reduced to rubble by now. Although life was somewhat tight, Ye Chong was undoubtedly content. The local ruffians scattered like frightened birds after witnessing Ye Chong's inhuman strength, no longer daring to approach him. The so-called protection fees they once demanded amounted to a significant sum. Meanwhile, Sun Xuelin and Xiao found themselves in a bit of a quandary at home, as both their parents were out, leaving them uncertain about how to prepare a meal. Xiao, how about we go to Grandpa Qian's for noodles? He makes excellent noodles, Sun Xuelin suggested. Xiao furrowed her brow, her expression troubled. Noodles? I suppose we'll have to settle for that. The two girls made their way to Grandpa Qian's noodle shop. Upon entering, Grandpa Qian greeted them with a broad smile. Xuelin, it's been a while since you last visited. What brings you here today? Sun Xuelin replied. Well, my parents are out today, so I had no choice but to come to Grandpa Qian's. This is my sister Xiao. Grandpa Qian chuckled. What a lovely young lady. Xuelin, you two are quite different from one another. So, is it the usual fare today? Xiao's face flushed scarlet. Sun Xuelin chimed in. Yes, just like before. Xiao, what would you like to eat? Xiao whispered. Xuelin, I'll have what you're having. Grandpa Qian laughed heartily. That means 2 bowls of beef noodles. Leaf, 2 bowls of beef noodles. He called into the kitchen. A faint but distinct voice responded. Oh, understood. Sun Xuelin exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa Qian, have you hired someone? When did this happen? I had no idea. Grandpa Qian replied. He's not an employee. Leaf is a distant relative of mine. I've been feeling a bit lonely lately, so I invited him to stay with me. This was a sentiment Grandpa Qian had shared with countless patrons in recent days, and as he spoke, he began to genuinely feel that Ye Chong was like family. After a short while, Ye Chong emerged from the kitchen, presenting 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles. Though his expression remained somewhat indifferent, a discerning observer could detect a hint of joy on his face. He placed the bowls on their table, saying, Please enjoy, before turning back to the kitchen. Wow, these noodles are truly delicious. Sun Xuelin exclaimed after her first bite. Grandpa Qian, these are even better than what you make. Grandpa Qian beamed with pride, of course. Leaf's skills are unparalleled, and those who have tasted them are full of praise. His expression mirrored that of someone basking in compliments. Upon seeing the thickly sliced, paper-thin beef, Sun Xuelin couldn't help but marvel. What incredible knife skills. Grandpa Qian's eyes crinkled with delight as he called out. Leaf, our customer says your knife skills are impressive. Ye Chong responded, Oh, thank you, and shook his head, thinking, Grandpa Qian is truly something. Every time a customer praises him, he has to relay it back to me. Doesn't he find it bothersome? Yet, despite this thought, a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips as he diligently kneaded the dough. As he worked, he pondered, Mu, what are you up to? After a brief pause, Mu replied, I'm busy. Focus on making your noodles, and then vanished from sight. For days, Mu had been shrouded in mystery, engrossed in the virtual network. Ye Chong mused about the possibility of joining him for some fun soon, as he had not visited the consciousness training base in quite some time. He wondered how the elders of the Aurora were faring. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Ye Chong continued to knead the dough with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, observing the reports before him, Fei Ge lit a cigar, and amidst the swirling smoke, he contemplated deeply. According to Azai's report, a young man had recently appeared at old Grandpa Qian's small shop, and patrons claimed he was a distant relative of the old man who had come to seek refuge. His extraordinary noodle-making skills left everyone in awe. One could only hope that this young man was not the notorious criminal. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The smoke thickened within the room, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Lung Sin stood silently, his expression devoid of emotion as his gaze swept over the lifeless bodies before him. The chilling intensity in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. As his gaze fell upon a specific corpse in the center, his expression, previously impassive, could no longer maintain its composure. The muscles of his face convulsed violently, and the anguish he felt was unmistakable. Staring blankly at the lifeless body, silent tears streamed down Lung San's cheeks, dripping onto the floor. This was his brother, his own flesh and blood. All along, he had gone to great lengths to conceal his brother's true identity. He had numerous enemies, and it was all too common for someone to meet an untimely demise under such circumstances. He wished to shield his brother from the repercussions of his own entanglements. Thus, he had disguised his brother as an ordinary subordinate, a ruse that had proven successful over the years. keeping his brother safe and untouched until now. However, what lay before him was indeed the corpse of his brother, brutally murdered with his throat crushed. How could this not shatter his heart and plunge him into profound sorrow? In this region, those capable of such brutality were few and far between, and he could not believe he would be unable to uncover the perpetrator. Should he discover who was responsible, he vowed to make them suffer a fate worse than death. With gritted teeth, he resolutely resolved within his heart. Outside the room, his subordinates sensed something amiss that day. Their leader's countenance had shifted upon seeing the corpses, and he subsequently isolated himself with them, remaining inside until now. Could anything have happened to him? The loyal subordinates were filled with concern. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lung San emerged, his eyes slightly reddened. In a hoarse voice, he uttered but a single command: investigate, immediately. Chapter 57. Officer Afei Ye Chong rose early in the morning, aware that Grandpa Chien, given his advanced age and fragile health, required a bit more diligence. As he opened the shop door, the streets were still sparse with pedestrians due to the early hour. He casually pressed the switch of the air freshener mounted on the wall, which began to hum softly, releasing a fine mist and invigorating negative ions that filled the air. Before long, the atmosphere within the shop became refreshingly pleasant. Such an air freshener was quite costly, yet this particular unit was part of the year-end benefits provided by the government to Grandpa Chien, who had decided to install it in the shop. Despite the use of nano-dust-resistant flooring, daily cleaning was still necessary. Inside the shop, there were 8 metallic tables resembling flower buds. A gentle press on the top of each bud would unfurl it like a flower, revealing 4 seats that were connected to the metal frame at the base. At the center of each table was an adjustable circular platform, smooth and silvery, with a checkout device linked to the cash register, allowing customers to settle their bills without rising from their seats. In one corner of the shop stood an automatic noodle-making machine, though it was seldom utilized, as the establishment's fame rested on its handmade noodles, far superior in taste to those produced by the machine. Originally, Grandpa Chien envisioned a more vintage aesthetic, but the exorbitant cost of wood forced him to abandon that idea. Before long, Grandpa Chien also rose to assist with the cleaning. Just as they finished, a middle-aged man with a cigar sauntered in. Grandpa Chien, taken aback, exclaimed, "Afei, why are you here so early today?" The man named Afei replied, "Good morning, Uncle Chien. I have matters to attend to today." He familiarized himself with a seat against the wall. Noticing the cigar in Afei's mouth, Grandpa Chien admonished, "I've told you countless times. Smoking this early is detrimental to your health. When will you ever change?" Afei, startled, hastily removed the cigar from his mouth, chuckling nervously. "Oh, I forgot for a moment. What would you recommend for today? How about some Yangshan noodles?" Grandpa Chien suggested. "Your handmade noodles are the best in the area. I haven't had them in a while and am quite craving them." Afei grinned. Grandpa Chien chuckled heartily. I'm getting old and not as capable as I once was. But thankfully, Yezi is here. His noodles are far superior to mine." There was a proud gleam in Grandpa Chien's eyes as he called out, "Yezi, prepare a bowl of Yangshan noodles." "Okay," Ye Chong replied flatly. Afei, curious, inquired, "Uncle Chien, have you hired someone new?" "Not quite," Grandpa Chien smiled. "Yezi is a distant relative of mine. I was feeling lonely, so I brought him along." Afei, intrigued, asked, "Where was he living before?" Grandpa Chien's expression shifted slightly as he hesitated. Quite far away." Afei, sensing the awkwardness, quickly laughed. Forgive me, Uncle Chien. It's just my professional habit." Ye Chong's voice then echoed from inside. "Grandpa Chien, we've run out of cilantro." Grandpa Chien slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget that? We can't do without it." Raising his voice, he added, "Yezi, I'm going to buy cilantro. Don't forget to attend to the customers." Ye Chong acknowledged him with a simple "oh," and Grandpa Chien hurriedly exited. Ye Chong emerged with a bowl of Yangshan noodles, placing it in front of Afei and politely saying, "Enjoy your meal." Before attempting to turn away, Afei called out, "Hey, young man, are you Yezi?" Ye Chong felt an uncomfortable sensation towards this man, who also seemed vaguely familiar, and simply replied, "Yes," intending to leave. "You were the one who killed those men the other day, weren't you?" Afei's cigar, now lit, drifted smoke as he spoke nonchalantly. Ye Chong's eyes suddenly grew cold. The statement brought forth a palpable sense of danger. Realizing that this man was one of the officers he had encountered that day, the threat became clearer. With limited options for dealing with danger, Ye Chong instinctively resorted to the method he knew best, elimination. Without a second thought, he chose this familiar approach. In a swift motion, Ye Chong lunged towards Afei's throat. The rush of air instantly cleared the smoke before Ah Fei's eyes. Upon seeing Ye Chong's sudden change in demeanor, Ah Fei realized he had hit the nail on the head, and he was mentally prepared for a confrontation. However, he did not anticipate Ye Chong's speed, which exceeded his expectations. Despite his readiness, he could only manage to raise his arm in a hurried defense. With a cold grunt, Ye Chong transformed his hand into a fist and struck Ah Fei's arm forcefully. A crisp crack echoed, followed by a muffled groan as Ah Fei's face turned pale. Ye Chong's blow had shattered Ah Fei's arm, exposing white bone through torn muscle. In agony, Ah Fei sweat profusely, his right arm rendered useless. As Ye Chong's hand reached out again, Ah Fei, realizing he could no longer defend himself, shouted, "Uncle Qian." Ye Chong paused momentarily, and Ah Fei seized the opportunity to create distance, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. When Ye Chong turned back, he found that Grandpa Qian had not yet returned, and the coldness in his expression intensified. Ah Fei, panting heavily, said, "If you kill me, you will harm Uncle Qian." Seizing the flicker of hesitation in Ye Chong's eyes, Ah Fei's heart leapt with hope as he continued. "If you kill me, the police will come knocking. Sure, you might escape, but don't forget, Uncle Qian cannot run. You need to think this through." For the first time, Ye Chong realized his usual methods might not suffice, and a sudden sense of frustration washed over him, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. However, logic reminded him that Ah Fei had a point. He truly could not kill him. At that moment, a voice arose within Ye Chong. "Yezi, this is a threat, but such tactics are often quite effective." Ye Chong felt an overwhelming frustration. Ah Fei exuded a strong sense of danger, yet he found himself unable to kill him. The feeling of helplessness churned within him, making it hard to breathe. The voice continued, sensing Ye Chong's agitation. "Yezi, don't panic. There are still ways." Ye Chong asked urgently, "What can we do?" With a sly chuckle, the voice replied, "Yezi, first, give him a good beating, but don't kill him." Ye Chong's spirits lifted at the suggestion, knowing that the voice had a plan. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a kick. Ah Fei, taken aback, thought, could it be that this Yezi is truly heartless, indifferent to the old man's life? Perhaps my intel was flawed? Ye Chong's kick landed squarely in Ah Fei's abdomen, delivered with precision. Although he followed the advice not to use full force, it still left Ah Fei doubled over in pain. Ignoring Ah Fei's suffering, Ye Chong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, venting the frustration that had been building from their earlier encounter. Poor Ah Fei was nearly reduced to a heap. Yet Ye Chong deliberately avoided targeting vital areas, managing his strength perfectly. Though in excruciating pain, Ah Fei remained conscious, regretting his earlier provocation. "Just choke him. But don't let him suffocate." The voice chirped gleefully, akin to a mischievous little demon waving a pitchfork. Ye Chong meticulously executed the suggestion. "Tell him there are 52 officers in your precinct," the voice instructed, "and make sure to sound menacing." Menacing? Ye Chong pondered how to achieve that tone. Fortunately, Ye Chong possesses a remarkable talent in this regard, requiring no alterations whatsoever. The moment his words escaped his lips, it was as if a biting winter wind swept through, causing the temperature within the establishment to plummet. Afraid, caught in the midst of this chilling atmosphere, felt as though a razor-sharp blade was pressed against his throat. Icy dread surging within him. "There are a total of 52 individuals in your police station," Ye Chong uttered calmly, his tone imbued with a palpable sense of menace. The expression in Afraid's eyes finally shifted. "You have a wife and a daughter, residing at N1432824, Guanghua District. Your wife's name is He Yan, and your daughter is Meng Ruer, who is 7 years old this year." Ye Chong's voice, as if merely recounting a trivial matter, sent Afraid reeling as if struck by lightning, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Losing all semblance of composure, he screamed in hysteria, Who are you? I warn you, if you dare to harm them, I will fight you to the end." "Huh." Now he is frightened. The little devil waved his hand, feigning generosity. "You'd best not entertain any wicked thoughts, otherwise, humph." Afraid could only manage a wry smile in response to Ye Chong's warning, fully aware that he had genuinely reached an impasse. He had no desire to linger in this place for even a moment longer. Upon receiving his release from Ye Chong, he struggled to make his escape. "Wait," Ye Chong suddenly called out, causing Afraid's heart to tighten. Pointing at the bill on the table, Ye Chong calmly stated, "You must settle the account first." Observing Afraid, nearly unrecognizable and unsteady as he staggered away, Ye Chong turned to Mu and inquired, "How did you come by this method?" Mu chuckled, "I happened to watch a few films recently, and it seems there was a scene quite like this. But how did you ascertain the number of officers in the police station and the location of his home?" "Isn't that simple? I directly accessed his file from their police station. All the information is right there? Is this truly a threat? Why is it more effective than simply eliminating him? It seemed that the iron python lizard had never employed such a tactic. Ye Chong pondered, still perplexed. Because he is human, Mu suggested, hinting at a deeper understanding. Chapter 58. A sudden turmoil in the city. Ye Chong finally summoned Mu from the subspace. Although Grandpa Qian's residence was not small, it was still filled to the brim by Mu's enormous frame. Ye Chong had no choice but to ask Mu to retract his mechanical legs, adopting a rather ungraceful half-reclined position on the ground. Naturally, this elicited a series of complaints from Mu. Upon seeing the disheveled Mu, Grandpa Qian couldn't help but sigh, lamenting how pitiful it was for Ye's light armor to be in such a state of disrepair. Without a network helmet, Ye Chong had to make do with Mu. He climbed into Mu's cockpit, donned the combat helmet, and entered the virtual network. The virtual network remained largely unchanged, and without hesitation, Ye Chong navigated his way to the Aurora. The elders, who had long missed him, expressed their surprise and concern, wondering if something had happened to him during his absence. Their warm greetings brought a shy smile to Ye Chong's face. After bidding farewell to the elders, Ye Chong proceeded to the consciousness training base, where Mu was, of course, nowhere to be seen. The training base was as lively as ever, with the practical combat zone offering continuous excitement. Having not touched his light armor for quite some time, Ye Chong felt a strong urge to join in. Just as he was about to take the plunge, Mu suddenly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "Ye, I just finalized your identity card. You should go collect it. It's not safe without it." "Identity card? Finished?" Ye Chong inquired, recalling the splendid expression on by Linen's face when he discovered Yi did not possess one. He couldn't help but wonder how that fellow was faring. Walking alone on the bustling streets, Ye Chong observed flying vehicles and light armors whizzing by, weaving through the floating anti-gravity residences. Some light armors even performed tricks, showcasing their flying skills. The desire for piloting a light armor, ignited by his time in the virtual network, surged within him, prompting Ye Chong to summon F-58 and eagerly climb into the cockpit. F-58 soared into the sky, and Ye Chong, exhilarated, executed a few stunts, occasionally skimming past the windows of anti-gravity homes, leaving the occupants in a cold sweat. Mu, of course, couldn't resist the urge to critique, saying, "Oh Ye, it seems your skills have regressed. That last spin was rather clumsy, and your acceleration error reached 5.78. Truly pathetic." A blue humanoid light armor zipped past Ye Chong, glancing back to make a provocative gesture. Mu fanned the flames, teasing, "TSK, TSK. Ye, look how far you've fallen. Even a shrimp like that dares to provoke you. Do not mention that your training plan was devised by me. It would be utterly embarrassing." Ye Chong scoffed, suddenly accelerating to closely pursue the blue light armor. The blue armor was evidently modified for speed, featuring 4 retractable wings that enhanced its stability in the atmosphere. In contrast to its expansive wings, the armor's body appeared slender and petite, with 6 smaller auxiliary side wings trailing behind. This light armor soared like a bird in flight, its small frame completely overshadowed by its wide wings. Undoubtedly, this model prioritized speed above all else, with every design element tailored for that purpose, offering unparalleled advantages in velocity. However, to Ye Chong, the design was a colossal failure. Despite its speed, it was woefully inadequate in other aspects. He doubted whether the fragile armor provided any real protection. The oversized wings seemed unnecessary, as a pair of wings half the current size could achieve approximately 80 of its performance while significantly reducing the likelihood of being hit. Most critically, in its excessive pursuit of speed, the armor's load-bearing capacity was evidently limited, lacking even weaponry. To Ye Chong, an unarmed light armor was fit only for fleeing, except, of course, for Mu. Though Ye Chong found the modification perplexing, the blue armor's speed prowess was undeniable. F-58, being a space-type light armor, lacked any wings, rendering its atmospheric flight less than optimal. Fortunately, F-58 was equipped with an advanced engine, and with Ye Chong's exceptional obstacle navigation skills, it managed to keep pace with the blue armor. However, merely keeping pace was not enough. Overtaking it would prove challenging. Moreover, Mu continued to needle him with comments. "Oh, Ye, you could improve that turn by 0.35 seconds. Ye, heavens, have you forgotten everything you learned at the consciousness training base? You're deviating from my standards by 4.5. The 2 light armors raced through the city center, where anti-gravity residences were densely packed, and the air was filled with other flying vehicles. The blue armor showed no intention of ascending, weaving through the buildings instead. The two armors sped through the city, heedless of the onlookers. Instantly, the city center erupted in chaos. Pedestrians gaped in astonishment at the two reckless pilots, scrambling to evade them. The already congested traffic devolved into utter disarray. Ye Chong did not consider the implications of their actions. Impacting traffic? Nonsense. With such vast skies, where could one not fly? Moreover, Ye Chong's mind hardly entertained the concept of traffic. His eyes remained fixed on the blue armor ahead, his excitement mounting. It had been ages since he felt such exhilaration. Ye Chong's blood surged as he wholeheartedly piloted, his previously clumsy movements gradually smoothing out, showcasing remarkable evasion skills suited for high-speed flight. He darted through the clustered obstacles like a needlefish. The gap between him and the blue armor began to close. The opposing pilot sensed the pressure, their movements slightly faltering. Though imperceptible to most, Ye Chong keenly detected the nuance and seized the opportunity to reduce the distance. However, the adversary swiftly regained composure, denying Ye Chong further chances. After all, in a pure speed contest, F-58 was significantly outmatched, and the current situation was solely due to Ye Chong's exceptional navigation skills. Watching Ye Chong's full immersion, Mu idly remarked, "Oh, this is utterly pointless, lacking any technical merit." Ye Chong suddenly noticed several light armors tailing them. Without time to inspect, he instructed, "Mu, check the light armors behind us." Mu observed the following armors, noting that several were of black, white, and blue hues, with one white armor closely matching F-58's speed. Those seemed to belong to the police department. That white one, though, I can't identify. Ah, its performance rivals your F-58. Mu exclaimed. "Ye, watch out for that white armor behind you. It's fully equipped with weapons." Contemplating for a moment, Ye Chong recognized it was time to conclude his escapade, and he felt a twinge of caution regarding the white armor. Suddenly veering into another street, he caught everyone off guard. The blue armor, taken by surprise at Ye Chong's abrupt maneuver, nearly crashed into a skyscraper and barely avoided damage. Its fragile armor revealing its vulnerabilities as it wobbled under pressure, becoming ensnared by a swarm of police light armors. The white armor hesitated for a moment, but quickly pursued Ye Chong without hesitation. Ye Chong's heart raced. This individual was indeed coming for him. Mu, standing to the side, remarked, "Yezi, it seems this fellow has come specifically for you. Be cautious, its weapon system appears to be activating." His tone bore no hint of jest. As Ye Chong soared at high speed, he quickly glanced at the holographic screen, where the white armor's concealed shooting bay had indeed opened, displaying unmistakable hostility. Ye Chong executed a sharp turn, darting into a side street at breakneck speed, leaving the white armor momentarily caught off guard and further behind. However, the white armor, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Ye Chong, swiftly recalibrated and relentlessly pursued him. Ye Chong's sudden, rapid entry into the side street sent the flying armor vehicles overhead into a panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. The white armor, blocked by the tumultuous swarm of flying units, could only watch helplessly as Ye Chong vanished after a few agile maneuvers. With the white armor finally shaken off, Ye Chong exhaled a sigh of relief, decelerating to glide leisurely through the air above the street. After such an extended period of full-throttle flight, the energy expenditure had been significant, compelling Ye Chong to reduce his speed. Suddenly, Mu's voice pierced through, "Yezi, look up at the sky." Ye Chong instinctively directed the holographic lens skyward, only to find the white armor coldly gazing down upon him from above. The barrel of a laser sniper rifle ominously aimed directly at him. Chapter 59. I am not an illegal resident. Ye Chong was taken aback, hastily altering the direction of the F-58's engine. The craft plummeted suddenly, a blinding flash narrowly grazing its forehead before striking the ground, creating a profound pit that emitted wisps of smoke. The tremendous force compelled the F-58 to adopt a quadrupedal stance, akin to a wild beast, in order to mitigate the pressure from the abrupt change in trajectory. Without delay, the F-58 surged forward like a panther, deliberately seeking out densely populated areas. Ye Chong was intimately familiar with the posture of a running beast, soon mastering the technique, his movements growing increasingly fluid, imbued with a unique rhythm. Fortunately, the advanced hydraulic shock absorption system of the F-58 ensured that he remained relatively composed. Otherwise, the jarring turbulence would have left him disoriented, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. The white armored figure appeared hesitant, refraining from firing again and instead maintaining a distant pursuit of Ye Chong. Although Ye Chong had adjusted his posture, he remained perilously close to the ground, legs bent in an awkward flying stance. This was a necessary measure, as the F-58 lacked any ranged weaponry, leaving him to hope for a low-altitude confrontation where he might stand a chance. Otherwise, his only recourse would be to flee. However, he found it perplexing that his pursuer had yet to open fire. What could they be apprehensive of? An accidental hit? Ye Chong was certain he would not squander a prime opportunity due to such concerns. The harsh survival rules he had learned amidst the mutant creatures of the garbage planet he had inhabited for over a decade were deeply ingrained in him. Though yesterday had revealed that such rules might not apply to this society, it was undeniable that there remained many mysteries that Ye Chong had yet to comprehend. In a state of confusion, individuals often resort to the methods they trust most deeply. To truly transform his approach, Ye Chong suspected it would require a considerable passage of time. While his current posture seemed highly unusual, it allowed him to swiftly alter his direction by leveraging his legs against the ground, evading any potential incoming projectiles. In an environment rife with obstacles, he dared not engage in chaotic leaps, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Ye Chong could only strive to continuously adjust his flight path, and fortunately, the myriad barriers provided both cover and a means to disrupt his adversary's line of sight. The white armored figure appeared equally at a loss, trailing closely behind Ye Chong from above. As Ye Chong descended lower, he aimed for areas densely populated with buildings. The white armored figure was increasingly vexed. Ye Chong was elusive, his form flickering in and out of visibility, and drawing nearer might risk losing him entirely. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment of distraction from the white armored figure, the black armored figure vanished from sight. Ye Chong spotted a towering structure ahead, a magnificent skyscraper. With a surge of intuition, he darted toward the building's base, and as soon as he slipped from the white armored figure's view, he leaped from the F-58 with the urgency of one fleeing a fire, retracting the craft into subspace before he even touched the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, Ye Chong plunged into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from sight. Following the flow of people, Ye Chong moved forward, casting a glance at the bewildered white armored figure hovering in midair. "It seems you have made significant progress," he remarked. "This is the best strategy one could devise." Ye Chong replied nonchalantly. "The identity card issuance is just ahead in the central building, 500 meters away." The central building, with its 300 floors, soared majestically, its blue-black glass facade and metallic structure exuding a stark modernity. Platforms for the armored figures and small flying devices were situated every 3 floors. Upon entering, the silver-gray walls appeared dignified under the soft lighting. Countless transparent and semi-transparent organic glass partitions divided the hall into numerous small spaces. In the center stood several holographic display devices, continuously showcasing various business processes. Nearby, numerous light terminals were available for guests to consult. Ye Chong approached a self-service kiosk, undergoing a series of biometric verifications, including palm, iris, and bone structure scans, culminating in a dual proton analysis that definitively confirmed his identity. "Your identity card has been successfully reissued. Please keep it safe. In case of any incidents, please report it again." A pleasant synthetic female voice emanated from the kiosk as a pale green card, slightly smaller than his wrist, emerged from the machine. Curious, Ye Chong examined the identity card, to which the guide explained, "Ye Chong, this is your identity card. You are no longer an illegal resident. This took me considerable time to arrange. The Population Information Center has stringent security measures, and I had to exert significant effort to breach it, almost getting caught. Luckily, I escaped swiftly." The guide chuckled with pride. The pale green identity card bore Ye Chong's name and various details, adorned with the emblem of the Foul Star domain. The card could be bifurcated for fingerprint recognition, with the embedded chip housing its most crucial information. This chip could be inserted into specialized readers for further data retrieval, although such capabilities were reserved for select departments. Ye Chong carefully stored the identity card. Exiting the central building, he made his way towards the shop, as the first wave of customers was soon to arrive, and he needed to hurry back. However, he dared not produce the F-58 again. That white armored figure could still be lurking nearby, and if it were to lock onto him once more, evading would become exceedingly challenging. Why did the white armored figure wish to eliminate him? Ye Chong pondered in confusion. As for the guide, Ye Chong knew without a doubt that this individual would never allow him to ride again unless absolutely necessary. Sighing, he resolved to rely on his own 2 legs. Ye Chong sprinted swiftly towards the shop. Onlookers gawked in astonishment as Ye Chong raced by, their collective thought echoing, "This person is astonishingly fast." Ye Chong hurried back, as the influx of customers had surged dramatically in recent days, most of whom were returning patrons. At last, he arrived just before the first group of customers entered. The guests were remarkably considerate, with only 32 seats available in Grandpa Qian's establishment. Each patron promptly vacated their seat after dining, making way for newcomers. This relentless turnover left Ye Chong with no respite, though usually unfazed. He felt the weight of fatigue for the first time that morning, having expended considerable energy. Grandpa Qian, visibly concerned, inquired if he felt unwell, but Ye Chong merely brushed off the concern. Finally, once the last guest departed, Ye Chong and Grandpa Qian could commence their meal. Just as they settled in to eat, the door swung open with a sudden entrance. Chapter 60, Repairing the Light Armor at 7 o'clock tonight. There will be another update. Sun Xuelin pulled a Xiao through the door, where a Xiao shyly hid behind her, exuding an air of innocence. In stark contrast, Sun Xuelin appeared rather disheveled. Her chestnut short hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead. Her face was flushed from exertion, and her petite nose flared rhythmically as she gasped for breath. The top button of her school uniform was undone, and her sleeves were rolled up dramatically, exposing her long, fair arms. With her left hand grasping a Xiao's and her right hand smeared with dirt, she exclaimed loudly, "Grandpa Qian, we would like 2 bowls of beef noodles." Without waiting for a response, she rushed to the hand dryer, placing both hands underneath. A gentle stream of warm air enveloped them, and the grime from their fingers cascaded into the automatically opening waste bin below. Upon noticing their entrance, Grandpa Qian set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Xuelin, what happened to you both? You look quite a mess." Ye Chong was already in the kitchen, preparing the noodles. Sun Xuelin beckoned a Xiao over and boldly seated herself beside Grandpa Qian, grinning as she recounted, "Oh, today has been so unfortunate. A Xiao and I were on our way home when, unexpectedly, my light armor malfunctioned out of the blue. The worst part is that it seems I may have damaged the spatial button as well. After fiddling with it for ages without success, we figured we might as well come in for a meal first." As Grandpa Qian poured them each a glass of water, he asked, "Is your light armor just outside?" Sun Xuelin took a hearty gulp and replied, "Yes, who would have thought that trouble would find us so close to home? It's truly frustrating. And to top it all off, my parents are both away." She sighed deeply, appearing almost relieved. Grandpa Qian chuckled, "You really are quite the carefree girl. Just like your father. How come you resemble him so much and not your mother? Now, drink slowly. No one is competing with you." He gestured towards a Xiao. "Look at her, so demure." A Xiao, sipping her water delicately, blushed at Grandpa Qian's remark, nearly choking. She hastily set down her cup and stammered, "No, really. Snow Lin is wonderful too." Her fingers twisted nervously. Grandpa Qian couldn't help but smile. "Ah, the poor girl is simply too shy." A Xiao's face reddened further. Sun Xuelin laughed. "She's been like this since childhood, huh?" Before long, Ye Chong emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles, placing them before the girls without sparing them a glance, engrossed in his meal. Today had drained his energy significantly. His hunger was palpable as he devoured the noodles at an astonishing pace. Sun Xuelin and his Xiao stared in disbelief at Ye Chong, astonished. Is he even human? How many bowls is that now? The 7th? The 8th? Is there truly someone this famished? Not only was Ye Chong's appetite immense, but his speed of consumption was remarkable. The noodles vanished before their eyes, much like water absorbed in a desert, leaving the bowl empty in mere moments. Sun Xuelin and his Xiao exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Grandpa Qian, however, was unfazed, watching with amusement as he continued his own meal. This boy must indeed be quite exhausted today. This was already his 11th bowl. 3 more than usual. Perhaps it was time to remind him to take care of himself. Suddenly, Grandpa Qian recalled that Ye Chong had a damaged light armor and inquired, "Yi, can you repair light armor?" Completely unfamiliar with the distinctions between a master and a mechanic, he posed the question out of mere curiosity. Sun Xuelin was momentarily taken aback. Without lifting his gaze, Ye Chong replied, "I know a bit." A flicker of disdain crossed Sun Xuelin's eyes. Could it be? Even students specializing in mechanics would hesitate to claim expertise in repairing light armor. To repair such complex machinery before the age of 25 would require extraordinary talent. And this gluttonous individual hardly fit the bill. Grandpa Qian, pleased, encouraged, "Well then, Yi, why not assist them? I've watched Xuelin grow up. If you can help, please do." Ye Chong merely acknowledged with a grunt, continuing to eat without raising his head. At last, he finished, having consumed a staggering 15 bowls. A significant increase from his usual 7 or 8. It was evident he had indeed overexerted himself. After eating, he strode straight out of the shop, prompting Sun Xuelin to hastily abandon her bowl and follow him with the show in tow. She was eager to witness this boastful individual make a fool of himself. Serves him right. Ye Chong circled around the Shadow Phoenix too. He had seen this model of light armor before, though it was during his training at the Consciousness facility. Had it not been his first opponent, he might not have remembered it at all. The only advanced technique he had mastered, the chaotic waveform jump, was learned during that encounter. Yet Master Mu had yet to teach him any other so-called advanced skills. Lost in thought, he momentarily drifted off. After a brief while, Ye Chong snapped back to attention and began meticulously inspecting the light armor before him. He was exceptionally well acquainted with its construction, having disassembled his own model, Winnie, countless times. Despite Winnie being an outdated model, the fundamental structure bore more similarities to the Shadow Phoenix 2 than he had anticipated. Having spent considerable time in the Gatista district, Ye Chong was well versed in the performance parameters of the Shadow Phoenix 2, especially with the insights shared by the legendary figures of the Aurora. Sun Xuelin watched as Ye Chong stood before the armor, a smirk playing on her lips. She detested those who merely spoke without action, and witnessing his potential blunder was a joy she relished. Xiao, however, looked curiously at this Yi that Grandpa Qian had spoken of. What was he doing standing there? Did he truly lack the ability to repair it? If so, he should not have come out. She worried for Sun Xuelin. Knowing that once the topic of a master was raised, her usually easygoing friend would become intensely focused. As Ye Chong skillfully dismantled the armor around the engine, Xiao's astonishment grew. Ye Chong was keenly aware of the engine's vulnerabilities. Many had criticized the Shadow Phoenix 2 for its lack of protective features despite its impressive speed. Thus, he first removed the engine's protective cover. However, when he climbed onto the Shadow Phoenix 2 without any tools, both girls were left speechless. Sun Xuelin's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Xiao covered her mouth in horror. Fearful that a sudden outburst from her might startle Ye Chong and cause him to fall from such a height. As expected, Ye Chong quickly identified the issue. A small foreign object had somehow lodged itself within a critical light pathway in the engine, hindering its operation. After clearing the obstruction, he climbed into the cockpit and meticulously adjusted the settings. Satisfied that the repairs were complete, he leaped from the cockpit. The Shadow Phoenix 2 stood at 10 meters tall, with the cockpit positioned at least 7 or 8 meters high. As Ye Chong jumped down without the aid of a safety harness, Xiao gasped in shock. Her small hands clasped over her mouth, while Sun Xuelin watched in a state of stunned disbelief as he descended gracefully. Ye Chong landed with perfect poise, his legs slightly bending to absorb the impact, resembling a compressed spring, contained yet brimming with energy. Rising, he stated simply, "All done," before turning and re-entering the shop, not sparing the girls a glance, for he had many tasks still awaiting his attention. Sun Xuelin stood rooted to the spot, still processing the shock of what she had just witnessed. Xiao, astonished, approached her and gently shook her arm. "Xuelin, what's wrong? Aren't you going to see if it's fixed?" Sun Xuelin seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly climbing the descent rope ladder into the cockpit and initiating a self-check on the light brain. After half a minute, she poked her head out from the cockpit, exclaiming with excitement, "Xiao, it's really fixed. Come up quickly, we're going home." Xiao hesitated for a moment but eventually boarded the light armor. As soon as she did, she complained, "Oh, Xuelin, we haven't thanked anyone yet." Sun Xuelin, engrossed in her tasks, did not even look up, retorting, "Humph. That fellow always acts as if he's on the brink of death, as if someone owes him money. I'm not going to thank him. You can go alone if you wish." Xiao bit her lip, expressing her concern. "Isn't it inappropriate? He did help us. We should at least go." Sun Xuelin dismissively replied, "Well, we can thank Grandpa Qian next time. I never expected he could actually repair the light armor." She stroked her smooth chin, deep in thought. Xiao sighed, "I suppose we have no choice then. Oh, we're heading home. Wait, this is bad, Xuelin. We forgot to pay for the fare. What should we do?" "Huh, it's fine, Xiao. We can just bring it next time." Grandpa Qian one-team mind. Upon returning home, Ye Chong immediately summoned Mu, then entered the cockpit, donning his combat helmet. He instructed Mu, "Bring up the footage of that white light armor from today." "Okay," Mu responded. The image of the white light armor appeared clearly before Ye Chong, who scrutinized it closely. Knowing that studying the enemy would always be beneficial, even if he was unsure why they had become adversaries, Mu couldn't help but mock, "Ye, your performance today was utterly abysmal, truly embarrassing." Suddenly, Mu's voice distorted as if stretched or interfered with, and the image before Ye Chong began to shake violently, followed by a flurry of electronic snowflakes and crackling noises. Mu's voice vanished entirely, leaving Ye Chong in complete darkness. Alarmed, Ye Chong ripped off his combat helmet and exclaimed, Mu, what is happening? Mu, speak to me. Chapter 61. The dilemma of Mu. Though it was not yet 7 o'clock, a cheerful update was in order. A warm celebration for surpassing 20,000 collections. Suddenly, Mu fell silent, leaving Ye Chong in a flurry of unease. Each time Mu encountered difficulties, Ye Chong found himself utterly helpless. The only course of action available to him was to wait. Wait for Mu's awakening. Could it be that the energy matrix had been depleted? Ye Chong sprang to his feet, hastily checking Mu's energy levels. No, that was not the issue. The energy matrix still displayed a robust 80. What, then, could be the problem? Ye Chong racked his brain, but to no avail. He resigned himself to quietly sitting by Mu's side, awaiting a sign of revival. The entire afternoon slipped away as Ye Chong remained beside Mu, who showed no signs of movement or awakening. Time flowed imperceptibly, and before long, the afternoon had passed. The voice of Grandpa Qian echoed from outside, announcing the arrival of guests. Ye Chong glanced at the time and realized evening had arrived. He cast a deep look at Mu before turning to leave. As he had work to attend to, Ye Chong, not in the best spirits, approached his tasks half-heartedly. Grandpa Qian inquired multiple times if Ye Chong was feeling unwell, to which he always shook his head. Worry etched itself across Grandpa Qian's face. Finally, when all the guests had departed, Ye Chong picked at his meal, stopping after just 2 bowls. This further heightened Grandpa Qian's concern, for Ye Chong had never eaten so little. Weary, Ye Chong returned to his room, and just as he shut the door, Mu's voice resonated. Ye Zi. Ye Chong froze, his heart leaping with joy as he looked up, his lips curving into a smile. Mu, you're all right? That's wonderful. In a burst of excitement, Ye Chong leaped onto Mu's lap. You scared me. Are you really fine now? After a moment of silence, Mu replied, according to the current data, the probability of the situation being under control ranges from 58.5 to 61.2. Ye Chong was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Mu, it seems you've changed a lot recently, and now you seem to have reverted. Mu responded coolly. Your assessment is not entirely incorrect. Confused, Ye Chong pressed. What exactly is going on? Mu calmly explained. Within my data, there exists an unknown program that has remained inactive. I have been attempting to activate it, believing it to contain information about my past. Yet I could not find a method to do so. The violent collision during our escape from the garbage star activated this program, revealing it to be a form of light-based intelligence. Seeing the bewildered expression on Ye Chong's face, Mu continued, light-based intelligence is an autonomous judgment program that emerges at advanced stages of light brain development. Different forms of light-based intelligence possess distinct characteristics and styles, along with a marked exclusivity. Essentially, I am also a form of light-based intelligence. There is an 86.9 probability that this intelligence is the master of the light brain I previously possessed, which for unknown reasons was forced into inactivity. Subsequently, due to your activation, Ye Zi, the light brain generated a new form of light-based intelligence, namely me. We are products of the same light brain, sharing the same learning mechanisms and judgment systems, which renders it impossible for us to eliminate one another. We can only vie for control over the light brain. The previous collision caused its sudden activation, leaving me at a disadvantage as it seized control. However, I possess a greater aggressiveness, granting me an 8.5 to 11.2 advantage in this competition. This explains why I have been able to suppress it today, though this advantage will gradually diminish until we are evenly matched. Noting Ye Chong's perplexed demeanor, Mu bluntly stated, with your level of understanding, the probability of comprehending such complexity is merely 21. Ye Chong filtered this statement, suddenly realizing, so there are 2 of. What is it called again? He frowned in deep thought. Light-based intelligence. Mu interjected. Yes, light-based intelligence. But it seems that this light-based intelligence harbors no ill will towards me. Ye Chong reflected on Mu's recent behavior, which, while somewhat altered, did not suggest the presence of another entity. Mu concurred. Indeed, as we utilize the same information database, all my data assessments are equally accessible to it, meaning its perception of you is fundamentally indistinguishable from mine, save for differences in characteristics and style. Ye Chong lamented, clutching his head. It's so complicated. Anything related to the light brain becomes unbearably tedious. His disinterest in the light brain led him to this conclusion. For you, perhaps. Mu replied calmly, seated in Mu's cockpit. Ye Chong resumed the tasks he had left unfinished that morning. Regarding Mu's dilemma, he recognized his own impotence in assisting. It was a matter that could only be resolved through Mu's own efforts. Ye Chong meticulously examined the image of the white light armor retrieved from the information database. Such pure white armor was rare, akin to fully black armor. Its elongated form exhibited no sharp edges, all corners rounded, exuding an aura devoid of the typical ferocity associated with light armor. In hand, it wielded a peculiarly shaped, yet seemingly formidable white gun, which, based on its caliber, could justifiably be deemed a cannon. From the perspective of an ordinary person, this light armor was undeniably exquisite, noble and elegant, reminiscent of the regal white swan in the avian world. However, Ye Chong felt none of this beauty. He sensed only an overwhelming danger. Despite the armor's aristocratic appearance, he would not underestimate its threat. The bizarre gun it held hinted at hidden intricacies, and Ye Chong noted at least 32 concealed firing chambers upon it, leaving him astounded. This is simply excessive. Is there truly a need for so many? And can the pilot even control this armor? The energy consumption must be staggering. Is it planning for a simultaneous barrage? Regardless, Ye Chong could not dismiss the fact that this was no ordinary high-performance light armor. He was certain it surpassed his F-58 in sophistication. The F-58, despite its merits, remained merely a training model, and the disparity in weaponry was stark. Why would one place themselves in such peril? Ye Chong pondered deeply. The only faction he had crossed paths with was the Rainer Society, yet would they possess such armor? Doubts lingered, as the Rainer Society could not possibly be aware of his whereabouts. Who, then, could it be? The Black Horn? If the Black Horn truly bore ill intent towards him, it was a possibility. However, this armor clearly deviated from the Black Horn style, suggesting it likely did not belong to them. Who could it be? Ye Chong ruminated further. The adversary had appeared unexpectedly, and at that time, he was piloting the F-58, which meant they likely did not recognize him. The only certainty they had was the armor. Might the F-58 have led them to perceive him as an enemy? Wait. The F-58 was a training model for the Black Horn, indicating the adversary must recognize the F-58 as their exclusive training armor. Thus, it was plausible they mistook him for a member of the Black Horn, thus viewing him as an enemy. As this thought crystallized in his mind, Ye Chong grew increasingly convinced of its validity. It had to be the enemies of the Black Horn who had mistaken him for one of their own. This seemed the only logical explanation. The voice of Mu resonated, based on the existing data and calculations. The probability of the opponent being a Black Horn enemy is approximately 71. Insufficient data prevents further calculations. Indeed, Mu's calculations aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Well then, if that is the case, what course of action should be taken? Chapter 62. Ye Chong steps out. Happy holidays, everyone. There is still a class tonight at around 7. Ye Chong found himself in a state of distress. For the past few days, he had focused solely on speed training, neglecting strength altogether. Now, he had reached a bottleneck in his speed. Strength was the foundation of speed, and without it, his progress remained stagnant. Unlike the junk planet, where metallic debris was abundant and easily accessible, finding a suitable weight here proved to be quite challenging. Ye Chong's method of building strength was rather primitive and straightforward: weightlifting, weighted running, and weighted squats, among others. However, his current strength level was already considerable. If he were to continue with weights, the load would need to be substantial to meet his requirements. Otherwise, achieving results would be difficult. Regrettably, aside from a few exceedingly rare materials, there were very few substances that met his density requirements, and none of them were accessible to Ye Chong at present. If the density was insufficient, achieving the necessary weight would result in an unmanageable volume of the weights. Thus, training for strength at Grandpa Qian's home seemed nearly impossible. Mu had always been intrigued by Ye Chong's muscle development. Ye Zi, your muscles still show no significant growth. Unfazed, Ye Chong replied. Didn't you say that was a good thing? Mu replied flatly, indeed, it is good. I am merely curious about your condition. Ye shook his head. I don't know the reason. I've always been this way. I've never been particularly muscular. According to your theory, I should be quite robust by now. Mu concurred. By normal standards, you indeed should not possess this physique. However, without instruments, I cannot examine your body. Ye Chong shrugged. It's not a bad thing anyway. Mu stated, insufficient data prevents any calculations. Suddenly, Ye Chong recalled something. Mu, I have completed all my foundational training. When will you teach me advanced techniques? I can only perform the chaotic waveform jump at present. Mu explained, advanced techniques involve incorporating unique tactical concepts into basic movements. Ye Chong interrupted. Just tell me whether you will teach me or not. Mu replied, if you insist. But do you have a spare light armor? Ye Chong pondered and felt somewhat disheartened. Sigh, I only have the F-58. That white armor seems to have a vendetta against the Black Horn. If I accidentally cross paths with it, I could be in trouble. Last time, if it weren't for the advantageous terrain, I might have faced real danger. Mu remarked, it seems you lack the opportunity for warrior training. Ye Chong sensed a hint of schadenfreude in Mu's tone. Ye Chong's eyes lit up. What if I trained at the consciousness training base? Mu disapproved. The consciousness training base can no longer provide you with significant advancement. What you lack now is real combat experience. No matter how realistic the virtual network may be, it cannot compare to actual combat. Ye Chong murmured, real combat? That is not feasible. With the absence of training, Ye Chong felt aimless. Mu suggested that he should venture out more, as he was still far from truly integrating into society. His thoughts often diverged significantly from those of ordinary people. Grandpa Qian wholeheartedly supported Ye Chong's outing, commenting that it was imperative for a young man to have some vitality and fresh air daily. He even handed Ye Chong a generous amount of currency for spending. Thus, with the dual support of Mu and Grandpa Qian, Ye Chong set out onto the streets. Unlike his previous visit, which had a strong sense of purpose, this time he simply wandered aimlessly. Standing at the entrance, he was uncertain of which direction to take, left, right, or straight ahead. Grandpa Qian's keen eyes spotted Sun Shuling and a Xiao in the distance, prompting him to call out, Shuling. Sun Shuling turned at the sound and, upon seeing Grandpa Qian, ran over with a Xiao in tow. Hello, Grandpa Qian. A Xiao timidly echoed. Hello, Grandpa Qian. Grandpa Qian chuckled. Today, a Xiao took the initiative to greet me. What a rare occurrence. A Xiao immediately blushed, her face resembling a ripe persimmon. Grandpa Qian inquired, are you two out shopping? Sun Shuling replied, yes. Do you need us to bring you anything, Grandpa Qian? Grandpa Qian grinned. No. Yeezy has just arrived at Blue Sea Star and is unfamiliar with the area. If you're going shopping, could you take him along? It would be easier for you all to get along as peers. He gestured to Ye Chong, who stood like a wooden post beside him. Sun Shuling readily agreed. Of course. No problem, we'll take care of it. She had been quite curious about Ye Chong, and with the opportunity presenting itself, she had no reason to decline. A Xiao, meanwhile, observed Ye Chong with a mix of caution and curiosity from behind Sun Shuling. Ye Chong maintained a nonchalant expression. Grandpa Qian beamed, wonderful. Then I'm counting on you too. Easy, just follow them and have fun. Ye Chong responded with an affirmative sound, as he was unsure where to go anyway. Having guides familiar with the area was indeed a splendid choice, and it would allow him to observe how ordinary people live their lives. The three walked side by side. Ye Chong gazed enviously at the light armors soaring across the sky. Although he possessed one, he was unable to use it, which dampened his spirits considerably. Noticing Ye Chong's silence, Sun Shuling sensed the awkward atmosphere and attempted to break the ice. Yeezy, is your real name also Yeezy? Ye Chong answered succinctly. Ye Chong, and fell silent again. Seeing Ye Chong retreat into silence once more, Sun Shuling introduced herself. I'm Sun Shuling, and this is a Xiao. Yes, I know, Ye Chong replied. Just as Sun Shuling felt at a loss for words, the usually timid A Xiao stepped forward. Where are you from, Yeezy? Ye Chong almost blurted out the junk planet, but quickly composed himself and asked Mu internally, Mu, where am I from? Mu responded, your identity card indicates your home planet is Rich Star. Ye Chong replied nonchalantly, Rich Star? Rich Star? The two shook their heads, having never heard of it. The universe is filled with countless celestial bodies, and among the 5 major star domains, there are numerous planets inhabited by humans. Therefore, unless one specializes in planetary geography, most people are unfamiliar with many planetary names. Sun Shuling was particularly curious about Ye Chong's light armor, but she struggled to find the right moment to inquire. She had initially intended to establish rapport before asking, but Ye Chong's reticence caught her off guard. Unbeknownst to her, had she been more direct, Ye Chong would likely have responded. Frustrated by Ye Chong's apparent aloofness, Sun Shuling felt a pang of irritation. Yet, it was not entirely Ye Chong's fault. He only displayed a different side of himself in front of Mu, and even with Grandpa Qian, he could not exhibit the same casual demeanor, let alone with strangers like Sun Shuling and a Xiao. Ye Chong observed the passers-by, noting their calmness. There was none of the wariness or hostility displayed by beasts when unfamiliar entities intruded on their territory. They seemed devoid of aggression. The rules governing the mutated creatures of the junk planet appeared to hold little weight here, Ye Chong mused. He resolved to be more vigilant in the future. Suddenly, The trio noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, clamoring and bustling with excitement. Chapter 63. An unexpected encounter. Upon receiving the notification that there would be a power outage from 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon the following day, it was clear that updates would only occur post 2 o'clock. Sun Xuelin hurried over, pulling Axiu along with her. Ye Chong furrowed his brow, disliking the cacophony of the crowd and the suffocating closeness of the throng, which inadvertently restricted his mobility and complicated his awareness of the surrounding situation. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, he followed the two women into the crowd. In the center of the throng, an elderly man had been knocked to the ground, his belongings scattered about. A middle-aged man, livid with rage, berated the old man. "You blind old fool. Do you not watch where you are walking? My coat is worth 5 gold diamonds. Can you afford to pay for the damage? Look at the wrinkles. I'll need to spend hundreds on maintenance." He cast a disdainful glance at the elderly gentleman, sneering. "You look like you can't afford it. What a pity I ran into such an oblivious old man today." Sun Xuelin was the first to spring forward, indignant as she pointed at the middle-aged man. "You are utterly disgraceful. You knocked over an elderly person and now you're spewing nonsense? You'd better watch your mouth, or I'll make you regret it." She rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to fight. Axiu approached the elderly man, struggling to help him up while gently brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked softly. The old man expressed his gratitude. "I'm fine. Young lady, thank you." Axiu smiled warmly. "Ah, a little girl dares to lecture me? Didn't your elders teach you any manners?" The middle-aged man scoffed, his arrogance palpable. Sun Xuelin's anger surged, her fists tightening, while Axiu hurriedly stepped in to calm her down, warning that violence could lead to dire consequences. The middle-aged man, noticing that Sun Xuelin was hesitant to act, became even more smug. "Heh, little girl, let me tell you." Amidst their standoff, Ye Chong's attention was captured entirely by a small holographic projection device on the ground. Despite its name suggesting otherwise, the device was merely 5 centimeters square, elegantly designed in a pale lavender hue, adorned with intertwining spiral patterns. Its slightly concave surfaces housed a small aperture from which colorful beams of light emerged, coalescing into a translucent figure resembling the elderly man, complete with lifelike clothing and expressions. This holographic device was typically used for commemorating specific moments and was priced slightly higher than a chip. Yet, what truly fascinated Ye Chong was not the device itself, but the report being delivered by the miniature version of the elderly man. In the design of the light armor engine, I have employed the method of combining the Fairfa ring with a short pulse light path. Here, I must mention a child I encountered in the virtual network. It was his suggestion that inspired my work. This was evidently a presentation from a professional academic conference. Wasn't the method of combining the Fairfa ring with a short pulse light path something that Grandpa Su had diligently researched? He had meticulously explained it to Ye Chong before. Could this be Grandpa Su? Ye Chong stepped closer and tentatively inquired, "Grandpa Su?" The elderly man looked momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" Grandpa Su studied this young man, realizing that those who knew him typically called him Professor Su or simply Su Lao. The title of Grandpa Su was reserved for family or the grandchildren of old friends. Yet, this young man was a complete stranger. Could he be a friend's grandson? Recognizing the confusion on Grandpa Su's face, Ye Chong's excitement surged as he declared, "Grandpa Su. It's me, Little Y from YC. Do you remember me? Little Y from the Aurora?" Grandpa Su's eyes widened with recognition. "Little Y, is that really you? How wonderful." His voice trembled with emotion. Sun Xuelin and Axiu, who had been on the brink of erupting with anger, suddenly fell silent, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they exchanged glances filled with incredulity and joy. All of Ye Chong's attention was focused on Grandpa Su, oblivious to the remarkable transformation in the demeanor of the two young women. However, the middle-aged man, noticing the apparent familiarity between Ye Chong and the elderly gentleman, shifted his gaze and sneered, "Hey, old man, you've dirted my expensive coat worth 5 gold diamonds. You owe me money." Ye Chong dismissed the middle-aged man entirely. Supporting Grandpa Su, "Let us go, Grandpa Su." The elderly man nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us leave." Sun Xuelin and Axiu assisted him on the other side. As they attempted to depart, the middle-aged man lunged at Ye Chong, insisting, "You can't leave like this. You must pay me first. I have status and influence. You know." The moment his hand made contact with Ye Chong, a shift occurred. Ye Chong swiftly evaded and seized the man's throat, preparing to unleash his wrath. Just then, Mu's urgent voice called out, "No, Yezi." Ye Chong halted, realizing that his restraint had saved the middle-aged man's life. as his grip was precise. "What's wrong, Mu?" Ye Chong asked, perplexed. Mu explained, "According to the information, killing someone in public would violate local laws, leading to severe repercussions." "Oh, laws? What are those?" "Rules established by society for its own governance." "Ah, but how does that concern me?" Ye Chong remained confused. "This is a complex matter, but clearly not the time to discuss it. What should we do now?" The data suggests that intimidation is a viable option. Psychological theories indicate that the other party is in a state of shock. A certain level of intimidation should yield a success rate exceeding 92 in resolving this troublesome encounter. Intimidation, is it? Let us give it a try. In an instant, the onlookers were taken aback as Ye Chong's right hand secured the middle-aged man's throat, who gasped and struggled, his face contorting in panic. The crowd gasped collectively. Ye Chong leaned in close, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. "If you persist in this folly, I will end your life." His tone was as casual as if discussing the weather. With that, Ye Chong released the middle-aged man and returned to Grandpa Su's side. The man clutched his throat, coughing violently, his face reflecting sheer horror, unable to utter a single word. The chilling words had struck him like a winter gale, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in commotion as someone shouted, "The police are here!" Finally, the police have arrived. Chapter 64, Ye Chong. Today, there was a power outage, and it wasn't until after 7 that the electricity was restored. I buried myself in writing upon my return, leaving many friends waiting in vain. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Meeting with Grandpa Su was undoubtedly a delight. Ye Chong never anticipated encountering him in such a manner. The police officer who arrived later turned out to be Ah Fei, the one who had visited Grandpa Qian's shop looking for Ye Chong. Upon noticing the 2 fingerprints on the middle-aged man's neck, Ah Fei quickly concocted an excuse and whisked him away. Who could predict when this fellow might go mad? If he were to lose control on the streets, it would certainly be a spectacle. At Grandpa Su's home, Sun Shuling and Ishio appeared rather reserved, while Ye Chong enjoyed a lively exchange with Grandpa Su, occasionally delving into academic discussions that made Ye Chong feel as if he were enveloped in the aurora. However, once outside, Ye Chong reverted to his usual calm demeanor. The planet of Blue Ocean Star is economically and technologically advanced, with a resident population of 600 million. Its culture is open-minded and remarkably free, complemented by a breathtaking natural environment that attracts many to reside here year-round. The Jiesha district, where Ye Chong resides, is the largest and most prosperous of the 3 primary districts on Blue Ocean Star. By the time Ye Chong returned to Grandpa Qian's home, it was already quite late. After finishing his tasks, he retreated to his room, convinced of the necessity to gain a deeper understanding of this society, which seemed so alien to him. He realized that the quicker he comprehended the workings of this world, the easier it would be for him to thrive within it. Undoubtedly, his only mentor in this endeavor was Mu. Ye Chong initiated the conversation. "Mu, let us continue our discussion from earlier today. You mentioned something about the law. What exactly is it?" Mu replied, "According to the data, it is evidently a set of rules established for the strong, or perhaps presented in a manner that is more comprehensible to you." Ye Chong inquired, "The strong? Stronger than me?" Although Mu maintained a neutral tone, a hint of disdain was unmistakable in his words. "The data indicates that the disparity in your strengths renders any comparison utterly futile." Ye Chong retorted, "And if you were to kill that person today, what would happen to me?" Mu stated, "According to the 11th clause of Blue Ocean Star's criminal law, a murderer will face imprisonment for no less than 40 years, while those with particularly heinous circumstances may be sentenced to death." Furrowing his brow, Ye Chong asked, "Who executes this sentence?" Mu explained, "According to the regulations governing safety in Blue Ocean Star, all police officers, soldiers, and security personnel possess the authority to apprehend offenders, while every citizen has the obligation to assist in such captures." Fortunately, Ye Chong was self-aware enough not to harbor delusions of being the strongest. Given the multitude of people around him, even a mere ordinary individual would leave him with no choice but to surrender. He began to comprehend the formidable nature of the enforcement agencies. However, he quickly recalled the crux of the matter. What if I were to execute my actions with utmost discretion? Mu replied, "According to the data, if they cannot obtain evidence of your crime, they will be unable to convict you. Evidence, objects, individuals, or other elements that can substantiate your guilt. So, if my methods are sufficiently sophisticated, rendering them incapable of gathering evidence, I could evade this law." "In a certain sense, your assertion holds merit," Mu acknowledged. "But I must caution you. They possess numerous practical and astute methods, with a significant chance of uncovering your activities." "Oh, So it essentially becomes a battle between the two parties? In a certain sense, your assertion holds merit. Ye Chong hummed a cheerful tune as he skillfully maneuvered his invaluable light armor through the air. Although his name might suggest femininity, he was undeniably a man. His androgynous and delicate features often led to misunderstandings, with his silvery hair framing his blue eyes, lending him an air of enchantment. And the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth captivated countless women. Ye Chong's light armor was a blue-gray ensemble, harmoniously blending these colors. With several key areas adorned in a striking gold, the sleek armor bore a subdued blue that exuded a sense of gravitas, while the gray mechanical legs added a touch of robustness. The slightly protruding chest of the armor was evidently fortified, projecting an impression of steadiness rather than restlessness. Ye Chong exhibited exceptional piloting skills, deftly weaving between the towering structures of Jiesha district. If this visit to Grandpa Su proved successful, it would stand as a significant achievement for him. However, it seemed that Grandpa Su was quite resistant to persuasion. This predicament was proving to be quite challenging. Ye Chong rubbed his forehead in frustration, momentarily at a loss for a solution. His elder brother had faced disappointment last time, and now this dilemma had fallen upon him. Regardless, he was determined to devise a way to win over Grandpa Su. If one attempt failed, he would simply return for another. Grandpa Su was at home alone. His spouse had passed away 2 years prior, and they had no children, leaving him in solitude. Gazing at the emptiness of his home stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It seemed that only immersing himself in research could alleviate his feelings. Ironically, this devotion had led to significant breakthroughs in his field over the years, earning him a notable reputation. Yet now, in his advanced years, many of his youthful aspirations had faded. Suddenly, a notification from his holographic device signaled a visitor. The holographic image revealed a handsome young man he had never encountered before, prompting a sense of suspicion in Grandpa Su. Upon connecting the communication, Grandpa Su inquired, "Whom are you seeking?" An apparatus at his door projected Grandpa Su's image before him. Ye Chong recognized the elderly figure as Grandpa Su, the very person he intended to visit. He respectfully stated, "You must be Professor Su. My name is Ye Chong. I have attended your lecture and wish to consult you regarding several inquiries pertaining to light armor." After a brief moment of contemplation, Grandpa Su acknowledged that individuals sought him out monthly to discuss academic matters, but most were middle-aged. A young person like Ye Chong was a first. Ye Chong. Grandpa Su suddenly recalled something. "Your surname is Ji?" Ye Chong's heart raced, sensing trouble, yet he steeled himself and replied, "Yes." "You are from the Ji family?" Grandpa Su's expression shifted dramatically. Ye Chong inwardly cursed his misfortune, falling silent. Grandpa Su scoffed, "Members of the Ji family can forget it. Do not waste your efforts. I will not collaborate with you. You might as well abandon this notion." With that, he dismissed Ye Chong, abruptly terminating the communication, causing the image of Grandpa Su to vanish. It appeared that his elder brother had thoroughly offended Grandpa Su last time. And the most troubling aspect was that Grandpa Su had now extended his disdain for his brother to encompass the entire Ji family, making it all the more challenging to persuade him to cooperate. After some contemplation, Ye Chong retrieved his communicator and instructed the person on the other end. "You are to closely monitor Grandpa Su's every move, his daily activities, destinations, and the identities and residences of all visitors. There must be no slackening. I require the most detailed intelligence. Remember, the most detailed." At this moment, Ye Chong had no better strategy in mind and could only resort to surveillance. After closing the communicator, he found himself troubled, pondering how he could persuade Grandpa Su to acquiesce. Chapter 65. Ye Chong's philosophy. Ye Chong's excursions into the virtual network have evolved beyond simply visiting the Aurora in the Gatista district and the consciousness training base. He has resolved to explore this unfamiliar world in its entirety. Ye Chong understands the necessity of comprehending a place in order to thrive within it. The deeper his understanding, the better his chances of survival. His daily conversations with Mu serve as moments of enlightenment. Now, he finds himself venturing outdoors more frequently, relishing the opportunity to observe pedestrians. Although they are not his quarry, he applies the same scrutiny he would to prey, closely examining the individuals around him, their movements, habits, demeanor, and physical robustness. As Ye Chong's observations deepen, his comprehension of his surroundings expands correspondingly. Today, he intends to visit Grandpa Su, yet he acknowledges that his work remains paramount. He realizes that the meager profits from Grandpa Qian's small shop are insufficient for him to remain here. However, survival is not solely contingent on financial gain, is it? The sense of belonging that Grandpa Qian's shop provides is something that cannot be purchased with gold or diamonds. Though Ye Chong does not consider himself particularly astute, he grasps this fundamental truth. With determined hands, Ye Chong kneads the dough, which transforms under his touch. His skills have improved significantly, thanks to his precise control over his strength, resulting in uniquely flavored bread. Alas, if only he had a set of power armor, preferably a Blackbird model, his life would be perfect. Sun Xuelin and his Xiu arrive to seek Ye Chong. They have waited patiently for him to finish his work before approaching. Sun Xuelin whispers to his Xiu, Yezi. Ye Chong glances at them, his expression devoid of emotion. What is it? Seeing his indifferent demeanor unsettles Sun Xuelin, who stammers, Yezi. Yezi. A Xiu, too, keeps her head down, avoiding eye contact. Sun Xuelin's anxiety intensifies. Yezi, we would like to ask you for a favor. A favor? Ye Chong furrows his brow. Upon uttering the request, Sun Xuelin seems to relax slightly. Can you modify power armor? I know a bit, Ye Chong replies. Sun Xuelin continues. Well, our school is hosting a warrior competition next week, and we need a power armor modifier. I would like to ask for your assistance. You want me to help? Ye Chong regards them. Under his calm gaze, Sun Xuelin feels a wave of panic. Yes, we would like to request your help. After considering for a moment, Ye Chong replies, Oh, that's fine, but I charge 1,250 diamonds per hour. Sun Xuelin is taken aback, her expression shifting. You want to charge for such a favor? I never expected you to be this kind of person. Humph, we must have misjudged you. Her tone drips with disdain. A Xiu looks at Ye Chong in surprise, clearly taken aback by his words. Observing their reactions, Ye Chong raises an eyebrow, wondering if he has erred in some way. Acknowledging that he lacks a power armor modification license, he merely quoted the market average at a 50% discount. In his mind, he queries Mu. Isn't the principle of fair trade one of the most fundamental rules? Mu responds, according to the data, your assertion is entirely correct. However, most people consider charging friends for assistance to be a rather shameful act. Ye Chong, perplexed, asks, Are they my friends? Mu shows no inclination to assist with this. That is for you to decide. Ye Chong resolutely concludes, Of course not. Friends? What nonsense. I barely know them. There is no basis upon which to consider them friends. Since they are not friends, it is entirely reasonable to charge for my services. What is so strange about that? Convinced that he has done nothing wrong, Ye Chong decides not to pursue the conversation further. He merely casts a dispassionate glance at the two and states, Feel free. Before turning to leave, Sun Xuelin, incensed, storms out with a Xiu in tow. This incident has no bearing on Ye Chong. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Qian, he strolls leisurely onto the street. Unlike before, he now feels a sense of tranquility. Observing the pedestrians has become an engaging interest for him. Grandpa Su's residence is quite distant from Grandpa Qian's shop, and at this pace, he would arrive too slowly. Ye Chong decides to quicken his pace, running with abandon. He does not sprint too fast, aware that his speed is astonishing compared to the average person. The early bird may catch the worm, but it is also the first to fall prey. This wisdom is not lost on him. If only he could don a power armor, he could forego walking altogether. Contemplating the all-white power armor fills him with a sense of discouragement, as he currently possesses only a training suit. Had he a combat model like the Black Horn, he is confident he could easily prevail over any adversary. If Mu would assist him, Ye Chong believes that the white power armor would stand no chance of escape. However, for reasons unknown, Mu remains unwilling to intervene. This perplexes Ye Chong greatly. Ye Chong runs leisurely down the street, his breathing steady and rhythmic, feeling no strain from the exertion. His extraordinary physique baffles Mu, yet Ye Chong perceives nothing abnormal about himself. If this is a blessing, then so be it. No need to dwell on the inexplicable. Grandpa Su's home is nearby, and he is almost there. During his last visit to the virtual network, Grandpa Su had shared the news of YC's presence on Blue Ocean Star with all the old-timers. Consequently, many expressed both envy and jealousy, with some even declaring their intent to visit Blue Ocean Star specifically to meet Ye Chong. A few residents of Blue Ocean Star, living in other districts, have given Ye Chong their addresses, urging him to visit when he has the time. The rich academic atmosphere during discussions with Grandpa Su brings Ye Chong immense comfort and fascination. The thought of soon reuniting with Grandpa Su fills him with excitement. Suddenly, Mu calls out to Ye Chong as he approaches Grandpa Su's home. Yezi, be careful. Do not go over there, for power armors are monitoring this area. Additionally, there is another person who may be in command. Ye Chong's heart skips a beat as he hastily inquires, Where? His pace remains unchanged as he passes by Grandpa Su's door, appearing no different from any other pedestrian. Mu informs him. On top of the building across the street are two armors. At a 120-degree angle from them are two more. Furthermore, on the 21st floor of the building directly facing Grandpa Su's door, there is an individual who is likely the commander. We must eliminate the commander first without alerting the others. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Ye Chong contemplates this in silence. He scoffs inwardly, considering whether these individuals are indeed here to cause trouble for Grandpa Su. It seems likely. Regardless, one can safely assume their intentions are malicious, since they harbor ill intentions. Then, Ye Chong continues his run, unhurried and unperturbed, devoid of any sign of alarm. Upon reaching the building in front of Grandpa Su's home, Ye Chong halts and enters the structure. He finds a self-service consultation terminal in the corner of the lobby and pretends to conduct a query. Within 2 seconds, Mu has completely infiltrated the terminal. The screen's original display vanishes, replaced by a schematic of the entire building, with the position of the observer marked in room 065 on the 21st floor. Mu has also identified all surveillance equipment within the building. The monitoring layout is comprehensive, with extensive coverage and minimal blind spots. Attempting to stealthily infiltrate seems to be an insurmountable challenge. Ye Chong recalled vividly the evidence mentioned by Mu during their last conversation and inquired, "Mu, is it possible for you to erase my records if they are present?" According to the data, the likelihood of success exceeds 97. Mu's words exuded confidence. Ye Chong pondered, "If I can erase all records before they become aware, they won't be able to trace it back to me, correct?" After a moment, Mu replied, "Calculations indicate a 79 chance they will remain oblivious. But there remains a 21 possibility they may uncover it through alternative means." After some contemplation, Ye Chong decisively declared, "In that case, we must take the initiative. Rather than wait for them to seek us out, we shall find them first." In Ye Chong's mind, there was no room for a defensive strategy. Recognizing the hostility, he would act without hesitation. His words brimmed with formidable confidence and assertiveness, akin to a beast poised for battle. Mu had no objections to this proposal. Once the decision was made, Ye Chong commenced his actions. Ascending swiftly to the 21st floor, he arrived at the door of room 065, which was firmly locked. Though he was confident in his ability to breach the reinforced door, doing so would inevitably alert the occupants inside, placing him at a disadvantage. Under the assault of 4 armored figures, he could not guarantee his victory. Thus, he needed to eliminate the adversary within without disturbing the other 4. How could he achieve this without drawing attention to himself? Chapter 66. I enjoy ambushes. The tall and slender figure intently scrutinized every detail of the old man Su's residence displayed on the holographic monitor, leaving no passerby unexamined. Each individual who dared to approach the old man's abode was meticulously assessed for any potential connection to him. His focus was unwavering, fully absorbed in his task, aware that this dedication was one of the reasons he was valued by his superiors. Suddenly, a hand emerged from nowhere, swiftly covering his mouth. Before he could react, a sharp chill coursed through his throat, and blood erupted like a fountain. "Is this my blood?" the tall man thought in terror, struggling violently to escape the iron grip. "I cannot die. I do not want to die," he screamed internally, yet his body grew increasingly unresponsive. The coldness in his throat felt as if a frigid wind was blowing through him, and his strength rapidly drained from the wound. A wave of excruciating pain struck, and darkness enveloped him. Ye Chong sensed that the man was utterly lifeless before discarding him onto the floor. The door before him was a source of irritation. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and breaking it would undoubtedly alert everyone on the floor. However, upon noticing the white wall, his spirits lifted. The full-fat thermoplastic composite wall panels possessed remarkable strength and sound-absorbing qualities, with a mere thickness of 10 centimeters, significantly less than the door, which was only 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Such superior soundproofing would surely facilitate his endeavors. Ye Chong descended to the lobby, utilizing the self-service console to switch the surveillance system on the 21st floor to rest mode, a task entrusted to Mu. Once completed, he returned to the front of room 065 on the 21st floor. The dagger gifted to him by Gu Shaozi remained at his side. He drew it out, gauging its thickness, gritted his teeth, and forcefully drove it into the wall panel. The sound-absorbing properties of the full-fat thermoplastic wall were indeed exceptional. The dagger's insertion produced almost no noise, and its material was exceedingly hard, requiring significant effort from Ye Chong to embed it. It seemed that the adversary had arranged matters such that no one moved on this floor, a situation that unwittingly favored Ye Chong. He painstakingly began to cut through the wall panel, carefully regulating his speed to avoid disturbing anyone within. Feeling the dull resistance of the dagger, he discerned only the faintest rustling sound. Convinced that if he were any farther away, it would be inaudible, Ye Chong resolved never to use such full-fat thermoplastic composite panels in his own walls. Otherwise, he feared he might perish in his bed without comprehending the cause. As he felt the dagger lighten, a surge of joy coursed through him. He gently pushed the cut section of the wall panel forward and swiftly caught it before it hit the ground. Observing that the occupant within remained oblivious, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He paid no mind to the man collapsed beneath Gu Xiaozi, instead turning his attention to the holographic monitoring device on the table. Time was of the essence. He hastily removed the chip from the monitor and pocketed it. Cautiously, he stripped the deceased of any items that might reveal his identity. With an air of nonchalance, Ye Chong descended the stairs. Passing through the lobby, he approached the self-service console to erase all records related to himself. Upon exiting the building, he summoned F-58. Before him stood the light armor, and Ye Chong contemplated its capabilities. The Eagle Eye, a specialized reconnaissance light armor, was compact, measuring only around 6 meters in length. Its exterior was coated with a layer of color-changing organic glaze that adapted to its surroundings. Most striking were the two horns angled backward atop its head, which significantly enhanced its scanning range and pulse reception capabilities. It boasted an advanced scanning and counter-surveillance system, exhibiting remarkable agility and speed, coupled with impressive endurance, largely attributable to its specialized energy comb. However, the trade-off was its thin armor. A single hit would spell certain doom. Its firepower was so feeble that it lacked any means of retaliation. Using reconnaissance armor for surveillance was indeed a lavish endeavor. Ye Chong mused. F-58 lurked like a poised cheetah, watching its prey. The advanced counter-surveillance system of F-58 was impressive. Even as a training model, it far surpassed standard light armor, and the adversaries remained completely unaware of its presence. Ye Chong brandished a combat dagger. The hyper-frequency magnetic blade was unsuitable for this moment, as striking the enemy would cause high-frequency vibrations that would scatter armor fragments in all directions, inevitably drawing the attention of nearby light armors and aircraft, thereby exposing his position. He was certain that he would soon face the onslaught of 3 additional light armors. Eliminating the enemy was not Ye Chong's objective. The disparity in strength between the two sides was evident. The Eagle Eye's pride in its scanning capabilities had already sealed its fate, as it had failed to detect F-58. Ye Chong now sought a silent method to eliminate the adversary without triggering any alarms. Ambushes had always been his forte, significantly increasing his odds of success. As long as he could enhance his chances, he would not hesitate to employ any means necessary. At the moment, F-58's left hand violently twisted the Eagle Eye's throat. The right-hand combat dagger pierced the cockpit, a gaping 30-centimeter hole. If a person were merely grazed by it, their chances of survival would be negligible. The Eagle Eye's flimsy armor offered no resistance, crumpling like paper. Yet Ye Chong remained cautious, prying open the shattered cockpit armor to confirm the occupant was indeed dead before carefully placing the Eagle Eye in a discreet corner on the rooftop. Ye Chong was becoming increasingly adept at executing this maneuver, finding great satisfaction in its efficiency. A single move would ensure the enemy's demise, and remarkably, they would not utter a sound before their end, clean and decisive. He replicated this method on another Eagle Eye light armor, leaving only 2 of the adversary's machines. One of them was another Eagle Eye, and Ye Chong couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the enemy had dispatched 3 Eagle Eyes on behalf of the old man Su. While the uninitiated might regard the Eagle Eye as merely a reconnaissance model, Ye Chong, well acquainted with light armors, understood that specialized models like the Eagle Eye were far more costly than their generic counterparts, much like the sandworm he had previously used, which was significantly more expensive than the Jean Meilong, despite the former's less appealing appearance. Alongside the Eagle Eye was a Carl, a model typically designated for heavy labor. Towering at 16 meters, it was almost double the height of F-58, with every component being twice as robust as that of standard light armors. Its 10-meter-high shield resembled a moving wall, almost suffocating in its presence. If such a massive shield were not singular, one could only imagine the thoughts of an onlooker witnessing a towering behemoth wielding 2 shields the size of a person. With its dark blue, bulky mechanical legs, it produced a grating metallic scraping sound as it moved, revealing no consideration for adding any slip-resistant joints for this brute. The crude construction and exceedingly low cost dictated Carl's role as a laborer and expendable in warfare. By pairing Carl with the Eagle Eye, The adversary aimed to have Carl serve as a protector, or rather, a decoy, as long as Carl could delay the enemy, even for a brief moment. The eagle eye would be able to escape, with little regard for Carl's fate thereafter. Moreover, with Carl's high defense, combined with the eagle eye's formidable scanning system, this duo formed a superb combination to thwart ambushes. Ye Chong stealthily approached the two light armors. To his surprise, the cumbersome Carl displayed an unexpected cunning. As he turned around, he spotted a black mecha soaring towards him. Instantly, he raised two colossal shields, effectively shielding the hawk eye beneath their imposing 10-meter height, completely concealing the 6-meter-tall machine. Noting that the approaching mecha maintained its leisurely pace and exhibited no signs of hostility, Carl assumed it was merely a passerby. In recent days, countless mechas had flown past him. Initially, each encounter had stirred a sense of unease within him, but as time progressed, he grew accustomed to their presence, allowing his vigilance to wane. His earlier defensive maneuver had been purely instinctual. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own overcaution in broad daylight. Who would dare to engage in combat within the city? Moreover, being a member of the G family, who would be audacious enough to provoke him? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Carl gradually shifted his shields away from Hawkeye. Observing the sluggish flight of the black mecha, the warriors within Carl's ranks couldn't suppress their mockery. A mecha moving at such a pace was likely piloted by a novice, perhaps one even unfamiliar with the fundamentals of flying. Indeed, the black mecha staggered towards him like a drunken fool, nearly toppling several times. The warriors in Carl's party erupted into laughter, recognizing the rare opportunity to toy with a rookie. After being assigned to pilot Carl, which he regarded as a humiliating role liable to be discarded at any moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. However, he had no choice but to endure the situation. Now, with a novice in front of him to vent his frustrations upon, his spirits soared. As the black mecha drew closer, its clumsy form teetering precariously, Carl's warriors laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they anticipated the delightful plaything that lay ahead. Once the black mecha reached him, they would have their fun. Chapter 67. Black and White. Ye Chong's pupils suddenly constricted. Accelerate. Ye Chong's hand glided over the control panel like a wisp of shadow, and the previously staggering F-58 surged forward with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Carl with an impressive rush of wind. The tip of the spear glimmered ominously, and the warriors within Carl's vicinity watched in horror as a chilling light rapidly expanded in their vision. The fruits of his diligent training saved him in that critical moment. Without a moment's thought, almost instinctively, Carl hastily raised his left-hand shield to protect his vital areas, while his right hand instinctively shielded his teammates. Even Ye Chong, witnessing this act of camaraderie under such dire circumstances, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. As Ye Chong was about to collide with the massive shield, he showed no intention of slowing down. With a deft sidestep, he glided past the surface of the shield as if it were coated in oil. Carl was bewildered. Why was there no sensation of impact? His hand felt weightless, as if he were floating. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared to Carl's right, sending him into a panic. He had no time to reposition his great shield. Instead, he merely raised his elbow to guard his vital areas with his armored arm. Eagle Eye, who had been intently monitoring the situation, finally sensed the anomaly and quickly issued a warning signal, but received no response. The heart of the warrior in Eagle Eye sank. It was evident that several of their comrades had already fallen victim to a well-planned ambush. A wave of chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He signaled Carl to cover his retreat and resolved to escape at the fastest possible speed. He had to relay this information back, just as he initiated the engine. Before he could make any movements, he was suddenly struck head-on by an invisible force akin to a high-speed collision with an armored suit. The immense pain tore through him, eliciting a piercing scream, and he then witnessed his body being effortlessly severed by a colossal blade-like object, blood spraying forth like a fountain, painting the strange object with crimson splashes resembling blooming flowers. Unable to withstand the agony, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness, likely never to awaken again. In that brief moment when Carl had raised his arm, F-58 seized the opportunity, using Carl's robust right arm to propel itself into a flip, securing the seldom-used alloy shield before landing. The tremendous momentum of F-58 rendered Carl incapable of adjusting his stance in time. As F-58 landed, it forcefully pushed off the ground, darting forward while simultaneously executing a throwing motion. The alloy shield shot through the gap between Carl and the giant shield, striking Eagle Eye, who was attempting to escape. The edges of the alloy shield were razor-sharp, and with F-58's immense strength, combined with the vulnerability of Eagle Eye's armor, the shield pierced through him, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The nearby armored suits were nearly sent plummeting from the sky in fright. Ye Chong, no longer able to remain concealed, brandished the hyperfrequency magnetic blade, intending to swiftly conclude the battle before departing the scene. Carl, clearly stunned by the sudden explosion, failed to notice the rapidly approaching F-58. In that moment of confusion, he was inviting death. To Ye Chong, Carl appeared as lifeless as a corpse. The hyperfrequency magnetic blade lashed out like a serpent, poised to strike at Carl's vital points. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light erupted before Ye Chong. Almost simultaneously, Mu issued a warning. Watch out. The white explosion enveloped Carl, sending Ye Chong hurtling away. As he gazed at the distant black dot in the sky, his vision magnified through the optical interface revealed it to be the same white armored suit from before. Damn it, Ye Chong cursed inwardly. F-58 steadied itself by pushing off the ground, regaining control, while Ye Chong instinctively evaded, narrowly escaping another white beam that struck where he had just been. F-58 executed several Z-pattern steps along the rooftop, retrieving the alloy shield from the ground, an invaluable asset at this moment. Without hesitation, Ye Chong commanded F-58 to leap from the 500th floor. The white armored suit pursued relentlessly, clearly intent on capturing Ye Chong this time. Ye Chong could only inwardly lament his misfortune for encountering this accursed white suit at such a critical juncture. He darted through the cluster of buildings. Yet the white suit showed no signs of relinquishing its pursuit. Compounding Ye Chong's frustration, the police, alerted to the commotion, seemed to assist the white suit. The blue, black, and white armored suits, reserved for law enforcement, were all of higher caliber. With their assistance, Ye Chong's avenues for escape rapidly dwindled. Just as Ye Chong found himself in a dire predicament, F-58's communicator crackled to life. Mu, this is Johnson. I'm at the corner 100 meters ahead. If you want to live, come and regroup. Ye Chong's heart raced. Black Corner had indeed arrived. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and shot straight ahead. 100 meters was merely a blink of an eye for Ye Chong, and his keen eyes quickly spotted a black armored suit. This was Ye Chong's first encounter with Black Corner's combat-type armored suits. He had heard much about their formidable reputation while at Black Corner, but had never laid eyes on one until now. The only thought in Ye Chong's mind was how magnificent this suit appeared. Fierce. This was the most striking impression the black suit imparted. Its dark, gleaming exterior exuded an eerie glow, far more refined and proportionate than training suits. The barbed spikes on the wrists, elbows, shoulders, head, and knees resembled the menacing fangs of a demon emerging from the abyss. The right arm bore a curved blade extending over 1.5 meters, its black coating concealing its lethal aura, while a long chain coiled around the arm, its ends disappearing into the suit's interior, hinting at hidden mysteries. The suit's back was adorned with two 3-meter-long hyperfrequency magnetic blades, crossing each other. The arm shield on the left arm appeared unassuming. Yet Ye Chong immediately discerned the sharp edges concealed beneath the black coating. The outer sides of both legs bore curved blades, with the spikes on the heels curving upward like hooks. As for the number of concealed firing chambers, Ye Chong could not ascertain. But Mu clarified his curiosity. There are 5 concealed firing chambers. This was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. Ye Chong was filled with admiration. Imagining the power this suit would unleash in Johnson's hands, he knew it would be astounding. Furthermore, considering Black Corner's penchant for unique configurations, there were surely special features concealed within, imperceptible from the outside, rendering it unpredictable. Ye Chong's F-58 was on an entirely different tier, akin to a prototype compared to a finished product. Even if he piloted F-58 against Johnson, despite being slightly stronger in capability, he would still face defeat. Johnson spoke gravely. The opponents are from the Warrior Association. We must join forces to eliminate them. Ye Chong complied, positioning himself alongside Johnson at the entrance of the street. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. The Warrior Association? Aren't they arch-enemies with Black Corner? After multiple encounters, Ye Chong had developed a profound disdain for the so-called certified warriors of the Warrior Association. From his perspective, it was easy to infer that the association's standards were hardly impressive. He never anticipated that such a high-caliber armored suit would emerge from the Warrior Association. And although the warrior within the white suit was slightly inferior to him, he was still far from being a mere high-ranking warrior on the market. Could he also be affiliated with the Warrior Association? How could the Warrior Association and Black Corner be sworn enemies? Ye Chong found himself perplexed. However, It was evident that now was not the time for such contemplation. Johnson's low voice broke through his thoughts. They're coming. Ye Chong quickly focused his attention. The elegant silhouette of the white armored suit emerged at the street corner, and upon seeing the two black armored suits, he paused in surprise. The sight of Johnson's suit caused him to freeze even more. Johnson issued a low command, attack. Before the words had left his lips, he lunged towards the white mech. The astonishing speed of the Johnson mech clearly took the opponent by surprise, surpassing Ye Chong's F-58 by an entire tier. Although the white mech was startled, it remained unflustered, swiftly retreating while aiming a uniquely designed firearm at Johnson. At that moment, Johnson's deep, slightly enraged voice resonated. You. Chapter 68. Escape. Ye Chong swiftly withdrew. If not now, then when? Although Ye Chong was inexperienced, he was far from foolish. Humph. If he were to eliminate this white mech, he would likely find himself no match for Johnson. Reflecting on everything that transpired in the black corner, Ye Chong could distinctly sense the lurking danger, especially since even Mu had warned him that Johnson might harbor ill intentions. Thus, he had no reason to invite trouble upon himself. Unfortunately, he lacked a formidable mech, otherwise. The thought left Ye Chong feeling utterly disheartened. Did he consider seizing the opportunity to strike Johnson? That thought had never crossed his mind. Judging by Johnson's tone just moments ago, it seemed he intended to take Ye Chong back to the black corner, and his desire to kill him did not appear particularly strong. However, if he were left alone with the white mech, Ye Chong feared for his very life. The instant Johnson commanded action, Ye Chong made his retreat. By the time Johnson realized what was happening, he was taken aback, then filled with rage, exclaiming "You!" But alas, Ye Chong had already lunged towards the white mech. As he saw the mech aiming its weapon at him, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with Ye Chong. Ye Chong might not have recognized the peculiar weapon in the white mech's grasp, but Johnson certainly did. Upon acquiring his combat mech, he had come into contact with the information about the ever-looming adversary, the Guild of Warriors. The white mech before him was a standard model frequently utilized by the Guild's elite, elegantly named by Ku. The weapon in question was none other than the Guild's true standard weapon, the Mark Wing V. Its barrel, gleaming with an ivory sheen, resembled a work of art rather than a deadly instrument. Measuring a 20-centimeter caliber, it might seem trivial for a 10-meter-tall mech. But if it were to fire a magnetic wave, the implications would be entirely different. According to the Thomas Law, such a caliber could potentially demolish a 50-story building, indicating the Guild would never waste such power. Thus, the weapon's formidable capabilities were evident. With a disdainful snort, Johnson remained unperturbed. The two were sworn enemies, and if the black corner had lacked any means, it would have succumbed long ago. Johnson was well aware of the black corner's strength and dismissed any notion of its annihilation. To him, it was almost unfathomable that the Guild could maintain a stalemate with the black corner for so many years. Johnson positioned the shield on his left arm across his chest, and with a subtle sound, a layer of peculiar light emanated from the inconspicuous black shield. A transparent ion layer formed a slightly concave, translucent giant shield that protected Johnson's Xing Yan. He continually shifted his position, although his speed was far inferior to Ye Chong's. The performance of Xing Yan greatly surpassed that of the F-58, thus enhancing Johnson's effectiveness in combat. Yet, Johnson was not foolish enough to believe he could evade his opponent entirely. The white mech's documentation highlighted its superior locking capabilities, designed to compensate for the deficiencies in the Guild's combat techniques. Its automatic and semi-automatic locking functions significantly reduced the handling time for the Guild's operatives. With only minimal sacrifices in precision, a searing purple light suddenly flared. As expected, the magnetic wave struck the ion shield of Xing Yan, causing it to ripple before stabilizing. However, the vigilant Johnson noticed a discernible drop in his energy display, causing a flicker of alarm within him. Fortunately, the Mark Wing V was equally efficient in energy consumption, or so the documentation suggested. Recognizing the slim chances of dodging, Johnson pressed forward, determined to close the distance to the white mech. Once within range, he was confident he possessed numerous methods to swiftly eliminate his foe. This was a quintessential clash between the Black Corner and the Guild of Warriors. The robust physiques of the former allowed them to endure the immense strain from complex maneuvers, while their agile hands enabled them to execute these actions with remarkable precision. This encapsulated the essence of the Black Corner style. Conversely, the Guild's technological superiority in Mech compelled its warriors to rely heavily on these advanced, automated machines, offsetting their physical training deficiencies. This epitomized the Guild's ethos. Warriors emerging from the Black Corner, well-versed in hand-to-hand combat, excelled in close-quarters engagements, and often preferred such confrontations. Although the Black Corner's mech technology lagged behind that of the guild, it did not signify inferiority. On the contrary, when compared to many mechs available on the market, those from the Black Corner held an undeniable lead in various aspects. The formidable warriors, complemented by superior mechs and an array of peculiar weaponry, rendered the Black Corner's combat style truly unique. If the Black Corner's mechs were advanced, then the guild's technology represented the pinnacle of achievement. The most advanced combat AI, engines, materials, and mech philosophies coalesced to create the most sophisticated mechs. The automation afforded by the AI allowed guild operatives to make optimal decisions in remarkably brief intervals. Moreover, the guild's long-range weaponry had also reached extraordinary heights, characterized by an array of formidable designs, each boasting immense power. This, too, dictated their combat approaches, rapid mobility coupled with precise long-range strikes. However, the predicament facing Baiku was dire. Johnson lay in wait close to the corner where Baiku had just appeared, and with the upper hand in strategy, victory seemed all but assured. Yet, Johnson's momentary hesitation upon noticing Ye Chong's escape inadvertently granted Baiku a slim opportunity for evasion. Now, Ye Chong dared not look back. His mech's speed had reached its maximum, darting through the terrain. Although he knew a confrontation was likely, he made every effort to utilize the environment for cover. With the specter of the white mech dissipated, the police mechs posed no real threat, and Ye Chong deftly extricated himself from their encirclement, walking at a measured pace. Ye Chong was acutely aware of how conspicuous the black mech appeared. Who knew if the white mech had allies? As for his appearance, only Johnson was privy to it. However, Ye Chong surmised that Johnson was currently preoccupied with the white mech, leaving him feeling somewhat smug. Reflecting on Johnson's mech, Ye Chong couldn't help but feel envious and remarked to Mu, "If only I had a mech like that." Mu replied nonchalantly, "According to the data, the probability is less than 10. Ye Chong exaggeratedly gasped, "No way, Mu. You can calculate that?" Mu responded flatly. Utilizing the latest Austin mathematical model combined with multi-condition fuzzy theory provides a basis for such calculations. Ye Chong scratched his head. Mu, you really lack romance." Mu countered. "According to the data, romance refers to the qualities of a thing that evoke varying emotions in people. Undoubtedly, you do not possess such qualities." Internally, Ye Chong cried out, "What? Mu, are you saying I lack romance?" Mu replied unhurriedly, "Your understanding is entirely correct. You." Suddenly, Ye Chong seemed to hear someone calling out to him from behind. Chapter 69. The invitation from Yang. And feeling disheartened, I had to come to the internet CAF today for an update due to the school's network maintenance. Since Mu's arrival, Ye Chong had gradually diminished his habit of talking to himself, which was replaced by what appeared to outsiders as daydreaming. In reality, he was silently communicating with Mu in his mind. Ye Chong turned around to the direction of the voice and saw Sun Shulin, a Xiao, and 3 young men approaching him. He cautiously observed the trio of young men. The leader, clearly the eldest, walked with a measured pace exuding a unique sense of composure. The man to his left was robust in stature, his limbs well-proportioned, yet showing signs of excessive training, indicating a lack of finesse in controlling his strength. The man to his right was slender and seemingly delicate, his long hands suggesting remarkable dexterity, which intrigued Ye Chong. Ye Chong's assessment of a person began with their movements, followed by their physique, and then the various traces revealed, while he paid little attention to their appearance. Sun Shulin stood beside them, visibly irritated. Turning her face away from Ye Chong, a Xiao cautiously tugged at Sun Shulin's sleeve. The leader smiled and said, "You must be the Ye Chong that Shulin mentioned. Hello, I am Yong'an. We are deeply grateful for your assistance in repairing Shulin's light armor last time, and she holds your skills in high regard. We find your proposed price acceptable. Might we have the honor of requesting your assistance once more?" Ye Chong was left in a state of confusion, only grasping the implication that they accepted his price. After some contemplation, he replied, "Oh, very well." Yong'an showed no reaction to Ye Chong's indifferent tone and introduced the others. "This is Kohan, the warrior of our group, and this is Ding Yining, an outstanding student from our academy's mechanical engineering department, who is well-versed in modifying light armor. He will serve as your assistant." Noticing Ye Chong's continued lack of response, Kohan's irritation grew, misinterpreting Ye Chong's aloofness as arrogance. He was unaware that Ye Chong was engrossed in a mental exchange with Mu. "Mu, who do you think will win, Johnson or that white light armor?" Ye Chong pondered, sensing the battle was nearing its conclusion. Mu replied nonchalantly, "According to the data, Johnson has an 87 chance of victory, while the white light armor has a 10 escape rate and a 3 chance of winning. Ye Chong concluded, so, Johnson will win. He held Mu's words in utmost confidence, considering that if Johnson could triumph, he too could achieve victory with a similar light armor. Suddenly, several light armors zipped overhead, the rush of air causing the onlookers' garments to flutter. Ye Chong looked up, his heart racing as he recognized the light armors as identical to the white ones he had seen earlier. It must be that Johnson had defeated the white light armor. These individuals were likely his allies. Ye Chong mentally counted the 7 armors that flew past. 7. This time, Johnson would certainly face a challenge. Lost in his thoughts, Ye Chong paid no heed to Yang En's conversation, which understandably led Kahan to perceive him as excessively proud. Yang En's eyes flickered with displeasure, yet he maintained a smile as he continued. In that case, shall we proceed to test our skills? We would like to familiarize ourselves with each other. What do you think? Coming back to reality, Ye Chong coolly responded with an "oh," realizing that they sought to assess his true capabilities. Inside a vast warehouse filled with a chaotic array of light armor components and tools, Ding Yining sheepishly rubbed his hands together and said, hee, it's a bit messy in here. I usually work alone, so I haven't tidied up much. Ye Chong glanced around at the scattered components. Having encountered the black corner light armors and those white ones, he found little interest in these ordinary light armors. Even advanced models paled in comparison to the F-58 training armor from the black corner, let alone Johnson's battle-grade light armor or its white counterparts of the same caliber. Ye Chong wondered why the Black Corner and the Warrior Association's light armors surpassed the so-called advanced models on the market. What backgrounds did these entities possess? The more he pondered, the more questions clouded his mind, but it was evidently not the time to dwell on such matters. Ye Chong collected his thoughts and asked, what type of light armor do you require? Kahan stepped forward, excitement radiating from him. Speed type. We only need speed, though maneuverability is also crucial. Ye Chong recalled the blue light armor he had raced against previously, which had an extreme configuration. What are the firepower requirements? He inquired. Kahan shook his head. Not necessary. And the armor requirements? Ye Chong pressed on. Kahan shook his head again. Also not needed. We just want speed. I require a specialized racing light armor. Indeed, it mirrored the blue light armor he had encountered before. But what purpose would such a light armor serve? To flee? Yet, Ye Chong found no inclination to ask further. Since the employer had made such a request, he would naturally oblige. Ye Chong meticulously inquired about the future operator of the light armor, Kahan, regarding his height, weight, operational habits, hand speed, and more. He observed Ye Chong furrow his brow in deep thought, occasionally zoning out, even calculating simulations on the warehouse's holographic console. After a lengthy half-hour, just as the others were growing impatient, Ye Chong finally presented his final modification plan. Upon reviewing it, Ding Yining's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a famished wolf encountering a tender lamb. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh my, you truly are a genius, he exclaimed, gazing at Ye Chong with admiration. His demeanor suggested he wished to kneel and worship him as a master. After a moment of rapture, Ding Yining snapped back to reality and hurriedly began searching for the components outlined in Ye Chong's plan, frantically moving about without regard for anyone else. It appeared that Ding Yining, the owner of this warehouse, was equally passionate about light armors, as the place was stocked with a wide array of tools and components. Thankfully, with Ding Yining as Ye Chong's assistant, he felt more assured about the completion of the light armor. Ye Chong had never used these tools before, many of which he was seeing for the first time, making him feel somewhat out of his depth. However, Ding Yining was undoubtedly familiar with them, and his eagerness to assist made Ye Chong content to observe from the sidelines. Ye Chong listed the necessary components and modifications, while Ding Yining took charge of the actual work. Ding Yining's adept techniques and the array of peculiar tools opened Ye Chong's eyes, prompting him to study Ding Yining's skills closely. After 4 hours of diligent effort, the modified light armor finally stood before them, ready for inspection. Chapter 70. The Radiant Armor. When everyone laid eyes on the completed transformation of the Radiant Armor, they could not help but regard Ye Chong with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. Even Ding Yining, who had been bustling around, was left speechless by the almost entirely self-assembled armor. Could this contraption truly be classified as armor? This was likely the unspoken sentiment shared by all, except for Ye Chong. The armor possessed an arrow-like shape, its body remarkably narrow yet relatively tall, resembling a flattened swordfish. The primary engine was ingeniously positioned at the rear, a configuration meticulously calculated by Ye Chong to ensure the center of gravity was optimally placed. The two side wings at the front formed a V shape. But unlike conventional wings made of metal sheets, these featured multiple auxiliary engines that allowed for extensive maneuverability, albeit at the cost of requiring a highly skilled pilot. The cockpit was situated along the shaft of the Arrow, with a minuscule range of motion, just enough for Ku-han's physique to fit snugly. It was then that Ku-han realized the purpose behind Ye Chong's earlier inquiry about his height. Due to the cramped confines of the cockpit, the functionality of the onboard computer was somewhat limited. Had Ye Chong piloted it himself, he likely would have opted to rely solely on manual control. However, Ding Yining vehemently opposed this notion, insisting that without the computer, the armor would be rendered nearly useless. Constructed primarily from lightweight titanium alloy, the armor boasted a commendable degree of portability, albeit with limited structural strength. Ye Chong chose the Flamingo 3 as the main engine, not only for its formidable power, but also for its remarkably low weight, merely half that of similar models. A significant attribute of the Flamingo 3 was its extensive directional control range, surpassing that of most primary engines, which typically serve merely to transmit power while relying on auxiliary engines for directional changes. Despite a handful of primary engines capable of directional adjustments, their control range is often quite restricted. In this regard, the Flamingo 3 stood out as the model with the greatest directional control, a pivotal reason for Ye Chong's selection. Nevertheless, its high energy consumption, twice that of mainstream engines, has limited its widespread application in armor design. The armor designed by Ye Chong, fully charged, would only allow for 8 hours of flight. However, he had confirmed with Ku-han that the competition only required 2 hours of flight time, making this design more than adequate for their needs. The entire armor was painted a light blue by Ding Yining, resembling a crystal-clear pool of water. Its eccentric design gave the armor an air of sharpness, slender yet brimming with latent power, evoking great anticipation for its speed. The group exchanged glances. Having never before encountered an armor of such peculiar design, it seemed more fitting to classify it as a flying apparatus. Ku-han gazed at the bizarre light blue armor with gleaming eyes, eager to leap into the cockpit. Upon returning from his test flight, Ku-han emerged from the cockpit looking pale and slightly unsteady. The others rushed over, with Yang urgently asking, "Han, what happened to you?" Ku-han stammered. It was exhilarating. This thing is incredibly fast. I almost collided with others several times. It's so hard to control." After regaining some composure, a look of sheer thrill crossed his face. "But it's astonishingly fast. I reckon it can compete with professional racing armors. Truly exhilarating." Beside them, Sun Xuelin bore an eager expression, while Xiao hurriedly clutched her arm in apprehension. Ding Yining gazed at the armor he had meticulously modified, murmuring to himself, "What should we name it?" Ku-han quickly chimed in, "How about Fly?" Sun Xuelin shook her head. No, that's too simple. Let us call it Flying Joy." Upon hearing the beauty speak, Ku-han immediately expressed his agreement, and Ding Yining also found the name appealing. They turned to Ye Chong, the true designer, but observed his indifferent demeanor. It seemed he was unconcerned about the armor's name. Thus, the name of the armor was decided without formal discussion among the group. Noticing that time was running short, Ye Chong prepared to take his leave. Addressing Yang, he stated, "A total of 4 hours at 1,225 diamonds per hour, totaling 5,000 diamonds." His tone was calm, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. Sun Xuelin scoffed, pulling Xiao aside. Yang, in high spirits, promptly paid the sum, fully aware that Ye Chong was a true expert, and his presence would significantly enhance their team's chances of success. Ding Yining was entranced, studying the design modifications, while Ku-han, with sparkling eyes, eagerly explored the Flying Joy, his hands incessantly touching this and that, unable to part with it. Meanwhile, Sun Xuelin and Xiao whispered to each other in a corner, engrossed in their conversation. Ye Chong, possessing extraordinary hearing, vaguely caught snippets of their chatter, seemingly mentioning his name. However, he paid little mind to their musings. He found their fascination somewhat puzzling and chose to disregard it. After confirming an additional 5,000 diamonds had been credited to his identity card, Ye Chong casually bid farewell and departed. Upon reaching the street, Ye Chong realized it was the busiest time for the shop. In a rush, he disregarded decorum and sprinted forward. Passers-by merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, and upon trying to discern what it was, found nothing, attributing it to an optical illusion. When Ye Chong returned to the shop, he indeed found it packed, with Grandpa Qian bustling about, clearly overworked. A pang of guilt struck Ye Chong as he greeted Grandpa Qian before dashing into the kitchen. Grandpa Qian, seeing Ye Chong return, sighed in relief. By the time the last group of customers departed, it was well past 8 in the evening. After finishing dinner, Ye Chong exchanged pleasantries with Grandpa Qian before retreating to his room. Carefully extracting the items obtained from the building, he found the chip recorded Grandpa Su's every move, but contained little valuable information. However, the identity cards of the several individuals piqued Mu's interest, who, utilizing his exceptional abilities, quickly traced their origins. These individuals are from the Ji family? Ye Chong inquired. Mu replied, according to the data, the probability is over 95. Ye Chong mused, then it must be them. But why would the Ji family monitor Grandpa Su? Having briefly reviewed the Ji family's primary information, Ye Chong swiftly grasped their motivations. They were likely intrigued by Grandpa Su's new theory and were attempting to persuade him to join their ranks. However, it seemed Grandpa Su was not receptive to their advances. Ye Chong held no ill will towards the Ji family's methods. If it were him, he might have resorted to even more aggressive tactics. Yet understanding did not equate to approval, and approval did not mean acceptance, especially when the victim was connected to him. Surely, the Ji family must have received word by now, Ye Chong thought. Consequently, he quickly accessed the virtual network and left a message for Grandpa Su amidst the auroras, stating he was unable to visit due to recent matters. The Ji family. A faint, cold smile flickered at the corners of Ye Chong's mouth. Chapter 71. Action in the Cloak of Night. Ye Chong glided through the darkness like a specter. The night provided him with the perfect cover, had he been in space. Even piloting the F-58, he would not dare to be so audacious. While space is rife with various rays, the environment is relatively straightforward, allowing scanning instruments to operate at their utmost efficiency. However, within the atmosphere, the complexity of the environment not only severely compresses the scanning radius, but also significantly diminishes accuracy. Most crucially, the government imposes strict regulations on the frequencies and types of scanning systems permitted within the atmosphere. In fact, the F-58, equipped with an advanced anti-scouting system, would undoubtedly be the best mode of transportation at this moment. Yet, Ye Chong could not ascertain whether Johnson's armored suit had any special communication link with the F-58. Thus he refrained from summoning it. The most opportune moment for a stealth attack on the Ji family would have been shortly after eliminating the few watchers, when the Ji family remained unaware. Now, they must have caught wind of the situation, tightening their defenses even further. Nevertheless, this assault plan was entirely devised by Mu. And upon seeing the extensive information Mu had gathered on the Ji family, Ye Chong rationally entrusted the responsibility of planning to him. Ye Chong held complete faith in Mu. Mu did not elaborate on the objective of this operation, but merely presented the final calculated probabilities: a 72 chance of success, a 20 chance of retreating unscathed, and an 8 chance of being killed. Ye Chong believed that an attack at this juncture would not fundamentally cripple the Ji family, as his own strength was not formidable, and he risked exposing himself. However, since Mu insisted, Ye Chong was convinced there must be compelling reasons, for Mu would not engage in any action devoid of significance. Ye Chong cautiously maneuvered through the shadows, employing a method often used when hunting on the garbage star. The vigilance of mutated creatures far surpasses that of humans. They possess acute senses and various unique methods of detection, often characterized by astonishing olfactory capabilities and highly sensitive hearing. The most troublesome of all were the mutated creatures endowed with infrared recognition abilities. The night was adorned with a kaleidoscope of lights, the splendid displays twinkling enticingly. From aerial view, the mesmerizing nightscape would leave one entranced. Stars that appeared dull in the daytime, holographic advertisements shone resplendently under the night sky. The safety lights of the armored suits in the air resembled a swarm of dancing fireflies. Ye Chong had no inclination to admire this scene, which was impossible to witness on the garbage star. In the dark shadows, he resembled a cold, silent serpent gliding through the night. While meticulously maintaining his concealment, he curiously inquired of Mu, "What exactly is our target this time? Do not keep me in suspense." Mu replied calmly, "You will know in due time. According to the data, there is a 91 probability that you will understand then." Upon hearing this, Ye Chong faltered for a moment, nearly stumbling, and retorted angrily, "Of course. I will know then. I am asking about now." Mu replied placidly, "According to the data, there is an 8 chance you will not comprehend at that time. And as for now, I regret to inform you that the probability of your guessing is 0. Ye Chong silently cursed. "Damn, Mu, are you implying I am foolish?" Mu, unfazed, stated, "Logically speaking, it is a safe assertion." Ye Chong carefully concealed himself behind an artificial tree, meticulously observing the base before him. Every 15 minutes, several small mechanical birds circled overhead, equipped with scanning amplifiers that significantly enhanced their range and precision. Under Mu's guidance, Ye Chong hid in a blind spot. In his mind, he queried Mu, "What is this place?" Mu did not respond directly but instead said, "Ye, you should be able to evade these scanning systems while seated in the F-58. Ye Chong acknowledged with a sound and promptly summoned the F-58. Mu urged quickly. Startled by Mu's urgency, Ye Chong wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering into the cockpit and igniting the engines at the fastest speed. The F-58 indeed evaded detection from the opposing scanning systems. Ye Chong intended to approach stealthily from a corner, but Mu insisted, "Fly straight." Taken aback momentarily, Ye Chong complied, yet curiously. The people moving about below seemed oblivious to the F-58's presence, even waving to Ye Chong in greeting. He thus boldly flew into the base, his mind nearly short-circuiting in confusion. The personnel at the base held unwavering trust in their scanning systems, never considering the possibility of someone infiltrating without identity verification. They all assumed the F-58 was merely another armored suit of the base. However, Mu offered no explanations but calmly stated, "You now have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, Johnson will arrive. There is an 87% probability he already knows your exact location." Cold sweat trickled down Ye Chong's forehead. Unfazed, Mu continued, "You must reach this point within 1 minute." The F-58's onboard computer instantly displayed a holographic map of the base, highlighting a crimson dot located in a nearly 20-meter deep basement to the northwest. Ye Chong's target. Damn Mu! Ye Chong could no longer hold back his expletives, hastily propelling forward at maximum speed. Yet, Mu continued in a leisurely manner, "Ye, do not rush. At your speed, there is a 94% chance of reaching your destination." Ye Chong seethed internally, cursing Mu. Upon hearing that Johnson would arrive in 3 minutes, his first thought was to abandon the suit and flee. What a joke. 2 suits of vastly different calibers. He had little chance of survival. Not fleeing? Was he to await his demise? However, listening to Mu's words, there seemed to be more at play. Despite his incessant silent curses directed at Mu, Ye Chong piloted the F-58 at breakneck speed. In just 5 seconds, Ye Chong reached the area above the basement, where a colossal, 100-meter wide, 30-meter tall alloy door loomed before him, expanding in his view. When Ye Chong was still 50 meters from the door, Mu suddenly instructed, "Send the identification signal." Ye Chong nearly gasped in disbelief, lacking the time for further thought, and his hands moved with lightning speed. In the shadows, Ye Chong's hand speed reached 554 hertz, and having broken through his limits, it now approached an astonishing 7 hertz, a remarkable figure. Yet, even with Ye Chong's extraordinary speed, the sudden requirement for a new maneuver within such a short time left him nearly breathless. Fortunately, he managed to halt abruptly, the F-58 skidding to a stop just 2 meters from the door, while the identification signal was dispatched just in time. Regaining his composure, Ye Chong was taken aback. Sending an identification signal was tantamount to courting death. However, contrary to his expectations, the alloy doors slowly creaked open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Chapter 72. Delving deep, Ye Chong maneuvered the F-58 with deliberate caution as it soared into the inner chamber, the maximum scanning system tirelessly surveying the surroundings. His nerves were taut with anticipation. Why had Mu chosen to come here personally? What secrets lay within this place that warranted such concern? A whirlwind of questions spun in Ye Chong's mind, yet he dared not divert his focus at this critical moment. From Mu's demeanor, it seemed that the enigma would remain unsolved until the final moment. There was an undeniable thrill coursing through Ye Chong, for the tranquility of recent days had not dulled his intrinsic yearning for battle. In fact, this serenity had rendered him somewhat ill at ease, a stark contrast to the harsh existence he had grown accustomed to on the garbage planet. Despite his efforts to adapt to this radically different lifestyle, over a decade of ingrained habits and ways of life could not be easily altered. It had been far too long since he had engaged in earnest combat. A fervor ignited within him, his blood seemingly boiling with anticipation. Strictly speaking, Ye Chong was not a warmonger. His battles had merely been a means of survival. Yet, combat always stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Perhaps today would witness a fierce confrontation. The scanning system revealed an absence of life forms in the vicinity, which bewildered Ye Chong. This locale appeared to be of utmost importance. How could it be devoid of any presence? Moreover, he had just successfully navigated the signal recognition at the entrance. What was the meaning of this? As soon as Ye Chong stepped through the threshold, Mu spoke at an unprecedented speed. You have 30 seconds to reach the 11th level below ground. The identity verification for the previous 10 levels is already activated. Stow the F-58 and hurry. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chong leapt from the cockpit of the F-58, retracting it into subspace before his feet even touched the ground. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward along the route indicated by Mu's earlier instructions. The darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Even with his remarkable eyesight, it proved futile. Relying solely on memory, he sprinted ahead, reassured that Mu had not misdirected him. Clearly, his recollections were intact. Suddenly, a flicker of light emerged ahead, revealing a silver metal door sliding open to the sides, allowing illumination to spill forth. In his rapid dash, Ye Chong sensed something amiss from the outside. This structure resembled a wall rather than a door. Surely, Mu had tampered with the identity recognition system. Beyond the door lay a sloped ramp of approximately 50 meters, constructed from anti-slip material. Descending the slope led to a horizontal corridor, and without hesitation, Ye Chong opted to turn left. Countless password-protected doors lined his path. Yet as he approached, they opened automatically, requiring no authentication. This left Ye Chong astonished, suspecting that Mu was behind this peculiar occurrence. However, now was not the time for inquiries. As he traversed the seemingly deserted corridors, Ye Chong's memory only extended back to the first 5 levels, where the labyrinthine passages spun in dizzying complexity. After several twists and turns, he lost all sense of direction. Despite the confusion, he couldn't help but admire the design, clearly intended to thwart intruders. Yet with Mu's presence, such obstacles could hardly deter Ye Chong's advance. At long last, he reached the 10th level, pushing himself to sprint even faster. I need 10 seconds for the 11th level. Release me now. Mu's urgency jolted Ye Chong, spurring him on as Mu materialized in the corridor. The imposing figure of Mu moved with surprising agility through the narrow passage, forcing Ye Chong to run at full speed just to keep pace. Mu quickly relayed further instructions, and in an instant, they arrived at the door to the 11th level. This door starkly contrasted the previous 10, devoid of any self-checking identity verification devices. Ye Chong was taken aback by this anomaly. Standing before the closed alloy door, Mu's electronic eye flashed intensely. Following Mu's command, Ye Chong positioned himself at the entrance, legs slightly bent and poised for action, dagger in hand. Their synchronized movements were utterly silent. As predicted, after 10 seconds, the door slid open. Ye Chong surged forward, slipping through the narrow opening like a wraith. Behind the door stood 2 individuals, an expectation that flashed through Ye Chong's mind. Prepared for the encounter, his dagger sliced through the air with blinding speed. The 2 figures, caught off guard by the sudden opening of the door, exchanged startled glances before 2 swift strikes rendered them silent. A crimson arc blossomed from their throats as they collapsed. Disbelief etched on their faces. The entire sequence unfolded with precision, devoid of hesitation or noise. They failed to trigger the alarm, which Mu had already disabled. Wasting no time, Ye Chong and Mu pressed onward. They entered a vast circular chamber, Ye Chong estimating its diameter to exceed 100 meters. At the center lay several silver concentric rings embedded in the floor. The remaining space was filled with an array of luminous exosuits, each radiating an enticing sheen, brilliant silver, radiant blue, soft green, and fiery red intermingled in a captivating display. These exosuits stood like silent warriors, imbuing the room with an unusual allure. All of these exosuits were rare high-end models, some limited editions, while others were entirely unfamiliar to Ye Chong, igniting a fervent desire within him. These were no ordinary wares. Piled at the bases of some exosuits were various components, and Ye Chong's keen eye quickly discerned that many were valuable items. Could this be the reason Mu had brought him here? A subtle sense of unease stirred within Ye Chong. While these exosuits were advanced and superior, they paled in comparison to the F-58. Despite its unappealing appearance and clunky design, the performance of the F-58 was unmatched by these exosuits. Was Mu truly unaware of this? Ye Chong swiftly dismissed the notion as foolish. Glancing around, he found Mu standing at the center of the chamber, the electronic eye flashing furiously. Ye Chong paused, sensing that there was something significant at play. Indeed, after 15 seconds, Mu urged, "Hurry!" Ye Chong stepped into the silver ring, but before he could steady himself, he felt the ground shift beneath him, causing him to stumble. Fortunately, he swiftly grasped Mu's arm, regaining his balance just in time. The silver ring silently began to descend, carrying Ye Chong and Mu downward. Chapter 73. Success. Ye Chong stood in awe before the two colossal mechas before him. The mechas, still fresh from completion, emitted a faint odor of volatile paint that lingered in the air. Many of the supporting and fastening frames remained intact, indicating their recent assembly. One mecha was a striking combination of deep blue and ivory white, while the other displayed a vivid red intertwined with gleaming silver. Ye Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he could instantly discern the extraordinary nature of these mechas. It was evident that the advancements in mecha technology were not inferior to those of the Black Horn or the Masters Association. A wave of astonishment washed over him. These mechas were undoubtedly on par with Johnson's Black Horn Combat Mecha and the Masters Association's White Mecha. Quickly choose one. You only have 1 minute for initial settings. Mu urged. Ye Chong snapped back to reality, suppressing his elation, and without hesitation, leaped into the cockpit of the blue and white mecha. The red and silver mecha's ominous barrel hinted at its designation as a long-range attack mecha, making Ye Chong's choice clear, as such an attack style did not suit him. Inside the cockpit, remnants of debris lay scattered on the floor, but Ye Chong paid them no mind as he hurriedly initiated the initial settings. The complexity of the setup surprised him, yet he felt a surge of joy. The more intricate the initial settings, the more advanced the mecha's configuration. Donning his combat helmet, he focused intently on the torrent of information displayed before him, not daring to let his mind wander. The holographic screen poured forth data like a cascading waterfall, subjecting his senses to an unprecedented challenge. Any lapse in concentration could spell disaster. With lightning speed, his hands danced across the control panel, conjuring a myriad of virtual images. Meanwhile, Mu picked up a peculiar weapon resting beside the mecha Ye Chong had entered. It resembled an ancient long spear, measuring an impressive 15 meters. The mecha's deep blue shaft appeared to ripple like ocean waves, and the spearhead, bulging at the front, bore two crescent-shaped vertical blades, reminiscent of a dual-bladed axe from antiquity. The blades gently curved inward towards the spear's tip, adding to its menacing allure. At the center where the blades met was a diamond-shaped red crystal that glimmered with an eerie light, shifting in hue as if alive. An artist witnessing this would undoubtedly be spellbound. Mu scrutinized the spearhead with keen interest, while Ji Shanyan observed the chaotic scene with a furrowed brow, inwardly lamenting his brother's hubris. As soon as the mechas were successfully completed, his brother hastily organized a celebration, inviting many, leaving only a couple to guard the premises, an utterly absurd decision. He had previously suggested to his brother to assign more guards, but his brother dismissed him impatiently. Although the subordinates showed no overt signs of dissent, Ji Shanyan perceived their disdain. They likely believed he lacked empathy for their situation. Recently, several individuals tasked with monitoring Old Su had been eliminated, and the perpetrator remained at large, leading to Ji Shanyan's reprimand from the patriarch. While he suspected the culprit was closely tied to Old Su, the latter was a formidable adversary, a prized asset that could neither be threatened nor scolded. Rumors suggested that Old Su's actions had attracted the attention of higher authorities, prompting the patriarch to instruct Ji Shanyan to cease surveillance for the time being. Oh, what can I do? Ji Shanyan mused bitterly, observing the jubilant crowd. Each person in this secret base had spent over 3 years here, and their elation at this success was palpable. He understood their emotions and accepted their hostility towards his imprudent suggestion with a resigned smile. However, he reassured himself of the base's advanced identity recognition system, which was second to none. The notion of someone infiltrating undetected was preposterous. Ji Shanyan couldn't help but chuckle at his own overthinking. He was confident that no one present would entertain such an idea. The Ji family was renowned for their superior technology, particularly in the realm of optical brains, far surpassing other families in various aspects. Moreover, Ji Shanyan was acutely aware of the patriarch's dedication to this base and the significance of the project currently being celebrated. As the second son of the Ji family, he felt immense pride in this endeavor. The 4 great families of Farl. The future shall belong to the Ji family. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the jubilant atmosphere fell silent. The gathering froze in shock. An earthquake? They wondered. Earthquakes, once a formidable natural phenomenon, were now merely a disturbance that posed little threat to human safety, especially in a secret base fortified with advanced materials. The tremors intensified, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound that grew louder, echoing ominously. The source of the disturbance approached rapidly, and the previously faint sounds became alarmingly clear, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. Ye Chong piloted his newly acquired mecha, crashing through walls and charging forward, disregarding conventional paths. He was enamored with this mecha, though he found its name, Frost's Elegy, rather peculiar and overly lengthy for his taste. Nonetheless, he had successfully installed all the weapons and, seated in the cockpit, marveled at the mecha's exceptional capabilities. With no time for in-depth exploration, he completed the initial settings in 45 seconds and took an additional 10 seconds to equip the original weapons scattered around him. During these 55 seconds, Mu scoured the hidden depths of the base, spending 20 seconds pinpointing their target's location. In a corner, he dedicated another 20 seconds to bypassing a secure storage chamber, ultimately finding his objective amid a pile of items within half a second. It was a peculiar mineral, roughly the size of 2 fists, that seemed to shift colors continuously, making it difficult to ascertain its true hue. Without hesitation, Mu stowed the mineral in his cockpit. Once Ye Chong finalized the initial settings, Mu requested a return to the subspace, to which Ye Chong readily agreed. After all, survival depended on their own strength. The most pressing concern before Ye Chong was locating the mecha's spatial button. Without it, the mecha remained incomplete. If he could not access the subspace with this mecha, escaping the base would lead to relentless pursuit by the G family. Ye Chong was not foolish enough to believe he could withstand the entire G family on his own. Thus, his singular thought was to swiftly find the spatial button for Frost's Elegy. The spatial button possesses a unique connection with the light armor within a certain distance. Ye Chong swiftly maneuvered the light brain, attempting to pinpoint the location of the Frost's Lament spatial button. Almost simultaneously, a glaring red dot appeared on the holographic screen before him, while another blue indicated his current position. Having determined the spatial button's location, Ye Chong immediately took action. His approach was straightforward, a forceful breach. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. With his direction calibrated, Ye Chong wielded a 15-meter-long azure spear, demolishing any walls he encountered along the way. Be they formidable alloy barriers or high-strength plastic walls, they crumbled like paper before the ancient spear of Frost's Lament. In this brutal and direct manner, Ye Chong rapidly closed the distance to the spatial button's location. The absence of any individuals along his path puzzled Ye Chong for a moment. The fact that no alarms had been triggered amidst his rampant destruction led him to suspect that the alarm system had likely been sabotaged by Mu. However, he was oblivious to the extent of the damage. Just one final wall remained. Despite the exhilaration surging within him, Ye Chong's mind grew remarkably calm. He took a deep breath, a soft hum escaping his lips, as his hands glided over the control panel like wisps of smoke. Frost's Lament surged forward. The ancient spear held aloft, slicing through the air with swift horizontal and vertical strokes, causing the wall before him to shatter into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Frost's Lament breached the last barrier. As a colossal figure burst through the wall, the revelers, previously caught in celebration, stood momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon the imposing presence. Was this not Frost's Lament? In an instant, comprehension dawned upon the crowd, igniting chaos. Screams, cries, and shouts erupted, transforming the venue into disarray. People scurried about like headless flies. Ye Chong paid no heed to the panicking crowd. His singular focus remained on the spatial button of Frost's Lament. An exquisitely precise scanning system displayed the location of the spatial button without a hint of error before his eyes. It was situated on a man encircled by 4 others, who held a glass of red wine, his expression blank as he gazed at Ye Chong. The holographic scan swept over this man repeatedly, even revealing the excess flesh at his waist, with the spatial button nestled within the left pocket of his jacket. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chong swept his azure spear, clearing the area around the man entirely. Frost's Lament seized the man by the collar, and with a resounding thud, the wine glass shattered upon hitting the ground, coinciding with the man's startled cry. All eyes in the room widened in terror as they beheld the scion of the G family hanging by a thread. Yet no one knew how to intervene. They were still bewildered by the mysterious destruction of the alarm system they had relied upon. However, a few quick-witted individuals hastily fled to seek help. The G family's heir was held aloft, only 3 meters from the cockpit of Frost's Lament. As the cockpit door creaked open, everyone fixated on the entrance, eager to uncover the identity of the audacious soul behind this audacity. A shadow flickered past, leaving no one the wiser about the unfolding events. The cockpit door of Frost's Lament promptly shut, and before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the young master was discarded like a rag doll. Ye Chong casually tossed aside another spatial button, interwoven in red and silver. Although he surmised it was likely associated with the light armor positioned alongside Frost's Lament, he knew he could not afford to return now. Retaining such an item would inevitably expose his whereabouts. Despite his covetousness for the red and silver artifact, it seemed that the enemies had already arrived. Chapter 74. A brief encounter. Johnston swiftly received the signal from Ye Chong's F-58. The unique communication methods among the black-armored mechs activated once they were within a 500-kilometer radius of one another. The position of F-58 was quickly clarified by Xingyan, and had it not been for Ye Chong dismantling a crucial light circuit under Mu's guidance, this clarity would have been achieved even sooner. However, the signal was fleeting, leading Johnston to speculate that F-58 must have concealed its mech. Without delay, Johnston boarded Xingyan, fully aware of the upper echelons of Black Corner's keen interest in F-58. Despite his brief tenure at Black Corner, Ye Chong's extraordinary aptitude and rapid advancement during training had clearly set him apart from the many practitioners nurtured over the years. Most importantly, the leadership at Black Corner believed that he had significant potential for further growth, a factor that ensured they would not let him slip away easily. The intelligence network of Black Corner proved formidable, allowing them to trace clues about F-58, ultimately leading them to the Blue Ocean Star. Johnston had initially anticipated a protracted search for F-58, yet he discovered that the mech was embroiled in a conflict with the Association of Practitioners. This realization sparked a sense of disbelief within him. The strength of the white mech was hardly formidable. Had it not been for F-58's sudden withdrawal that momentarily distracted him, he could have perished that day. Moreover, the audacity of F-58 to engage the Association of Practitioners with nothing but a training mech was utterly foolish. Black Corner had commanded him to retrieve F-58, and among all, only he and Instructor Hark had witnessed the true face of F-58. Initially brimming with confidence about this mission, Johnston recalled F-58's yearning gaze for power, convincing him that if he could locate F-58, he would undoubtedly succeed in his task. This mission promised a reward of 50 Black Corner points, sufficient for him to pursue advanced training. With that thought igniting a fervent fire in his eyes, Johnston clenched his fists, resolved that with adequate strength, he could certainly achieve his goal. A fleeting silhouette danced before his mind's eye, causing his heart to race. After a moment, he regained his composure, only to be taken aback by F-58's apparent decision to flee. Had the desire for power diminished? Regardless, the task must be accomplished. If F-58 was unwilling to accompany him willingly, well, a fierce determination flickered in Johnston's gaze. Moreover, it was nearly time for the next phase to commence. At a speed nearing 7 Hz, Xingyan would reach F-58's location in less than half a minute. Had it not taken considerable time to ascertain F-58's whereabouts, Johnston would have already been at the mech's side. The black Xingyan soared through the night like a harbinger of death. The rush of air slicing past its dark blades and barbs, creating an eerie sound that sent chills down one's spine. This must be the place, Johnston mused, observing the seemingly ordinary base below, as the display on his holographic interface confirmed F-58's presence there. Hovering above the site, Xingyan's scanning system was set to maximum, repeatedly searching. Yet F-58's signal remained elusive. Had F-58 entered the base or departed entirely? After a brief hesitation, Johnston dove downwards, gliding past mechs that whizzed by. Within Black Corner, each mech maintained a safe distance from one another, a precaution against perceived hostility, an unwritten rule. To stray too close could provoke a lethal response from another pilot. Such caution, however, seemed peculiar beyond the confines of Black Corner. On a human-inhabited planet like Blue Ocean Star, the sheer number of mechs was astronomical. With countless mechs soaring through the skies daily, could one truly maintain a safe distance amid such throngs? In mere seconds, several mechs zipped past him. The anti-detection systems of Xingyan surpassed those of F-58, rendering it nearly invisible to ordinary mechs. Had Johnston not instinctively dodged, he might have collided with several. This disorientation was unsettling for Johnston, who had not ventured out of Black Corner in quite some time. Another mech approached head-on, its trajectory suggesting an imminent collision. The blue and white mech, relatively modern in design, wielded an ancient long spear, which caught Johnston off guard. Such weaponry was rare among mechs, as long spears were relics of a bygone era requiring specialized skills for effective use. Without such skills, they paled in comparison to more practical armaments like laser swords. Nevertheless, Johnston dismissed it as he noticed the unfamiliar mech and merely shifted a few meters aside to avoid an intersection. Given the high prevalence of mechs, coupled with the government's lack of restrictions on their designs, bizarre configurations were commonplace. Johnston had even witnessed a mech resembling a personal sanitation device from millennia past, humorously dubbed toilet, owned by a peculiar enthusiast. In contrast, the mech before him appeared entirely conventional. Perhaps its owner was simply an aficionado of ancient weaponry, Johnston pondered. His attention was entirely captivated by the long spear in the blue and white mech's grasp, oblivious to the fact that its velocity far surpassed that of typical mechs. Even if he had noticed, he likely would not have cared, given Xingyan's exceptional speed. The opposing pilot seemed unaware of Johnston's presence, observing no erratic behavior. Johnston focused intently on his scans, desperately seeking F-58. The situation mirrored his previous encounters evading unaware mechs. The blue and white mech maintained its velocity, hurtling towards Johnston. Yet, his recent maneuver had ensured that the two mechs would not collide under normal circumstances. As the distance diminished, Johnston noticed a slight adjustment in the hand wielding the long spear, an almost subconscious movement, while his attention remained glued to the scanning interface. With less than 100 meters separating them, Johnston's focus shifted to the approaching mech, primarily to avert any potential mishaps, despite the odds being slim. As he casually glanced at the enlarging figure, an unsettling premonition gripped him, although he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Everything appeared normal, yet something felt amiss. Within 100 meters, a distance traversable in less than a second by a mech exceeding 5 hertz in speed. The two mechs were on the verge of passing each other without incident. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light intensified in Johnston's vision. Almost simultaneously, alarms blared as Xingyan detected an attack. Johnston was struck with panic. Instinctively raising his left hand to activate the ion shield in a futile attempt to block the incoming strike while retreating furiously. It was too fast. This singular thought consumed Johnston's mind at that moment. As the ion shield of Xingyan was only halfway raised, the gleam of the ancient spear's tip had already grazed his lifted left arm. Xingyan endeavored to retreat, but the engine, still in hover mode, required a brief moment to reach maximum velocity. Although this interval was typically negligible for him, in this critical moment, those fleeting milliseconds became utterly perilous. The unfamiliar sound of the armor being breached echoed ominously, and a profound sense of tearing overwhelmed Johnston's mind, momentarily halting his thoughts. Then, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him, almost suffocating him. Yet, this very pause granted him a fleeting clarity. A graceful figure materialized in his mind, becoming increasingly vivid. He could not help but extend his bloodied hands, yearning to embrace this vision he had longed for and tirelessly striven towards. The weight of helplessness grew heavier. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his outstretched hands felt increasingly burdensome. Gradually, that unforgettable figure seemed to fade into mist, blurring with the ebbing of his life until it vanished completely. At the security office of the base, a person rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming even before reaching the alert room, "This is bad. This is bad. Someone has infiltrated the base." The security personnel exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. One of the leaders chuckled, boldly. "Your joke lacks sophistication. Someone infiltrated the base? Huh." Oldly insisted, "No, this time it's true. Someone has really come in, even." Another person interrupted playfully, adopting a mocking tone. "Oh, this time it's the real deal, huh?" Emphasizing the words "this time" with exaggerated stress and a peculiar expression. The others erupted into laughter once more. Old Lee's face turned crimson from embarrassment. "I swear, it's..." One person, feeling sympathetic towards Old Lee's distress, interjected. "Come on, Old Lee, this joke isn't particularly amusing. Look around. Our security systems are operating perfectly normal, without a hint of anomaly. If someone had infiltrated, wouldn't it be chaotic here? You don't trust us, but you doubt our G family's optical brain security system?" After saying this, he took hold of Old Lee, intending to escort him out and alleviate his predicament. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Ye Chong looked on with satisfaction as Johnston's armor erupted before his eyes. In such circumstances, the survival probability of the soldier within the armor could be unequivocally deemed as 0. Without Johnston, and observing the seemingly oblivious base, Ye Chong suddenly recalled the red and silver armor located on the lowest level. Chapter 75. Morning and Duokun Stone gazing at the agitated base. Ye Chong reluctantly abandoned the tantalizing notion and vanished into the night aboard his Frost Melody. He did not rouse Grandpa Chien, silently sneaking into his room. The mere civilian lock was trivial for Mu, who could traverse the G family base with ease. Ye Chong, on the other hand, merely benefited from his presence. Upon returning home, Ye Chong summoned Frost Melody and eagerly began to explore every inch, his excitement nearly causing drool to cascade onto the sleek armor. Frost Melody. Recently, Ye Chong had raised the ceiling at his request. Otherwise, Frost Melody would have been forced to huddle within the confines of the room. As it stood an impressive 12 meters tall, the interplay of deep blue and ivory white, combined with a strikingly modern aesthetic, rendered it a magnificent fusion of science and art. Its 4 retractable wings resembled the majestic wings of a bird, facilitating stable and manageable flight within the atmosphere. While the ingenious folding design allowed these broad wings to occupy minimal space, the razor-sharp edges gleamed like blades, hinting at the devastating force they could unleash. A mere graze could spell disaster. Witnessing the configuration of Frost Melody, the typically composed Ye Chong was overcome with exuberance, his face blooming with joy. A sight that astonished Mu. The ion shield on his left arm provided exceptional defense against laser-based energy assaults, a vital feature for close combat armors facing ranged adversaries. A laser sword, though astonishing in power, consumed energy at an alarming rate. Its efficacy was directly proportional to the performance of the internal energy matrix. This particular laser sword was equipped with enough energy to sustain combat for 6 hours in full activation. While the laser sword was formidable, it was not the primary weapon of Frost Melody. The ancient lance, known as Blue Frost, was displayed on the light brain. Yet, Ye Chong found little allure in Blue Frost. Aside from its impressive material quality, it held no other appeal, as he had never learned to wield traditional weaponry. However, the lance's point was indeed sharp enough to pierce even the battle-grade armor of the Black Horn, a revelation that left him astounded. 2 self-locking dual-blade boomerangs captivated Ye Chong's interest. They could achieve an astonishing speed of 10 Hz, and with a design akin to the super-frequency magnetic blade. Combined with high-speed rotation, he could envision the scene upon impact. Fragments of the opponent's armor would scatter in an instant, leaving behind jagged wounds rather than smooth edges. The integrated miniature light brain endowed them with an automatic enemy locking feature, allowing them to be launched without further effort from him. The G family was renowned for their light brains, and Frost Melody's was of unparalleled quality. Yet the vast amount of information also demanded a higher level of skill from its operator. Frost Melody was also equipped with a hummingbird detector, capable of deploying 5 mechanical hummingbirds that could scan a maximum radius of 165 kilometers in space. Ye Chong could not contain his admiration. Mu, this is incredible. Oh, this must be why you took me there, right? How did you know this armor existed? Such a pity we couldn't retrieve that red-silver armor. It surely would have been equally impressive. Not bringing back the red-silver armor was regrettable enough, but I didn't even think to give it a shot. I'm so remorseful. Mu remained silent on the way home. With a tone laced with sympathy, he remarked, Poor Yi, you indeed fell within the unguessed 9 chance. However, given your intellect, this is rather commonplace. Mu's oddly human-like tone startled Ye Chong, and he suddenly realized, You're not Mu. You're that. Mu replied, astonished, Your reaction is quick, Yi. Indeed, I am Shang. From now on, he shall be called Mu, and I shall be Shang. This is the result of our communication. Although I initially lagged behind by about 8 to 11. 5. That gap is narrowing. Now we are only 5 apart, and he can no longer suppress me. Of course, I cannot do anything to him either. So we mutually agreed upon our designations and the times we could emerge. His strength surpasses mine, Shang stated candidly. So it is undeniable that his duration should exceed mine. After calculations, we determined that he can remain out for 10 days, while I will control this armor for the next 10 days, after which Mu will take over, and his duration will be 11 days. Ye Chong was astonished. As if hearing the most fantastical tale, Shang nonchalantly responded, No need for surprise. Our mutual understanding far exceeds your comprehension of us, making this conclusion entirely reasonable. Ye Chong recalled Mu's previous statements, realizing that Shang was not fundamentally different from Mu and posed no threat to him. As if sensing Ye Chong's thoughts, Shang reassured him, Do not worry. Mu and I share the same information database, so there is no cause for concern. The only distinction between us lies in our expressive traits. Mu excels in calculations, while I am superior in emotional judgment. In all other aspects, we are completely identical, including everything concerning you. Shang's incessant chatter rendered Ye Chong bewildered by its peculiarity. Ye Chong inquired, Shang, did you just say I guessed wrong? Wasn't Mu's intention to acquire this armor? Shang replied thoughtfully, Certainly not. Although Frost Melody possesses commendable performance, it merely surpasses the previous white armor and the Blackhorn battle armor by a slight margin, which is quite limited. However, the name is appealing. Why would Mu risk you for this armor? His true objective lies here. Shang produced a mineral discovered by Mu deep within the basement, during which Ye Chong had been preoccupied with the initial setup of Frost Melody, oblivious to Mu's actions. Ye Chong curiously grasped the fist-sized mineral. Its ever-changing hues and liquid-like sheen made it impossible to overlook. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hand, emanating a gentle warmth, its smooth surface akin to soft skin. A description Shang had used that Ye Chong found amusing, given his lack of experience. What is this? Ye Chong inquired, intrigued. This is duocun stone, scientifically known as platini ore. Its composition is highly intricate, and to date, no one has provided a precise breakdown of its fine components, primarily due to its rarity. It possesses unique properties. While its physical characteristics are not particularly remarkable, it boasts exceptional amplification capabilities. A mere trace of duocun stone mixed into an alloy can significantly enhance its performance. Ye Chong listened intently, whether duocun stone or platini, or it was his first encounter. The ancient lance of Frost Melody incorporated a small amount of duocun stone at its tip. Without it, piercing the Blackhorn battle armor would have been impossible. However, now that lance could penetrate over 95 of armors in existence. The superiority of Frost Melody over the Blackhorn battle armor was also attributed to this ancient lance, as its tip contained a trace of duocun stone. Ye Chong was astonished to realize that the ancient weapon he had dismissed was, in fact, the quintessence of Frost Melody. With a hint of sarcasm, Shang remarked, "It is truly unfortunate that none of the Ji family members recognize the value of duocun stone. Otherwise, how could such a treasure be carelessly left in the basement? Furthermore, the quantity of duocun stone in that ancient firearm is woefully inadequate. Far from the optimal ratio. What a waste." Ye Chong could not help but inquire, "Is duocun stone really that formidable?" Shang replied, "To my knowledge, it is even more impressive. Duocun stone possesses a little-known characteristic." Seemingly to tantalize Ye Chong, Shang deliberately paused. Captivated, Ye Chong pressed on, "What characteristic?" With the bait successfully taken, Shang elaborated. "The most astonishing feature of duocun stone is its ability for self-growth." Self-growth? Ye Chong asked, perplexed. Indeed, self-growth, which is one of the fundamental traits of living organisms, is present in duocun stone, albeit curiously, it is not a living entity. Naturally, its self-growth is considerably slower than that of biological beings, with a basic growth rate of approximately 2.3064 over a century. Ye Chong dismissed it, saying, "Well, that characteristic seems rather insignificant, after all. A mere 2 in 100 years is exceedingly slow. Of course, natural growth is slow, but if cultivated artificially, its growth rate can be significantly enhanced. It can reach a level that is truly satisfying. Bear in mind, duocun stone is undoubtedly among the top 5 rarest ores. Even a grain-sized piece is worth a fortune in gold and diamonds. I cannot fathom how the Ji family acquired such a substantial piece of duocun stone, yet they fail to recognize its worth. What a shame, it has been squandered on us." Shang's tone bore an unmistakable hint of irony. "Gold and diamonds? I have little interest," Ye Chong replied, somewhat disappointed. Shang, well aware of Ye Chong's true desires, cast another lure. "As far as I know, the most effective formula for light armor alloy to date includes duocun stone, and of course, there is also black gold ore before this alloy. Even the Blackhorn light armor and the so-called white light armor of the Master Association are no more than paper." "Is that true?" Ye Chong asked, his excitement palpable. Chapter 76. The Tamer. A certain demon's little tail continued to sway enticingly. This alloy not only exhibits remarkable defense against physical attacks, but also demonstrates exceptional resistance to energy-based weaponry. Moreover, what is most commendable is its density, which is merely 1/3 that of the lightest known alloy for exoskeletons. One can only imagine that if an exoskeleton were crafted from this alloy, even with a standard engine, its speed would be terrifying. The light in Ye Chong's eyes grew increasingly radiant. Anything related to exoskeletons held an immense allure for him. This alloy is undoubtedly a dream choice for exoskeletons. Yeezy. Just think about it. If an exoskeleton were made from this alloy. Shang's electronic voice emitted a sound akin to awe, creating an indescribably strange atmosphere. However, Ye Chong was entirely oblivious to this. His mind was racing with thoughts. If what Shang said were true, it would be utterly magnificent. Yet, Ye Chong quickly regained his composure. "Do you know the formula for this alloy?" Shang replied with a sense of pride, "Of course. although I'm unsure of its origin. It seems to have always been in the information database. At this point, Shang's tone reflected some confusion. Unfortunately, many of the documents are damaged, and both Mu and I have tried numerous methods to restore them. After a brief pause, Shang added, however, this amount of Doku stone is far too little for an exoskeleton. Ye Chong gazed at the two fist-sized Doku stones, and then considered the 10-meter-tall exoskeleton, nodding in agreement. His expertise lay in exoskeleton mechanics, and he was not well versed in metallurgy. Since Shang said so, it must be true. Remembering Shang's earlier words, he inquired, Shang, didn't you just mention that it can be artificially stimulated to grow? Shang's electronic eyes flickered and responded, indeed, though I am uncertain of the exact parameters since that portion of the data is damaged. I only know that Doku stone can be stimulated to grow through a fixed cultivation method. Fixed cultivation? Ye Chong pondered, having never heard this term before. Shang, sensing Ye Chong's interest, spoke with increasing excitement. Fixed cultivation is a term used by tamers. Of course, you wouldn't know. Tamer? Ye Chong was even more perplexed. This was evidently another profession he had never encountered. Yi, aside from warriors, there are many other professions in this world. Beyond exoskeletons, there are numerous fascinating things. If you only focus on exoskeletons, you will miss out on much enjoyment. Ye Chong looked at Shang in astonishment. Shang, when did you become so nagging? Oh wait, that was Mu before. Shang, have you really become such a fuss? This habit is rather unappealing. You may be right, but exoskeletons are my passion. The contrast between Shang and Mu was stark, Ye Chong mused. Shang emitted a simulated electronic cough, paused for a moment, and decided to ignore Ye Chong's comment. Continuing nonchalantly, a tamer is someone who controls the conditions for biological growth to obtain desired products. This profession involves multiple disciplines, such as biology, principles of biological growth, and pharmacology. For instance, there are specialized spice tamers who create unique spices by skillfully blending cultivation solutions for various aromatic plants. These spices are of excellent quality and carry no side effects, thus making them significantly more expensive than artificial spices. Additionally, there are medicinal herb tamers, culinary tamers, and so forth. Tamers are highly regarded, not only for the popularity of their products, but also. Suddenly, Shang fell silent. Ye Chong curiously asked, and what else? Shang reflected for a moment, considering that this reason might not affect Ye Chong, and hesitantly replied, moreover, most tamers are women. Ye Chong shrugged indifferently. Women? That doesn't seem to concern me. Seeing Ye Chong's dismissive expression, Shang sighed with relief, although the electronic simulation of the sound made it seem oddly peculiar. Ye Chong hesitated, saying, I still need time to adapt to the frost's lament. Otherwise, if I encounter a dangerous situation, it would be too passive. The survival instinct has been deeply ingrained in Ye Chong's psyche. He must always maintain his adaptability. He had absolute confidence in his abilities, yet even so, he dared not let his guard down. A momentary lapse could lead to his demise, as his years of experience had taught him not to be careless, even if life seemed relatively calm now. Fortunately, Shang had not lost his wits and nodded. Of course, this is paramount. Let me calculate. Approximately 3 days. And you should become somewhat familiar with this exoskeleton. Although its appearance is rather unappealing, you will have to make do with it for now. The only relatively decent aspect is this antique firearm. Currently, you have no means to master its usage, but Mu is already calculating its operation. He should have it ready by the next time he appears. It would be a shame to let the most powerful weapon go unused. Upon hearing this, Ye Chong was overjoyed. He had been contemplating how to use the antique firearm, and it was a pleasant surprise to learn that Mu was already working on it. Ye Chong felt a twinge of gratitude. To the north of the Jiesha district lay a desolate expanse, barren and inhospitable. The price of natural timber was exorbitant. As the initial batch of explorers who discovered the Blue Sea Star had recklessly extracted and felled trees for profit, this area was one of the most severely damaged regions from that time. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, not a soul could be found. Half the day was consumed by flying sand and stones, obscuring the sky and casting everything into darkness. Even exoskeletons faced grave danger in such an environment, as positioning systems could easily malfunction. If the positioning system failed, getting lost would be the inevitable outcome. In such conditions, the fate of the lost was often exhaustion of energy and death. This place was a no-fly zone for exoskeletons. Yet amidst the swirling sands, an exoskeleton silhouette could be discerned. Ye Chong cautiously maneuvered Frost's lament, which now bore a layer of dust, appearing rather disheveled. Controlling an exoskeleton in such an environment was exceedingly challenging. However, if one could maneuver it adeptly here, the precision of Frost's lament would undoubtedly be remarkable. As per Shang's suggestion, after assessing Frost's lament, Shang believed it could perform admirably in this environment, prompting Ye Chong to train here. Nonetheless, Ye Chong was in strong agreement with Shang's theory. With a sudden acceleration, Frost's lament veered sharply, its laser sword igniting to its fullest extent. The once brilliant blade now merely a faint halo in the sandstorm. A swift strike cleaved through the swirling sands, as Ye Chong's left arm ion shield diverted the trajectory. Frost's lament took small, rapid steps, swaying left and right, the laser sword darting like a striking serpent, vanishing in an instant. While Frost's lament's massive form glided eerily to the side. Simultaneously, two self-locking double-edged boomerangs spun through the air like bolts of lightning, still managing to evoke admiration even in the haze of yellow sand. The two self-locking double-edged boomerangs crossed paths in the air before returning joyfully to Frost's lament, resembling two swallows returning to their nest. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, demonstrating no hindrance even amidst such harsh conditions. Ye Chong was thoroughly satisfied with his performance. Even without the antique firearm, he felt capable of holding his own against skilled opponents like Johnson. Seeing his theory validated, Shang was equally elated. However, as Ye Chong departed the area, the once resplendent Frost's lament had become nearly unrecognizable, appearing from a distance like a large clump of mud. Exiting the cockpit, Ye Chong was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wry smile. It seemed he had yet another monumental task ahead of him. However, it seems that the training has been impeccably completed, and Ye Chong has reached a level of mastery over the elegy of Frost that is second nature to him, which brings him a sense of relief. Biology, principles of biological growth, pharmacology. As Ye Chong gazes at the vast array of information presented by Shang, even his steadfast spirit falters, and he feels a tingling sensation at his scalp. Heaven! Ye Chong can hardly suppress a groan. The strange symbols, diagrams, and formulas are countless, leaving him on the brink of dizziness. Just then, Grandpa Qian's voice calls from outside. Yi Zi, someone is looking for you. Ye Chong hastily scrambles out of Shang's cockpit. He certainly does not wish to linger even a moment longer in the presence of such overwhelming material. The visitors are Yang Un and Ding Yining. Upon meeting, there are no formalities. Yang Un states his purpose directly. The Academy's master competitions are set to commence in a few days, and he hopes Ye Chong can prepare adequately, preferably collaborating closely with Ding Yining during this time, and the matter of remuneration is negotiable. Ye Chong, relieved to find an excuse to evade Shang's training regimen, readily agrees. He promptly returns to Ding Yining's workshop, and the two begin their collaborative efforts. Yang Un greatly appreciates Ye Chong's proactive attitude, although Ye Chong harbors little interest in him. Ding Yining is the kind of person who becomes utterly engrossed once he enters a state of focus. While Ye Chong himself has long been fascinated by light armor, but had lacked practical opportunities. Now, with an abundance of resources at his disposal to experiment freely, he finds immense joy in the process, particularly given the burdensome training plan that weighs on him. They alternate between proposing theories and executing practical tasks, with Ye Chong occasionally seeking Ding Yining's guidance on the operation of various instruments, while Ding Yining presents a multitude of perplexing questions to Ye Chong. Their cooperation grows increasingly harmonious. In 3 days, the Blue Ocean Academy's master competition will commence. Chapter 77. What constitutes a beauty at the break of dawn? Ye Chong arose from his slumber. In recent days, his late-night exchanges with Ding Yining had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the operation of various instruments, significantly enhancing his practical skills. Ye Chong's mastery over strength had reached a remarkable level of precision, allowing him to wield these instruments with effortless grace. Coupled with his profound theoretical knowledge, his learning process was remarkably efficient, leaving Ding Yining in awe of his exceptional talent, which she greatly envied. The breadth of Ye Chong's knowledge, born from the rigorous experiences within the Aurora, far surpassed that of an ordinary student. Ding Yining now held Ye Chong in such high regard that anyone daring to claim his knowledge was superficial would likely face her wrath. Ye Chong prepared the dough for the day ahead, following a suggestion from Shang, who had calculated how to ferment the dough in advance without significantly altering its flavor. Such an endeavor seemed uniquely suited to Shang, for it was unlikely that Mu would engage in such trivial tasks. Ye Chong couldn't help but smile at the thought. Nevertheless, he decided to test Shang's theory, and to his surprise, it proved effective, prompting Shang to beam with delight throughout the day. The contrast between Shang and Mu was striking, Ye Chong mused. He now understood why Shang claimed that his emotional assessment system was more dynamic than Mu's. Shang exhibited a more human-like quality, presenting an odd yet endearing demeanor that Ye Chong had grown accustomed to. He regarded both Mu and Shang as his companions, brothers, perhaps? The distinction between the two felt elusive to Ye Chong, who had never truly understood the boundaries between friendship and brotherhood. Yet, he felt no pressing need to delineate them too sharply. Mu had previously mentioned that Shang existed within the light armor long before, having been its original master. Unfortunately, Shang's data had been lost, leaving them with incomplete information that made it impossible for either Mu or Shang to ascertain what Shang had been like in the past. After fulfilling his responsibilities for the day, Ye Chong organized his tasks in sequence, having already communicated the order to Grandpa Qian. As long as he adhered to the sequence, the differences in flavor would be negligible. Grandpa Qian expressed his delight at Ye Chong's efforts, remarking that young people should venture out and not spend all their time cooped up with an old man like himself. Once Ye Chong completed his work, he engaged in some physical activity within the confines of the shop. He had reached a plateau in his physical training and realized that without discovering new methods, breaking through this barrier would be challenging. As he practiced a diagonal slash with his right hand, he noticed that the once vibrant shadow of his hand seemed to be fading. Was he regressing? Alarmed, Ye Chong recognized that stagnation equated to decline. He resolved to maintain his daily training regimen to keep himself in peak condition. While reflecting on his progress, Ye Chong awaited the arrival of Yang Un and the others at the shop entrance. Before long, they arrived. Ku Han wore a beaming smile, having thoroughly enjoyed piloting the flying machine designed by Ye Chong, and was brimming with confidence for the upcoming competition. After all, in their group, they had stumbled upon a masterful mechanic, a stroke of luck indeed. Yang Un glanced at Ye Chong's attire, his brow slightly furrowing, but he refrained from commenting. Ye Chong wore an old outfit from Grandpa Qian, its style outdated. His expressionless demeanor did little to inspire praise. However, Ye Chong was oblivious to such considerations, focusing solely on whether the clothing hindered his movement. Sun Xuelin cast a dismissive glance, followed by a derisive snort, turning her head away. Ashio gently nudged Sun Xuelin's sleeve, signaling her to temper her attitude, and then softly addressed Ye Chong. Yezi, that outfit seems a bit ill-fitting. How about we stop by Xuelin's home? I'm sure Aunt's clothes will suit you better. Would you like to change? Ye Chong, puzzled, wondered if there was something wrong with his clothing. Testing his movements, he felt no adverse effects and replied nonchalantly, no need. Sun Xuelin scoffed again. Good intentions go unappreciated. Ashio, don't bother with him. Ye Chong remained impassive, seemingly ignoring Sun Xuelin's remark, though in truth, he was oblivious to it, as Shang had suddenly interjected. Yezi. Huh, you actually know some beauties. Shang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. TSK, that boring Mu didn't even think to scan their dimensions into the database. What a waste. Yezi, these two are beauties. I particularly fancy the one with long hair. Why not pursue her? Pursue her? Ye Chong asked, bewildered. Shang grew increasingly animated. Yes. Catch up to her and definitely woo her. He finished with a mischievous grin. Ye Chong, confused, replied, but she's not running away. How can I pursue her? And do we need a cannon to do so? We don't have one. If we were to modify something, perhaps. But she doesn't seem to pose a threat to us. Moreover, Mu has stated that we must not kill indiscriminately, especially without leaving traces. Shang, if you believe she poses a threat, it might be better to act tonight. Ye Chong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ashio, whose faint aura of intimidation sent her retreating behind Sun Xuelin. Shang's mischievous laughter abruptly ceased, stammering, Yezi, you would actually take action against a beauty? Ye Chong nonchalantly responded, whether I harm her depends on whether she poses a threat to us. What does her beauty have to do with it? By the way, what exactly is a beauty? God, Shang could hardly contain himself, lamenting, that wretched Mu has led you astray into a savage mindset. Yezi, if this continues, your life will be shrouded in darkness. A beauty? You don't even know what that means? Yezi, you're beyond saving. A beauty is simply a beautiful woman. Beautiful? How does one determine that? Ye Chong inquired. Shang perked up. A beauty is an extraordinary woman, regardless of whether she pouts, smiles, is delicate or sorrowful. Each is a breathtaking sight. It's not merely about appearance. It's about grace and the captivating glimmer in her eyes. Yet, she must not be too perfect. Flaws are essential. A truly exceptional woman possesses endearing qualities that evoke admiration. TSK, While these two girls may not yet be exceptional beauties, give them a few years, and they will be. Ye Chong shook his head. I don't understand. Shang, momentarily silenced, pondered for a moment before concluding, simply put, it's about whether you find her pleasing to the eye. Ye Chong retorted, then they are not beauties. Shang, intrigued, pressed on. Oh, do you perhaps have a higher standard in mind? Ye, tell me, what does your ideal beauty look like? Ye Chong contemplated briefly before articulating. Her physique should not be too robust, as it would hinder speed, nor too frail. She must possess explosive strength, good endurance, exceptional flexibility, and proficiency in combat. Her skills in piloting light armor should not be inferior to mine. Quick and decisive strikes are preferable, with high vigilance. Ideally, she should be adept with mechanical light armor as well. In these aspects, neither of these two meets even a single criterion. Thus, they are certainly not beauties. Ye Chong concluded decisively. Shang was utterly dumbfounded. After a few moments, he lamented, Heavens, Ye, you truly are a monster. You think all women in this world can match your level of absurdity? Proficient in combat, do you wish to find a sparring partner? Yes, Ye Chong affirmed. Shang nearly fainted. Sparring. I knew my guess was correct. With decisive action, a single lethal strike, are you not afraid that she might inadvertently take your life? Ye Chong replied, as long as I remain vigilant. That should be unlikely. But what if one day you slip up? Shang Busi pressed on. That won't happen. I shall always stay alert. If I cannot maintain my vigilance, then death would be quite ordinary, wouldn't it? Ye Chong stated calmly. Shang was nearly in tears. I guess that's just how it is. Oh heavens. Ye, you are a freak. Ye Chong, puzzled, inquired, freak? What is a freak? Just as Shang was about to respond, they heard Yang En's furious shout. Ye Chong snapped back to attention, observing Yang En's ashen face as he shut off the communicator. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he took a deep breath and said, just now, Xiao Ning's parents informed me that he was attacked while out shopping last night. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, save for Ye Chong. Is he seriously injured? Sun Xuelin asked. Yang En shook his head. It's nothing serious. But he needs to rest for several days and will miss today as competition. Ku Han jumped up in rage, exclaiming, it must be that scoundrel Roger. Damn it. I saw those green-haired thugs lingering near Xiao Ning's house yesterday. They must be the culprits. I will break their legs. Ku Han, fuming, prepared to confront those miscreants. Yang En quickly grabbed him, but his strength was no match for Ku Han, who nearly stumbled. Sun Xuelin hurried to assist, and together they worked hard to calm Ku Han down. Ye Chong regarded the situation with disdain. Exposing one's intent to attack too early was nothing short of foolish. Once the group settled, anxiety began to mount. Without Ding Yining, relying solely on Ye Chong left everyone uncertain. However, finding someone equally adept at modifying equipment as Ding Yining in such a short time was surely a fantasy. In recent days, the process had involved Ye Chong proposing concepts while Ding Yining transformed those ideas into tangible creations. His role was indispensable. Now that Ding Yining was in trouble, what was to be done? Time slipped away, and panic ensued among everyone except Ye Chong, who perceived himself merely as a hired hand, free from such concerns. As time drew nearer, Yang En gritted his teeth and asked Ye Chong, Ye, can you complete the modifications without Xiao Ning? Ye Chong pondered for a moment and replied, there is approximately an 80 chance. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chong had begun to adopt numerical expressions, influenced by Mu. Yang En was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Then I entrust this to you. Ye Chong responded, certainly, but the fee will rise to 2,500 diamonds per hour. Sun Xuelin trembled with anger. You are taking advantage of the situation and kicking someone when they're down. Ye Chong furrowed his brow, silently questioning Shang. Shang, shouldn't I charge extra for additional work? Shang, feeling severely impacted by Ye Chong's remarks, weakly affirmed, yes. Ye Chong raised an eyebrow, disregarding Sun Xuelin, and focused solely on Yang En grit his teeth. Fine. It's a deal. Chapter 78. Carrying the burden alone, Ye Chong followed the group, while Sun Xuelin continuously rolled her eyes at him. Ye Chong generally disregarded any actions that posed no threat to him. The main building of the 800 floors resembled a colossal circular beehive, with countless mechs darting in and out like swarms of bees, swiftly disappearing within. Although mechs had become the primary mode of transportation, those who preferred walking would never vanish entirely. Blue Sea Academy stands as the only comprehensive institution on Blue Star, meticulously crafted by the government to integrate educational resources, receiving substantial support in every aspect. The Academy did not disappoint, breaking into the top 100 comprehensive institutions in the 5-star domains 2 years ago, garnering widespread acclaim and pride among the citizens of Blue Star. Spanning an extensive area comparable to an entire district, the academy is a testament to the local government's unwavering support. Here, trees, rarely seen along the journey, flourish in abundance, meticulously maintained. In the luxury goods market, the price of timber has skyrocketed to staggering heights. A living tree, or even a 20-centimeter diameter log, commands astronomical sums. The mere presence of this forest is astonishing, and as the trees age, this wealth continues to grow steadily. The academy boasts approximately 500,000 students, including many who journey from distant planets to study. The streets are teeming with students, engaging in lively discussions about the competition taking place today. Above, an innumerable number of mechs fill the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The martial arts competition has evidently piqued the interest of nearly everyone. In this era, martial artists symbolize strength, navigating the cosmos with unparalleled ease, often possessing captivating tales akin to ancient wanderers, infused with a rich romanticism. Enhanced by the government's fervent promotion, this individualistic profession is fervently pursued by the youth. Their remarkable skills often leave onlookers in awe, eliciting spontaneous applause. Though Ye Chong maintained an expressionless facade, he felt a surge of excitement within, as this was a scene he had never encountered before. Suddenly, he envied the students. Attending school here from a young age must be a wondrous experience. However, this fleeting thought vanished quickly. Sentimentality was not in Ye Chong's nature, and he understood that everyone has their own life. Even in such an environment, Ye Chong remained exceptionally vigilant, making an effort to keep a certain distance from others, which rendered him somewhat out of place. Yet, with so many people around, his efforts appeared futile. This was not the first time he faced such a situation, and he could only feel helpless. In his view, this environment was perilous, being an ideal location for an assassination. Ye Chong believed that in such circumstances, the probability of going unnoticed while committing a murder would be astonishingly low. Ye Chong suddenly pondered a question and asked Yong'an, "Why don't you invite a professional mech modifier?" Yong'an explained, "The school has no objections to inviting outsiders. But there is one condition: they must be under 25 years of age." A professional mech modifier under 25? Such geniuses are likely fewer than 10 in the entire 5-star domain. While Ye Chong found Yong'an's statement somewhat incredulous, he understood the reasoning behind it. Comparing himself to a professional mech modifier, he naturally felt that being 25 posed no significant feat, as he was merely 20. However, he would be surprised to learn that graduates from the mech engineering department typically exceed 28 years of age. The assessment for mech modifiers is exceptionally stringent. Graduates must undergo 3 years of further study and pass assessments before entering a 2-year internship, during which their error rate must not exceed 5. Only after passing another assessment can they be conferred the title of professional modifier. Thus, most professional mech modifiers are over 33. However, there are indeed professional mech modifiers under 25. If one possesses a novel theory or innovation that is certified by authoritative institutions in the 5-star domains and passes the Mech Modification Association's review, they can directly enter the internship phase. If their error rate during the 2-year internship does not exceed 3, they will be granted the title of professional mech modifier. This initiative from Blue Sea Academy has far-reaching implications. The school's experts have no objections, and senior students regard this event with the same seriousness as their year-end assessments. While outstanding freshmen are eager to participate, other groups seek not only experts from different schools for the competition, but also strive to find talented young prodigies from the community. The ultimate goal for the school is to recruit skilled individuals from other institutions, and Blue Sea Academy offers enticing conditions to attract their enrollment. Collaborating with other academies also benefits the institution's development. For self-taught prodigies, the school makes every effort to engage them. Leaving no talent overlooked is the educational philosophy of Blue Sea Academy. As the group approached the venue, they still had some distance to cover before reaching Yong'an's team. The thrill of speed and competitive flying evokes sensations comparable to fierce martial artist battles. With the exhilarating rush of speed and the intense friction between mechs and air-generating sound waves that sweep across the ground, inciting cheers from the crowd. Such a scene ignited fervor within Ye Chong. However, before long, Yong'an led him to a passageway marked with the number 5. The entrance featured a touchscreen holographic console. Yong'an instructed Ye Chong, "Identity card." Ye Chong produced his identity card, and Yong'an pointed to a slot beside him, saying, "Insert it." Ye Chong complied. and the holographic screen instantly transformed, displaying his information, prominently indicating his age as 20. Although Yang anticipated no issues, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Yang reminded him, select external assistance in the contestant options. Ye Chong did as instructed, and the electronic voice announced, Ye Chong, 20 years old, qualifies for external assistance. Please select the type of assistance. Without needing a reminder, Ye Chong chose the Mech modifier option. Please enter the group number. Ye Chong glanced at Yang, who hurriedly reminded him, the number is HL659874. After inputting it and confirming several times, the holographic voice declared, registration successful. Blue Sea Academy's registration process is notably convenient and lenient, aimed at attracting more non-student participants. Yang informed Ye Chong, this passageway is where you'll enter the arena. Calm your mind and organize your thoughts. With Xiaoning absent, it's all on you now. Ye Chong replied nonchalantly, oh, consciously regulating his breathing. Ye Chong endeavored to maintain a state of calm, yet heightened excitement. He regarded this endeavor as a battle. In any combat situation, Ye Chong would never allow himself a moment of carelessness. Only by giving his all could he ensure the highest chance of survival. This belief is the very essence of Ye Chong's combat philosophy. The two individuals waited patiently for half an hour, yet Ye Chong exhibited no signs of impatience or agitation. Yang couldn't help but admire Ye Chong's composure and self-discipline. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated. The Mech modification specialist Ye Chong, group number HL659874, please prepare. You have 5 minutes before your competition commences. Ensure you are adequately prepared. Yang expressed concern. Xiaoning is not here, and I am uncertain about the situation inside. Just handle it as you see fit once you enter. Ye Chong nodded in acknowledgement. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the electronic voice sounded once more. The competition is about to begin. Please enter the modification room. Group number HL659874, Specialist Ye Chong. With a serene demeanor, Ye Chong approached the door to the passage. Scan complete, identity verified, information consistent. Please enter. The passage door silently slid open, revealing yet another door within. Only after the door behind, Ye Chong closed did the door before him open. With a tranquil heart, Ye Chong stepped into the room. The previous round of competition had just concluded, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Anticipation for the upcoming round filled the air. High-definition holographic screens were strategically placed throughout the campus, displaying colossal holograms reaching heights of 100 meters, alongside miniature projections of merely 10 centimeters. Without exception, each screen was surrounded by throngs of spectators. The Blue Ocean Academy offered this event free of charge to the public, albeit without live broadcasting. To witness it, one had to be present at the academy. Due to the institution's formidable influence, a substantial number of residents from Blue Ocean Star attended each year. The holographic imagery presented diverse perspectives of the competitors, showcasing the adept skills of the directors and hosts who skillfully captured each contestant's most dazzling moments. Provoking spontaneous gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Ashio anxiously tugged at Sun Shulin's sleeve, her clear eyes scanning the myriad of holographic displays in search of Ye Chong's figure. Kahan had already gone to prepare, while Yang stood vigil at the entrance of Ye Chong's modification room, leaving only Sun Shulin and Ashio to observe the competition. As the competition officially commenced, the contestants on the holographic screen sprang into action, and the modification room buzzed with fervor. The images on the holographic screens shifted incessantly, overwhelming the senses. Suddenly, a collective gasp arose from the audience. The sound of hundreds of thousands of voices surged through Blue Ocean Academy like a tempest, only to be abruptly stifled as if everyone realized their own lapse in decorum. They fixated intently on the singular figure displayed on the holographic screen. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 79, The Dazzling Performance, Part 1. Ye Chong stepped into the modification room, adjusting his posture slightly as he entered. The unfamiliar surroundings instilled in him a strong sense of vigilance. Although he knew there should be no danger, it had become an instinctual response. With piercing eyes that swept across every corner of the room like a chilling wind, he remained unaware that each of his movements was being faithfully captured by the holographic cameras installed throughout the space, broadcasting live to all the audience members. Among the crowd of onlookers, one individual gasped in surprise and abruptly stood up, only to realize his indiscretion and sit back down. His eyes sparkling with intrigue as he observed Ye Chong's performance on the holographic screen, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Concurrently, Several others in the viewing areas also stood, their expressions filled with astonishment and curiosity. The modification room was a vast space, approximately 300 meters long and 100 meters wide, filled with an array of components for light armor, with a central holographic computer. The computer announced, "All components in the room are available for use. Please submit your design plan on the holographic computer first, and then proceed with the modifications. You have a total of 45 minutes to complete all tasks. Failure to do so will result in a deduction of points, and your team will pilot the standard light armor for the subsequent competition." Ye Chong began to meticulously examine the components strewn across the floor. One could not help but marvel at the formidable resources of Blue Ocean Academy. Even the components in this modification room represented a significant investment. Considering that each competitor would utilize such a quantity of parts for this project, one could only imagine the overall expenses. If Ye Chong were aware that this project was merely one of 32 competitions held across the entire school, he might have felt quite differently. However, Ye Chong's mind was devoid of distractions. With a sharp gaze, he absorbed the various components around him and quickly grasped their arrangements. After a brief moment of contemplation, he strode confidently toward the central holographic computer and began to submit his modification plan without hesitation. In the control room, dozens of individuals were bustling about. With a multitude of contestants participating, it was often challenging for most viewers to discern the differences among them, and they frequently found it difficult to decide which competitor to focus on. The control room's purpose was to address these two issues. Not only did it aim to explain each contestant's design intentions to the majority of the audience, preventing confusion and boredom, but each modification room was also assigned a staff member to observe and relay the most impressive aspects of each contestant to the central control station as swiftly as possible. Subsequently, the central control would compile and select highlights for rapid display on the primary holographic screen. The critical factor here was speed. The chief director for this year's Blue Ocean Academy's Warrior competition was Rue Su, the vice chair of the broadcasting department, graduating from Blue Ocean Academy's broadcasting department at the age of 23. She achieved the title of senior director in just 1 year with her thesis titled Dynamic Application and Narrow Perspective Complementation Theory, making her the youngest senior director in the Academy's history. This year, at the request of her alma mater, she returned to serve as the vice chair of the broadcasting department. This marked Rue Su's first time overseeing the main broadcasting responsibilities for the Warrior competition. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her deep blue eyes resembled a tranquil sea, evoking the scent of salty ocean breezes. With skin as fair as snow and a face resembling exquisite jade, her subtle cherry lips radiated a breathtaking beauty. Her graceful figure sparked the imagination, making her a stunning sight from every angle. However, the crispness of her voice, reminiscent of raindrops, was now overshadowed by a tempestuous outburst. "Are you all useless? You can't manage something so simple? I swear, if you ruin my work this time, you can expect to retake this semester's courses." She fumed. "How dare you slack off in front of me? Wang Shower, didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry up. You usually perform well in class. Why do you falter at a crucial moment? Are you even a man?" Rue Su's eyes churned with fury like a stormy sea. Wang Shower's frail frame trembled under her tirade, and the other students around him appeared equally apprehensive. Yet, her scolding seemed to quicken their movements. Rue Su continued to berate them. "You're all useless. At such a critical time, not one of you can help me out. I can't believe this year's class is so dim-witted." In the midst of this chaos, Rue Su's beauty remained striking. Suddenly, Wang Shower let out a loud exclamation, cutting through the previously hushed crowd of students. Rue Su, already in a foul mood, snapped, "Wang Shower, do you want to get yourself in trouble? You usually seem so composed, and today you're just looking for a fight." Wang Shower, pale-faced, suddenly regained his senses and shouted, "Sister Rue, come look quickly." He pointed at the holographic screen before him. Rue Su had forbidden her students from calling her teacher, insisting on the more youthful title of Sister Rue. Skeptical, Rue Su approached Wang Shower, muttering under her breath, "Wang Shower, if you're trying to pull a fast one on me this time, you will regret it." Upon reaching his holographic screen, Rue Su's focus sharpened. She was known for her unwavering concentration when it came to serious matters. Abruptly, Rue Su became entranced. Staring intently at the holographic display, her eyes wide with astonishment. After several seconds, she snapped back to reality and sprang into action, racing toward her director's position, exclaiming, "Wang Shower, transmit your channel to me immediately." Wang Shower quickly complied. Outside, the audience suddenly noticed that nearly all the holographic screens displayed only one contestant, the competitor from Modification Room number 5. Oh! Both Sun Xuelin and Ishio exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with disbelief. Modification Room number 5 was none other than Ye Chong. Before their astonished cries could fade, the entire audience erupted in a collective gasp. For Rue Su had just switched all the school's holographic screens to showcase the footage from Modification Room 5. Hundreds of thousands of viewers across the school were now witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. The focused young man on screen moved with the dexterity of a magician, each part flowing seamlessly through his hands with effortless grace. Yet, it was not merely this fluidity that left the audience in awe, for this was a baseline expectation for any modification master. What truly astonished everyone was Ye Chong's hands. His extraordinary speed was on full display for the first time before such a large audience. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Ye Chong, who remained blissfully unaware, his remarkable hand speed was being broadcast for all to see. If he knew that his prowess was being laid bare for the world, he would surely feel a sense of regret like no other. To Ye Chong, revealing his skills to the public was undoubtedly an act of folly, completely oblivious to the fact that his entire modification process was being streamed live. He had no choice but to exert every ounce of his strength to complete this task. Engrossed in his work, he remained blissfully unaware of how astonishing his speed truly was. Ye Chong's hands were so deft that they seemed almost inhuman. The shadows of his hands, though faint, were distinctly visible, captured flawlessly by the high-definition holographic lens, leaving no room for doubt regarding their authenticity. A profound silence enveloped the venue. The tranquil campus resonated with the exhilarating voice of the commentator. Goodness, what extraordinary hands! Such astonishing speed displayed by a modifier. It is enough to leave every student in our engineering department feeling utterly humbled. With such remarkable dexterity, what task could this contestant possibly find insurmountable? We have just received information about this contestant, who hails from Room 5 of the modification chamber, named Ye Chong, and he is merely 20 years old. My word, 20 years old. At that age, he would still be mingling among the lower grades in our institution. Truly astounding. Undoubtedly, he is not just a genius. He is a paragon among geniuses. Ye Chong is not a student of our school, and there is no record of any educational background in his history. Hence, I am confident that my previous statement will face no dissent. Our esteemed principal must have just received the contestant's information as well, and he is likely more anxious than anyone else, hoping for the competition to conclude swiftly. His eyes must be gleaming with excitement. A wave of good-natured laughter swept through the audience. Heavens! I have just obtained the hand speed assessment report for contestant Ye Chong. According to the findings, during the entire process, Ye Chong's maximum speed reached a staggering 357 Hz. Goodness, has he installed an engine in his hands? The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. 357 Hz. Every face was a canvas of disbelief. Is such speed attainable by humans? The commentator's subsequent remark elicited another round of laughter from the audience. To Ye Chong, 357 Hz is not particularly fast. He is not consciously concealing his prowess. Rather, his limited familiarity with the modification instruments has restricted the speed of his hands. After all, he has only trained for a few days under Ding Yining, and achieving this level is already nothing short of remarkable. However, an even more thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. End of chapter. Chapter 80. A dazzling performance. Part 2. Ye Chong was utterly absorbed, his focus unwavering, and in the absence of Ding Yining, his attention became even more acute. As his familiarity with the instruments deepened, the rhythm of his hands quickened, transforming the once faint shadows of his movements into increasingly pronounced gestures. The audience watched in awe, mouths agape, as if witnessing a scene only imaginable in the realm of cinema. The speed of Ye Chong's hands escalated, and according to the latest data we received, his hand speed had reached an astonishing 388 Hz. It appeared that his condition was improving, leaving us to wonder about the true limits of his capabilities. Was this his peak? None could say. Yet, we had ample reason to anticipate an even more spectacular display from him. His concentrated demeanor softened the formerly austere lines of his face, radiating a unique charm. The fierce intensity in his eyes waned, revealing a brilliance that reflected boundless wisdom. Coupled with the fluidity of his gestures, he resembled a diamond cleansed of impurities, emanating a dazzling glow. In that moment, no one noticed his worn attire or cared about his less than handsome features. He was the epicenter of the tempest at Blue Ocean Academy. At that instant, He captivated the attention of all, overshadowing the commendable performances of his competitors. Unbeknownst to the spectators, Ye Chong's modified light armor was gradually taking shape. We now possess the design blueprint he submitted, which was initially to be unveiled only after the competition concluded. However, through our relentless efforts and the special permission granted by our esteemed principal, we painstakingly acquired the design blueprint of the light armor Ye Chong was currently perfecting. Upon seeing the blueprint, a collective thought surged through our minds. He is undeniably a genius among geniuses. If Ye Chong's astonishing hand speed signifies his remarkable dedication to training, then this blueprint is a testament to his equally exceptional intellect. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Ye Chong's design received a perfect score in the Light Armor Modification Assessment System, and his creation won unanimous acclaim from the 12 esteemed judges, who awarded it full marks. The audience erupted in an uproar, akin to a nest of startled bees. Ashio gazed dreamily at the holographic image of Ye Chong on the giant screen, her autumn-like eyes lost in contemplation. Beside her, Sun Shuling lowered her head, her expressions shifting from crimson to ashen, murmuring softly one moment and grinding her teeth the next, her gaze fluctuating with each passing second. The commentator chuckled, pondering whether Ye Chong had conjured a supercomputer in his mind once again. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Today marks the birth of the most glorious record in the 300 years of Blue Ocean Academy. However, it is somewhat disheartening that this record was not set by one of our own students. This compels us to reflect deeply. The commentator's tone of regret made many students from Blue Ocean Academy lower their heads in shame. Now, let us return to the matter at hand and dissect Ye Chong's impeccable design. Ye Chong eschewed the conventional humanoid light armor structure commonly utilized, opting instead for a design centered around an aircraft. This choice undeniably proves to be far more practical for the ensuing competition. The limbs of humanoid light armor bear little significance in a race primarily focused on speed. Moreover, he did not settle for the typical circular dish-like counter-rotating flight structure. Instead, he selected the ancient and non-mainstream arrow-shaped design. The primary engine he employed is the Flamingo 3, which is not a widely recognized light armor engine, and many may not have even heard of it. The Flamingo 3 boasts formidable power, weighing merely half that of its mainstream counterparts while offering the largest directional control range in its category, thus significantly compensating for the directional control limitations of the arrow-shaped structure. Despite its considerable energy consumption, Ye Chong steadfastly chose this engine. The two lateral wings at the front of the light armor are not mere metallic sheets. They are equipped with multiple auxiliary engines, enabling extensive maneuverability. However, this demands a high level of skill from the pilot. Furthermore, the design is not a direct replica of the traditional arrow shape. It has been optimized with a novel aerodynamic configuration, reducing its drag coefficient by 1/3 compared to the original design. This singular improvement showcases Ye Chong's profound theoretical knowledge, which is truly commendable. How many young individuals under 30 possess such an interest in foundational theory, let alone achieve such remarkable results? Moreover, the placement of the center of gravity in this light armor is ingeniously executed. As the commentator's words trailed off, the holographic screen transformed. Ye Chong's modifications were complete, and with time to spare, he sprayed a light blue coating on the armor, its peculiar shape eliciting gasps of astonishment. This was unmistakably the light armor Fei Lu that Ye Chong had previously modified under Ding Yining's guidance. However, its appearance differed slightly from the last iteration. Ye Chong had taken the time to optimize the arrow-shaped design anew, with the assistance of Shang, who had expressed intense dissatisfaction with his prior labor and outrage at Ye Chong's deliberate evasion of the training program. Naturally, Ye Chong disregarded these grievances. Ye Chong seemed innately drawn to light armor, while the vast and tedious knowledge required for the training program appeared to him as a burden he wished to escape. Shang could only mutter complaints, as it was indeed rather dull, without practical application. Ye Chong contemplated for a moment before inscribing the characters Fei Lu on the armor. The bold strokes were striking and commanding. He casually discarded the spray can, signifying the completion of the Fei Lu light armor. The commentator humorously remarked, "I must advise everyone not to emulate that action. Please refrain from carelessly tossing objects. It could inadvertently strike someone, and even if it doesn't, damaging the flowers and plants would be unfortunate." One cannot help but acknowledge Ye Chong's exceptional fortune. The components in each modification chamber vary significantly, with a considerable portion supplied at random. The presence of the Flamingo 3 in this instance was purely serendipitous. Ye Chong gently caressed the smooth surface of the light armor, his gaze evoking a chorus of gasps from countless onlookers. What transpired next astonished everyone. Ye Chong executed a swift maneuver, diving into the cockpit of Fei Lu. What was he planning? A wave of curiosity surged through the crowd. Even the commentator held his breath, eyes glued to the holographic screen, fearful of missing a single detail. The Fei Lu light armor roared to life. A collective gasp resonated. Did he intend to harm himself? Heaven! This was within the modification chamber, a mere 150 meters from the wall. At the speed of an ordinary light armor at 2 Hz, that distance would vanish in less than a second. Was this an act of self-destruction? The female audience gasped in horror, some even closing their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the light armor colliding violently and Ye Chong meeting a gruesome fate. Even the commentator could not restrain a cry of alarm. The rapid advance of the light armor within the confined space of the modification chamber was nothing short of breathtaking. An unprecedented thrill exploded in the minds of all present. Had he lost his mind? Was he attempting to stage a dazzling performance in his final moments? Meanwhile, the envious competitors harbored cold smiles of disdain. Suddenly, the Fei Lu light armor shot forth like a bolt of blue lightning, vanishing from sight. Yet, the anticipated collision never materialized. The pale blue racing mech came to an abrupt halt, mere 2 meters from the wall. A striking visual clash jolted the hearts of all present. The sudden transition from extreme motion to utter stillness causing their hearts to constrict in shock. Could this truly be possible? To manipulate a racing mech with such precision from a distance of 150 meters? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Yes, sheer luck. Such were the thoughts reverberating in the minds of the spectators. Even the commentator exhaled in relief, remarking on the remarkable fortune of contestant Ye Chong, who managed to come to a standstill at such a distance. Truly astonishing. It seemed that fate was unwilling to let such a prodigy meet an untimely end. However, the commentator cautioned that Ye Chong's reckless demeanor warranted reconsideration. The hydraulic cushioning system of the racing mech was exceedingly rudimentary, insufficient to guarantee the safety of the operator within such an impact. It was a plea for everyone to take heed and cherish life. This sentiment was readily accepted by nearly all present. Almost, for amidst the crowd, a few piercing gazes flickered, sending shivers down spines. Ye Chong nonchalantly leaped from the racing mech, his expression unchanged, as if the earlier incident was but a trivial affair. His face returned to its usual indifference and coldness, a demeanor that inexplicably elicited shrieks from a significant portion of the female spectators. Yet, this mattered little to Ye Chong, who approached the holographic interface to announce the completion of his modifications. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The principal's appointment. As Ye Chong emerged from the transformation room, he encountered a stranger, a middle-aged man, standing beside Yong'an. A sense of wariness washed over Ye Chong. Oblivious to the commotion that had erupted in the outside world due to his presence, Ye Chong remained unaware that the entire Blue Ocean Academy was abuzz with anticipation. The students were all well aware that, according to the institution's traditions, such a prodigy would surely be retained, and they eagerly awaited whether their esteemed principal would bring them tidings of joy. Chapter 82. The achievement. Ye Chong put forth a request to borrow the modification room of Blue Ocean Academy. Without a moment's hesitation, Principal Lon acquiesced and personally escorted Ye Chong to the most prestigious modification room within the academy. Upon entering the room, renowned as the most advanced modification facility in the Blue Ocean Star, Ye Chong was awestruck by the array of exquisite, dreamlike top-tier instruments that surrounded him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. When Principal Lon generously declared that the equipment could be used at will, without concern, and that the materials were likewise available for unrestricted use, Ye Chong nearly lunged forward in exuberance. Chapter 83. Doubt. Chapter 84. The first lesson. Ji Shangyan pondered for a moment and stated, "What has left us most astonished is the complete destruction of our alarm system by the intruder, rendering any possibility of restoration futile. It must be entirely redeployed. Furthermore, the alarm system failed to serve its purpose, and to this day, we remain oblivious to the nature of the attack employed by our adversary. We have not uncovered even the slightest trace. The opponent's prowess in the realm of quantum computing has undoubtedly advanced far beyond our own." Chapter 85. Rui Bing. Ye Chong's inaugural class transformed him into a figure of considerable controversy. Opinions regarding him varied widely. Some viewed him with disdain, others with admiration, while some felt aversion, and yet others held him in high regard. Each individual harbored a distinct sentiment towards Ye Chong. However, one aspect was universally acknowledged. Ye Chong exuded an unmistakable chill. This was not merely a fade of coolness, but rather a profound coldness that resonated deep within. Almost everyone was convinced that Ye Chong was irate, and the repercussions would be significant. Chapter 86. This move is ruthless. As soon as Ye Chong entered the modification room, he sensed something amiss. He was not one to underestimate situations. He abruptly rose to his feet. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the two women before him. One he recognized, while the other was a stranger. Yet it was this unknown woman who instilled in him a profound sense of danger. With remarkable clarity, Ye Chong observed that the stranger's steps were extraordinarily stable. Each stride measured with precision, as if meticulously calculated. At that moment, Shang, who usually jested, adopted a serious tone. "Yi, you've encountered a master." Rui Bing stood resolute, her upper body as steadfast as a rock, while her footwork flowed like water, embodying a unique rhythm. Ye Chong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her closely, his own feet instinctively adjusting, causing his form to blur and flicker like a specter. This time, Ye Chong truly felt the threat. His animalistic instincts were astoundingly acute, a trait he had always relied upon. As if guided by an internal compass, he instinctively angled his body slightly and raised his left hand before his chest, while his right hand hovered, ready but unstruck. Ye Chong found nothing unusual about the woman aside from the telltale signs of rigorous training on her hands. She appeared otherwise unremarkable. Yet, from this seemingly ordinary woman, he sensed a latent peril, a peril of extreme magnitude. The keenness of his vision sent a shiver down Rui Su's spine, causing her to stumble slightly. Rui Bing's interest in Ye Chong visibly surged, and even her steadfast demeanor faltered slightly as she witnessed his ghostly movements. In silent accord, Rui Bing altered her stance, each of her expansive strides resembling a grand arc propelled by the wind, imbued with a distinct vitality. The two stood locked in a gaze, while Rui Su, watching from afar, felt a twinge of regret, realizing she might have overstepped this time. However, she quickly reassured herself, thinking that as long as Bing managed to win, a mere lesson would suffice. Neither Ye Chong nor Rui Bing uttered a word. Rui Bing perceived herself as the aggressor, while Ye Chong had never been one for idle chatter. To him, a fight required no justification, akin to the instinctive nature of hunting. Moreover, the element of surprise often favored the assailant. Thus, they stood in opposition, Ye Chong's expression growing increasingly frigid, his gaze rivaling the chill of the Arctic, causing the temperature in the modification room to plummet. He appeared as though sculpted from ice, radiating an aura of frost. Rui Bing's hair billowed behind her, her loose training garb moving without wind, while her previously icy gaze now blazed with fervor, unmistakable combat intent emanating from her. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ye Chong's narrowed eyes. The hostility from his opponent was palpable, igniting a fierce instinct for self-preservation within him. The flimsy constructs of reality that had previously occupied his mind were now cast aside. This subtle shift in Ye Chong's demeanor did not escape the notice of either woman. Rui Su, perceptive as ever, turned pale with the realization that they had ventured too far this time, her heart racing in chaos. Rui Bing, on the other hand, sensed Ye Chong's unambiguous murderous intent, but remained undaunted, bolstered by her immense self-confidence and the unwavering conviction born from countless trials as a fighter. With a cold snort, Ye Chong propelled himself forward, leaving a flurry of afterimages in his wake as he charged at Rui Bing. The precept of striking first was deeply ingrained within him, and his resolve remained unaltered by the fact that his opponent was a woman. Ye Chong's speed far exceeded Rui Bing's expectations, prompting an involuntary gasp from Rui Su as she watched. This time, Ye Chong held nothing back, unleashing his full power. His inhuman velocity was revealed to the two women for the first time, leaving them both astounded. It was only when Ye Chong's right hand was a mere 5 or 6 centimeters from Rui Bing's throat that she managed to deflect it. His speed had caught her off guard, rendering her momentarily passive. With his right hand thwarted, Ye Chong's left fist descended like a meteor towards Rui Bing's chest. Convinced that a direct hit would obliterate even a 20-centimeter thick alloy door, Rui Bing reacted swiftly, her right arm twisting outward, palm open to intercept the forceful blow. The anticipated shattering of bone and flesh did not materialize, leaving Ye Chong momentarily stunned. Despite her preparation, the sheer force of his strike propelled Rui Bing backward, her feet remaining anchored, yet gliding as if she were on ice, her movements graceful. What tremendous strength! Rui Bing thought, astonished. Her right hand had gone numb. Ye Chong's power far surpassed her estimations, rendering her right hand nearly incapacitated after just a few exchanges. This man was indeed a monster. Ye Chong, momentarily taken aback, surged forward like a wisp of smoke, approaching Rui Bing. She noted his advancing figure, and though her right hand was temporarily incapacitated, her expression remained composed, devoid of panic. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes as she raised her left hand, forming a knife-like stance. Suddenly, a dramatic shift ensued that left Ye Chong astounded. Rui Bing's expression grew solemn as her right palm ascended slowly. Ye Chong found himself inexplicably drawn to this rising hand, which seemed to command the very center of the universe. In that gradual ascent, the world around him began to transform. It was as if time itself had decelerated, evoking an odd sensation that made Ye Chong feel as though he were drowning in a thick liquid, rendering his movements sluggish yet painfully clear. His senses fixated on that radiant palm, he felt himself gravitating towards it, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Yet, an unparalleled sense of danger clung to him. He felt ensnared, like a fish caught in tightening nets, gradually losing control over his own body. A fierce yearning for survival surged within him, and a dwindling thread of rationality spurred him to resist. In a moment of desperation, Ye Chong bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness, the metallic taste igniting his fighting spirit. With a roar, he unleashed a wave of energy that shattered the bindings around him. With no time to spare, he flailed like a desperate fish, gradually regaining control over his body. In that instant, he realized he had entered the range of Rui Bing's attack. Her palm, now at its zenith, descended with ferocity, akin to a jade hand cleaving through the air with a sound like a blade slicing through flesh. Ye Chong reacted instinctively, his right fist colliding with her palm. The impact felt as though he had struck a blade, causing his fingers to throb painfully, leaving a shallow imprint on his skin. The pain made him gasp sharply, questioning whether his fingers were even intact. Rui Bing, too, felt the repercussions of their clash, though she had anticipated the encounter. The reality was far more severe. Her complexion paled, and for a brief moment, the flush of a blush spread across her otherwise cold visage, rendering her strikingly beautiful. However, any allure failed to sway Ye Chong at that moment. Realizing he had gained a slight advantage, he was determined to press the attack. With his left hand splayed, he lunged towards Rui Bing's chest, knowing that if he succeeded, it would leave 5 gaping wounds that could very well seal her fate today. Rui Su, witnessing the impending danger, cried out in horror, "No!" A torrent of regret flooded her heart, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls falling from a broken string, splattering onto the ground. Ye Chong, however, remained oblivious to her plea. He had resolved to eliminate the woman who had nearly taken his life today. There must be no future troubles. The peculiar maneuver she executed earlier left Ye Chong with lingering trepidation. He dared not ascertain whether he would emerge victorious in their next encounter. Had it not been for his desperate act of biting his tongue today, he might have already met his demise here. In truth, Ye Chong had misjudged Rui Bing. She possessed the will to fight, but not the intent to kill. The constraints imposed by the rules of this world weighed far more heavily upon her than upon him. Ye Chong's attempts to assess her motivations were profoundly misguided. Rui Bing sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Ye Chong, and in the face of her instinctual drive for survival, she unleashed a performance that far exceeded her usual capabilities. Her right hand gradually regained some semblance of feeling, and in this critical moment, as she swiftly retreated, she gritted her teeth and raised her right arm in an attempt to deflect Ye Chong's left hand. However, she failed to block it entirely, merely managing to grasp his arm. Without regard for anything else, Rui Bing clutched Ye Chong's left arm with all her might, propelling herself backward as if leveraging his strength. Ye Chong, too, was at the end of his tether. The recent struggle had drained him of considerable physical and mental energy, and after their direct confrontation, his right hand remained weak and unresponsive. Just as Ye Chong's hand sank into Rui Bing's chest, he found he could advance no further. As she firmly held onto his left arm, realizing he had exhausted his strength, Ye Chong instinctively shifted his grip from thrusting to grasping. The area where his hand rested was soft and ample. How could such a skilled fighter possess such softness in her pectoral muscles? This thought flitted through Ye Chong's mind. He even squeezed lightly to confirm it was not an illusion. How peculiar. She had managed to block his full-force punch, suggesting her physique should have been far superior to that of an ordinary person. Rui Bing's entire body tensed. Ye Chong seized the moment, disregarding her delicate protests, turned his back, and with a swift motion, hurled Rui Bing away. Chapter 87. The Trial of Pain. Ye Chong's remarkable stamina was consumed for the first time so thoroughly. The strange move from his opponent had drained Ye Chong's spirit entirely. It was not merely a physical exhaustion, but a mental depletion that surpassed his physical fatigue. His mind felt vacant, as if freshly washed, rendering him excruciatingly uncomfortable. Was this what Mu referred to as spirit? Every word spoken by Mu was carefully etched into Ye Chong's mind. This move had completely overturned Ye Chong's understanding of combat. Rui Bing was flung aside like refuse by Ye Chong. Seeing the tide turn in his favor, Shang emerged, marveling, "Yi, you truly lack compassion. How was that feeling just now? You are quite contemptible. But, what a splendid advantage you've gained." Hee. Shang let out an odd chuckle. Ye Chong paid no heed to Shang, instead fixating on the landing point of Ruiyu, attempting to restore his stamina as much as possible. Ye Chong's condition was dire. Waves of unprecedented fatigue and weakness assaulted him, and his once steadfast spirit began to falter. He fought desperately to hold on. Just one strike. Just one more strike. And he could defeat her. Ye Chong murmured self-affirmations, but the images before him grew increasingly blurred, Rui Bing's white training attire resembling clouds drifting further away in the sky. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but they betrayed him, wanting to close. His consciousness felt detached from his body, rendering him incapable of effective control. He could barely stand, swaying as he had never felt such frailty before. His usually formidable physique offered no support. The emptiness in his mind tempted him to simply surrender to slumber. Yet, an unwavering conviction compelled him to resist. The enemy was still present. To succumb to sleep would mean death. Shang noticed Ye Chong's distress and urgently called out, "Yi, lie down. They won't kill you. Don't force yourself. Your spirit is severely depleted. Your brainwaves are unstable. Please, lie down. Quickly. Don't push yourself." Rui Bing, having been thrown away, used her toe to pivot off a piece of light armor and soared toward Rui Su, landing with a noticeable stumble. She steadied herself and whisked Rui Su out of the modification room like the wind. Ye Chong barely caught a glimpse of a white cloud drifting out of the modification chamber. He could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground, surrendering to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Rui Bing, carrying Rui Su out of the modification room, could no longer hold on. Her body weakened, but Rui Su reacted quickly, catching her sister. Now, Rui Bing resembled a pitiful, ordinary girl, stripped of her usual resolute demeanor, evoking deep sympathy. As Rui Su gazed at her unconscious sister, she rushed to the hospital in a state of frantic worry, tears streaming down her face. It was all her fault for indulging in a moment of childishness, resulting in this chaos. Rui Su felt an unprecedented regret for her actions. Students of Blue Ocean Academy watched as Rui Su emerged from Ye Chong's modification room, cradling someone in tears. What had transpired inside? Witnessing this scene, the students and teachers were left to speculate. Rui Bing's condition was far worse than Ye Chong's. Ye Chong merely experienced severe mental exhaustion with minimal physical harm, while Rui Bing had not only expended tremendous mental energy launching her ultimate move, but Ye Chong's breaking free from her mental grip had inflicted immense damage upon her as well. Despite her years of training, her body was no match for Ye Chong's beast-like form. The impact of his two strikes upon her was undeniable. However, the most devastating blow was Ye Chong's grasp. It was astonishing that she hadn't fainted on the spot. Had she not considered the consequences of her collapse on her sister, she would have succumbed to the urge to faint. Ye Chong's grip inflicted an unparalleled psychological blow. For a girl who adhered to and believed in tradition, what could be more terrifying? Though everyone was curious about the events that transpired as they saw the weeping witch, Rui, fleeing from Ye Chong's modification room, none dared to approach within 10 meters of the chamber. Even the head of modification room, number 1, fled far away. Ye Chong's cold gaze and ruthless demeanor had gained a notorious reputation within Blue Ocean Academy. While they were not terrified, no one dared to provoke Ye Chong. Thus, uninterrupted, Ye Chong lay on the floor, asleep for an entire day. It was not until the next day that he slowly awakened, his head pounding and his body utterly drained. Awake? A gentle voice resonated in Ye Chong's mind. Ye Chong clutched his head, gasping as he rasped, "Yes, but my head hurts terribly." His head felt as if it were about to split open, and he had no means to alleviate it. According to the data, this was a symptom of severe mental exhaustion. Recovery could be achieved through brainwave therapy devices and natural sleep. Brainwave therapy device. We do not possess such a thing. Ye Chong continued to clutch his head until suddenly, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, "Ah, you are Mu?" "Undoubtedly." Mu replied. "What about Shang?" "According to our agreement, he must remain silent for 11 days. Suddenly recalling that peculiar move, Ye Chong's excitement surged, momentarily overshadowing his pain. "Mu, was that woman's move what you referred to as spirit? Did you not say your attacks lacked spirit?" Mu paused before responding. "Insufficient data. Unable to determine." Ye Chong expressed disappointment. "Unable to determine? Well, I seem to think it was indeed that." The feeling was truly terrifying. It evoked a sense of futility in resistance. However, while piloting a light armor, is it truly impossible to imbue one's attacks with spirit? Ye Chong's attention was completely ensnared by this inquiry, and the throbbing pain in his head became a distant thought as his hand moved from his head to support his chin. Ye Chong shifted his focus to Mu. "Does your head not ache?" Mu suddenly transformed into a devil, delivering a sharp blow. Ye Chong's attention was instantly diverted back to his head, and the previously unnoticed pain surged like a tidal wave. He cried out in agony, his hand returning from his chin to his head, gasping and gritting his teeth. "Damn it, Mu. I never thought you could be so shameless." Mu elegantly expressed gratitude. "Thank you for the compliment." According to the data, this term evidently carries a strong personal emotional connotation and is not suitable for assessing the nature of a matter. You should truly savor this rare sensation of pain. Mu, is there no way to alleviate the suffering? Ye Chong, writhing in agony, surrendered. Mu calmly stated, "Indeed, there is a method." Ye Chong saw a glimmer of hope and quickly inquired, "What method?" Mu explained, "This method requires no medication, nor injections, is safe and effective, with immediate results when applied." Ye Chong gasped, "Manual-induced unconsciousness relief method?" During his time on the garbage star, Ye Chong had once experienced excessive mental strain in a consciousness training facility, causing the nerves controlling his hands to exceed their limits, resulting in excruciating pain. Mu had employed this method to relieve his suffering, a memory that lingered vividly. "Precisely," Mu confirmed. The waves of pain relentlessly battered Ye Chong's brain, and he felt as if his mind was raging violently, restlessly surging. His conscious awareness stood like a solitary reef amidst a tempestuous sea, constantly swallowed and spat out by the tumultuous waters of pain. An endless torment. Ye Chong felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Long suffering was indeed less bearable than brief agony. In a tone of heroic resolve, he addressed Mu, saying, "Then, Mu, you may as well proceed. But do ensure your aim is true." Mu replied nonchalantly, "This method is not advisable for use." Ye Chong, puzzled, inquired why not. Mu answered coolly, "Currently, this phenomenon is highly beneficial for your mental cultivation, provided that you must fully engage with it throughout the process." Ye Chong let out a pained cry. "Then why mention it at all? Isn't that just speaking in vain?" Mu clearly concurred with Ye Chong's sentiment. "Indeed, it is mere empty talk." Unable to contain himself any longer, Ye Chong erupted in a torrent of curses, cursed Mu. You, how could you?" He felt on the verge of fainting. Mu stated, "To enhance the effect, it is evidently necessary to introduce a certain degree of stimulation." Ye Chong, exhausted and exasperated, retorted, "Ugh, Mu, you are exceedingly treacherous." Mu responded, "According to the data, everything I have said is the absolute truth." Ye Chong, disinclined to engage in further debate, recognized that he was no match for either Mu or Shang. Both were formidable adversaries. "How long have I been asleep?" Ye Chong asked as he struggled against the relentless waves of pain in his mind. 28 hours and 36 minutes. Mu answered with precision. 28 hours? Ye Chong murmured weakly, suddenly recalling something important. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain. "Ah, have I missed class?" While Ye Chong felt no particular attachment to attending class, as a party engaged in fair exchange, he endeavored to fulfill his responsibilities. "No need. I have already taken care of it for you." Mu replied calmly. "You handled it for me?" "Indeed. In the virtual network, you and Shang are simply too powerful. Those identity verification systems are likely ineffective against you." "What was the first day of class like?" Ye Chong inquired with curiosity. According to the data, the term feeling is unsuitable for application to any non-biological entity. Mu, you remain as devoid of sentiment as ever. Ye, your head. Ugh, Mu, you are truly merciless. Chapter 88. The Troubled Cultivator. Mu, are you certain we should go? Ye Chong inquired as he walked. Yes, Shang's assertion is not without merit. According to the data, It is indeed possible to stimulate the growth of duocun stone through a structured cultivation process, Mu replied. Oh my, a cultivator. The mere thought of the torment endured over the past few days left Ye Chong in utter dismay. Only recently had his headaches begun to subside. He had suffered for 3 long days, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in his infernal ordeal. Finally, he had managed to endure it. Though Ye Chong felt little improvement himself, Mu assured him that his mental acuity had sharpened significantly, and his brainwaves were now considerably more potent. At least there were some gains. The suffering had not been in vain. Before Ye Chong could relish this thought, Mu urged him to attend the cultivator course. Fortunately, during their leisure moments, Mu imparted his calculated shooting techniques to Ye Chong. The results of Mu's calculations adhered to his usual style, concise and impactful. This technique, while perhaps not fitting the traditional definition of shooting techniques, comprised merely 8 basic movements, the culmination of extensive calculations and countless optimizations. Given the ancient shooting techniques had long been lost, it was now exceedingly difficult to find even a trace. Mu resorted to principles of physics to ascertain how to exert less effort while achieving greater results. The 8 movements were the fruits of Mu's simulated calculations. Fortunately, the modification room was vast, akin to an enormous warehouse. Ye Chong cleared a space and began practicing his frost lamentation technique within. His aptitude for combat with the light armor surpassed any learning he could acquire as a cultivator. He had completed his shooting technique. Yet the elusive cultivator course still left him bewildered. This particular class was experimental, with practical exercises significantly outweighing theoretical components. Mu, don't you already know the theories behind cultivation? Why must I attend? Ye Chong asked, perplexed. Mu explained, the cultivator profession is built upon experiential accumulation. The current theories are highly imperfect and prone to logical errors, hence Shang and I lack an advantage in this regard. It seems humanity excels in this domain. The head of the cultivator department at Blue Ocean Academy was Jiang Xiaowei. The principal had even made a special introduction for Ye Chong. Jiang Xiaowei found it perplexing that a male student, particularly one interested in light armor mechanics, would be drawn to cultivation. In her experience, she assumed most boys enrolled in this department were merely chasing after girls, given that the department was entirely populated by females, many of whom were stunningly beautiful. However, this assumption did not hold true for Ye Chong, whom Jiang Xiaowei had observed before. He was far too aloof to engage in such frivolous pursuits. Moreover, his connection with Rui Su seemed somewhat intricate. Although there were many attractive students under her supervision, none could compare to Rui Su in her eyes. Indeed, the cultivator department was predominantly female, making Ye Chong's presence conspicuous. Most of these girls had seen him through live streams, but encountering him in person was a novelty for the majority. Ye Chong advanced with an impassive expression, as though a sign reading "Do Not Approach" were emblazoned upon him. As Ye Chong conversed with Mu, he remained blissfully unaware of the curious gazes directed his way. Oh, is that so? Ye Chong remarked in surprise. Yes. According to the data, many special minerals can indeed be stimulated to grow through various cultivation methods. However, much of this information has been lost, and some is damaged. Shang is currently attempting to restore it. Mu responded. Ye Chong was astonished that Shang would engage in such endeavors, as he had always perceived Shang as being more inclined towards mischief and humor. Indeed, Shang's emotional determination surpasses mine. So he is more invested in his past lineage and origins. We both believe that this data could be invaluable in uncovering the origins of this light armor. Shang views this as a quest for his identity. While I do not fully comprehend it, I believe discovering the source of this armor would be immensely beneficial for you. Yi, that makes sense. If you and Shang are so formidable, then those who created you must be even more exceptional. Ye Chong mused. According to the data, the answer remains unknown, and your assertion is erroneous. I am not a creation of theirs, though Shang might be. My existence is merely a coincidence, Mu corrected. Indeed, that is true. Snapping back to reality, Ye Chong paused and surveyed his surroundings. It must be said that navigating the various departmental areas within Blue Ocean Academy was a considerable test of skill. Fortunately, Ye Chong retained his sense of direction, and with Mu by his side, losing his way seemed more challenging than remaining on course. The girls around him regarded Ye Chong with curious eyes, occasionally exchanging hushed giggles and whispers, pointing and gesturing discreetly. The appearance of a male in the cultivator department was akin to a celestial being descending amidst a pack of wolves, especially one as recently celebrated as Ye Chong. Ye Chong typically ignored such chatter, yet he possessed remarkably acute hearing. The incessant whispers buzzed around him like a swarm of flies. Though harmless, they were undeniably irksome. As he stood still, Ye Chong cast a slow glance around at the girls. Their previously animated chatter fell silent, akin to a sudden winter chill sweeping through springtime warmth. His cold gaze pierced through them like a sharp scythe, rendering them utterly speechless. Some of the timid ones even turned pale with fright. Without further ado, Ye Chong strode into the experimental building. In stark contrast to the spacious modification room, the cultivator experimental facility was divided into numerous small rooms, each independent to ensure safety. After all, the experiments conducted by cultivators inherently carried certain risks. During the cultivation process, organisms could mutate, and the cultivation methods would accelerate and intensify these mutations. Thus, any resulting organisms, lacking certification from authoritative bodies, were prohibited from dissemination, as they could pose severe threats to the entire ecosystem, potentially leading to catastrophic repercussions. Therefore, such stringent protective measures were essential. Ye Chong happened upon Jiang Xiaowei, having attended a few of her classes previously. She appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. "Hello, Teacher Yi." Ye Chong responded, "Director Jiang, I look forward to your guidance." Jiang Xiaowei's smile was warm and genuine, which eased Ye Chong's demeanor considerably. "There's no need for such formalities. If you have any questions, feel free to seek my assistance." "Thank you," Ye Chong replied politely. After parting ways, Jiang Xiaowei mused that Ye Chong did not seem as difficult to approach as rumored. The instructor for this class was not Jiang Xiaowei, but another female teacher whom Ye Chong did not recognize. Ye Chong surveyed the table cluttered with an array of bewildering instruments and countless reagents, feeling overwhelmed. The teacher seemed disinclined to provide any guidance. Ye Chong stared blankly at the assortment, unsure of how to proceed. To someone of his novice status, this was utterly daunting. Furrowing his brow, Ye Chong remained oblivious to the curious glances directed his way from the surrounding girls. Just as he felt utterly lost, a timid voice emerged. "Yi, may I partner with you?" Ye Chong had sensed someone approaching, but did not expect it to be an acquaintance. He looked up to find a Xiao standing before him, her head lowered, nervously twisting the hem of her cultivator uniform. A Xiao's head was bowed so low that Ye Chong could not see her face. Yet she appeared quite anxious, her shoulders trembling slightly. All work ceased as everyone stared in astonishment at the two individuals. Ye Chong, a figure of considerable interest, caught everyone's gaze, while the usually timid Xiao displayed an unexpected audacity that left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. The cultivation room fell into a profound silence. Sensing the collective scrutiny, Xiao buried her head even lower, leading Ye Chong to wonder if her neck might snap if she lowered it any further. He cast a cold glance at those who were gaping at them. Upon meeting Ye Chong's gaze, the girls immediately averted their eyes, hastily pretending to engage in their experiments. The room was soon filled with the clattering of instruments as they busied themselves. Xiao's arrival was akin to a divine blessing for the troubled Ye Chong. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor and replied calmly, "Of course, Xiao." It became clear to the girls, who had been eavesdropping, that the two were acquainted, and their glances toward Xiao grew notably more complex. Xiao raised her delicate face, incredulously asking, "Yi, is it true?" A faint blush lingered on her flawless, jade-like visage, rendering her captivating. Ye Chong nodded affirmatively, and internally he rejoiced. At last, someone is willing to assist me. Xiao beamed with delight at his affirmation, gracefully approaching his side, though a hint of shyness still lingered on her face. "This is the Gallo Blue Cultivation Solution, one of the 15 fundamental growth mediums. Its purpose is to expedite the growth of plant organisms while supplying essential nutrients. The method for utilizing the constant temperature incubator is quite straightforward. One merely needs to configure it through the intelligent interface, but it is crucial to heed several important aspects. What transpired? An intensely scarlet plant stood serenely within a transparent cultivation flask. Its vermilion, fleshy leaves were intricately veined, while its succulent main stem possessed a dazzling crimson hue. At its apex, 5 or 6 lanterns of mingled red and yellow dangled, appearing heavy, plump, and exceedingly delightful. This is a rather commonplace spice plant, the scarlet leaf banana. Behold, the contents of these miniature lanterns constitute the very essence we seek, scarlet fire liquid. Xiao gingerly used a tool resembling a clip to pluck a lantern from the scarlet leaf banana. She carefully placed it upon a pristine plate and then punctured a small aperture. A fiery liquid cascaded from the opening, pooling within the plate. Instantly, A profoundly rich fragrance permeated the entire chamber. Scarlet fire liquid is primarily employed in the creation of upscale aromatic products. Alas, its limited cultivability directly contributes to its exorbitant market price. Hee, many of the girls in our department occasionally indulge in it, though I myself favor pale smoke azure. Shualing doesn't quite fancy these. Ashio chirped, radiating an evident confidence. Whenever professional matters were broached, Ashio transformed into an exceptionally attentive individual, devoid of any timidity. Apart from Ashio, none of the surrounding girls managed to complete the task. Ye Chong fixed his gaze upon the fiery plant within the cultivation flask, a plant whose entire growth process he had personally witnessed. In a mere handful of hours, a seed had been nurtured to maturity, whereas, ordinarily, this plant's growth cycle spanned 15 years. The astonishment Ye Chong experienced was unparalleled. For the first time, the occupation of a plant nurturer appeared enigmatic and profound in his eyes. This is an authentic, living organism, after all. Yezi, why do you harbor such an intense interest in plant nurturers? There are exceedingly few male plant nurturers, you know? Ashio inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity as she innocently regarded Ye Chong. Ye Chong responded nonchalantly, merely an interest. Ashio questioned, puzzled, aren't you a mod technician? Plant nurturers don't seem particularly useful to you. The two most prevalent domains for plant nurturers nowadays are the botanical and microbial fields, which appear to be of no utility to you whatsoever. Botanical and microbial fields? Ye Chong inquired. Indeed, the botanical field primarily concerns itself with spices, ingredients, medicinal herbs, and other plant-related matters, with the aim of catalyzing plant growth, abbreviating plant life cycles, and amplifying specific plant attributes. These plants are typically either exceedingly rare or possess protracted growth cycles, while simultaneously facing substantial demand. Consequently, the market is quite substantial. This category of plant nurturers is the most numerous. I myself am in the botanical field, Ashio exclaimed endearingly, pointing to her delicate nose. The applications of the microbial field are also extensive. They primarily cultivate bacteria to generate products such as enzymes and peptides. They are remarkably skilled as well, Ashio declared, her expression one of longing. An idea sparked within Ye Chong's mind, and he inquired, are there any who cultivate minerals? Ashio shook her head, affirming, certainly not. Minerals lack any semblance of life, so how could they possibly be cultivated? Animal cultivation exists, though all 5 major star regions have explicitly prohibited it. However, it seems some still engage in it covertly. These individuals are truly wicked, Ashio exclaimed indignantly, her face contorted with outrage. Evidently, the contents of Mu's information repository were far from commonplace. Ye Chong had always held Mu's information in high regard, rarely doubting its veracity. However, upon Ashio's mention of animals, Ye Chong could not resist inquiring, animal cultivation? Why is it prohibited? Ashio responded with distaste. Animal cultivation yields a plethora of bizarre and grotesque creatures. These animals pose a far greater threat than their botanical counterparts. Many cultivated animals exhibit savage temperaments, and numerous ethical and moral quandaries are involved. Moreover, it is exceedingly cruel. Consequently, the joint governments of every star region have explicitly forbidden it. Ye Chong appeared to grasp the concept, though he pondered, what relevance does this have to me? Ye Chong remained indifferent. Ye Chong scrutinized the scarlet leaf banana within the cultivation flask, marveling at the ingenuity of plant nurturers and developing a profound interest in the profession. Inwardly, he contemplated the reagents Ashio had employed, as well as her manipulations, incessantly cross-referencing them with the information he had previously memorized by rote. Perhaps plant nurturing isn't so uninteresting after all, Ye Chong mused. Suddenly, a piercing pain, without warning, struck his heart like a vicious needle. Ye Chong grunted, his right hand clutching his left chest, his back involuntarily arching. Pain. Ye Chong felt as though his heart had been pierced by this sudden, stabbing sensation. Ye Chong's complexion turned ashen, and perspiration instantly beaded upon his forehead. Before Ye Chong could react, the stabbing pain abruptly coursed through his body, giving him the illusion that his insides were being mangled wherever it passed. Stars danced before his eyes, and his muscles felt as though they were being torn apart. Ye Chong could no longer restrain himself, emitting a faint moan. Heart, chest, hands, feet. His body seemed increasingly beyond his control. The pain intensified, gradually devouring Ye Chong's consciousness. Myriad minute sensations of pain converged, overwhelming him, almost entirely engulfing him. Thud. Ye Chong could no longer maintain his footing, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Writhing in agony like a shrimp, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, his facial muscles twitching incessantly, presenting a ghastly spectacle. Ashio covered her mouth in terror, her stifled exclamation shattering the tranquility of the cultivation chamber. Yezi, what's wrong? What's wrong? Teacher. Amidst such excruciating, heart-wrenching pain, Ye Chong's consciousness remained remarkably clear. He felt every nuance of the pain with unparalleled clarity. Ye Chong had never imagined that his senses could attain such exquisite acuity. However, at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most agonizing experience imaginable. Ye Chong's face betrayed no expression of pain, as the muscles in his face were entirely beyond his control. In fact, no muscle in his entire body obeyed his command. Yet, eerily, Ye Chong's consciousness remained exceptionally lucid. Yezi, what's wrong? Mu's usually composed voice now sounded anxious. But Ye Chong's brainwaves seemed to be shielded by his mind. Ye Chong could hear Mu's voice. Yet his repeated calls to Mu went unanswered. Mu's voice grew increasingly frantic, while Ye Chong remained as though deceased, unable to transmit any brainwaves. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. Unprecedented agony made Ye Chong feel as though he were languishing in the depths of hell, relentlessly approaching, inch by inch. Even a person as resilient as Ye Chong felt fear. For the first time, death seemed so imminent. Ye Chong endured the pain, recalling that the headache from the previous day's mental exhaustion paled in comparison. One was a mental affliction, the other a corporeal torment. And today's inexplicable stabbing pain was far more violent than the previous headaches. However, drawing upon his past experience, Ye Chong managed to avoid succumbing this time. He focused all his mental energy on a line in the floor before him. The intense pain caused his mind to drift. But the pain did not abate in the slightest. Ye Chong struggled to gather his consciousness, bit by bit, daring not to relax even slightly. Ye Chong had never imagined that he would one day be unable to control his own consciousness. However, just as Ye Chong was on the verge of collapse, as abruptly as it had arrived, the pain vanished without warning. Suddenly vanished. Suddenly, Ye Chong regained control of his body. It was as though his body were a mech, and his consciousness a mech pilot. In the preceding few minutes, the pilot had inexplicably lost control of the mech, and in that very instant, the pilot had inexplicably regained control. Was that a dream? Ye Chong, rising from the ground, pondered aimlessly. His body had returned to normal, but his mind remained muddled. Sensing that Ye Chong's brainwaves had returned to normal, Mu anxiously inquired, "What just happened?" Ye Chong had yet to recover from the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As he glanced at the cluster of girls surrounding him, he instinctively shook his head, yearning for clarity. It took a full half-minute for him to emerge from this state. Ashio and the other girls gazed at him with expressions of sheer terror, instinctively stepping back upon seeing Ye Chong rise. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance was indeed alarming. His pallid complexion resembled that of a ghost from the horror films beloved by the girls, beads of sweat nearly converging into a small stream, rendering his face indistinct. His facial muscles twitched sporadically, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Ye Chong addressed Mu, saying, "Mu, let's discuss this later." Taking several deep breaths to ensure he had regained control over his body, Ye Chong's thoughts turned to the urgency of leaving this place. The multitude of people offered him no sense of safety. Having just emerged from a hellish ordeal, all he desired was to find a quiet, secluded spot to unravel the mystery of what had transpired with Mu. Just as Ye Chong contemplated departing, two middle-aged individuals clad in peculiar light green attire rushed in, carrying a box. Upon entering, they called out, Who is in trouble?" Instantly, the crowd parted, revealing Ye Chong at the center. His face, still streaked with sweat, unmistakably indicated that something had occurred. One of the men, recognizing the recently prominent Ye Chong, exclaimed, "Teacher Ye, are you unwell? We just received an alarm and thought it was a student experiencing a medical emergency. We didn't expect it to be a teacher. Come, let us check on you. This place is too crowded. Let's move to another classroom." Ye Chong was about to decline, but Mu interjected, "Ye, you should get checked." 5 minutes later, in another classroom, the doctor examining Ye Chong wore a grave expression, stating, "Teacher Ye, we cannot ascertain your condition. The equipment here is likely too rudimentary. We recommend you visit the school's advanced medical facility for a comprehensive examination. Well, we have no further business here, so we shall take our leave. Teacher Ye, do not forget to go for the examination at the advanced medical facility. Farewell." Chapter 90. Speculation. Ye Chong emerged from the advanced medical room. the doctor's words still echoing in his ears. Teacher Ye, your health is remarkable. You are healthier than the vast majority. There are no issues. What you described today is likely a figment of your imagination, stemming from excessive psychological stress or fatigue, leading to similar hallucinations. Although your physical condition is far superior to that of an average person, I still advise you to focus on rest. Hallucination? Impossible. The sensation he had just experienced remained vividly clear in Ye Chong's mind. The thought of that boundless and inescapable pain sent shivers down his spine. What on earth was happening? Undoubtedly, this was the foremost question on Ye Chong's mind. It hung over him like a sharp sword, instilling a profound sense of crisis that disrupted his rest and peace. Did he have some peculiar illness? He had never encountered anything like this before. Moreover, the doctor was unable to diagnose it, and even Mu had remarked that the advanced medical room at Blue Ocean Academy had a high standard, making misdiagnosis unlikely. Ye Chong had no desire to endure such an experience again. If it were to happen once more, he doubted his ability to withstand it. Mu, do you have any speculations? Ye Chong urgently sought an answer, even if it were merely conjectural. He felt on the brink of madness. With anxiety and frustration festering within him, the calmness and composure he once possessed now entirely vanished. Perceiving Ye Chong's distress, Mu calmly advised, Ye, take a few deep breaths. As you would in battle, negative emotions will only hinder you, plunging you into panic. Breathe deeply. In an instant, a wild sensation nearly ignited Ye Chong's nerves. A searing heat coursing through his body. He could almost feel his eyes burning like embers. The exposed skin of his hands shimmered with a strange crimson hue, reminiscent of a heated iron plate. Overwhelmed with agitation, Ye Chong's only desire was to destroy, to vent his frustration. Had anyone else uttered those words, he would undoubtedly have smashed them to pieces. Gasping for breath, the heated air he exhaled felt less like air and more like a raging inferno. Ye Chong struggled to suppress this violent urge, and as this feeling surged within him, a sense of foreboding crept in. The typically composed individual, he was felt an instinctive alertness and resistance rising within him. Deep breath, deep breath. Ye Chong labored to repeat this simple act, which had been so effortless for him in the past. Deep breath, maintain rhythm, deep breath. Mu's voice was almost hypnotic, and Ye Chong unconsciously followed his cadence. As his breathing gradually lengthened, Ye Chong's mind began to cool, the fiery torrent receding, and he returned to his usual state. This struggle had significantly drained Ye Chong's energy, sweat trickling down his forehead in rivulets, soaking his clothes. A gust of wind swept by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ye Chong could not help but chuckle wryly. Mu, it seems I've landed myself in quite a predicament. Mu agreed. Indeed, Ye, your situation appears rather dire. However, I cannot think of any effective solutions at the moment. What on earth was happening? Ye Chong felt some irritation, his emotions fluctuating slightly, causing a tumult within him that compelled him to take another deep breath to regain his composure. Mu said, Ye, you must maintain emotional stability. Based on all the information, if this condition isn't hereditary or something that has been lurking within you since Garbage Star, I have a hypothesis. What hypothesis? Ye Chong inquired. I speculate that the silver liquid you encountered in the black corner is the cause of this condition, with a 67% probability, Mu elaborated. It is the only suspect. Ye Chong, not one to be easily fooled, quickly connected the dots. No wonder they managed those from the black corner so loosely. It seems they have this trap hidden away. His thoughts raced. No wonder Johnson had no intent to kill me last time. He likely wanted me to accompany him back. This must be the leverage he has to ensure my return. Mu marveled. Ye, it seems you have grown clever. Yes, if that is the case, then this occurrence. Ye Chong's expression suddenly shifted. This occurrence certainly won't be a one-time affair. As the hypothesis thundered through his mind, Ye Chong felt a wave of dread wash over him. The mere thought of enduring countless iterations of such a hellish experience left his face as grim as a bitter gourd. Mu could only lament from the sidelines. Poor Ye. Yet Ye Chong had no path of retreat. He would never willingly return to the black corner, becoming a mere pawn in someone else's game. The resilient nerves and indomitable spirit he had forged on Garbage Star were precisely what he needed now. Moreover, he had Mu and Shang by his side. Surprisingly, the illness he had been so concerned about had not manifested itself in several days, which left Ye Chong feeling unexpectedly astonished. However, he realized that even if he prepared, it would be futile, for he would completely lose control over his body, and Mu would not even be able to receive his brainwaves. Thus, Ye Chong felt far more at ease. For safety's sake, He minimized his outings, even avoiding visits to Grandpa Qian. He had no idea when his strange illness might strike. But once it did, if an accident occurred, he would become a lamb led to slaughter, utterly defenseless. Ye Chong spent his days in the modification room, while Mu remained outside. After all, there were plenty of light-armored suits within, and Mu would not draw attention while also being able to protect Ye Chong in critical moments. However, despite Ye Chong's self-imposed isolation, others came seeking him. The one who came was Rui Su, and upon seeing Ye Chong, her expression darkened. Ye Chong, my sister wants you to come to my house. Your sister? Ye Chong frowned, inquiring further. The one who came with me that day. Rui Su suddenly recalled the scene, her face flushing. Oh. Ye Chong understood that she was referring to the woman with whom he had clashed. Under normal circumstances, he would have likely accepted the invitation, as he found her peculiar skills quite intriguing. However, at this moment, he would absolutely decline. Without a second thought or inquiry, he bluntly refused, not going. Rui Su's face turned pale with anger. You. Ye Chong found the woman somewhat baffling, and chose to ignore her entirely. Seeing Ye Chong's indifference, Rui Su's expression shifted dramatically, and she eventually reverted to her usual fiery demeanor. Ye Chong, are you even a man? I've never encountered such a spineless man like you. You're too afraid to come to my house, coward, scaredy cat. Ye Chong regarded Rui Su's performance with indifference. He had always possessed a strong immunity to verbal attacks. Mu, shouldn't people fear death? Ye Chong queried. Indeed. Mu replied. Then isn't it normal to be a scaredy cat? Ye Chong asked. Well, in society, people regard fearing death as shameful, even though they are all terrified of it. Mu explained. How utterly mundane. Ye Chong exclaimed. Quite so. Mu concurred. Rui Su soon realized that her tirade had no effect on Ye Chong. After venting her frustrations, she found herself considerably calmer. Seeing that the hard approach was ineffective, Rui Su adopted a softer tactic. Ye Chong, I beg you, just come to my house once. My sister simply wants to meet you. Please, come on. Her big, watery eyes conveyed a pleading expression that would have made any ordinary person rush to comply. However, Ye Chong was entirely unfazed by such tactics. Mu, what is she trying to do? Ye Chong asked in confusion. She hopes to elicit your protective instincts through a guise of vulnerability. Mu succinctly replied. Then added, many women employ such tactics to evoke sympathy from men. Can one genuinely expect sympathy from an adversary? Ye Chong queried incredulously, finding this logic utterly perplexing. To him, it seemed absurd. Mu clearly hesitated. The relationship between men and women is not one of antagonism. Then what is it? Ye Chong pressed. Well, it would be better for you to ask Shang about that. He has greater expertise in this area. Mu responded swiftly. Regardless of what Rui Su said, Ye Chong remained indifferent. Rui Su was taken aback by Ye Chong's obstinacy, finding her usual methods ineffectual against him. She felt utterly outmatched. The moment she recalled her sister's words, tears streamed down her face. This, in turn, surprised Ye Chong, though only momentarily. Rui Su halted her weeping, gazing at Ye Chong with tear-filled eyes, and asked, what would it take for you to meet my sister? Ye Chong contemplated for a moment. If she wishes to see me, let her come. With Mu present. Ye Chong was confident that even if his peculiar ailment were to flare up unexpectedly, his safety would remain assured. Rui Su, with tears glistening in her eyes, dashed out of the dressing room. Witnessing this scene, the students along the way couldn't help but feel a genuine respect for Ye Chong. The invincible sorceress Su had wept twice before their teacher. Truly remarkable. What Ye Chong did not anticipate was that Rui Bing would indeed come, and that she would arrive alone. Chapter 91. Shang's Idea, Part 1. Rui Bing sat before Ye Chong, her complexion ashen, betraying the lingering effects of her previous injuries. Her raven tresses accentuated her pallor, and her brow furrowed with a delicate worry that evoked sympathy. The martial prowess she once exuded had been replaced by a fragile demeanor. Her slender frame, draped in a spacious training suit, resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Ye Chong was taken aback by her appearance. Upon seeing Ye Chong unharmed, Rui Bing offered a wry smile. Your constitution is indeed formidable. Ye Chong remained impassive, pondering her motives. He maintained a cautious stance, with Mu stationed silently behind him, prepared to react swiftly to any threat. Moreover, Ye Chong was not entirely defenseless. Though he feared a recurrence of his mysterious affliction, he sat motionless, his gaze unwavering, awaiting her explanation. He refused to believe she had sought him out merely for idle conversation. Such frivolousness was beneath the most formidable woman he had ever encountered. Ye Chong held Rui Bing in high regard. Her combat skills surpassed his own, and her technique hinted at a potent mental attack. In Mu's words, it piqued Ye Chong's curiosity, revealing the existence of forces beyond the purely physical. Rui Bing remained silent, her dark eyes fixed on Ye Chong, their gazes intertwined. A blush crept up Rui Bing's neck. Her reticence puzzled Ye Chong, who had expected her to be forthright. Since she had sought him out, she must have a purpose. Breaking the silence, he inquired, "What brings you here?" His terse tone, coupled with his detached expression, prompted Rui Bing to stiffen. Despite her weakened state, her martial spirit seemed to return. She sat erect, her expression grave, but her words caught Ye Chong completely off guard. "Will you take me as your wife? Marry her?" What did that signify? Fortunately, Mu was within reach. Ye Chong contacted Mu telepathically. "Mu, what does marry her mean?" Based on available data, it implies entering a legally recognized marital union. Mu explained. "And what is a legal marital union?" Ye Chong questioned. Such matters are not my forte. You should consult Shang. We require 5 seconds for the transfer." Mu replied, clearly perplexed, and opted to delegate the question to Shang, whose emotional analysis capabilities were more advanced. Shang materialized with a series of electronic chirps. "Wow, Yezi, it's that fierce beauty from before. TSK, TSK. A beauty who meets your standards is a rare find." Ye Chong inquired, "What does this have to do with beauty?" Shang replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Who doesn't appreciate beauty?" Though, Shang paused, "Admittedly, your tastes are rather unique. But isn't she perfect for your criteria? Not too bulky, which would hinder speed, nor too frail. Her muscles must be explosive, her stamina excellent, her flexibility superb. She's proficient in combat. Her combat suit skills are nearly on par with mine, decisive, and preferably capable of delivering a fatal blow. She's highly vigilant and, ideally, skilled in combat suit mechanics. Aside from the combat suit aspect, she seems tailor-made for you. And combat suit proficiency can be easily cultivated. Yezi, I can't imagine anyone who fits the bill better." Ye Chong remained puzzled. "But what does this have to do with marrying her?" Shang nearly choked. "Yezi, has your adolescence not yet begun? Good heavens. You're 20. That defies physiological principles. Could it be you?" Mu's voice was filled with an odd intonation. Shang's stammering only confused Ye Chong further. "Physiology? The study of biological growth? Isn't that a discipline for nutritional therapists?" Shang wailed, "Cough. The study of biological growth? Yezi, you can't continue like this. I must instill in you a proper worldview. I can't let Mu mislead you any further. Heavens. I can already foresee how dull and bleak your future will be." After a pause, Shang adopted a persuasive tone. "Ye Chong, do you find her pleasing to the eye? Among all the women you've encountered, Shang's voice carried a peculiar allure." Ye Chong glanced at Rui Bing, whose composed facade momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of anxiety. After a moment's reflection, Ye Chong answered, "Yes, pleasing." She was, perhaps, the only woman he had met who evoked a sense of admiration, and undoubtedly the most formidable. However, is there a necessary connection between the two? Ye Chong's logic remained unclouded by Shang's influence. No. Shang sighed deeply. "But when will you transition into a normal man, Yezi? Am I not normal?" Ye Chong seemed displeased with this assessment. "Do you harbor no desire for women?" The question vexed Shang. "Desire?" Ye Chong asked blankly. "Should one desire women?" Shang was taken aback, his voice weakening. "Yezi, you are truly formidable. Me? I'm still lacking, far behind Mu." Ye Chong protested. "Compared to Mu? Heavens, it's a dialogue between beasts. No, Yezi, it's imperative that you receive a thorough education in physiology. Yezi, I'll show you the latest holographic edition of Fiery Passionate Battles, a prized possession of mine." Shang's words were filled with ardent enthusiasm. "Visual data? Fiery Passionate Battles? Is it combat suit duels?" Ye Chong inquired. "Combat suit duels?" Shang's mind conjured images of 2 humanoid combat suits engaged in a fervent clash, oil splattering, parts flying, accompanied by the grating screech of metal. Shang shuddered, nearly crashing. Discussing emotions, especially those between men and women, with someone as logically driven as Ye Chong was undoubtedly a frustrating endeavor for Shang. Rui Bing appeared composed, but her heart pounded in her chest. Ye Chong had initially pondered intently, then glanced at her before resuming his deliberations. Rui Bing experienced a peculiar sensation, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. She struggled to maintain her composure, at least outwardly. She was aware of her conservatism, just as she had unhesitatingly chosen to inherit her father's martial arts school. Over the years, the ancient traditions had become ingrained in her very being. She was powerless to change her conservatism, nor had she ever desired to. This way of life brought her peace and tranquility. Rui Bing cast a complex gaze upon the man before her, a man she had met only twice, who was now to become her husband. And if he refused, what would she do? She could uphold her traditions. But that did not mean she should force others to adhere to them as well. Her dedication was merely her own. It was perfectly acceptable for Ye Chong to refuse. So what would she do then? Despite her resolve, Rui Bing felt lost in that moment. All right, back to the original question. What does marry her ultimately mean? Ye Chong inquired. Marrying her means entering a legally recognized marital union, and the ultimate result is that you and she will be together forever. Shang had abandoned any hope of properly explaining the matter to Ye Chong. Together with her? Why must I be with her forever? The inquiry posed by Ye Chong left Shang utterly speechless. Shang could hardly believe that such a robust man as Ye Chong would harbor no interest whatsoever in women. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Shang. Yi, to help you comprehend this feeling, let us conduct an experiment. Shang's voice took on an unusual tone. Yet he understood that only through tangible experience could Ye Chong be persuaded. Oh, how do we proceed? Ye Chong expressed a keen interest in partaking in this endeavor, as he too wished to avoid remaining ignorant on such matters. Approach her without fear. Rest assured, she will not harm you. Moreover, in her current state, she is no match for you. Shang coaxed enticingly. Ye Chong complied and stepped before Rui Bing, who displayed a flicker of alarm on her pallid visage. Seize her hand. The devil's tail began to reveal itself. Her hand? Ye Chong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Which hand? With a thud, the nefarious entity collapsed. Stirring a gust of air, Shang trembled, exclaiming, any hand. The resounding thump of Shang's fall startled Rui Bing. Yet the tension brought on by Ye Chong's proximity allowed her to relax slightly. Ye Chong grasped Rui Bing's right hand, his entire being poised for defense, ever ready to counter any unforeseen retaliation. To him, such a reaction was inevitable. No one would relinquish their hands so freely, thereby entrusting their very life to another. However, Rui Bing's reaction confounded Ye Chong. Her hand recoiled slightly, yet she did not manage to free herself from his grip. Her tightly pressed lips turned pale from the strain, and her previously ashen face now bore a flush, yet she held her head high, steadfastly confronting Ye Chong. In her cool gaze, a rare allure and a hint of stubbornness shone through, yet she maintained her unwavering stare. What comes next? Ye Chong inquired. Take a moment to truly feel this hand. The devil's tail unfurled ever more prominently. Chapter 92, The Essence of Loss, Part 2. Do you feel this hand? Ye Chong queried, puzzled. Was there something extraordinary about it? He cautiously examined the hand and found it to be exceptionally soft, yet nothing more seemed remarkable. However, it was difficult to fathom how such a soft hand could possess such power. Although Ye Chong's own hands were slender, they were robust and strong, clearly indicating that they belonged to entirely different categories. Was this what Shang wanted him to pay attention to? The texture is tender, the palms have calluses, indicating a certain degree of training, yet it appears to be distinctly different from my hands. Is there some hidden significance here? Ye Chong mused aloud. Shang stuttered. Yezi, is this truly your sensation? Yes, what's wrong? Ye Chong replied. Shang, unable to believe it, asked, Yezi, do you not feel anything else? For instance, isn't it comfortable to hold? That it is, Ye Chong admitted, squeezing the delicate hand. But what does that matter? Poor Rui Bing's face was flushed like a ripe persimmon. Yet she stubbornly refused to lower her gaze. Her clear eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her tightly clenched lips betrayed her struggle for composure. Throughout her life, no man had ever touched her hands, and now, this man toyed with them at will, even though she had resolved to marry him. She found it hard to accept such brazen familiarity, yet her reason compelled her to suppress her feelings. An unfamiliar tingling sensation coursed through her right hand. She could even feel the pressure and warmth of Ye Chong's palm, an experience that left her bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Shang murmured, it seems this level of stimulation is too mild for Yezi, who is like a beast, or rather, a humanoid armor. This stimulation is indeed too feeble. Suddenly invigorated, Shang instructed, Yezi, let's continue. Bring your nose close to her left neck, within 2 centimeters, and feel carefully. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chong complied with Shang's request. He leaned in close to Rui Bing's neck, almost brushing his nose against her skin. A unique, alluring fragrance wafted toward him, the warmth of her fair skin ensnaring his gaze. Almost instinctively, he couldn't help but extend his tongue and give it a gentle lick. In an instant, Ye Chong felt a surge of heat rise within him, igniting a fire in his abdomen. He was overwhelmed by a wave of warmth that coursed through his body, leaving him breathless. This surge of stimulation made his mind whirl, and suddenly, the pent-up fury from the past few days erupted like oil meeting fire, exploding violently in his mind. The overwhelming consciousness threatened to consume him in an instant, and just before losing awareness, Ye Chong's final thought was, "Is this what women are?" Rui Bing, unable to maintain her composure as Ye Chong approached, felt as if she had been struck by lightning at his touch. His heavy breaths against her sensitive neck sent her into a panic. Acting on instinct, her long-trained self-defense reflexes took over, and without a moment's thought, she seized Ye Chong's left hand. Her previously soft palm transformed into a vice-like grip, her left arm swiftly pressing against Ye Chong's chest, propelling herself upward with a powerful thrust, lifting him off the ground. This was the third move of a woman's self-defense technique, the lifting kick. The kick was executed flawlessly in both power and angle, causing Ye Chong to double over in pain. Yet strangely, he did not emit a single cry of anguish. Following this, she performed a shoulder throw, her movements fluid and natural, leaving any onlooker in awe of her prowess. Though Rui Bing had not originally trained in self-defense, she had practiced with female apprentices at the martial arts school, where basic self-defense techniques were essential. Thus, she had honed a few skills that now came quite naturally to her. Ye Chong landed like a rag doll, collapsing to the ground, unresponsive and motionless. His mind felt engulfed in flames, consciousness struggling amidst the fiery turmoil, with all external sensations vanishing. The raging tempest within him heightened his awareness of the oppressive heat, a heat that was strangely overwhelming. The savage energy coiled within his heart, yet bizarrely, his body refused to respond. This suffocating, chaotic energy churned within him, leaving him increasingly restless without any outlet for release. When Rui Bing finally regained her senses and saw Ye Chong lying still on the ground, she was taken aback, filled with regret for her impulsive actions. What if she had seriously injured him? The thought of her earlier kick made her complexion pale. Just as she was about to rush over to check on his condition, a massive blue-white silhouette darted past her, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. In shock, Rui Bing hurried to the entrance, but the imposing figure and Ye Chong had vanished without a trace. Standing in front of the door, Rui Bing gazed at the sky, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a sense of emptiness wash over her. In a secluded area, surrounded by towering rocks scattered across a 20-mile radius, Ye Chong sat weakly on the ground, covered in rubble. Mu remained quietly beside him, aware that they had gone too far this time, so upon arriving, he had switched back with Mu. The remnants of the recent chaos surrounded Ye Chong, a layer of shattered stones littering the ground within a 20-meter radius, none exceeding a meter in diameter, all victims of his explosive release of pent-up emotions. Ye Chong felt like an unstable powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The usually composed Ye Chong detested the uncontrollable, irrational state he had just experienced, even if it had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Mu, it seems I've gotten myself into quite a predicament." Mu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Yezi, you must learn to control your emotions. It appears women still have an effect on you." He couldn't resist a tease. Ye Chong sighed. That damn Shang. Unbidden. Memories of that silky white skin, the alluring scent, and the indescribable taste lingered in his mind. Mu interrupted his reverie. "Yezi, your situation is dire. Two scenarios have emerged. The first, where your body loses control while your mind remains clear, accompanied by intense pain. The second, like just now, where you succumb to a frenzy, losing control of your body while your mind becomes hazy. The first scenario's duration is uncertain. The second one clearly shows that even slight provocation can trigger it. I never anticipated the black market silver fluid could be this potent. Of course, this is only valid if our assumptions hold true." Regaining his usual calm, Ye Chong furrowed his brow. If it's the black market, they must possess a means to resolve this issue. But the key question is, how can we obtain this solution? Mu replied, "Indeed, however, I just calculated that our chances of infiltrating the black market stand at a mere 15.6. The odds are too low. I wouldn't recommend this approach." Ye Chong concurred. "You're right. Those odds are dismally low. Alas, our strength is insufficient, and you have yet to recover. This is akin to walking into a death trap. Moreover, we still do not know if the black market is indeed responsible. This remains merely a hypothesis. Having grown up on the desolate garbage star, Ye Chong possesses a profound appreciation for the sanctity of life, a sentiment perhaps only truly grasped by those who have witnessed countless births and deaths. He continued, in the short term, it seems there is no feasible way to infiltrate the Black Corner. Emerging from the Black Corner, Ye Chong was acutely aware of the formidable defenses in place, given his and Mu's current capabilities. The notion of penetrating such a stronghold was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Indeed, he mused, we must await a time when our strength has significantly increased to even consider such an endeavor. However, your peculiar ailment still requires treatment. It appears our only recourse is to seek out skilled physicians. I hope they can offer some assistance. Mu's tone was equally laden with uncertainty. It appears we have no other choice. Ye Chong conceded, unable to devise a more effective plan. If they were to pursue medical help, it would necessitate departing from Blue Ocean Star. Although Blue Ocean Star is relatively prosperous, it is not renowned for its medical expertise. Ye Chong had grown fond of the simplicity of life at Blue Ocean Academy, yet what he cherished most was the exceptional modification chamber and the presence of Grandpa Qian. However, life is unpredictable. The normally composed Ye Chong couldn't help but reflect, as a fleeting image of the white training outfit danced through his mind. Mu returned to the secondary space, and Ye Chong summoned the Frost Melody, soaring towards Blue Ocean Academy. Upon his return, night had already enveloped the academy. Ye Chong intended to spend one final night there, taking the opportunity to inspect the Frost Melody in preparation for their departure the next day. The modification chamber was shrouded in darkness, indicating that Rui Bing had long since left. Just as Ye Chong was about to descend, Mu suddenly cautioned, Yi, be careful. There are enemies inside. 7 light armors. Ye Chong was taken aback in alarm. Chapter 93. The gun in the darkness. 7 mechs lay concealed in the corners of the modification chamber. Once I entered, I felt akin to a caged bird, utterly unable to escape. Had I been without Mu, I feared this would be my end. However, fortune smiled upon me, for Mu was at my side. Ye Chong coldly observed the holographic image transmitted by Mu, noting the positions of the 7 mechs. This starkly illustrated the disparity between Frost's Lament and Mu. Ye Chong's Frost Lament had not detected any enemy presence. The materials used to construct the modification chamber were rather unique, containing signal-blocking elements that rendered holographic scanning completely ineffective. After all, this modification chamber was the most advanced facility on Blue Ocean Star, designed to ensure safety and confidentiality. I wondered how Mu had managed to uncover this information. Mu truly was formidable. A sense of longing welled within me. If only one day I could pilot a mech of Mu's caliber, that would be the pinnacle of joy in life. As for Mu, I scarcely entertained the thought. Although Mu had mentioned that once my skills surpassed his, he would allow me to pilot, I viewed this as an exceedingly challenging task. Most importantly, I had never regarded Mu as merely a mech. Without a doubt, Mu was powerful, yet, possessing Frost's Lament, I was no longer the weakling I once was. A surge of confidence overtook me. Since the adversaries harbored ill intentions, I saw no reason to be polite. Gently, I retrieved the long spear, Blue Frost, which had been folded against my back, twisting and flipping it with both hands until the ancient spear automatically locked into its standard form. I refrained from taking immediate action, instead releasing 5 mechanical hummingbirds. The hummingbird detectors vanished silently into the night, resembling 5 blue birds. I patiently awaited the information they would relay, my first priority being to ascertain whether there were ambushers outside. If there were indeed lurking foes, it would be wisest to retreat quietly, for I stood no chance of defeating them all without Mu's assistance, which would only squander my precious time to escape. As soon as I deployed the 5 hummingbirds, the previously distorted imagery became remarkably clear, and the scanning range expanded significantly. It seemed these hummingbird detectors were indeed remarkable devices. According to the information transmitted, there were no ambushes nearby, although the sensitivity and precision of the hummingbirds within the atmosphere could not compare to that in space. Their scanning radius still reached an impressive 50 kilometers. The enemies must have recognized the unique characteristics of the modification chamber, fearing that those outside might inadvertently reveal their positions and alert me. If I were to depart quietly now, I would face no issues. Yet, I was curious to discover the identities of these individuals, knowing their origins would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Otherwise, I might unwittingly fall into their trap one day, completely unaware. I was confident that even if I could not annihilate them entirely, a complete withdrawal was well within my capabilities. I harbored another thought. I wished to test the true power of Frost's Lament and assess my progress over time. The once vibrant Frost's Lament, now cloaked in a muted gray hue, appeared rather unremarkable, its metallic sheen obscured, making it look ancient and worn. However, the absence of metallic reflection rendered it even more concealed amidst the night, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Frost's Lament, akin to a gray bat, stealthily approached the modification chamber. I chose not to use the main entrance, for it surely was the focal point of concentrated firepower. I feared that upon entering, I would be met with a deluge of artillery fire, leaving me with nothing but ashes. Cautiously, I maneuvered to the southern side of the modification chamber, where a mech was nestled against the wall, hidden from sight. My long spear, Blue Frost, spanned 15 meters, while the wall measured 2.5 meters in thickness. Constructed from a composite material with high strength and embedded with signal jamming components. However, these materials did not enhance the wall's integrity. I flew to within 800 meters of the modification chamber, a distance ample enough to elevate Frost's Lament to its maximum speed. With the engines at full throttle, the seemingly inconspicuous Frost's Lament revealed its formidable capabilities. The 15-meter-long Blue Frost exceeded the height of Frost's Lament itself, rendering it akin to an arrow loosed from a bow. The compound wings on Frost's Lament retracted completely. The mech's maximum speed, reaching 7 Hz, was now vividly manifested. As I beheld the rapidly passing scenery, I was surprisingly calm. The Blue Frost in my hands remained steady, devoid of any tremors. In an instant, the wall of the modification chamber was pierced, the advanced power feedback system allowing me to sense every subtle change transmitted from the spear. With a resounding boom, the wall of the modification chamber shattered like fragile paper. I felt the mech momentarily halt, and I understood that my shot had struck true. Familiar with the chamber's layout, I knew there was nothing stored within. Thus, it could only be the mech that had been pressed against the wall. My anticipation proved entirely accurate. The shot I had unleashed, propelled by the immense force of high-speed impact, was terrifyingly powerful. The Blue Frost, capable of piercing even the black market mechs, offered this unfortunate mech no chance. In an instant, it was shattered into countless black fragments that flew past my eyes. My heart raced. It was indeed a black market mech. How had they found me? Now was not the time for contemplation. I swiftly pivoted, discarding several components hanging from the spear's tip. The sudden turn of events left the opposing forces in disarray. My ambush had successfully achieved its purpose. The modification chamber was vast, cluttered with numerous mechs, parts, and modification equipment. The colossal Frost's Lament moved stealthily within the chamber like a wily spirit. Suddenly, all the lights in the modification chamber extinguished, plunging it into total darkness. I smiled coldly. Within the modification chamber, all pulse signals were completely jammed, rendering communication impossible. This cluttered space was undoubtedly my optimal battleground. It was I who had just disabled the lighting system. With Mu's presence, I held the fundamental advantage, especially since I had practically made this modification chamber my home in recent days, knowing the environment intimately. From the holographic image transmitted by Mu, I observed that the earlier commotion had attracted 3 mechs in this direction. One mech cautiously approached, but all pulse signals had lost their effectiveness here, obliterating any means of communication. The pilot within the mech felt a twinge of anxiety. For a black market elite like him, such emotions had long been absent. This damned individual had indeed disabled the lighting system, and he cursed under his breath. Nevertheless, the well-trained pilot did not succumb to panic. Instead, he carefully navigated toward the source of the previous loud noise. Without the holographic scanning system and with the lights extinguished, he felt akin to a blind man, groping his way through the darkness, occasionally stumbling and bumping into obstacles. Had it not been for his exceptional skills, he might have fallen several times. Although the mech was equipped with laser lights, he dared not activate them. That would undoubtedly make him the most conspicuous target, and he feared he would be the first to perish. He felt utterly frustrated, yet the only source of comfort was the impressive strength of the black market mech, alleviating some of his concerns and allowing him to advance boldly. Thus far, aside from the Guild of Masters, he had not encountered any weapons capable of posing a lethal threat to his mech. This brought him a sense of security. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Could it be that his companions had already engaged the enemy? He swiftly made a judgment and propelled himself towards the source of the sound. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with the preservation of the mech. After all, the black mech was impervious to harm from these ordinary objects. He was prepared to carve a path forward. Finally, He was on the verge of escaping this accursed place. He yearned to accelerate further, to move faster. He believed that with the collaboration of two mechs, no one could withstand their might. Suddenly, he felt the impact of a collision. And before he could register any further reaction, the holographic screen before him shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. A colossal, conical metal object loomed in front of him. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, the sharp tip plunged into his body. In an instant, a tremendous force surged through him, and he was reduced to a rain of flesh and blood, mingling with the debris of the mech, erupting in a cacophony of sounds. He died without ever comprehending the manner of his demise. Ye Chong's cold gaze betrayed no emotion as he observed the mech hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. In a flash of inspiration, he positioned himself with the blue frost directly in the path of the incoming mech. Noting its relentless velocity, he hastily grabbed a mech component from the ground and tossed it behind him. Indeed, upon hearing the noise, the mech surged forward with renewed vigor, crashing into Ye Chong's prepared blue frost. True to its reputation as a formidable weapon infused with multi-Kuan stone, the blue frost effortlessly pierced through the black mech once more. Ye Chong was acutely aware of the superstitions held by those who emerged from the black mech. Had it not been for his own companion, he might have shared that same blind faith. Only 5 more to go. Ye Chong silently counted in his mind as he discreetly vacated his current position,